Hey everyone, welcome back to WonderGod. Today we will see what if Harry Potter was betrayed, imprisoned, and returned as the Dark Prince. Here is short summary. Betrayed by his family in the light, Harry Potter is unjustly imprisoned in Azkaban after defeating a resurrected Tom Riddle. 2 years later, freed with a newfound darkness, he returns with one goal: to exact revenge on both sides and show them the wrath of the Dark Prince. But before we begin, if you enjoy stories like this, make sure to subscribe to WonderGod and share it with your friends, because it really helps the channel grow. Now, let's begin the story. 2 years ago, Ministry's holding cells. Henry sat in his holding cell, contemplating how his entire life had come to this damned moment. He always knew that his parents always sought out a way to get rid of him, but to actually accuse him of letting out a basilisk and trying to kill his brother, his favorite Weasley Git fan, sister and that Weasley girl, when he was the one to save them, he could only curse his own damned bloody luck. He knew that he was going to face a drumhead trial, no question about it, but he will bloody well show them that he still had a few things to say to them all, as well as a few things to use to prove his innocence. After all, magical oaths nobody had cancelled out of existence. As he was thinking out his strategy, Henry heard how someone had stepped to his cell, ordering the Aurors to leave them alone. From the voice Henry understood who it was. Came to gloat, James. Henry looked up at his smirking father. Finally getting rid of the unwanted child at last. I guess it's the day of celebration for you and the rest of them. You were right, Snake. James chuckled in a satisfied voice. I will admit, Lily and I have been waiting for this since the day we finally understood that you were going dark. A pity that we had to endure your slithering existence for these 7 years. He said with utter disgust. Well, if I am dark, then I have only you to thank for it. Henry chuckled, as he stood up. Left alone with my sister, never treated as if we were any relation to you two, but then again, we were never someone like William, a walking glory magnet, from whom you could leech off like parasites. Your brother had rightfully deserved his glory for his defeat of he who must not be named, while you, a little dark snake that you are, had tried to destroy all that is holy in Hogwarts. James spat in Henry's face. I told Dumbledore that he should have expelled you the moment you were sorted into Slytherin, but no. He gave you a chance at being someone good for once, and you blew, just like you always have done. If by that chance you mean being an obedient little soldier for your greater good, then I'm all too happy to have declined. Henry said to him, while James's disgusted face smirked again. Don't go celebrate this victory yet, James. Fudge and others may've already said their verdict in their mind, but that doesn't mean I can't take a few bites off of you and your pathetic excuse of a savior. We both know he was useless against Voldemort, and I'll make sure that everyone knows it tonight. Ah yes, the magical oaths. James chuckled lowly at this. Dumbledore had told me that you'd find some way to falsify the facts in your favor. But I doubt that you will do this today, my dear son. Why? Because you'll say please, Henry said in a mocking voice. Try me, James. I already know my sentence, and if I'm going down for your greater good, then why should I care for you and your reputation? Because if you don't, then you'll be having a company with you in Azkaban. James said to him with an evil smirk, with Henry's face immediately losing all color. Rosie has been so feverishly defending you, telling everyone that you've actually saved her and that it was poor Ginny that had done it all. While it can easily be said that she is just shaken, but, who is to say, that you haven't corrupted her? No, you stay away from her. Henry said to him in a low growling voice. She's innocent, and she'd have died in that damned chamber. Don't give a damn about her, you monster. She could have, if I were to say so. James simply looked at his shaking son with a sick satisfaction. But that girl has been nothing but a disgrace to the House of Potter for her entire life. First by refusing the honor of being betrothed to Ronald, then by spending so much time with you, and finally, by lowering herself to becoming a Hufflepuff. James practically spat out that word. She has a good heart, unlike the vile woman that birthed her, Henry said angrily, for which he got hit by a stinging hex in his chest. Lily and I are still debating whether she is worth keeping around, or if it'd be better to simply rid ourselves of another dark witch in the making. James said to the hissing out of pain Henry. Dumbledore actually believes that there is some salvation for her, if only her brother were to admit to all his entire crimes, including using his poor loving sister in a dark ritual to revive you-know-who. Otherwise, I can't guarantee her fate. The choice is yours, Harry, and for once in your life, I advise you to actually do as your better tells you." With this said, James had left Henry to himself. Henry had collapsed onto the floor, his eyes closed and welling up with tears. He should have known, he had to know that it wouldn't be as simple as it seemed. He long had understood that for his goals, Dumbledore was ready to discard anything and anyone unsuited for his purposes, and James and Lily would only be too happy to add to their fame and glory. Henry already had accepted his fate in his heart, but Rose, no, he would never dare to let her suffer because of his actions. His sister deserved to live a good life, and as much as he wanted to see the entire ancient and noble house of Potter burn, he would himself burn on a stake then see Rose put with him in Azkaban. Dumbledore had played him, used the single thing that Henry could never discard in face of death, his love for his little sister. The choice was obvious. Present time. Amelia sat still as she listened to Henry tell her the truth, and only years of training and career as an Auror had prevented her from cursing in front of the falsely accused man. She had long known that James Potter, while a dashing and chivalrous rouge outside, was nothing more than a pathetic excuse of human being. Even back in Hogwarts, she could clearly see an envious and malignant person that would do anything to get famous. His escapades with marauders only confirmed it to her and his parents, who were unable to reform their son. He was never able to live up to the standards of his father and his deceased older brothers, Michael and Gabriel. Those two were the pride of Gryffindor and Hogwarts, true sons of Charles Potter, with both having never feared to face any danger together, nor let an injustice go unpunished. Michael was the eldest, being born 12 years before James, and by the time James had graduated, he already had a wife and 2 children, a daughter and a son. He was raised as a true heir, and had every quality to be one, and would have been, had it not been for dragonpox taking the lives of his children, and then Death Eaters torturing his wife Isabella Rosier to death, all in the same year. Michael may have been one of the bravest men she knew, but every man can only take so much until his spirit was broken. But even so, he did die a brave man, defending his family to the last of his breath when Voldemort began his hunt on Potters. Gabriel, never had Amelia known a sweeter and kinder man, but at the same time someone who could make her smile and laugh with how utterly reckless he could be. 3 years older than James and her age, it was actually a surprise to her that she, a stiffened by the rules Hufflepuff, ended up becoming best friends with the most reckless, trouble-seeking Gryffindor Hogwarts had ever seen. It was even more of a shock that she had fallen in love with him, and by the end of their 7th year, they were married. Their parents were surprised, but supported their union nevertheless, and she could honestly say that never had she been happier in her life. She loved Gabriel with all her heart, and the day she found out she was pregnant with their child, she thought that she would die from sheer happiness. But, as fate would have it, her paradise didn't last long, as Gabriel, much like his brothers, and her family, was involved with the Order of Phoenix, and was at the front lines against Voldemort and his Death Eaters. She was in her last trimester when news came about her Gabriel, with Alistair Moody personally delivering them. Gabriel, along with the Pruitt twins, Gideon and Fabian, were ambushed and killed by Death Eaters, with Gabriel falling at the hand of Voldemort himself, who had wanted to be the one to end one of the most powerful enemies himself. Moody may have said that he had died like a hero, but Amelia didn't need a bloody hero, she needed her husband, her Gabriel. The next weeks were utter hell for her, as the child, the son she carried, had died from the magical overload because of Amelia's hysterical state in her womb, and Medix and Saint Mungo had removed him in her womb to save her. She would never be able to conceive, and only Susan had saved her from taking her own life, as she herself had lost her parents and needed someone to raise and love her. And Amelia made sure that her Susan was raised and loved as if she was her own daughter, even though always will miss her Gabriel and little Edward. Both the men were infinitely greater and better than what James could ever even hope to become, and yet, instead of them, it was James that continues to draw breath. I always suspected that he and Black were rotten, but to threaten to send his own daughter to Azkaban, makes me glad that your sister had disappeared. Kingsley spoke up, drawing the attention from Harry. What? Harry asked of him. What do you mean by it? Your sister, Rose Doria Potter, had vanished without a trace on 30th of August in 1993 Road, with her wand snapped and Ministry unable to track her through the trace. Amelia informed shocked Henry. Nobody knows where she is, or if she's alive. Potters have tried to use blood magic in her connection to House of Potter to find her, but it did nothing for them. This has led everyone to the conclusion that the girl was either killed by Peter Pettigrew, who escaped Azkaban earlier same month, or that she has magically discarded the name of Potter and all blood and magical relations with the house. Henry finished for her, with Amelia nodding to him. She hated our family even more than I did, and only reason she even remained there was because of me. While everyone believes that she has been killed by Pettigrew, who had escaped once again capture after his attempt on William Potter's life, I have reasons to believe otherwise. Amelia pulled out a small letter out of her pocket and gave it to Henry. I received it 3 days ago via an owl in my house. Susan, who is close friends with her, told me that it is Rose's handwriting. Can you confirm it? Yes, it's definitely hers. Henry nodded to Amelia, as he read the letter. Lady Amelia, I know that you must be confused, getting a letter from a seemingly dead girl, but, I assure you, that I am perfectly fine and alive. If you have Susan close to you, then she will confirm it to you that it's my handwriting. And if you are still confused, then here is another proof for you. 12th of August, 1992, you and Susan had bumped into me on your way to the Madame Malkin's robes, and you've helped me get my robes measured, and after helped me find my big brother Harry in the bookshop. I can't tell you where I am, but I do know that he who must not be named is back and that Ministry do nothing against him, while Dumbledore and my family trust William to defeat him by whatever insane manner. Susan told me that you are a woman that believes in justice and truth, as well being someone that hates both Dumbledore and Voldemort for taking away Uncle Gabriel. Because of them, I've had my only brother locked up in Azkaban for something he hasn't done. If you want to end them both, and I have a feeling that you do, then he is the one you for this. There is a file with a memory that will tell you why you need him and why he should be freed. Do not try to find me, and do not trust the Potters and the Order. Rose Doria. Henry read the entire letter twice, taking in all that was written there, before looking up at Amelia and speaking up. Voldemort, he is back, he said in a shocked voice, with Kingsley and returned Tonks women flinching at the mention of him, while Amelia simply nodded. How could, oh bloody hell, he made more than one? Henry's eyes widened as he realized something that had escaped from others, with Nymphadora speaking up. More than one. Harry, what does that supposed to mean? She asked of him, with Harry taking in the air. Bro, do you know something? Yeah, I do. Henry nodded to them all, before looked up at Amelia. What memory did she send you? One that had a part of your battle with one known as Tom Riddle, followed by you short fight with Aurors Potter, Black, Lupin and Professor Snape. Amelia informed him, with Henry understanding what she meant. She was one of the victims, wasn't she? And Riddle is born name of Voldemort, isn't it? Yes, on both accounts. Henry nodded to Amelia. It was Ginny Weasley, possessed by him, that sent Basilisk at the Muggleborns and later managed to kidnap both William and Rose to use their magic to let Voldemort's soul regain life, am I correct? Henry nodded to her, while everyone else listened carefully to this exchange. While all of this is clear to me, but what cannot understand, however, is how were you able to withstand Basilisk's gaze and eyes and even control him? And what had really happened there? About Basilisk's killing eyes, Parselmouths are immune to his gaze, with Riddle and I being as such. As for control and what had happened there. 2 years ago. Chamber of Secrets. Henry could honestly say that there were times when he had literally cursed being born a brother to so-called boy who lived. Now was one such moment, as he stared right into the eyes of a fully reborn Tom Riddle, or as he styled himself, Lord Voldemort, with the 4 victims, used as batteries to fuel him up, lying right behind Henry. While in any other situation, he would have been more than happy to leave his insufferable little brother to his fate, alongside those parasitic Weasleys, the fact that the 4th victim was his little sister Rose had ensured Henry's involvement in this entire bloody thing. And despite how much he had tried to distance himself from this entire era of the Slytherin business and simply finish his final year, he now had to finish it himself, just like that whole accursed Philosopher's Stone business last year. While it was initially hard to get to the bottom of this entire charade, Henry's Slytherin mind had allowed him to piece together the clues and history to get to the meat of it all. Heir of Slytherin, with the petrified Filch's cat indicated that it was something connected with Salazar Slytherin and his lines. A single visit to the library and reading of wizarding houses and lineages, along with foundation of Hogwarts, revealed to him that out of all lines from Slytherin, only House of Gounts were alive long enough to produce an heir of Slytherin, who could open the chamber, and that said heir was produced by Merope Gaunt, disowned Nearsquib woman, since her brother and father left no heirs of their own, according to book, even if it didn't state that she has had any children. As for petrification, Henry understood that one from the information about Hogwarts' ventilation system of pipes, and Salazar Slytherin's symbol of snake, a basilisk. When the next attack came, Henry deduced that the chamber was opened 50 years ago and that someone had died then as well. A quick chat with Myrtle, a ghost who haunted an abandoned toilet, revealed to Henry that the one using basilisk was a man near his age or so, and that he had to be a Parselmouth, just like him. When it came out that his brother was also a Parselmouth on a duel with Malfoy, Henry decided to pay extra attention to the students, as he had a suspicion that the heir of Slytherin may be dead and actually possesses someone. His hunch was right, as thanks to Rose, he learned about Ginny Weasley's deteriorating mood, weaknesses during class and seemingly apathetical disposition, all symptoms of a possession. While he had asked Rose to stay as bloody far away from Weasley's as possible, Harry searched for the name of the heir, until he found it out, all thanks to the Hall of Glory and trophies. Tom Riddle, a Slytherin student, half-blood, who had been a student in the correct time frame, was the one possessing the Weasley girl. At the same time, he had managed to locate, thanks again to Myrtle, the entrance to the chamber. He had been in the middle of preparations to dealing with this damn crisis, when he found out that Ginny had taken Rose to chamber and that his damn brother and his Arseliker were going after them. Discarding all preparations and channeling his Gryffindor side, he went after them, intent to murder Ginny if need was. A shame he was too late for that, as Voldemort had been reborn in his youthful visage and was now holding what looked like a small diary. As Henry drew his 14-inch wand, made of red oak and with dragon heartstring, Tom took William's wand, before burning the book in his hand and speaking up to Henry. "Ah, such a joy to be finally free from this vessel." Henry listened to Voldemort carefully, slightly confused by what he meant. "Well, I have to say that I am very pleasantly surprised that you've managed to make your way here, Mr. Potter. Ginny's thoughts about you were all but showing that you were a second coming of Grindelwald. I must say, that you do not disappoint. Glad you are pleased, Voldemort." Henry replied in a sarcastic tone, bringing his wand up. "From those words of yours, I gather that the book you just destroyed was your vessel, an anchor for your soul from which you now live, a Horcrux." Henry practically whispered that last part, with Tom actually applauding him. "Bravo, truly bravo," Tom sincerely stated to him. "Ah, it is such a joy to meet someone of equal intellect and might. I take it, you've learned of the Horcrux the same way as I did, from the story of the Herpo the Foul and Greek wizards and witches of old in the library?" he asked in a genuinely curious tone. "Not quite, it only provided the clarification to what I already had learned in the past," Henry answered him with Riddle seemingly satisfied with answer. "It also explained how your disembodied soul survived that night, but now it seems that you are now a completely separate living thing, no longer bound to your originator. Once again correct, my dear Slytherin compatriot." Tom smiled to him. "Now, I understand that your sole reason for coming here was because of your little sister Rose there, wasn't it? If it's any consolation to you, I do regret that I had to use her power for my own needs, as I had no desire to draw your ire, my friend. Somehow, I find this highly doubtful." Henry nearly hissed at him. "You knew that I was onto you, right from the moment when I had figured out who you were possessing, so decided to draw me into your lair. To kill the one person you thought who could end you. Actually my first thought was to simply talk to you, Henry. Although, since you are a true Slytherin, you understand that as much as I may respect and even admire you, I can't simply let you spoil my campaign." Tom brought up Will's wand up. "But I do wish to ask you, if you would consider consolidating our ambitions, minds and power. For a man of your intellect, it should not be hard to determine just what heights we may achieve together. Dumbledore, your parents, purebloods and muggles, all will bow to our will." Henry simply smiled at him, before answering. "My apologies, Tom, but why should I cooperate with one person I know for certain to fear me at moment?" Tom's face betrayed small tingle anger. "I much rather have you destroyed than be my ally." And besides, don't tell me that you wouldn't stab me in the back the first chance that you go. Ha, spoken like a true Slytherin. Tom smiled to him. Killing you will be the hardest thing I'll ever enjoy. Avada Kedavra. With his instincts sharpened to their fullest extent, Henry was able to instantly sidestep from the killing curse, immediately sending his own reductor curse at Tom. Riddle's Protega saved him from being blasted, but it did unbalance him a little, leading to him taking a next hit from Henry's Defendo, slashing at his face and opening a large gash on his right side. Hissing from pain in his wounded pride, Tom's shields flared up, taking the brunt of the multiple Stupefy and Expelliarmus charms, until he found an opening in Henry's defense and struck. Repellium. A quick small ethereal ball shot from his wand and hit a disarming charm of Henry, sending it right back at him. Henry wasn't ready to face the repelling charm, and his wand would have been taken out of his hand, if he hadn't put up his own shield up, so thankfully he was simply pushed backwards from the force of his own charm. Using the opening in their duel, Tom decided to use his ultimate weapon against his opponent, as he spoke in the tongue of snakes. Basilisk, your master commands you to come and slay this false speaker. Tom hissed, and right out of the water behind him sprung out the one thing that Henry feared to see. Basilisk was truly a magnificent, yet terrifying sight for Henry's eyes, over 20 meters in length, as wide as a car and with eyes as menacing as they were somewhat charming. It took him a second to realize that he had just stared right into the eyes of Basilisk and was still functioning and thinking. Rebooting his mind right next second, he saw that the large snake was making its way right to him, with her hissing in familiar to them tongue. This speaker dares to oppose the master's heir. Yet you stare at me and not fall. The hiss was truly a curious one for the snake. Only master could look in my eyes and live, but why can you? Maybe I'm also master's heir, if I made my way all the way here. Henry suggested it to the basilisk, who seemingly stopped in its tracks, with Riddle shocked. You can hear me speak the noble tongue, can't you? Yes, and your voice is stronger, and only a true heir could look in my eyes. He dares not. Basilisk surprised them both, when he suddenly turned to face Riddle, who was reeling back. Enemies of the true heir must die. Basilisk immediately launched itself at Riddle. As Henry was reeling from the shock, he wasn't able to witness how Tom had launched a reducto in the open maw of Basilisk, destroying his insides and killing the beast. Harry saw it happen, with Tom sidestepping away from the corpse and speaking. Damned beast, how dared he? Tom looked at Harry with a powerful glare. Well, it would seem, Mr. Potter, that you are not only a nuisance, but a pretender as well. I know not how Basilisk has recognized you as true heir, but I'll be sure to rectify my mistake of not killing you earlier right away. And with that he launched a flurry of curses at Henry. Without wasting breath on words, Henry's shields and counters sprung out his wand, as he answered on Riddle's attacks with his own. A storm of incendio was met by a torrent aquamenti, followed by the acid transfiguration of the water. Tom's response was the glacius charm, freezing it all before him, before blasting the ceiling above Harry's head. Reacting with all his speed, levitated falling rocks directly in front of himself, creating a wall in front of himself and protecting himself for next couple seconds from Riddle's assault. A quick glance behind showed that while the victims were all stirring up, with only Rose being somewhat awake, they were still defenseless. He had to find a way to finish this quickly, and that meant going all out at him. Time was to whip out what he had learned from his grandfather's personal collection. Henry's wall transfigured into sand and dropped down, with Riddle's transfiguration, as he looked utterly murderous. Deciding that enough was enough, using all power he could muster up, his wand released a great flame, which took shape of the snake and was making its way to Harry. Recognizing the spreading flame as fiendfire, he knew that the only way to answer to this in his current situation was to give this fire something it could not handle. Waving his wand in a circular motion before him, spoke the incantation, and the blazing snake of fire was suddenly met with a wall of bright blue fire, hitting it right in the neck and beheading the fire snake. Tom's eyes widened as he recognized one of the few spells that could stop and dispel his fiendfire. Protega Diabolica, a dark charm spell, creating a wall of living demonic fire that listened to the will of the caster. To cast such a spell, the wizard would have to be not just powerful, but remarkably skilled as well. He himself had been able to make it, but not maintain it at such level, a level at which his most powerful spell was destroyed. Tom had believed himself to be someone equal in power to Dumbledore and Grindelwald in their prime, and with reason, as he thought, but now he stared at someone, whom as much as he utterly detested the very notion of it, he was actually beginning to fear. Catching his breath in a second, Harry had pointed his wand at his opponent, and his diabolical fire immediately spread right towards Riddle at the great speed. Mentally commanding to devour and destroy him, Harry sent even more of his power into the flames, greatly increasing its intensity. Riddle's shock was quickly over, and his wand had conjured up his own version of diabolical flames, but all it did to him was grant him a few seconds of reprieve. With a roar of the infernal beast, Henry's flames broke through the feeble defense of Riddle and engulfed him fully. Screeching and screaming had filled the chamber, as his now mortal body now burned to nothingness by the violent flames. In a few seconds, Henry saw how the very last of Riddle had disintegrated, and he dispelled the flames, nearly dropping on his knees from exhaustion. But there was no rest for the wicked, taking the phial with a powerful energizing potion and chugging it down the throat. Henry turned his attention back to his sister, only to be blasted right off of his place and flung into the water, only saved from drowning by their shallowness. Rising from his feet and spitting out of his mouth blood, piercing pain in his chest struck Henry, as he felt that his ribs were broken. With a furious eye, he looked at the unwanted guests, namely his father, godfather, Remus Lupin and Professor Snape, who began to send hexes and curses at him. Re-energized, Henry put up his best defensive charm, Protega Repello, and maintained it for as long as it was possible, before his new attackers exhausted their attacks, with James shouting at him, "Cursed snake! You will pay for attacking your brother and the students of Hogwarts." He arrogantly boasted, "I knew that you were dark, but to be the one behind it all, even I couldn't believe it. Dumbledore had hoped you would turn from your dark path, Harry, but to go as low as this." Sirius bellowed at him, "You are not godson of mine. Surrender now and you will have a fair trial, Harry." Remus shouted at him, "You can win against us four here. Mr. Potter, I will be honest and ask of you to actually put up a fight." Snape smirked at him, sneering at the same time, "I've waited for a very long time to finally end you, so do not disappoint me. To hell with all of you." Henry shouted out in rage, flaring all of his power at once and channeling it into his spells. Even though Henry had just defeated and destroyed the very same Voldemort that had been so feared by all, he was in no condition to hold off the attacks of all four of them at once. Never in his life would he have imagined the Marauders and Snape working together, but it seems that common hatred and disgust unite even the unlikeliest of people. Pulling himself out of the waters and moving as fast as he could, Henry wasted no time to respond with blocks on spells, maneuvering around and answering with his own hexes and curses. Dodging the combined stunners of James and Sirius, he responded to them with his flaming charm, before instantly shifting his attention to Remus being hit by the stinging hex in his leg. Hissing with pain, Henry wasted not a second to respond with Expulsio right in the face of the werewolf, sending him flying away, but his victory was hollow, as Snape, James and Sirius had used this moment to strike at him with Expelliarmus. The force of the combined attack was enough to plant Henry into the wall behind him with a great force, before he gravitated down to earth with a thud. He was done for, and he knew it well as he understood that the forces of light have decided to get rid of him. He didn't know how they got here, nor did he care, but what he did know was the fact that Dumbledore knew that Harry would go here. It was very well known that he cared for Rose the most, and just like Riddle, he used it against him. As he was trying to rise on his feet, spewing out of his mouth blood, he was kicked into the stomach and rolled onto the back, looking into the smirking faces of James Potter and Severus Snape, with the latter speaking, "How disappointingly pathetic, Mr. Potter. One would think that the heir of Slytherin would fare better, but after all, it is you we are talking about." Severus Snape said to him with a sick pleasure coursing on his face. "Oh, revenge is truly sweet. Any last words to your head before it all ends?" "Yeah." Sneakily, Harry pointed his wand at Severus, without being seen, as he whispered painfully, "Sectum Sepra." And with the sight of Severus Snape's face being slashed by invisible blades, did Harry Potter drift into nothingness of sleep. Present. Bloody hell, he actually returned then, and Dumbledore actually. Tonks was pale after hearing it all, with Kingsley just barely maintaining his composure, while Andromeda looked a few years older. He knew, or at least, suspected this being in play. Henry pulled aside his gray hair from blocking his view. If you think about it, he's the headmaster of Hogwarts, the one that is supposed to be fully connected with it on a magical level. I doubt that a man of his power, knowledge and might wouldn't know of basilisk, possession and all the rest. Hell, that damned business with Flamel's stone just confirms to me that Dumbledore doesn't give two shits about security and people. All that damned bastard cares about are his schemes for his greater good. And considering the incident with Pettigrew and the Tri-Wizard tournament, damn it, if I didn't know it any better, I'd say that he was actually trying to get him resurrected. Kingsley's detective mind pieced together all the occurrences and facts that he and Amelia had discovered. But why? What hell would Dumbledore get from it all? Does he want another damned war on his hands? Something tells me that it's exactly what he wants, Andromeda said, as she sat at Amelia's right. Every time, he sends Will right towards the danger, as if he actually wants him to die, but why? I dunno why, Mom, but I'm starting to think that Dad should have taken that offer to teach at Ilvermorny in the States. Nymphadora said, turning her head to Henry. Harry, that soul thingy you mentioned, was that what you? Yeah, Horcrux. Henry nodded to Nym. It is a form of immortality, achieved through the separation of one's soul and placing half of it into an object. I don't know the details of its creation, but I do know that it involves a death of someone. It is one of the darkest and most vile spells known, and while it may grant immortality, there is a steep price to pay for it. And Voldemort paid it more than once, considering that he is back, and not as the living shadow of the past. Amelia sighed and looked at Henry. While I do believe you, Henry, can you explain to me how, in Merlin's name, were you able to stand up to him? And where did you learn such powerful spells? As much as I would love to claim that I've been blessed with power to rival Merlin himself, I doubt that I back then could have to the true Voldemort. Henry said to them all. That in the chamber was not Voldemort at his fullest, only what he once was, and I don't think he as strong as he was at his height of might. No, I was lucky back then to have managed to defeat him. As for my spells, James and Lily never really paid any mind to the basement of our mansion, where my grandparents kept all the best books on charms, transfigurations and dark arts, and those were the only reprieve for me and Rose. Did you know that I actually taught her how to read and write? Henry chuckled to himself. I don't know about my power, but my spells and knowledge come from the legacy my grandparents left me. And it turned out, I really do have a great deal of potential in those areas, especially with dark arts. Perhaps, there really is some of Slytherin blood in me, but from where and whom? We can worry about it later. Amelia said to him, getting his attention. Right now, Henry, I need you to swear to me that all you've said is true. Don't know why, but I sense there's something you have to offer me. Henry said more to himself. I, Henry James, do solemnly swear upon my magic that all said by me here today is true. Magic illuminated in gold color from him, indicating that he was telling the truth. All right, Henry, now I do really believe you and your sister. Amelia said to him, I believe it is obvious to you now, that I have a deal for you, right? Absolutely, and I'm listening. Henry was actually eager to hear what Amelia Bones had to offer. As much as I would like it, I can't get you a fair trial, nor a pardon, because nobody would allow it, especially with Fudge and the rest of his damned cabinet now burying their heads in the sand and going against Dumbledore and his cohorts. Amelia confessed to him. However, that doesn't mean that I can't get you out of here, but there is something that I will need of you, Harry, or do you prefer Henry? Henry, Harry is only for my closest people. Henry said to her, with Amelia nodding to him. And what's your plan to get me out of here? I'm stuck in the lowest level of Azkaban, Dementor's literal den, there is no escape for me alive. That's correct. You can't get out of here. Alive, that is. Amelia saw that Henry understood her meaning, as she pulled out a phial with a potion out of her pocket and placed it before Henry. You've gotten an O for potions on your NE. Care to tell me what this is? Draught of Living Death, brewed by one Andromeda, right? Henry saw that he was correct, with Andromeda nodding to him. So, what is it that you really want from me, Lady Bones? To see to it that Voldemort and Dumbledore are removed out of this world for good. She stated to him, with Henry cocking his eyebrow upwards. In your 7th year, you've managed to defeat and kill Tom Riddle, along with finding out his secret to immortality, and before that, in your 6th year, you faced the real Voldemort and killed his host. I've done my research on you, and I know that you've got the highest grades in charms, dark arts, transfiguration and potions, and only coming second in ancient runes. You are someone whom Dumbledore had openly admitted to me being much like Voldemort in the past, but I can see that you really are someone that they both are fearful of. Playing on my sense self-importance, Lady Bones. Henry chuckled openly. How very Slytherin of you, but what do you really want of me? My hands are tied up because of my position, and Dumbledore's order won't do a thing without his say-so. And so, I need you, the one man that both of those men hate and fear, to help me to take them down. Amelia admitted to him, you've learned of Riddle in 1 year more than all of Aurors did in 20, so you, a man with your mind, would be able to find out his Horcruxes and destroy them. And once that is done, help me to finally put that damned bugger into the ground, along with Dumbledore. While all this is quite appealing to me, I need to ask you still, why would you entrust me with this task? For all intents and purposes, madam, I am not a light wizard, that I can tell you. For all their damned bravado and boasting, Potters and his friends did get one thing right, dark is far more appealing to me. Harry clearly admitted to Amelia, who wasn't even shaken by, nor were the others. Why trust someone like me, who has no trouble with killing, torturing and using whatever means to get the job done? Exactly because of all those qualities you've listed above. She said to him, we are at war, Henry, and I know for a fact that if I want to have any chance at winning it, I need someone who can do all those things. War is hell, as Muggles say, and I need a man that can walk into it and use it to the fullest. I don't need a noble Hufflepuff, or a brave and reckless Gryffindor, or a wise Ravenclaw. I need a cunning, determined, ruthless and utterly ambitious Slytherin, and as far as I know, you are the only one who fits the bill. Yeah, the last crops of Slytherin students I've seen are utter failures in all aspects. Henry chuckled to himself. Very well, I'm in. What's your plan, by the way? Let me drink this, have Andromeda here examine me and determine my death and them smuggle me out on the mainland. Pretty much yes. We've already prepared a fake body, courtesy of Andromeda's transfiguration and alchemical prowess, so they won't tell the difference, especially after she gets the details right. Andromeda left to get the finishing touches. Officially, there was a call from here about you finally dying, made by the warden, so Tonks brought here her mother. Kingsley and I are here on official business to interrogate Death Eaters on their knowledge of Voldemort, all of which is officially recorded in Ministry already. Wouldn't it be strange that I so suddenly died? Henry asked, with Kingsley answering that. Henry, the level you were sent is specifically designed for prisoners to die quickly, within a few months. Fact that you've managed to hold on for 2 years is actually remarkable and astonishing. Kingsley admitted to him, care to share how you are still even sane? I've kept my mind occupied with what I would do once I get out. Henry grimly admitted, getting a curious eye from all. That and, let's just say that I've got an angel watching over me. An angel? Like those in Christianity? Nim asked of him, with Henry nodding to her. Are you into a religion too, Harry? No, but that doesn't mean I don't believe in higher powers. Harry admitted, before turning to Amelia. I'm sure you'll understand, but my stay here has been a ruinous one on my body and magic. I'll need time to get back in top shape, away from Britain where I could be found. I won't risk Tonks' family, so I'm sorry, Auntie, Nim, but you are out of consideration. I understand, and we've already made arrangements for your recovery. Andromeda admitted to him, we four here aren't the only people here who believe you are innocent, Harry. Cassiopeia Black is with us too, along with her father and your great-grandfather, Arcturus Black. They've prepared to receive you. The House of Black is in this too. Good, Henry said, taking the file and opening it up. Anything I should know before we get down to business? Only that Aurors Tonks and Shacklebolt here will be acting as my spies in the order. So if anything happens and you run into them, be aware of it. Oh, and nobody is to know of the deal, understood? Amelia received a nod from him. Good. Once you are transported to the Black family, I'll send someone I trust in full to give you all the materials on Horcruxes. You two will be working together on this one, as he also has an interest in this. Do I know this man? He asked of her. Probably. Now drink up. With a little bit of hesitation, Henry took the phial to his lips and chugged it down the throat, and not a second later, his body numbed and fell down, the last sound him hearing being his heart stopping its beating. 3 days later. His eyelids felt like they were filled with lead, and with titanic effort only did he manage to open them. He was greeted by the blurred sight of a richly decorated room, suitable for the highest nobility, with his body lying on the finest bed and almost feeling like sinking into sheets. Henry blinked a couple of times, before seeing several tubes connected to his arms, administering powerful potions into his organism. As his mind has begun to clear up from his sleep, he heard a melodic and soft voice, one that he had dreamt of hearing for years now. "Welcome back, Harry." Harry's eyes widened as he looked to his right, and the sight had nearly brought him to tears. Before him sat the young girl, with the long flowing red hair, bright emerald eyes and a beautiful face. She was dressed in deep red and black robes, adorned by black roses, with silver trimming. She looked at him with a comforting smile and, despite being younger than him, seemed to look at least as mature as he was. With welled-up tears flowing out his eyes, Harry spoke to her. "Our Rose," he openly cried when took his hand her own. "Rosie, I'm so sorry, I wasn't fast enough, Shish, Harry, shish." She softly stopped him. "I know what had happened, and you did everything you could and more. You've got nothing to apologize for. I'm just glad that you are awake now, big brother. Where are we? Is this the Grimmauld place?" he asked of her, with Rose shaking her head. "No, we aren't even in Britain now, Harry. We are in Germany, near the Alps, in Black family's private mansion." Rose informed him. "This is Auntie Cassiopeia's home. I've been living here for almost 2 years now, ever since I've learned what the Potters had wanted to do with me." "What did they do to you, Rosie?" Harry's voice began to gain strength again, with Rose looking at her brother with a sad smile. "What else do the noble and powerful houses do with their daughters?" she asked of him with a dry sarcasm. "Dumbledore arranged for me and the youngest Weasley to be betrothed, to unite the two of his greatest allies. They didn't care for my opinion, and when I openly protested and let out just what I think of them all, James didn't take it lightly, nor did his wife. I'm lucky that after what had happened to you, Auntie Cassie has been keeping an eye out for me. I'll thank her for this." Harry made a knot for himself. "Did they hurt you?" "Yeah, and badly. Auntie says that scars won't ever go away." Rose simply admitted to him, showing him her scarred left arm, covered in what appeared to be a black scorched flesh, with Harry sharply inhaling at the sight of it. "Took Auntie Cassie a whole year just to restore the ability to move it. They'll pay for this," he said in a low and threatening voice, swearing to both himself and her. "Good." A mature and powerful voice of a woman has drawn their attention. "No one dares to strike a black and live to afterwards. Had Doria or Charles lived, James and Lily would be begging for mercy. I hope that you will have none for them, Henry." Harry looked at the woman at his left, recognizing in her the features of his grandmother, though instead of light brown-colored hair of Doria reaching to her back, this woman's hair was black with small streaks of gray and reached only to the end of her neck. Her eyes were the same color as his grandmother's, warm deep green, but in them he could see fire burning. Though her face showed some signs of aging, it was a beautiful face of a beautiful woman, dressed in black and silver robes of House of Black. "Auntie Cassie, thank you, for Rosie." Harry kept his promise, with Cassiopeia giving him a small smile. "I'm in your debt." "Of course you are, my dear." She chuckled to him. "And I'll cash it in when I have my chance, but for now, you need to rest and recuperate. Azkaban has done a number on you, and while your muscles and bones are repairable, some things are even beyond me. Your eyes and hair, for instance, won't be the same as before Azkaban. Although you'll be able to regain the skin color soon enough. Fine by me. I'll think of something about the hair and eyes later." He simply said. "What's the day today, anyway?" 6th of July, dear. Less than a month since the Dark Lord has returned. Cassie said to him. "You've been officially confirmed as dead, so we'll have to now think of something for your identity, but that is something you'll be discussing with my father and not me. Is grandfather will be joining us soon?" Harry asked of them. "He will, in a few hours. Until then, there are some things to talk about." A new masculine, yet familiar voice spoke, stepping out from behind Cassiopeia to the view of Harry. "It has been a very long time, Harry Potter. The last I saw you, you were but a small jolly little boy, sitting on my aunt's lap as she read you about the adventures of Knights of the Round Table. And now, just like Galahad and the rest of them, it falls upon us two to find our accursed grails. You are the one whom Amelia sent. Harry received a nod from the man. You look somewhat like Sirius, but I've seen you before. Who are you? Someone who too, would like to see Voldemort and Dumbledore dead. The man has said to him. And as for the name, my name is Regulus. Regulus Arcturus Black, younger brother to my traitor of a brother and Voldemort's former minion. Nymphadora Tonks pushed the door open into the familial house of Black family, though it didn't seem to be a house in which a powerful and respected family like Blacks would live anymore. Walls seemed decaying and rotting, little lighting in the house, dust-filled places all pointed towards this place having been abandoned in a long time, and it really was. Even though it had a house elf looking after it, creature, the place has been dying, all because there were no masters living here, until most recently, as Albus Dumbledore has decided to reform his Order of Phoenix, with Grimmauld Place serving as its HQ. Apparently, the old coot believed that since the place officially empty, nobody would come looking here for them. Plus, with Black wards still active and Sirius being able to set up the list of guests, it seemed like a perfectly suited place for the regular meetings. Although, if Tonks was completely honest with herself, she, along with her mom and Aunt Cassiopeia, suspected that Dumbledore also wanted to get his hands on the library of House of Black, along with all the artifacts that were here. Well, too bad for them, Grandpa Arcturus had everything of such sort removed out of house, much to the ire of Sirius and his pals. The only thing of magical property remaining here was the portrait of Walburga Black, which was hidden behind the thick curtains and silenced by a charm, to prevent it from screaming bloody murder. She had heard from her Black relatives, minus Sirius, that she Walburga, whiles a prideful and willful, was still a calm and caring mother, nothing like her portrait. Nymphadora had no idea what had brought about that change, nor did she wanted to lose a night's sleep over it. Right now, she had a little spectacle to play in front of the order. As she passed through the hallway and towards the dining room, she nearly tripped, typically of her clumsiness. Next second, Nymphadora looked at the cause of her recent bout of clumsiness. Ow, creature, watch where you apparate, will ya? Tonks said to the house elf, who muttered to something to himself, before speaking up. Creature is sorry, Mistress Tonks. Creature will look out where he goes when Mistress Tonks is around. He respectfully spoke, obeying the orders of Lord Arcturus, before looked at the dining room with a sneer. Filthy blood traitor and his filthy friends is here, mistress. They talk of Dark Lord and something about in place of mysteries, but nothing about exiled master and little mistress, Shackling bolts being there as well, Mistress Tonks. Well, good to hear, and keep listening, creature. Tonks saw the elf nod to her eagerly. Remember what to do when they leave. Creature remembers and obeys, Mistress Tonks. He bowed. To her. Creature serves only the true Blacks. Mistress Tonks be needing anything else? Nah, I'm good. You go on ahead. With a pop, the elf was gone and Nymphadora went in ahead. Just as the loyal elf told her, practically the entirety of the order was already assembled here, with nearly all the Weasleys, minus Percy, Potters, with their son. Sirius and Remus, whose scarred face adorned a blackened spot on the left side of it as a reminder of his attack on Henry, stood near scarred Alistair Moody, Kingsley, who sent her a quick nod, and Hestia Jones, also greeting her with it as well. There's some faces she didn't quite recognize, but she quickly recognized two teachers of Hogwarts in here, namely Minerva McGonagall, and the scarred and partially disfigured face of Severus Snape. Even to this day, looking at the man caused shivers to run along her spine. And with reason too, as he had adorned two long wide-open scars, one running diagonally across his face, starting from right side of chin, going upwards to slashed lips, past nose and ending at forehead on left. His second scar was on his right side, a wide gash running down with half his ear slashed off. The sight of the man was somehow even worse than that of Alistair Moody, who was practically a walking talking scar himself. It's actually a miracle that Henry's spell was actually relatively weak, or otherwise, Snape would have died back in chamber, not that Tonks or many others would grieve for the man. Her musings were interrupted by the headmaster himself, standing at the head of the table, as he addressed Nymphadora. Ah, Nymphadora, most wonderful of you to make it. Please, make yourselves at home. Dumbledore spoke with his usual grandfatherly tone, causing Tonks to shift her hair's color to red from her usual pink. It's Tonks, for the 100th time now, Professor. She said with irritation, taking her place between Moody and Kingsley. Sorry I was late, everyone. Had a patrol duty in Devon, but I've got some news that you might find interesting. It's about one of Azkaban's prisoners. How curious. Dumbledore said out loud. Kingsley here himself was actually going to report us about the same thing. Why don't you go ahead first, Kingsley, my boy? Thank you. He nodded to him, before speaking up. Head of the DMLE, Amelia Bones, and I had gone to Azkaban 4 days ago. She had tried interrogating Lestranges with Bellatrix, but got nothing worthwhile out of them. Although the minister and most of the ministry seemed to close their eyes on Voldemort's return, she's actually convinced that he is back. From what I gathered out of the exchange, she seemed almost obsessed with this case. Wouldn't put it behind Melia to be more than a little personally interested in this. Mad Eye grumbled out loud. Lost practically all she loved and cared for 'cause of 'em bastards. I hear she still mourns Gabriel and her son. It didn't escape Nymphadora, Kingsley and Alistair how James's face contorted in disgust at mention of his older brother. Yeah, I remember once walking into her office, to find her crying silently, whilst holding a photo of herself and some damn handsome bloke. Hestia remembered out loud. Told me that this what she had lost in the war, a husband and a son. She also told me that if I ever spoke of it to anyone, I'd be serving night shifts in Azkaban till I start seeing ghosts everywhere. Well, if that's the case, then it sounds to me like we could actually get her on our side. Would be pretty nice to have someone of her standing with the Order, plus would really ease off the pressure on me with Remus and James. Sirius suggested. I think we should approach her, Professor. Wouldn't recommend ya do that, Black. Moody grumbled out again, his magical eye firmly locked on Sirius. Melia may hate Dark Lord and his eaters more than anyone, but I'll bet my good leg and eye that she knows about our little lunch club here, and she knows that both her brother Brian and husband Gabriel were in this group. Only reason she doesn't bust us out is 'cause she knows we are doing our best against Voldemort. Best we leave her be for now, she'll come to us if she wants on her own. Alistair is right. It wouldn't do us any good if we were to get head of the DMLE against us in these turbulent times. Dumbledore agreed, turning his attention to Nymphadora. Nymphadora, would you care to share what news you had of Azkaban now with us? 4 days ago, either before or after Boss and Kingsley here visited the Mad Trio, Warden had called the department while I was there, saying that a prisoner appeared to be dying and needed a medic to sort things out. So, I went there with my mom, since she was visiting one of her patients on the med station. Nim began talking, with Charlie interrupting her. Doesn't the Azkaban have its own medic there in place? Why would they need to call someone from the mainland? He asked confused, with some among the members thinking the same thing, before Kingsley spoke up. Wizengamot has been redirecting the budget from several of Ministry's assets towards funding certain projects. Like new sets of ministers' shoes. Kingsley stated, with everyone believing him, since it was actually the case. Azkaban is one such asset being stripped of funds and personal, including medical one. And Director, and I've heard from Warden that you were there before us, Tonks. I'll let you finish. Thanks, Shax. Nim nodded to him, before finally cutting to the chance. Anyway, the prisoner in question was locked up in the Azkaban's lowest level since his incarceration. She saw how everyone understood of whom she talked about. Mom checked him and confirmed it. Prisoner number 2849, aka Henry James Potter, is dead. A dead silence set upon the entire room, as everyone contemplated what they had just heard. Tonks knew full well the shared sentiment about Harry, knowing that the so-called light families and people had despised and hated him. Sure enough, she wasn't surprised to see James, William, Sirius, Remus, and most prominently, Snape smiling at the notion, while Lily and most of the Weasleys had taken it approvingly. Minerva, surprisingly, looked somewhat shocked and saddened at the news, though Nim believed it was because of the fact that Harry, before the entire charade with Slytherin heir, was one of her favorite students. Hestia and Kingsley had seemingly no reactions to this, but Alistair, her old mentor, surprisingly, looked infuriated and even enraged, as he took out his flask and almost violently chugged down its contents before unceremoniously wobbling out of the room. Dumbledore seemed to be contemplating something, before William finally spoke up. What's got him so worked up? Shouldn't he be glad that the bastard had finally kicked the bucket? William arrogantly stated. I'm surprised that loser had lasted this long there. Probably used some vile dark magic on himself to stay alive. Most definitely, Willie dear. Molly seconded that immediately after her future son-in-law. That ungrateful jealous boy had used his sister and my Ginny for his dark arts. I say good riddance to him in hell, although I wish I could have sent him there myself, to be honest. Get in line, Weasley. Snape sneered, without losing his creepy smile. Shame that I was there to see life finally leave his empty head. At the very least, it is comforting to know in his last moments he was probably screaming like little scared girl. Albeit that he has been crying out for his mommy to get it all to stop. Ron laughed out loud, with Sirius and some others adding up to growing anger of Nymphadora and Kingsley. Dementors must have actually taken some pity on him, since he lasted there for so long. Well, at least he and his little bi-ch sister can both wallow in hell together. What a waste, Minerva commented in a somewhat saddened voice, getting surprised looks from everyone. He was among the very best of my students when it came to transfiguration, not to mention that vivid and alive mind. Had only he had ended up in Gryffindor and not gone the dark path, I would have been more than happy to have seen him succeed me as professor for transfiguration. Such a great talent and skills, yet all wasted for nothing. I sometimes feel like it's my fault he had ended up that way. Don't blame yourself, Professor. Remus spoke to her reassuringly. Harry had long strayed away from the right path, quite possibly before he started Hogwarts. His rot would have only poisoned Hogwarts had he been allowed to teach. At least it's a good thing he was removed in his 7th year, when it was discovered just what he was up to. And yet, we do have to learn to forgive and grant peace to those that leave this world repented. Dumbledore said in his usual wise grandfatherly voice. I am sure that in his last days young Harry had repented for his sins and had asked for mercy. A shame that we will never hear his voice again, nor will we hear him repenting. Mom said that he lost the ability to speak over a year after his incarceration, due to muscle deterioration. Tonks said, barely containing her anger over the fact how everyone seemed so alright with what they had done. When I saw the body, the image of her surrogate brother in her head had caused her hair to change color from red to pale gray and her face to lose color. It was like looking at personification of death, pale, gaunt, thin, with gray pale hair and colorless eyes. Had to have a calming draft to get rid of the shudder. Well, at least we won't have to trouble ourselves with that snake ever again. James said without any trouble and actually glad. Thank you for telling us about it, Dora. Now the name of Potters will no longer be stained by that disgrace of mongrel. The very fact of him living though disowned and without name smirched us with mud. He practically spat that out. The idiot had deserved it. Shouldn't have been the jealous damned git, but who can blame him? William said without any care. After all, he could never even have hoped to come anywhere near my glory and power, so he decided to be the sneaky cowardly snake and tried to steal for himself. Every Slytherin is just like that, unable to accept their betters, and they all deserve what they get. Wasn't your grandmother a Slytherin herself? Tonks asked of William, who looked with a glare at her, joined by Lily and James. I seem to recall her being one of the kindest people I knew. Heck, she had helped Mom deliver me into this world and went as far as to die defending you and your siblings. If anything, she had deserved to live to see her grandkids get their own kids grown up, not get badmouthed by their own blood. Tonks, that's enough of you. James practically shouted at her. My mother may've seemed kind and caring, but she too had more than a few flaws, like her not accepting Lily as her daughter-in-law, or how about the fact that she and father had refused to even come on our wedding, She was a prideful and spiteful woman, all right, though she did redeem herself by standing up to him who must not be named. I'm sorry, but did I hear that right? Nim, as well as some others couldn't believe what she was hearing. Potter, that's your own bloody mother, for Morgana. Ass's sake, you're spitting on. I don't know what her problem was with your wife here, but for Merlin's sake, you can't just go and say this bile about her. Is it bile, if it's true? Lily suddenly spoke up, surprising Nim, who was starting to get really angry. That woman had refused me since the day we met. In fact, she even told me on our first meeting, that I was nothing more than a passing infatuation for James. I'm absolutely sure that she had even been raising Harry just to get her revenge on me, and it wouldn't surprise me if he had gone dark because of her. Honestly, it is a blessing that James, unlike his dear dead brothers, wasn't as close to that vile woman as they were, or otherwise, he may have perished just the same as those foolish idiots did. Lily had stopped talking when someone had forcefully pulled her back, and then slapped her across the face. "Don't you say a word about Doria and her boys, you wench." Alistair Moody growled out, shocking and astounding everyone. "I've been Michael and Gabriel's godfather and both were great lads, far greater than this damned prick here you call your hubby, and both had died so that this piece of glorified shit here could live, so don't you even dare to say anything about him." He then turned and properly punched Potter right in his mug, causing him nearly to fall. "And as for you, that woman had brought you into this world, loved and cared for you, and this is how you repay her. Doria had always loved you just as much as your brothers, if not even more, and now I see that she was so wrong to have been so lenient in her raising you." Alistair grumbled out, before spitting on the floor. "I won't stay second in this damned house, listening how you bloody mix their memory with shit and dirt, not while I listen to you spewing these damned lies about Harry. That boy was thrice the man you and your merry men could ever compare to, James, and you should be ashamed of yourself, ya filthy blood traitor." And with that said, he began to quickly wobble out of here, with practically the entire room in shock at what they saw. Only Nymphadora was able to get over her shock quickly enough to run and catch onto her former teacher, when he had left the house and was already making his way towards the dark alley to apparate. "Moody, hey, wait up, damn it." She managed to catch up to him, nearly getting out of breath. "Hey, what was all that about, Mad Eye? Don't get me wrong, I wanted to deck the Griffin out of their doors, but that's me, but what's your deal?" "My deal?" Moody instantly turned to look right in the eye of his former student, scaring her a little. "Did ya really expect me to sit and hear him spew all that damn shit about my best friend's wife and their sons? Those two boys weren't just my students or godsons, but my own in blood. My own damn blood, and now that sniveling worm dared to say this about both his son and his own goddamn mother. Wait, your blood? I don't get it, were you cousins to Charles or something?" Tonks asked of him. "Fleemont and Charles' mother, Evelyn Potter, was born Evelyn Moody, my father's younger sister. Charles and I practically grew up together, since we both were second sons to our heir brothers, but war with Grindelwald had made us heads of houses instead. We've been best maunts on our weddings, godfathers to our kids. He and Doria had even took care of my little Judy and Richard when I mourned my wife." Alistair told Tonks, who saw how tears began to fall from his one good eye. "I had watched their kids grow up and die at hands of that snake bastard, and I was always the one to tell him about it, watching how Dora had descended into utter despair at the news, with Charles losing a part of his heart. Had it not been for Harry, I doubt they would have even had the will to live, and both had died protecting him and his siblings, and now those cunts dare to spew that bile shit, after they've sent that boy to Azkaban for doing their own job. I'm sorry, I didn't know." Moody, Tonks was truly remorseful, with Alistair looking at her with a judging look, before he suddenly spoke. It's all right, Tonks. Ya got nothing to be apologizing for, I'm actually rather thankful to ya." Tonks looked surprised at him. "Harry had told me that ya and your parents had taken care of him and Lil, Rosie after Charles and Doria passed away. I'm glad that he had you there for him. Wait, how come you say Harry and not Henry?" Wait, then it dawned at Tonks. "Harry has been taking a part-time job each summer since his first year, taking care of some old geezer for a good galleon. It was you. Who do ya think had taught him how to properly send hexes and curses, his teachers at Dada? I'd be damned if I've let Charles and Doria down by not looking out for him and Rosie. Teaching him what I know and ensuring that Ministry never caught even a whiff of where Rosie and Cassiopeia are is the least I could do." Alistair smirked at the sight of shock on Tonks' face. "You think that just because I'm old I couldn't put two and two together? I always knew that Blacks, minus the Mutton, Dromeda's sisters, had cared for Harry and Rosie, and that Cassie would never let anything to happen to Rosie. She and Old Man Black are good, really good when it comes to hiding something or someone they care about, but I didn't train two bloody generations of Aurors for nothing. Plus the trace ain't so easy to remove, unless you know someone in Ministry who has a few skeletons in his closet, who could get rid of it. Wish I could have bloody well saved Harry from Azkaban, but..." He stomped down in anger. Tonks looked at her former mentor with sadness, yet in her mind, she was actually already thinking about this entire situation. She knew that Alistair and Dumbledore had been close friends in the past, but now, seeing how the Order had treated Harry and his grandparents, it was pretty obvious to her that Mad-Eye Moody was not all too eager to be working with them. Add to that the fact that he has been safeguarding Rosie without her knowledge, and she could see that instead of considering Alistair Moody as one of the most dangerous potential threats to Amelia Bones' plans, he could actually become someone who could them out. It was a gamble, and a risky one at that, but if her intuition was right. Moody, she got his attention to herself. If you were forced to choose between the Order and Harry, whom would you pick? Don't know why you are asking it now, Tonks, but the Order may've helped stop Voldemort, but because of Dumbledore and his greater good, I've watched most of my friends and my family dies right before my eyes. The only reason I even joined them now was because Albus promised me to get Harry a fair trial, but with him gone, Alistair shook his head, before looking both of his eyes on her. Why are ya asking me that, Tonks? You know, come to think about it, Harry was like a little brother to you, yet you ain't shedding any tears, no drainage of color in skin or hair, like he ain't dead to ya, Nymphadora. Were Amelia and Kingsley in Azkaban talking to Lestranges, or to Harry? He narrowed his eyes on her, with his former protege not even flinching. Best not to talk about it here. She whispered to him, looking around seeing that there was no tail following them, before she pulled out of her pocket a small metal coin and gave it to him. The password is, Bletchley Park, 10 o'clock, earlier or later, or if you bring a tail you'll regret it. I mean it, old man, if you aren't alone or tell anyone of this, you'll forget how to take a piss standing. Copy that, and Tonks. He looked her in the eye before he pulled something prolonged wrapped in a black cloth and gave it to her. Managed to save it from being snapped, with just a couple of galleons doing the good bit of talking. So when you next see him, make sure you give it back to him. A bloody good wand this one, especially in battles, but I prefer my ashen unicorn to his red oaken dragon. I will, and thank you, Alistair. With that said, she apparated out of sight, with Alistair next second to leaving London. Back in Grimmauld Place, the rest of the Order was still in shock at what they had just witnessed. It was no secret that Alistair Mad-Eye Moody had more than a few mood issues, but this was something unheard of, for Moody to lose his temper like this and physically react to it. Some of the older members of the Order, like Minerva, had known that Alistair was Charles' cousin and a very close friend to Doria, and she could understand him reacting like this. Some others, like Kingsley and Hestia, were actually glad that someone had put Potters in their place and had stopped them from spewing their bile. Kingsley had a lot of things he didn't like about Potters, especially James, and badmouthing his parents and son in such a form was something he couldn't abide for long. The majority of the Order, however, were mostly in shock and confusion at what had just transpired, with Ronald speaking up. Okay, what the hell was that? Why did Moody just go bloody murder just now? He asked no one in particular. And what's with him defending Doria and that dead snake anyway? Mr. Weasley, if you had spent less time stuffing your mouth with food and used your ears far more, you would have been perfectly able to understand why he did all this. Minerva reprimanded second youngest Weasley, before deciding to explain the situation a little bit. Mr. Moody is second uncle to Mr. Potter here, as his grandmother, Evelyn Potter, was his own aunt. Charles and Alistair were closest friends, with them and their wives being closest of friends. It is also my understanding that before Ms. Tonks, he had trained both Michael and Gabriel Potter, his godsons. Their death, as well as death of Charles and Doria, had a great impact on Mr. Moody's life, sending him on a path of vengeance against the Death Eaters. Criticizing or badmouthing them in his presence has always been a bad idea. And I had expected far better from you, James. Oh shut it, Minerva. James snapped, nursing his bruised jaw. Damn half-mad bastard, almost broke my jaw with that swing. Next time I'll see him, he'll be sorry he had raised his hand on me and Lily Flower. What right does he have to tell me what to bloody do? And what's with his deal about Harry? And where did Tonks go? Perhaps he judges you because you are his relative, and because he may've cared for the boy. Minerva practically shouted at him. Alistair has always made it clear when asked what he thought about you and Harry. It is no secret to anyone that he was with Doria and Charles when it came to your and Lily's marriage. And as for what he did, I believe that you two had deserved it somewhat. Doria had always adored and loved you, James, and she was anything but spiteful and prideful. Your words make you no honor. So you actually support what she had thought about me and Lily being together. James practically raved at what Minerva said. Do you want to know what she said to me, huh? She told me that Lily here is only after me because of my status and money, and that she'd dump me for someone richer if she had the chance. She even had stated that there was nothing that would make her a true lady of House Potter. And when my folks took Harry in, do you know what she said? She said, and I quote, "I'd never entrust you with my grandson, nor would ever allow you and James hurt him with your antics. James, let Alistair calm down, and please calm down," Dumbledore said in his usual way. Obviously, his imprisonment by Barty Crouch still haunts him and he is only starting to recover completely from it. His emotions and paranoia are getting the better of him. Right now, it would be for everyone's best interests to let Alistair cool off, as Muggles like to say it. I am sure that in a few days' time, he will return and apologize for his actions. And as for our dear Nymphadora, I'm certain she is doing her best to mend the relations between us and Alistair as we speak. I agree, James. There will be enough time to get our apologies. But, in the meantime, Lily had used her wand to fix her broken lip and swollen cheek, before continuing. We should actually focus on the fact that Harry is actually dead. I hope you remember what this means for us, right? It was then that James's eyes lit up and widened. Yeah, finally. I almost had forgotten about it, he exclaimed, surprising everyone. With the bastard gone, there's nothing stopping the goblins from finally giving us all the money. Finally we'll have it all, and Father won't do anything about it. Okay, James, what are you talking about? Sirius, as most of the order here looked confused, before Lily decided to explain. After James's parents' death, we had gone to Gringotts to the listening of their last wills. Lily began explaining. It was then that we had found out that Charles and Doria had excluded James from the line of succession as Lord Potter, and as Lord Peverell. Instead, James and I would only be Lord and Lady Fleamont, while the two most important lordships, Potters and Peverell, had actually went to our firstborn, Harry. This meant that it was actually Harry that had the full access to all of riches of House Potter and treasures of House Peverell, while James and we were left with only Fleamont fortunes. It is fortunate though that Charles and Doria had actually taken to preserving and expanding the riches of all houses. In other words, James had never been recognized as Lord Potter by family magic and goblins, since he got excluded from line of succession, and instead that right went to Harry. Remus got the affirmative nods from James and Lily. But what is this entire business about separate lordships? Potter makes sense, but Peverell and Fleamont. Father had gotten into his head an idea to see all of his sons as lords of their own houses, back when Michael and Gabriel were alive, that is. James said. Michael, as eldest, was to be Lord Potter. Gabriel, as second-born, was to become Lord Peverell after Father's death, while I was left with Lordship of Fleamont. Potters are direct descendants of Peverell, from which came our Cloak of Invisibility, one of the Deathly Hallows. And as for Fleamont, that one came from my great-grandmother and last member of Fleamont line, Felicia Fleamont. Anyway, we had tried to get the fortunes of Potters and Peverells, but goblins refused to listen to us. They didn't recognizing me as Lord Potter, nor did they care that Wizengamot had recognized me as one. Instead, they told me that I could only use money of House Fleamont, and that the will of my parents is absolute. Of course, we didn't tell anyone of our situation, and especially to Harry, since we knew that we couldn't depend on him to give it to me as his father. James told them all. However, while the money was out of our reach, there was one way that we could gain them, and that is through succession upon death, as was stated in the wills. With Henry now dead, here is now the official Lord Potter, though until he is of age and with kids of his own, it was decided to that me and Lily will fill in the roles of regents. We'll just have to visit Gringotts to sort it out, which we'll do in a few days. Yeah, I'm not looking forward to all this political meddling and the other crap, and I'm sure that Mom and Dad are far better suited to handle my lordships now that the trash is dead. William smirked, turning to Ron. So the first thing when we go to Diagon Alley, I'm getting us both with the best brooms we can get our hands on. Malfoy will be green with envy when he sees us riding those thunderbolts next match. And while the Potters, their friends and the rest of Order fell into their personal discussions, Kingsley had analyzed what he had just heard. Neither him, nor Amelia, and probably anyone else, had taken into the account that James might not actually be Lord Potter and have access to the associated riches. It was a surprise for him to learn that Henry was actually the real Lord Potter now, but this also didn't bode well for their plan. If Potters had gone to Gringotts and demanded access to the vaults, it would be completely denied to them, since goblins would be aware of Henry being alive through their own means. Once the meeting was over, he would need to contact Amelia and Tonks, and inform them of this. He could only hope that Henry and his black family would be able to come up with a good plan about it. Having finally been allowed to rise off the bed by Aunt Cassiopeia, Harry didn't waste his time, dressing up in black robes, which covered his now sufficiently healed and restored body, allowing him to move around the mansion. Such quick process of healing was made possible because of Cassiopeia's constant vigilance, dosing him with her most potent potions and even tears of phoenix, all the while keeping him in a medically induced coma, which sped up the healing. While he may have preferred to be awake for his healing in any other situation, he wasn't complaining, as this was the best sleep he had in over 2 years, literally. Now that he was looking more like a man, with more weight and meat put on his bones, with paleness of skin now less pronounced. While his muscles and traumas were still very much in poor condition, Aunt Cassie had assured him that he will be in top physical shape in no time with her healing him. The only things that were irreparable were his hair and eyes, now stuck as they were now. Yesterday he had spent the rest of the day in bed, with Regulus deciding instead of talking to him about business and letting him be with his sister. He spent the rest of the day talking to Rose, finally able to see and talk to her at last. He didn't waste another moment, with both Cassiopeia and Regulus understanding them, with the latter leaving them alone. Rose had told Harry about her life with Aunt Cassiopeia, being both her apprentice and living with her here. He was pleased to know that their auntie had took great care of Rose and made sure that she was provided both in material needs, as well as spiritual ones too. Rose had grown over these 2 years into an already impressive young witch, and he couldn't be more proud of her. However, along with joy, came rage and anger, as he had learned what Potters have done to her after he was sent to Azkaban. The very next day after the trial, James Potter announced a betrothal between her and Ronald Weasley, as well as the betrothal between his golden boy and Ginny Weasley. Harry had always suspected that James was an idiot, but this was not just idiotic, but a near-catastrophic move for House of Potters to make. Having spent countless hours studying history and traditions of ancient and noble houses, Henry understood that for House of Potter's prosperity and stability, it had to unite itself with houses of equal or stronger position, and there were enough houses to choose from: Bones, Abbott, Greengrass, Pottle, etc. Even Parkinson and Malfoy would have been good matches for children of House Potter, worthy of their position, if you don't take into account their allegiances to Voldemort. But to unite with House of Weasley, and not through 1, but 2 marriages, it was an utter madness. House of Weasley had once been a strong and prominent ancient and noble house in Britain. That all changed when Edmund Weasley, uncle to Arthur Weasley and head of the house before his father Septimus Weasley, had utterly ruined their house by attempting to force himself upon Princess Margaret, Queen Elizabeth's younger sister, using the combination of amortentia and compulsion charms. Ironically, the one who had solved this entire crisis were the royal court's sorceress and sorcerer, Doria Black and Charles Potter, who together had saved Princess Margaret from the unwanted marriage. This was not just a great shame, but one of the most devastating breaches of statute of secrecy in all 3.5 centuries since it was implemented. Entire houses were literally eradicated for lesser breaches, and it was expected that Weasleys were doomed, had it not been for Dumbledore and his "forgiveness of those that did wrong" speeches. And so, instead of destruction of the house, Weasleys lost practically all of their lands, properties and fortunes, forcing them into a burrow. To marry into a house with such stigma would mean to share it, and to have all of your children connected with it would be essentially dooming your house into an isolation from everyone in Magical World who didn't know of the breach of 1949, as it was known. And besides that, Harry clearly saw that Weasleys, especially Ronald, cared and craved for the fortunes of Potters. In fact, James and Ronald actually seemed utterly akin to one another in Harry's eyes: short-sighted, jealous and envious of others, following the orders and wishes of those they worshipped, bigoted and unable to take a no for an answer. Rose also understood it, and when she had protested and tried to plead her parents to spare her from this, James, angered by the insubordination of his daughter, decided to teach her a lesson of respect, as he saw it, via using a new curse he had learned from Sirius a long time ago. Caro Mortui, the dead flesh curse, and one of the most dangerous dark arts spells known to wizarding kind. This curse is designed to destroy and decay the flesh and organs of a person, literally decomposing it before the very eyes of a victim. In untested and untrained hands, this spell could have disastrous effects, since the result of Caro Mortui is extremely hard to reverse. Even Tears of Phoenix aren't able to fully heal the damage, since they can't work on what is dead. Only someone utterly devoid of humanity, like Voldemort, or arrogant and stupid enough, like James Potter, would ever even dare to use this curse. Rose had been subjected to that spell for a whole week, losing bit by bit the ability to use her left arm, as her nerves and muscles deteriorated into a blackened and rotting meat. By the time James was, Rose wasn't able to use her left arm, and what's worse, the rotting and dead flesh had brought with it infections into her organism, which wrecked and devastated her even more. Rose had told him of being half delusional, burning all up inside when August came, with her parents not even calling for a medic, since it would expose their crimes brought upon the girl. She would have died before the first snows fell, had it not been for Cassiopeia and her knowledge of dark curses and ways of countering them, as well as healing charms and potions. Unfortunately, the cost for Rose was that she no longer had any feeling of her left arm and couldn't even sense with it, as it was effectively just dead flesh. The movement of it was achieved through a complex reanimation rune set that Cassiopeia had placed on Rose, allowing her the usage of it. If Henry had wanted to destroy the Potters before, then now he would see it burn and turned into ashes, alongside with Weasley's, who had the gall to hit and berate his sister for truth. He will personally see to it, that the names of James, Lily and William Potters were remembered as the reminders to every wizard, witch and magical creature alive of what it means, to burn in fires of hell. The Weasleys, Dumbledore and the rest of them will also pay for their parts in his and Rose's torment. He had 2 years in Azkaban to think of ways on how to punish them. Now he had to think of something even more fulfilling. He slowly came to the wooden door into his grandfather's study, before quietly opening it and stepping inside slowly. Though he was able to move around, he was still adjusting quite a bit to his limbs' newfound mobility and strength. Henry stepped inside, to see 3 persons sitting on the sofas around a low table. Chief among them was a tall man, with short gray hair and darker shade of gray eyes, high cheekbones and thick nose, dressed in traditional black and golden robes of House Black. He looked nearly as old as Dumbledore, but instead of weakness, Henry saw power, strength and determination coming from the eyes and face of Arcturus Black, head and patriarch of House of Black and his great-grandfather. He, along with the other 2 persons, rose up from their seats to greet Henry. To his left stood a tall man with similar gray eyes, with short black hair. His cheekbones were about as high as Arcturus, but his chin was thinner and a bit more angular, along with his jaw being not as wide, added by a more narrow and slightly longer nose. He was dressed in more of Muggle-styled clothing, with his black jacket, white shirt underneath it, black pants and shoes. He bore some resemblance to Sirius, but in Henry's eyes, Regulus looked like a more dignified and stronger man than his older brother, along with being admittedly better on the eyes instead of his roguishly looking brother and his unkempt hair and looks. It was as if Regulus was actually an older brother to Sirius, though looking younger than the dog Animagus. The third person, however, was someone that had forced Henry to almost take a step back. It was a woman, and a witch, seeing as she was dressed in tight black and crimson robes, showing her quite appealing figure, with large and developed chest, wide hips and a waist, that while couldn't be classified as hourglass but definitely looked most appealing and slim. And while all this was enough to draw interest from most, what startled Henry and froze him up, was the face of the woman, with her eyes and hair. Greenish bright eyes, with luscious red hair, and a face of one Lily Potter. Shaking slightly, he began to take steps away from them, causing the 3 to get worried. With a bit of shaking voice, Henry spoke. "Who is this?" He spoke, with his voice dripping with both fear and anger, with Regulus and Arcturus taking place in front of now slightly frightened woman. What game are you playing with me? What is Lily Potter doing in here? Harry, please, you need to calm down. Arcturus spoke to him, with his tone being that of placation, but to no avail. I should have known. It's just another one of those nightmares, he said in a somewhat delusional way, now scaring those near him. I'm in my cell in Azkaban, with dementors deciding to torment me. Again, how very clever of them, but foolish. I now know what that this is all their work, and it won't work on me anymore. He cried out, when he suddenly reached behind him and took an iron rod, used for the fireplace. Arcturus, Regulus and the red-haired woman immediately reached out to their wands and were even ready to fire disarming and stunning spells, when he began to march upon them with a crazed look. Just as he was just a couple of meters away from them, Cassiopeia and Rose barged into the room, looking worried. When they saw Henry going towards the blacks, Cassiopeia reacted immediately, getting her wand out and sending a spell. Confundus Reversio. The next second, Henry blinked a couple of times, before dropping the rod and nearly slumping onto the floor, only to be caught by Regulus. What happened, he said, as the conscience had returned to him. I was just opening the door, and then. I feared that this might happen. Cassiopeia motioned Regulus to sat Henry onto a sofa, before she handed him a calming draught, which he drank. Former prisoners of Azkaban, especially those that have been placed in the most dementors-infested areas for a very long time, have been known to lapse into a demented state when confronted with something that could agitate extremely negative emotions. In that state, they believe that they are still in prison, and all they see is just another bad memory. It's something akin to being confounded to the extreme level. In other words, he had such reaction because of her. Arcturus looked at the redhead, who looked a little bit ashamed at the moment. Do not take it personally, and don't feel any shame, as you are not to blame. You do bear an uncanny resemblance to the woman that has made his childhood and life miserable. Cassiopeia, is it curable? It's more in the lines of mind and psychology, a muggle science for soul and mind trouble. Best I can prescribe a rest, recovery and, once I can see that he is well enough, restoration of his occlumency shields. After that, there won't be any relapses, and for now, Henry will be fine, but just in case, we'll be keeping you company. Cassiopeia said, with her and Rose taking seats on right and left of Henry respectively. Once he had calmed down and his head had cleared up, Henry looked up at the woman again, now taking in on her appearance and features with greater detail. It was now that he could see the definite differences between this woman and Lily Potter. Her hair were not like that of Weasley red, but instead were of a deep red, close to crimson and color, flowing down past her neck. Her facial features were softer and more refined in a way, but not diminishing her beauty. Her eyes, however, were actually not green, but more along the lines of blue, with lighting showing them in a more greenish way. She looked at him with a concerned look, before Henry spoke directly to her. I'm sorry, I didn't mean or want to harm you in any way, and I apologize for scaring you. He said with a bow to her. And, I am sorry to have mistaken you for my mother. Henry nearly spat that word out, though none seemed all that concerned about it. It is all right, dear. I was only worried about you there. She smiled to him softly, as they all sat down. And I am not offended by this. Regulus did say that you might do so, and I'm sorry to have startled you. Now, I am sure that introductions are in order now. Regulus, do you mind doing the honors? Of course, dear. He nodded to her, turning to Henry. Henry James, I would like to introduce you to my wife and mother of my children, Faye Rosemary Black, née Stewart. Faye, this is Henry James, formerly Potter, and son of Lily. Yes, as I've gathered already. She said, turning to look at Henry, who had a somewhat surprised look to himself. Why the surprised look, dear? Or are you that surprised to finally see your first relative on mother's side? She gave him a slightly sly smile. Mothers, what are you talking about? She is a muggle-born witch, with no ties to the wizarding world before. Henry objected, with Arcturus almost snorting at this one. And yet she struts around like she is one of us. As much as I would like to admit this to be falsehood, Freya speaks the truth, boy. Arcturus admitted to him. Lillian Potter, or as she was once known by her birth name, Freya Lillian Stewart, was actually born to William James Stewart and Maria Guinevere Stewart, née Pruitt, Faye's older sister, and a fully pure-blooded witch, with her being a descendant of founders of Ilvermorny Magical Academy and even Godric Gryffindor, if rumors are to be true. How come she still claims to be a muggle-born, if she has such a strong line? And how come this is the first time I ever heard of this? Henry asked of them, with Faye answering to him. Because she really was raised by the Muggles, and our family had refused to take her back. She told him. When Lily was 5 years old, I was around 3 years old at the time, our parents have taken her to visit our mother's family, Pruitts. Sadly, their trip ended in a tragedy. They had been killed by the supporters of Voldemort, for their refusal to become part of his then-forming group. Lily managed to somehow survive, and was placed into an orphanage and later adopted into an Evans family, though we had believed her to be also dead. I was raised by the provisional head of my house, my father's younger brother, as I was now recognized as the heiress of House Stuart, and he was my regent. As the last will of my mother, I went to Hogwarts instead of Ilvermorny, where I had found my sister Freya, or as she now called herself, Lily. Initially, I was elated and happy to have met my older sister and had even written home about her. Lily seemed so delighted and happy, especially when I told her of our status as heiresses. Faye continued. When my uncle had found out from me about Lily, he had come to Hogwarts. She had always remembered of her magical origins, but she didn't know of us being heiresses, but when she had learned, it changed her, for the worse. Our uncle had recognized her as Freya Stuart, but he didn't hurry to recognize her as the heiress instead of me. He told me later that he felt her to be not well suited for that role, and had opted to wait until her graduation from Hogwarts, till making the decision. Unfortunately for her, one thing had destroyed any and all possibilities of her being taken back into family. You, Henry. You mean, then it came to him. She got knocked up by James Potter in her 6th year, out of wedlock. I became the reason she was exiled from the family, am I correct? Yes. Faye confirmed to him. She was stripped of the names of Stuart and Pruitt, and after that, we fell out, very badly. I've already been in bad relations with Potter and his friends, despite being sorted into Gryffindor, but after that, it had gotten really bad, to the point that I had nearly ended up in hospital because of a Grim attacking me. Had it not been for Regulus here, I don't even know what would have happened to me. Sounds just about right about Marauders, wouldn't surprise if she used them to take revenge on you. Henry sighed, before turning his eye to Regulus. I'll take a wild guess and say that you two have been together since then, am I right? Earlier, actually. We've been in the same year, and though we got sorted into different houses, Faye was my first real friend in Hogwarts. Someone, who saw not a younger brother of Sirius Black, or a true heir of Black, or a snake, but Regulus Black, a shy, scared and overly pressured kid with too much on his mind. She always stood up for me before others, often going against her own house, and, well, it wasn't long until we fell for each other. That incident with Sirius attacking had been the catalyst for us to confess to each other. He looked with a loving gaze at his wife, until his facade had saddened and he let out a sigh. But, as one would expect with the family like mine, it wasn't all sunshine and flowers for us. You mean your family didn't support your choice? He glanced at Arcturus, who had a scowl upon his visage. My idiot of a son, Orion, and that demented hag, Walburga, had somehow gotten in their heads that the best for Regulus was to become bootlicker for Voldemort. He angrily spat out the name, disgust and rage coming out him. Fools, it was bad enough that Sirius had turned his back on our name and traditions, and then those two had the gall to practically sell their last son to that half-blooded bastard as a minion. No Black has ever kneeled or bowed to any self-styled lord or lady, neither dark, nor light. Our house has always stood apart from it all, yet those two imbeciles had forced our last male heir to be branded as a beep. Arcturus' rant had cleared something up for Henry, though he still had some questions, which Regulus decided to answer. Back then, I was a different man, not like what I am now. I won't deny it, Henry. I did take the dark mark upon my flesh and was proud of it. He rolled up his sleeve on the left arm, showing a nasty-looking burn, right where his mark had been. Before I had burnt it off myself, I did it out of my free will, to please my parents and to hopefully get their approval for my and Faye's marriage. I honestly thought that it would for the best to us all. And I did tell you that you shouldn't have done it, Reg. Faye said to him in a sad tone, with him nodding to her, while she continued. After we've finished Hogwarts, our relationship, with Regulus' parents' obsession with Voldemort and Regulus taking the dark mark, it nearly had fallen apart, especially when I learned of what Death Eaters were actually doing. It was too much and I pleaded and begged Regulus to give it all up and run away with me, but sadly, I was a damn dumb git to listen to the woman I loved. Only after I actually went on my first mission did I realize just what I now was a part of. He closed his eyes, seeing the scene happening before his eyes once again, before continuing. My parents had always told me about the purity of blood and how muggles were vermin, and while I didn't enjoy them, I didn't wish any harm to them. I simply didn't give a damn about them, but that night, when I saw what my cousin Bellatrix and her husband were doing to those kids, it was then that I understood that I need to get out of them. And so you escaped, faking your death? Henry asked of him, with Regulus shaking his head. Not quite. About a week after, Voldemort had ordered me to lend him my house elf, Creature, for whatever reason. I didn't know what it was for, but something told me that I shouldn't have done so, and when I called him back, I learned something that I shouldn't have. Regulus said to Henry. Creature told me about a cave with a black lake, infested by Inferi inside of it, and a rock in the middle of it with a basin, filled with poison. And on the bottom of that poisonous basin, was hidden a locket. A locket that once belonged to Salazar Slytherin and has been turned by Voldemort into something that was against the very nature of things. You know what I am talking, Henry. A Horcrux, Henry said with a mortified voice, with Regulus nodding to him. That's why. Amelia said it was you who would help me with Horcruxes. You were the one who found out about them first, didn't you? Yes, and to make up for my mistake of taking that damned mark, went to that cave. Creature had guided me there, and I've managed to get around the traps, thanks to what he told me of them. However, after I emptied the basin and switched the locket with a fake one, I didn't account for Voldemort taking into consideration that someone would actually get this far. Regulus told Henry. Before I knew it, Inferi had surrounded me and began to drag me to the bottom of the lake. I had ordered Creature to take the locket and apparate out of there, but it turned out that my house elf had some additional orders in regards to me. He sent a look to Arcturus, with Henry understanding what he meant. You ordered Creature to transport Regulus to you, should his life be in danger. Henry asked of him, with Arcturus nodding to it. I would have been a poor head of the house if I let one of the last relatively sensible blacks to die on my watch. Arcturus stated as a matter of a fact. After Creature informed me about this entire business with Horcrux, I've made preparations, contacting Doria and Charles, knowing that they would be the best to deal with Horcrux. When Regulus appeared with the locket, all was ready, and your grandparents have done their part excellently. And now it was the time for me to deal with my prodigal grandson. He told me that after this entire debacle with Voldemort and Death Eaters, I could no longer stay in England. Regulus continued. I had a choice to make. Either I leave Britain, and start a separate branch of House Black in different country, or I stay and die. Since I knew that if I stayed, either Voldemort or my own parents would kill me after they found out about my treachery. And so I chose to leave it all behind, with Faye. It took a great deal of apologies, but we finally were happy and out of country, together. And the fact that I was with our first child had helped to stir this idiot in the right direction. Faye giggled a little, before deciding to finish their tale. We moved to Salem, with Regulus and me marrying right after we arrived. Members of my house didn't take lightly the choice of my groom, but I made a compromise. I gave up my right as heiress to my uncle, as he had quite a few children and grandchildren already, while allowing me and our children to remain as part of House Stuart through me. He agreed to it, and after that, we've enjoyed near 16 years of peace and happiness. I became a happy mother of 5, 2 sons and 3 daughters, while Regulus here has made a splendid career first as an Auror in Makusa, and after 10 years of distinguished service, he became a teacher of defense against the dark arts in Ilvermorny. He was even awarded Order of Merlin 3rd class for his good service, as well as saving his entire class from Dementors when they were on their trip to Britain a couple years ago. Regulus didn't look shy or ashamed at all, simply chuckling to it. Don't bloody know why the hell Ministry sent those damn things out to catch Pettigrew, but long story short, a big chunk of them picked up on my students and tried to snack on them. A Patronus and a diplomatic crisis later, and I got me a whole new medal. Regulus simply stated, with Henry chuckling to it. Anyway, I wish it was the last time I actually had to visit Britain. But, it would seem that there is no rest for the wicked. While I may have burnt off my mark and was no longer connected to him, I somehow knew that something was wrong and there was a storm coming. And it came, when 2 weeks ago, grandfather here had appeared in our home and told me and Faye just 2 words, he is back. As much I may loathe Pollux and his spawn Cygnus, I do have a semblance of tolerance for his youngest daughter, Narcissa, as she is a black, though a failed one at that. I do keep in touch with her, mostly out of courtesy. Nothing like our relations with Andromeda, but still, Arcturus spoken up in his authoritative voice. We sometimes exchange letters, with her being interested in her sister Andromeda's life and other things. A day after that tournament had ended, I've received a letter, in which she had suddenly decided to ask me for sanctuary for her and her son Draco. Her reasoning was enough for me to realize that the job Regulus and you've done separately was not enough. If he has returned, then that could only mean one thing, he has more than 2 Horcruxes. And until all of them are found and destroyed, the half-blooded bastard won't finally die. Henry concluded, before letting out a sigh. You want me to find them and destroy them, just like Amelia does. But what I would like to understand is why you are so interested in this, grandfather. Call it a lapse of stupidity, but do enlighten me. Same goes for you too, Regulus. As you wish, but I expect that lapse to be the only one I see from you, Henry. Arcturus sternly told him. Apart from the fact that I have no desire to kneel and throttle before anyone, there is also the fact that he has become an enemy to House Black with what he has done. He made Bellatrix into a rabid dog that deserves only to be put down for good. Because of him, I saw an entire generation of House Black destroy our pride and smirch our honor with mud. He had the gall to make members of my house into his beeps with that mark of his. But worst of all, he dared to spill my blood. First, with my grandsons Michael and Gabriel, then with my son Marius, and he finished it with my dear daughter Doria. I've fought and killed wizards and witches that have done me less, but this coward has certainly made himself an enemy of House Black. And until I see his broken, bleeding heap of a body lying before my feet, begging for mercy, I will not rest. And as for Dumbledore, that man is just as guilty for my house's misfortunes, as is his creation, so he deserves my ire and wrath. Is that a reason good enough for you, boy? Quiet. Henry nodded, turning to Regulus, who spoke up. Apart from what he said already, there is more for me to lose this time if he wins. If he is allowed to win, then he won't stop at Britain, or Europe. He won't rest until everyone has submitted to him, both the magical and mundane worlds would bow to him, or burn for him. And make no mistake, Henry, he doesn't give a damn about purebloods, half-bloods or muggleborns. He only wants one thing, power. And he'll either subjugate, or destroy anyone who might pose even the slightest threat. Regulus said to Henry, I thought I had finished him off with his Horcrux and I had thought it was the end. But, after what Rose here has shown me, I understood that I had to see this through, to the end. And this is not just because of a notion of guilt over what I did, and believe me, I regret it every single day of my life. No, it's about making sure that this son of an inbred squib and some never had to haunt the lives of my children. It's about putting a stop to the monster that Albus Dumbledore had made and is incapable of putting down. Regulus said with determination and strength. While Gryffindors may be too afraid of even saying his name, and those so-called snakes are ready to his ass, I for one would like to remove him once and for all, him and Dumbledore, along with his posy of phoenix-loving idiots. A true Slytherin doesn't bow and fear in front of a threat, but eliminates it through guile, cunning and determination to achieve his ambitions. I say it's time to put them to good use here. Does that satisfy your curiosity, nephew? It does. Henry agreed with him. All right, I was already sold on having to deal with them both. I just needed to know why you all want it so badly, can't work with those that aren't in, till the bitter end. Arcturus actually chuckled at this one. Finally, it would seem the grandson I was hoping to get out of Azkaban is showing himself at last. Arcturus commented, before changing the subject back to business. We have less than 2 months before the next year in Hogwarts starts, so we best make most of that time. Cassiopeia and Rose will oversee your full recovery, while Regulus and I will finish whatever education you've started out in Hogwarts. As for our lovely Faye here, she will do whatever she wishes to do with you in whatever capacity she sees fit. And in the meantime, boy, I expect you to put that mind of yours to good use. Will do, but what is this about the deadline? Is Regulus will be going back to Ilvermorny? Regulus let out a frustrated sigh, before answering that one. I wish, but fate decided to deny me that pleasure, he stated with strained voice. Remember Faye told you about the incident with Dementors. Dumbledore has caught a whiff of it in my continued existence on the other side of the globe. When he found out about me being a professor of Dada with near 6 years worth of experience and 10 years as an American Auror, he decided to add me into his staff as the next professor of Dada. Can't you decline? You are a member of the American Magical Society, not British one, not to mention you've been in Ilvermorny for such a long time. Rose asked of him, with Regulus shaking his head. Had this been purely up to me, I would have sent him to his phoenix's bottom, but, current president of Makusa wishes to strengthen relations between our communities, and as a part of this diplomacy, there is an exchange of teaching experience, added at the suggestion of his respected friend Albus Dumbledore. And so I, as a born Brit, former student of Hogwarts and one of the best Dada professors, was asked to represent America and its education program in Hogwarts. Regulus stated to them. To make the matters even worse, I am to also move back to Britain with my whole family, and 3 out 4 of our kids will be in Hogwarts this year, being invited there as exchange students. Under normal circumstances, I would have protested to this assignment, but the president and headmaster of Ilvermorny have made it clear to me that this was not something to be discussed or disputed. I suspect that Dumbledore had used some kind of a leverage on them both, which is something quite in his style. As much as it may seem to be a detriment to us, this is actually something we will be able to use to our advantage. Arcturus said in a thoughtful manner. With Regulus so close to Dumbledore, we will have an additional source of information about his actions and schemes, plus a channel to Voldemort's cohorts through Snape and their children. In addition to that, we will have all of Death Eater's children well within targeting range. You are not suggesting using innocent children as hostages and leverages, Lord Black, are you? Faye looked utterly appalled and horrified at the idea. If you do this, then how are you better than Voldemort and Dumbledore? There is no need to actually make them into ones, Faye. Henry spoke up, getting her attention. Just a hint or a notion of it will be enough for any Death Eater with an heir or heiress in Hogwarts to think twice about their actions. Though, you might want to get rid of the curse placed on that posting, just for your own health. It's actually a curse. Regulus blinked a couple of times. Shit, and I thought it was just a very unlucky post to be in. Anything about the curse I might need to know of, and how did you figure it out? Read Dark Lasting Curses, by Corvinus Lestrange, and you'll get the gist of it. As for how, just seemed to be the only sensible and logical thing possible with it. Henry explained to everyone, and would have continued, had they not heard the flow lit up, and a loud thud with loud cursing followed after that. As everyone stood up and walked towards the source of the beep language and noise, none were all too surprised to see who the progenitor of it all was. Right outside of the flow place was plastered on the floor Nymphadora Tonks, who was now rising up on her feet and muttering to herself, caring not that she might be heard. I swear it's like every flow is out there to get me, she said as she dusted herself off, before seeing everyone. Oh, watch her everyone. What, never seen a Metamorphomagus plastered up on the floor with her bum up in the air? Only every other day with you. The rest of time it's seeing you on your bum and your knockers out in the open from your blouses. Henry replied, with Faye and Rose giving him scandalized looks, while Nymphadora openly laughed at that one. Blimey, Harry, that's a good one. She looked at him with a smile on her face. Now you are starting look like a man again, though you could do with some more meat and coloring, but it's definitely a great improvement over what I saw in Azkaban. Also, did my knockers keep you awake at nights, or did they warm you into sleep, Tilda? She asked in a bit of sultry tone. I'll neither deny, nor admit that one. Harry simply stated to her. But I will admit that I did think of you far more than of any other girl of my year or close one from Hogwarts. Oh really, I must have left quite the impression on you, if you couldn't get me out of your thoughts. Nym practically winked at him. Well, it is hard to get the girl out of your mind, especially since she had landed with her soft bum on top of me in her last year, after slipping on a wet floor. Henry gave her a small smirk. And the fact that your girls smothered me like there was no tomorrow didn't help the matter. Are they always that way to each other, or is this something like a special occasion for them? Faye asked of Rose, who shrugged her shoulders at that one. Honestly, I don't even know with these two. Rose honestly admitted. I thought at first they were a thing, but then they didn't turn out as such, but then they always would get all sultry and open about it all. Personally, I think that these two kids need to finally grow up and ask each other out, or in extreme case, just find a free room and get all the tension worked out of their system. That's not a very healthy way for a 14-year-old to think. Regulus admitted out loud, while Harry and Nim continued their chatting, flirting. Lyra is the same age, and all I hear her talk and think about are the cute boys, new fashionable clothing and other normal stuff. You on the other hand. I've lived in a house where aside from my big brother, the most affectionate person towards me was a house elf. I've learned pretty early on that I didn't mean much to my parents and that all I was for them was just someone to sell off like cattle. Rose bitterly told him, like Harry, if I didn't grow up fast, I wouldn't be able to live past what they had done to me. She rubbed her left arm. And, it doesn't concern you that they are, well, related? Faye asked of Rose, who shook her head. What really bothers me is that my brother a walking girl's magnet, at least he was. I don't want him to catch himself some empty-headed bimbo with just long legs and big bust to show. With Nim, she's got both the body, and the mind, and I know that she'd take really good care of him. So nope, doesn't really concern me. Rose stated in an unnaturally adult way, with Cassiopeia casting the stunned Faye a slight smirk. I see that Aunt Cassiopeia has been having a very profound effect upon you. Regulus commented. You will have all the time in the world to chat and flirt with each other later. Arcturus stopped the two, getting their universal attention. Nymphadora, what news do you bring about the Order? Did they believe that Henry is dead? Oh, they believed that one all right, old man. So much so, in fact, that I had to restrain myself from strangling them when they all had those happy grins on their faces. Nymphadora said with disgust. Nobody had questioned anything, although McGonagall seemed really upset about your death, while Moody was outright livid and furious. Apparently, you were one of Minnie's favorite students, even considered as her replacement in the future, Harry. Fat chance of that ever happening. As much as I may respect Minerva for her teaching skills and experience, she had allowed her entire house to run amok with bullying, pranks and debauchery in some cases. Harry crossed his arms on his chest. She's got her head so deep in Dumbledore's ass that she didn't even give a shit about me being abused and harassed, not just Gryffindor, but also Slytherin and even my own head of the house, no matter how many times I had tried pleading to her for help. Her response was always the same, inform Snape, and have him deal with Slytherin, while Gryffindors get away with a slap on the wrist. And that man has always hated my guts just because I was a bloody Potter and the reason, in his twisted mind, he lost Lily Potter. It was so bad, that I had to pass my potions owl and newt with Horace Slughorn on my Christmas holidays in my 5th and 7th year. Yeah, I get you. Nim agreed with him. I did almost lose it when Potters began to badmouth Auntie Doria, though. What did that imbecile, his whore, and their spawn had to say about her? Arcturus asked in a cold and dangerous tone of voice. That she was prideful, spiteful and generally a bad person. Even accused her of making Henry making a dark wizard. Nim told them, with Harry snorting at this one. Alistair didn't listen to that for long, and had slapped Lily and punched James before dressing them both down for what they said about her and you. By the way, care to tell me why you've never mentioned that Moody has been training you, him? Because it's Moody, and you know how he is. Harry simply said to her, with Nim nodding to him. Yeah, sounds about right. She let out a sigh. He also told me that he knows about Rose and her being with House Black. Think we might have to thank him for cleaning up any tracks we might have left. From what I gathered, he's not too happy with the Order, Dumbledore, and most of all, with Potters, so I've decided to try and get him on our side. Think he might be with us, Harry. Honestly, I would have been surprised if he wasn't with us sooner or later. The man often told me about my grandparents and how James with Lily utterly disgraced what they had built. Harry simply stated to Nim, with her pulling out her jacket, a prolonged clothed object, before giving it to Harry. Did you buy me a wand in the Nocturne Alley? Nope, this one's from Moody. Open up. She smiled to him, as Harry opened it up, only to see his good old wand, with a look of surprise written on his face. He managed to get before it was snapped from someone in charge of it. I've checked, and there's nothing of any sort of trace or tracking charm on it, ministry put or otherwise. For all intents and purposes, this wand has been long snapped and burned in the boiling rooms. 14 inches, red oak, really good wood, best used in duels and fights. Faye commented in a knowledgeable way. Usually it's used with unicorn hair, making the spells more consistent, but I heard dragon heartstring is actually a better match, since it increases the power of spells, with red oak already being very good at stabilizing the spells. Ollivander told me the same thing when I got me this wand in his shop. Harry said in a bit of nostalgic way, holding his wand and watching it, before lowering it. Thank you, Nim. When you see Moody, tell him that I owe him a big one. Hey, you are a family to me and my folks, so don't mention it. Nim smiled softly to him. Black family always together, in best of times and through the worst of them, as Mom likes to tell me. It is actually comforting that at least one of Cygnus' daughters remembers what being a black actually means, unlike her older and younger sisters. Arcturus commented out loud. One is nothing more than a loyal attack dog, who married into our historically rivaling family, while the other has chosen a Malfoy for her husband and has birthed a weak-willed, gullible buffoon, who doesn't even understand what being a true Slytherin means. And she had the mordacity to call him Draco, a name reserved for the powerful and strong-willed member of our family, not a cowering, throttling, assing Malfoy. Arcturus practically spit that name out of his mouth. Never quite understood what your problem with the Malfoy family is. They are an old family, almost as old as us Blacks, and they are purebloods. And yet, when it comes down to respect, I saw you treat Dromeda's husband like he is a pureblood himself, while Lucius is like the lowest mudblood in your eyes. Regulus commented out loud. Yeah, what gives, Grandpa? Not that I'm complaining, but it's just kinda bonkers that you and my dad actually get along, since, well, he's a Muggleborn. Nim asked of him, Arcturus with curiosity. As much as I may've preferred Andromeda's husband to be someone from a strong ancient and noble house, this one is an exception. Your mother may not have told you, but that idiot Cygnus had tried to marry her off to the younger of Lestranges, therefore squandering a very good possibility for future alliances, since it would doing us no favors to have both of black daughters and married into one family. Arcturus spoke up. I've always disliked the Lestrange family, especially those two brothers. Obviously, your mother had been against it, as she was already seeing your father, which soon became public knowledge. In any other circumstances, I would have long made sure Edward had disappeared for good, but then, something had occurred that had changed my opinion of him. Rabastan, if that's his name, after having a good bit of drinks, decided to claim Andromeda's honor and innocence for himself, and was close to doing so, had it not been for Edward and his vicious spellcasting. Lestranges were livid, with Rabastan even going to as far as to duel Edward in public for Andromeda. The look on that mutt's face when he was soundly beaten and defeated by Edward still brings a smile to my face. Wow, I knew that my dad had been a hit wizard for long time after Hogwarts and even thought to become an Auror, but to go so far for Mom, Nim sounded amazed, with Regulus looking impressed as well. Guess I now understand where I go my badass side from. Rabastan may've not been in the same leagues as Dolohov, Snape, Bella, or even his older brother Rodolphus, but he was no pushover either. I saw him once duel a pair of Aurors and he made it look almost easy, and those Aurors were not greenies, but definitely with a few years and bodies behind their ears. Regulus commented, before turning to Arcturus. You always did admire and like those that stood up for our family members, didn't you? Even if they are not of noble descent. Why else would do you think I'd ever give Andromeda my blessing to marry him, as well as bless your and Faye's marriage? Arcturus asked of him. Being ready to stand and fight for what you care and love, as well as not backing down is a mark of a strong character, something Lucius Malfoy nor his father Abraxas could never do. Edward may not have been the most suitable candidate for Andromeda's hand at the beginning, but I've grown to respect him, as him being a husband to Andromeda has brought in strong blood and magic in form of you, Nymphadora. Always one to care about the strength of our blood, Gramps. Nim chuckled, before she felt one of her pockets getting warm, making her reach out for it and pull out a folded parchment. Hold up a sec, I'm getting a message from Bones. Give me a few sec to read and reply to her. She also took out a small self-inked quill and read the message. What is it? Some kind of two-way connected communication parchment? Henry asked no one in general, with Regulus answering to this one. It's called instant message parchment, or IMP for short, and it works a bit more complex than that. These parchments are connected with each and every other parchment of same kind, so you can send a message to various people, including in multiple numbers, if they have this kind of parchment. The way it works is that each wizard that has it fills the role of a receiver to parchment by writing his or her name next to the term receiver. If it wants to send a message one or more people, he writes first to whom the message is sent, next to send to whom, and then the message itself. After that you say, message delivered, and it disappears once you read it, or you say, message ready, and it gets sent. Regulus explained the entire concept. It's a really popular thing in the Americas and lots of other countries, and it has been around since the late 1930s. Makusa, Ilvermorny and many other magical establishments use them as an effective alternative to owls, since they are easy to make, get the message within a second's time and cost just a few nuts more than a normal parchment. Most, if not all, of my students in Ilvermorny use them to write home to their parents. Though why the hell doesn't Britain have something like that already? This sound like something ministry would die for to have, not to mention all the Hogwarts kids. Henry asked in bewilderment after hearing of such a useful and practically dirt cheap thing. No offense, Henry, but when it comes to technological and social developments, magical Britain is seen by most other countries as a backwater and even antiquated country, a stubborn old man, that refuses to get on with the times. Regulus admitted to Henry. Most of the magical communities around the globe are making sure to keep up with the times, adapting and accepting more of mundane world's traditions, technologies and concepts. Even this parchment is a response to the mass production of radio and telephones by non-magicals, which relay information at far greater speeds. And that's only the small part of the advancements, both in technologies and in societies. Right now, most of the world's wizards enjoy equal rights, be they mundane-born, or half-bloods, or purebloods, and it is absolutely okay with everyone, not to mention that the entire concept of hating non-magicals for who they are has long become really unpopular. Only Britain persists and refuses to get on with the times. To be quite honest with you, the Ministry, British wizards and witches, and Hogwarts are now seen by most as jokes. The only reason why no one openly states that is a semblance of respect to Britain, for its place in history of magic. Somehow, I am not even surprised to hear that. Henry commented to him, turning his attention to Tonks, who had finished reading the message and wrote the response back. Message ready. And after that she looked up and spoke up. Okay, I've got us some good news and some bad news. Don't ask me to start with bad, I'll start with good first. Harry, did you know that your grandparents had actually made you Lord Potter instead of James, and that you are actually the rightful head of House Potter and all their assets, including all their money and stuff? Of course not. Had I known about that, I would have long kicked James, Lily and Will out of the house and family. Henry stated to her, I always assumed that Charles and Doria left no last will, so James was the inheritor of it all, and there was no reason to doubt. I mean the man had spent 2,500 galleons once just to have a broom be made for him. He knows nothing about earning them, only how to spend them in outrageous amounts. If he wasn't the Lord Potter, then where did he get the money? He was probably spending the money from House Fleamont's vault, to which he was entitled to after Charles' death as per his last will. Cassiopeia spoke up. Doria told me that he had wanted to have all of his sons well off after their passing, so he decided to revive both the Peverell and Fleamont houses, through Gabriel and James respectively, but we all know how it ended up now. And while Wizengamot may have recognized James as Lord Potter, the family magic and goblins do not see him as one. Arcturus looked at Henry. I should have known that Charles and Doria wouldn't leave you without the inheritance. It is, however, strange that the accountant of Potters in Gringotts didn't inform you about your status, nor did you receive any monthly updates on your assets and wealth. I suspect the hand of Dumbledore and Potters in this. Yeah, and while this is good, here's the bad bit of news. Nim spoke up again. Now that they believe you are dead, they are planning to take a trip to Gringotts in a few days and get William recognized as next head of House Potter, with his parents as regents. If they go there, they'll know that Henry is alive and kicking. Damn it, and that's not something that we need at this moment. Henry cursed under his breath, before turning to Cassiopeia. Aunt Cassie, am I good enough in your book for travels outside of mansion? Well, normally I wouldn't permit it, but since we are having an emergency, I'll give you a strengthening potion, along with few of my own making, so you'll be good to go. Cassiopeia received a nod from Henry. I'm assuming that you have some sort of plan in your head already forming. Do I need to remind you, that whatever grievances and grudges you have with the Potters are insignificant in the face of preserving your status as a legally dead man? I know. Henry growled out a little, but calmed down a little bit quickly enough. Could you get them here so we can depart as soon as possible, along with robes for outside walk, if you may? I will, dear. But, make a habit out of that, Harry, and I'll make sure that next time I have to treat you, you'll have no painkillers. I am Europe's finest Medowitch and potions mistress, not a house elf. She reminded him in Black's usual manner, accompanied by pride and strength, before leaving with Rose to get it all. Grandfather, I might need some assistance there, so if you could. I have my own matters to attend to in the ministry. Arcturus cut him immediately at that one, before speaking up again. Regulus and Faye will accompany you to Gringotts. They will be sufficient enough in filling in any gaps in banking matters that you may have. However, while I do believe that you'll be able to rein your emotions and feelings when dealing with this matter, tell us, what exactly are you planning on doing? Henry took a long breath, formulating his plan of actions. As much as he was elated and glad that he was Lord Potter and the true head of the house, right now it would really do well that he wasn't. He had to truly put aside his own personal hatred for Potters, or he would risk everything before the game even started. No, he couldn't let his emotions take hold, as this was not a Slytherin way. A snake doesn't strike a warned prey, only the one that is completely unaware of the looming danger. And for this reason, it doesn't hiss or make its presence known in other ways, until it's time for the strike. He would have to do so as well. The flow place lit up, as through the fires exited Regulus, Faye, Nymphadora and Henry, stepping into the crowded and populated pub. The sound and fires didn't attract any attention whatsoever, since the visitors of this establishment were more than used to it and didn't usually pay any attention to the newcomers. This was good news for the four, as they would prefer to stay undetected, as Faye and Regulus didn't want to draw much attention to them just yet, and hoped to remain unnoticed. As for their companions, Nymphadora, who had at one point in her life worked here during summer breaks and was a famous Auror already, used her shape-shifting abilities to change up her appearance to that of a normal-looking girl with short black hair and brown eyes. As for Henry, for whom remaining anonymous was paramount, he had donned a black coat with gray embroidery, with black pants and shoes, with a single silver ring on his middle finger of left hand, as a piece of jewelry. Unknown to most, this was one of the artifacts of House Black, used to cast a very strong glamour charm on the wearer of the ring, to hide its true appearance, while also remaining undetectable by regular magical means. Right now, instead of his long grayish silver hair, pale skin and gray eyes, Henry sported a mane of golden hair, close to that of a Malfoy family member, deep blue eyes and a healthy tone of skin, as well as looking facially as a completely different person completely. This was adequate enough, in Arcturus and Cassiopeia's opinions, for Henry to use to go into Gringotts, after he has been given the proscribed potions to boost up his health. Nym quickly looked around and motioned her companions to move with her towards the entrance to the Diagon Alley. Once they were past the majority of the crowd and near the bar, Nymphadora suddenly tripped over one of the empty seats, nearly falling, saved only by Regulus. "Ah, thanks." She thanked him, getting her balance back in order. "Blasted stools, never let my pass 'em without getting in my way. Tonks, is that you?" Suddenly, the four turned to see Tom, the bartender and owner of the Leaky Cauldron, looking with surprised yes at Nymphadora. "Well, blimey, I almost didn't recognize you without your pink hair. What's up with the new hair and eyes, girl? Oh, could I get you something, since you seem to be off duty?" "Nah, Tom, thanks, but I'll pass." She waved him off, before motioning to the trio of her companions behind. "I am just showing some of my dad's friends the way to Diagon Alley, whilst I'm off duty. They're tourists, from America, visiting my old man, and I don't really want to draw much attention to me. Oh, we don't get many foreigners around here, a pleasure to meet you. I'm Tom, barman and owner of this establishment. Can I get you anything?" Tom looked with a smile to his potential. "No, thanks, but we are kinda pressed on time, so if you don't mind. We'll be on our way." Regulus politely declined, with the group already leaving the bar and stepping close to the entrance of Diagon Alley. "She we be worried. I remember that Tom didn't work for the Death Eaters, or sell us information, but I'm not so sure about the order." "Nah, we can relax. Tonks calmed him down, before taking out her wand and opening the entrance to the alley. I know the guy, and he's not much of an informant or a gossip. He does give the Aurors a couple of tips about criminals and suspects every now and then, sure, but that's just him doing a good deed for us. Other than that, he's not into being an informant, and he's not with the Order, that I'm sure of. Let's hope that you were right, Nim. Henry said, as they all stepped into the alley, making their way through the crowd of wizards, witches and children. Do you have something similar to that in the US? Or you shop everything in those big malls I've seen once, like all the muggles do these days? There are a couple of places like this in the States, with Salem having the St. Walburga's Square, though no big malls like muggles. But, if it's any consolation to you, the assortment of products there is far greater than that of Diagon Alley. Regulus answered, looking at the bustling with life alley. And there is way less people wearing robes. To be honest, it's almost bizarre for me to see so many people wearing them, instead of wearing coats, jackets, shirts, etc. Yes, and in other countries, save for some of the Eastern European ones, these kinds of robes would be seen as something of an old and terribly outdated fashion choice, to be honest. Faye added, as they passed the bookstore. Wizarding kind these days now prefers more comfortable, less cumbersome clothing. Robes are still in use, of course, in the ministries and other governmental institutions, but only as ceremonial garments for special occasions, like the award ceremonies or the funerals. Most of the times, it's business suits, ties, tuxedos and so on that wizards and witches wear. Sounds like you guys have it quite great with dress code in your states. Wish I could ditch these robes and wear something with a bit more comfort and risque to it for a change. Nim commented with a bit of a sly smirk of her own on the lips, before they approached the white tall building of Gringotts Bank, stopping at its entrance. Okay, this is it for me. I best be off and grab what Auntie and Mom had asked of me, while you three deal with our little problem. You do know how to deal with it, right, Harry? She asked of him, with Henry nodding to her. Yeah, don't worry about it. Henry said to her, with Nim nodding to him, before leaving them. Regulus, I'm assuming that as a member of House Black, you are entitled to seeing your house's bank accountant, right? Of course, like any member of House Black, but I'm not exactly allowed to perform any serious actions with our fortunes or vaults. That's the prerogative of the head of the house. Regulus informed Henry, who nodded to him. But why would you need my house's accountant? We are here to deal with Potter's fortunes, not Black's. Shouldn't we get the Potter's accountant for, oh, I see what you mean. Regulus nodded to Henry, while Faye looked confused a little, while they entered into the bank. Could either of you explain to me what is that you are about to do? Faye asked of them in a hushed voice. Don't worry, you'll see soon right about now, dear. Regulus said to her, as the trio stepped close to receptionist Goblin. I would like to see the accountant for my house. The Goblin looked down from his seat at the one addressing him, before speaking up. May I inquire of your identity, Mr. Goblin half asked half snarled at them. Black, Regulus Arcturus Black of House of Black. Regulus replied, before motioning at his companions. With me or my wife, Faye Rosemary Black, née Stewart, and my distant relative, whose identity I can't reveal because of the matter of which I am here to attend to. The receptionist nodded to Regulus, with another goblin stepping close to Regulus. Very well, but you will have to confirm your identity. Please hand over your wand to the examiner. Regulus did so, giving to the goblin his slightly curved wand, who immediately began to examine it with his own magic. 12 inches, hawthorn wood, with sphinx's feather for a core. Made by Miku Grigorovich to Regulus Arcturus Black and belongs to said man. The examiner looked at the receptionist and nodded, before returning the wand to its owner. The wand and the last person to use it are Regulus Arcturus Black. Very well. Receptionist said, motioning the examiner off. Mr. Black, you and your companions may enter the waiting room number 11, where you are to await your house's accountant. However, before you leave, may we inquire as for the reason why your relative utilizes a glamour charm, sir? Henry's eyes nearly widened when he heard the goblin say that, before Regulus spoke up. Because of the reason we are here, and because this concerns the safety and integrity of Gringotts Bank. Regulus and his companions immediately saw how the goblin's face hardened at the mention of this. Inform my accountant that this is a matter of paramount importance. With all haste, Mr. Black. With that being said, the trio followed to the waiting room 11, where they took the seats at the table on one side and began to wait for the accountant. All right, if I'm not mistaken, we need to see the accountant for House Black because through him Henry will be able to get rid of the Potter's accountant, right? Faye asked of them, with both nodding to her. Since he hasn't been sending you any letters about your account's status, nor did he inform you of your status as Lord, it's clear that he is not to be trusted, right? Precisely. Henry nodded to his aunt. Goblins take the matters of banking and money very serious. If someone among them has been withholding on their clients, or worse, working against his client, then it's a shameful stain on their reputation. All I need to do now is prove who I am and explain my situation, and since Gringotts doesn't give two nuts about Wizengamot and its decisions, there won't be any trouble of me getting those accounts. Okay, but what are you going to do once you have access to them? Faye asked of him, with Regulus also wanting to know what Henry has planned. You'll see. Henry simply replied, as the door into the room opened up and through it came a gruff-looking goblin with accountant books, before sitting down in the seat in front of Regulus. Mr. Regulus Black. Regulus nodded to him. I am Fistgrab, the accountant for the most ancient and noble house of Black. I have been informed that you've come here with an urgent matter, concerning the safety and integrity of Gringotts Bank. And along with that, I have been also informed that your relative is connected to that matter, if I am not mistaken. You are correct, Mr. Fistgrab. Regulus spoke up to him. I believe that you have also noticed that my companion here is using a glamour charm to hide his identity. Yes, a very powerful and almost undetectable charm in most cases. But goblins have a far better sense of magic than most. Fistgrab answered to him. You can be assured, sir, that any and all secrets you wish to reveal, will not leave me, nor this room. Gringotts prioritizes the safeguarding of their clients' secrets and information, as they are as much assets to them as are gold and jewels. Regulus nodded to him, with Henry taking a deep breath, before removing his ring and revealing his real look to the goblin, who didn't even move a brow at this one. Mr. Fistgrab, my name is Henry James Potter, and I have most recently been informed that, according to my grandparents' will, I have been named as the heir to the houses of Potter and Peverell. Henry spoke up, with Fistgrab showing no emotions, but listening very carefully to all. Throughout my life after their death and before my incarceration in Azkaban, I have not received any notification about it, or any updates on the statuses of my vaults and fortunes in them. When I came to Gringotts for my money from the trust fund, the accountant in charge of vaults of Potter, Peverell and Fleemont houses, Griphook, has failed to inform me in person about my status as Lord of Houses Potter and Peverell. Lord Potter Peverell, what you are implying can be considered to be the highest form of treason in Goblin Nation and is punishable by death in our minds, by endless labor. Fistgrab informed him, remaining calm. What proof or evidence do you have to support your claim? Because, if you are lying, there will be serious consequences for you and members of your houses for false accusations of an accountant. Henry nodded to him. I, Henry James Potter, swear upon my life and magic, that I have not been informed, nor had any knowledge of my status as Lord of Houses Potter and Peverell, prior to today, and that all said by me in this room is true, and if not, then let magic claim me for my lie. A dim golden glow erupted from Henry, showing that magic accepted his words as truth, with Fistgrab's face hardening with a snarl coming out. I see, Lord Potter Peverell, that your words are true. My apologies for mistrusting you. Fistgrab bowed his head slightly before them, before removing himself from his seat and walking to the door. Please remain here for the time being, while inform our leadership of this transaction. After that, another accountant shall be with you to sort out any remaining problems and inform you of your possessions and statuses. With that said, Fistgrab apparated out of the room instead of walking out of it, leaving the trio waiting in there. They had to wait for about half an hour, before the door into their room opened up, and inside walked a richly dressed goblin, with golden rings with jewels and embroidery on his cloths. He carried with him a similar book to that of Fistgrab, while walking with an air of power and dignity. He sat in the same place as Fistgrab, before speaking up directly to Henry. Lord Potter Peverell, I am Ragnok, current head of the Gringotts Bank in United Kingdom and Ireland. Ragnok introduced himself, placing the book on the table. As the head of this establishment, I offer you my sincerest apologies for the rude violation of your rights as the client of Gringotts Bank, as well as the deception you have been made a victim of. The criminal accountant Griphook has been already interrogated and has revealed to us his involvement in this scheme to keep you unaware of your status. He has been acting on behalf of your birth parents, Lord and Lady Fleamont, and has been found guilty of all charges. His sentence is the life labor in our harshest minds. As a compensation for our continued mismanagement of your assets and inability to see the corruption, the Gringotts Bank offers you a 35% discount on all services of Gringotts Bank, along with half the contents of Griphook family's vaults as a monetary compensation. And as to ensure that you may entrust any and all of your assets to Gringotts Bank, I have taken the responsibility as the accountant of Houses Potter and Peverell, with House Fleamont's assents soon being frozen and transferred on your accounts for their lord and lady's actions. This all very generous of Gringotts Bank, and you have my gratitude for dealing with this violation. Ragnarok nodded to Henry. However, the matter I am here to discuss with you is not something I believe you have dealt with, and I hope that you will be understandable to the nature of my matter and request. With the added benefit of monetary compensation for your services included, of course. You speak like a true goblin would. I believe that you will make a good client, Lord Potter Peverell. Ragnarok smiled viciously to him. I am listening. I believe you are aware of the fact that I am convicted criminal, that should currently be incarcerated and, as of 4 days ago, dead in the cell of Azkaban. Henry spoke up, with Ragnarok interrupting him. We are well aware of your unjust incarceration, as well as the accusations made towards your persona. To Gringotts Bank and Goblins, you are a client, and it is our job to know if the client is a reliable and safe one to operate with. Ragnarok informed him. We have done our research and we have determined that you are innocent and are still considered a reliable client, whilst your birth parents, as well as the participants of your incarceration, have lost the trust of Gringotts as valuable and reliable clients. Your birth parents are now among the most hated clients here, though soon they shall be excluded and banned from Gringotts, along with their son William and any and all of their descendants. That is the part of my matter I am here to discuss with you. Henry said to Ragnarok. To the knowledge of the world, and especially those that have sent me in Azkaban, I am dead, and all of my assets have been transferred to my de facto heir, or next in line of inheritance, William Potter. Apologies, Lord Potter Peverell, but I will have to correct you. Ragnarok interrupted him again, before opening up the book and speaking up. I am sure you are familiar with family magic and magical code of House Potter, are you not? Henry nodded to him, knowing full well about the family magic and the magical code of House Potter. Family magic is the special type of magic that is bound and connected to members of the specific family, increasing the members' power and prowess in certain areas of magic, like charms, dark arts and transfiguration and so on. There are no detailed explanations as to how the family magic is formed or even how it works, but it is theorized that family magic is created and strengthened through the members of one bloodline, who each add their own power and even skills into the accumulated pool of magic, which is family magic. Family magic's strength is dependent upon the numbers and powers of the members of the house, as well as their personal skills, talents and achievements. Because of this, pureblood wizards and witches are considered to be more powerful than most other wizards, if members of their families are accomplishers in magical arts and magical prowess in general. Magical code is a part of family magic, but one that is far more explored and detailed. The code is a set of unwritten magical laws that govern the house and family, created to ensure the prosperity and power of the house. The laws are linked with the family magic, and are not to be broken, for the backlash would either be loss of magic entirely, sometimes life, or in most cases, an automatic disconnection of family magic from the lawbreaker and disownment of that member from the house. These codes are nowadays considered to be very obsolete and unnecessary, so most of the families have done away with them through the rituals with utilization of family magic, but there are still some that have them. And House Potter is one of them. Yes, I am aware of the terms, and I know that House Potter has a magical code, but I am unaware of the laws and rules included in it. Henry said, with Regulus and Fay listening carefully to it all. I have not been fully trained in my duties as the head of Houses Potter and Peverell, thanks to my birth parents. I see. Then it explains why you believe William Potter to be your heir, when in actuality, it is your younger sister, Rose Doria Potter that is your heiress. Ragnarok informed Henry, who listened to it all very carefully. One of the central and paramount laws of Potter's magical code dictates, no Potter, blood, adopted or married into house, must betray its child, parent, or relative in any form or manner. Must he do harm in direct or indirect way to them, with clear malice and evil intent, they shall prove themselves to be no potters at heart, and in blood. Ragnarok explained to them all one of the magical laws of Potter's Code. When James, Lily and William had sent you to Azkaban, unjustly, they had betrayed their son and brother respectively, with James and Lily accusing you of your wrongdoings, while William claimed your deed of defeating Riddle as his own. Regulus summarized, with Faye agreeing with him. That must have been when family magic had excluded them as Potters, as well as from the line of inheritance. Correct, Mr. Black. Ragnarok agreed, with Henry giving away a small smile. As you can see, they have now no business or right to your rightful assets. Just out of curiosity, in case of my and Rose's death, who would inherit all that I own right now, including the titles? Henry asked of Ragnarok, who looked at the book one more time, before speaking up. In case of your sister's death, the next in line of inheritance is Mr. Edward Robert Tonks, with his daughter Nymphadora Druella Tonks, following after him. All three widened their eyes after hearing of this, being shocked to find out that Ted Tonks is actually somehow connected to House Potter. Seeing your surprise and shock, I will take it that you were unaware of your distant relation with him and his daughter. I thought that I was connected to Nymphadora, but through her mother, as she was a Black family's member, as was my grandmother. Henry said to Ragnarok, how in the blazes is Ted, Robin Tonks connected with Potters? He is a Muggle-born wizard, though a powerful one at that. Regulus asked, still in shock, with Ragnarok speaking up again. Mr. Tonks is not a Muggle-born wizard, but a half-blooded wizard. Ragnarok corrected Regulus. Mr. Tonks' grandmother, Margaret Julia Tonks, was born Potter, to Morgan and Felicia Potter, your great-great-grandparents. However, unlike her siblings, she was born as a squib and left the magical world, where she married a man named Robert John Tonks, with whom she had one son, Jonathan Henry Tonks, a non-magical. He, however, married an exiled pure-blooded witch of Malfoy family, Juno Clementine Malfoy, sister to Abraxas Malfoy. She gave birth to Edward Robert Tonks, but, unfortunately, died during childbirth. I can assure you, that he and his daughter are now closest, with the exception of your younger sister, relatives that you have. Henry looked utterly shocked, as did Faye with Regulus, with whom he exchanged the looks, with Regulus suddenly losing it and beginning to laugh almost maniacally at all of this. Soon enough, Henry joined in on this one with Faye following suit, though not as loud as Regulus. To find out that a member of Malfoy family, one of the most outspoken about their blood purity houses, has actually married a Muggle-born and had a child with him, was something that must have been outrageous for the House Malfoy. What made it even more hilarious for them was the fact that the born child turned out to be quite an accomplished and powerful wizard, who happened to have married a daughter of House Black. Henry, as well as Regulus, couldn't wait to tell the news to Nym, her family and Arcturus. They were sure that their reactions would be that of the shock, and that look alone would have been oh so worth it. Oh, Merlin, that must be why he has those dirty golden head. I always joked that he looked like a dirty Malfoy, but to think that he is an actual one. Regulus nearly doubled out of laughter. Oh man, I can already imagine his face when he hears of it. Or better yet, when Lucius Malfoy hears of it. After having had his share of laugh and calming down, Henry spoke up, clearing up his throat. Oh Merlin, I needed that one. He took a few deep breaths, finally calming down. Well, back to the matter at hand, Mr. Ragnarok. As you may have guessed, my current official status requires of me to remain hidden, or I would be found out and sent back to Azkaban. For this reason, I have to request that you do not freeze House Fleemont's accounts, but also grant a full access to Houses Potter and Peverell's vaults to my birth parents, James and Lily Potter, or Fleemont, as well as their son. Along with that, they are to be treated in a way, as if I was truly dead and they were Potters, with William as Lord and his parents as regents. Ragnarok looked mildly surprised at the request of his new client, with Regulus and Faye too looking surprised at this one. Lord Potter Peverell, I hope you realized just what you are asking of me. Ragnarok asked of him. You are essentially granting a full access to your rightful fortunes and treasures to the people that have denied you all of it. Our bank has provided many odd and unusual services, but this is something has never been asked or even thought of to be done before. I must state, that as your accountant and head of Gringotts Bank, I can't grant this request of yours without very valid reasoning, as you have to understand that people you wish to grant your fortunes are essentially wanted criminals to us. Very well, Ragnar. I was planning on sharing my full plans with you anyway. Henry spoke up to him. I am sure you are well aware of the fact that my birth parents are part of the Order of Phoenix, led by one Albus Dumbledore, dedicated to fighting against the Death Eaters and their leader, Voldemort. I am aware of that fact, yes. Ragnar acknowledged it. The reason as to why I've managed to get out of Azkaban is because I've made a deal with someone who has a bone to pick with both Voldemort and Dumbledore. Henry continued. The condition of that deal is that I am to help bring an end to both of them and their supporters. And I intend to do so, as I hate both Voldemort, for killing my real parents, and Dumbledore, for sending me to Azkaban to rot and die for doing his job for him. As of this moment, I am effectively dead for both of them, and that is the way I would like it to remain. However, should either of them, personally, or through their minions, like the Potters, catch a wind of me being alive, for an example, through my status and access in Gringotts Bank, then my work would be made impossibly difficult, as I would become their prime target to take out. I know that the wizarding community believes one to be a saint, while the other is dead to them, but we both know that is not the case with either of them. Yes, that is something we can agree upon. Ragnar nodded to him. We have always remained aware of the fact that Tom Riddle, also known as Voldemort, hadn't perished away, and he has caused us goblins a great deal of trouble, both directly and indirectly, by killing hundreds of our clients and using them to steal our gold and artifacts. As for Dumbledore, the Goblin Nation is very well aware of who to blame for many restrictions and anti-goblin reforms passed through Wizengamot, which have severely hampered our influence and affected our community in Britain. Add to that the fact of him stealing from us through the Wizengamot many of goblin artifacts and being a part of the scheme that withheld from you information about your status, we consider him to be a persona non grata. Then I can assume that if both were to be dealt with, permanently and without any way to return back, it would only serve for the betterment of Goblin Nation and Gringotts Bank. Henry asked of Ragnar, who nodded to him. Now, I understand that my request is, to put it simply, outrageous and goes against the principles of Gringotts Bank. However, I am sure you can see the necessity of me remaining officially dead, as well as for my sister to be considered dead as well, if I is to succeed in my job. Now, as I recall, I have promised earlier monetary compensation for your services. Would all contents of Griphook family's vault, as well as 5% of all monetary assets from all Potters and Peverell's vaults be considered enough to see my request done? I may not have been informed of my fortunes, but I do know that my grandfather has left my coffers and vaults overflowing with galleons. Indeed he has, Lord Potter Peverell. Ragnar knew exactly how much his bank would benefit from just those 5%, but he still wished to see how much he could gain from it all. But, even with this great amount of gold, you'd have to understand that we are still going against some of our primary principles. Such transactions on our part require certain assurances that our client will honor our traditions, agreements, but also gain profit for us and him as well. That is understandable, Mr. Ragnar. Henry nodded to him. 5% of all monetary assets, and transfer of all goblin-made artifacts and objects stored in vaults of House Potter. I've read in House's archives, that during the unfortunate events of the past, House Potter has acquired a number of your objects, many of which are considered to be highest forms of art and craftsmanship. I understand that the trust between my kind and Goblin Nation has been severely damaged because of what had transpired, and I would prefer to have that trust of Goblin Nation restored, at least towards me and my closest. And as for acquiring profit on my part, I do not intend to give my full access to my coffers, without first making sure that I gain something from it all. Henry gave a near feral smile to Ragnar, who understood it and gave him his own smile at that one. Yes, that would be very unwise, Lord Potter Peverell. Granting access without contributions is a fool's act, true. Ragnar agreed with him. But, as your personal accountant, I can recommend you an alternative to your proposal. As the holder of the vaults and their contents, you are in full right to loan the money from them to others, with 10% interests to be retrieved, along with the loaned money. With your former parents' and siblings' spending habits, you will be able to amass quite a fortune from it. And if they are unable to pay, then Gringotts Bank will start to extract payments from the assets owned by them, property, artifacts, possessions and so on. Should the debt exceed that, and then we will start to extract money from their closest associated persons, like Sirius Black, Remus Lupin, Albus Dumbledore and so forth. You, of course, can set up the list of people that are in close proximity to Potters, but which you wish to exempt from payments. That way, we can be certain that the ones that have wronged us and our client are punished. It would also see you suffer no significant monetary loss. And that way you may remain out of vicinity of your enemies, free to act in your desired ways. Does that sound acceptable, Lord Potter Peverell? If this was the option all along, then can you tell me, why were you making such a scene out of it all? Faye asked of Ragnarok, but it was Henry who answered. You were testing me if I were ready to go far enough with my plans and if I was capable of making great investments to gain results. Henry saw that Ragnarok approvingly smiled at him in a feral way. No sane goblin would do business with someone who wouldn't make good investments to gain his profit, but they also respect determination and ambition, capacity for calculated risk and achieving success, am I correct? Indeed you are, Lord Potter Peverell. Ragnarok spoke to him. Very well, then we shall do as you recommend, without their knowledge, of course. Ragnarok nodded to Henry. The Gringotts Bank looks out for their clients' interests and wishes. We shall make sure that your enemies believe you to have perished and give away no indication that their withdrawals are in fact loans, until it is time to pay the price. You and your sister will remain unknown to them, as will their real status. Ragnarok informed him. However, you do realize that some compensation will have to be made, as there might be those that might not see this as a profitable endeavor, don't you? Absolutely. Henry agreed with Ragnarok. Griphook family's vault is all yours, as are goblin-made artifacts and objects from House Potter's vaults. Along with that, you can claim 2/3 RDS of all the interests from loans to Potters when it is time to pay up, and a magical oath from me and my companions that the information about the scandalous corruption in Gringotts Bank never leaves this room. Ragnarok recognized what his client implied, and gave him a feral approving smile. You truly have a mind for business, Lord Potter Peverell. It is a pleasure to be your personal accountant, sir. Ragnarok gave him a bow. I shall have all the papers ready within 20 minutes. In the meantime, is there anything else that Gringotts Bank may help you with? Actually, there is something. Henry nodded to him. I would like to take a full inheritance test and determine to which magical lines I belong to. Well, that is a very simple and common request. Ragnarok commented, getting on his legs with the books, with the trio standing up as well. As a sign of our goodwill and trust in you, this test is for free. If you please follow me, Lord Potter Peverell, but I'll have ask your companions to remain here. It is one matter in which we prefer to exercise complete secrecy and security, for our clients' interests. I shall arrange for refreshments to be brought here for you, if you wish. That would be lovely, thank you. Faye said, with Regulus nodding to Ragnarok, while Henry put back his ring and walked out of the room with his accountant. Lord Potter Peverell, you may drop the glamour charm, as I can assure you that within these walls none will permit themselves to harm you in any way. Ragnarok informed him. One can never be too careful, especially with what is at stake for me. Henry stated to him, with Ragnarok nodded to him, as the goblin opened up the door into the room, with a table, several seats near it, a small dagger and a parchment placed on the table. The inheritance test is fairly simply and uncomplicated, Lord Potter Peverell. Ragnarok spoke up, stepping closer to the table with his client. You must take up the dagger and draw blood with it from your finger. Place 7 drops of your blood upon the parchment, and it will provide you with all available information concerning your lineage, blood or magical. It will reveal all of your names, information about your birth, titles, claimed or not, statuses as heirs, members or heads, along with reasons of your relations to houses and families. Along with that, it will also provide information if you have some form of anomalies in your body. What sort of anomalies do you mean, Mr. Ragnarok? Henry turned to him, with Ragnarok simply shrugging his shoulders at that one. Whatever kind that might reside in you, Lord Potter Peverell. The parchment will read not only your blood, but also your magic in it, and magic always has traces of something unusual in it. Ragnarok cryptically said to Henry. Deciding not to waste any more time with it, he stepped closer to the parchment and picked up the dagger. Carefully, he drew the sharp blade closer to his ring finger, and then pricked it, drawing blood and a momentary pain, causing Henry to wince a little bit. Placing the dagger on the table, he watched as the drops of blood fell upon the parchment, with each of them being absorbed into the material. Soon enough, the needed 7 drops had fallen, and with quick spell, Henry healed his finger, while the parchment began to form words. In a minute, the process was complete, and with blood-red letters there was written his results. Henry took up the parchment carefully and read it to himself. Name: Henry James Potter. Date of birth: July 31, 1975, 11:59 p.m. Parents: James Charles Potter, father, disowned via breaking the code; Freya Lillian Potter, disowned via breaking the code. Siblings: William James Potter, disowned via breaking the code; Rose Doria Potter. Titles and claims: Lord of the most ancient and noble house Potter, inherited from Charles Henry Potter. Lord of the most ancient and noble house Peverell, inherited from Charles Henry Potter. Lord of the most ancient and noble house Gaunt, inherited through the magical adoption by Tom Riddle. Heir claimant of the exalted and most noble house Slytherin, inherited through the unification of lines of Stuart and Gaunt. Prince claimant of the exalted and royal house Lefay, inherited through unification of lines Peverell and Slytherin. Heir claimant of the ancient and noble house Pruitt, inherited from Freya Lillian Potter. Heir claimant of the exalted and most noble house Gryffindor, inherited from Freya Lillian Potter and Charles Henry Potter. Heir claimant of the most ancient and noble house Black, inherited from Doria Persephone Potter. Magical anomalies present in the body. Absorbed fragment of soul, belonging Tom Riddle. Absorbed magical power, belonging to Tom Riddle and Doria Persephone Potter. Soul of Doria Persephone Potter, sealed in the forehead. Henry dropped the parchment onto the table, having paled at what he had just read and unable not just comprehend, but to just believe what he had just read. Forget him being an heir claimant to so many house, one of which was the bloody house Lefay, house of Morgana and Mordred. Forget the fact of him even being an heir claimant of Slytherin and Gryffindor. No, what truly had left him the shock and made him stumble back were the last 3 things written there. He was one of Voldemort's bloody Horcruxes himself, somehow created by that man in that damn night. But even that wasn't all, no. He was the possessor of his own grandmother's soul. The woman that had raised and loved him as his own son, was now inside of his forehead. Henry stumbled back, his face paler than before, gaze unfocused and mouth agape. A million different thoughts raced through his mind in a single second, trying to comprehend and make sense of what he had just learned. His grandmother's soul, actual soul, not a part, or a fragment, but her entire soul, was inside of him, sealed in his forehead. He was her holder, having even her own magical power within him as well, along with that of Voldemort, and a fragment of his bloody soul as well. Was he a Horcrux himself? Was he just another manifestation of Riddle's soul, doing its bidding? Or was he still within his cell in Azkaban, having another nightmare or hallucinating? At this point and moment, Henry wasn't able to tell for himself, if he was even sane or not. Seeing his client's state and how he was stumbling back, Ragnarok summoned a chair for Henry, letting him fall into it and sit. Without wasting a breath, he summoned a goblet with water and a large cup, pouring water in it, before adding a calming draft into it. Once done, he offered it to his dazed client. "Lord Potter Peverell, please drink this, now." Ragnarok's voice didn't leave any room for argument. With a shaking hand, Henry took the cup and poured its content right down his throat. Within the next couple of moments, the fog of confusion and panic had lifted off his mind, leaving his calculating, pragmatic and analytical side fully in control. Taking a deep breath and shaking off the last remnants of his panic, Henry focused up his sight again, before turning to Ragnarok and nodding to him. "Thank you, Mr. Ragnarok." His accountant nodded to him, while Henry stood up and took up the parchment again, reading it again, analyzing what was written on it. "This doesn't make sense. What is the probability of a failure, or a mistake being made by this parchment? Such possibility is completely removed from this instrument. It is 100% precise and accurate, Lord Potter Peverell." Ragnarok informed him, stepping closer to him and grabbing the parchment and reading for himself, without even batting an eye at this one. I see what seems to have caused this question in that state of yours, Lord Potter Peverell. I must admit personally, that this is the first time our establishment happens to have received such results. If it is any consolation to you, if you were possessed by either of the persons listed here, it would have been shown immediately upon this parchment. As far as I can tell, you are a master of your own mind and body. That does little to ease my mind, but thank you anyway. Henry let out a sigh, thinking this entire thing over again. It just doesn't make any sense at all to me. Soul of my grandmother, absorbed power and fragment of Voldemort, me being a Horcrux apparently. Lord Potter Peverell, in cases when we have to deal with cursed objects, we have a special division of workers dedicated to this task. Perhaps, if our Chief of Curse Breaker Department had paid a visit to you right now, we would get immediate and determined results of your condition. Ragnarok informed him, with Henry turning to him with a serious look. It will take only a few minutes for me to fetch him and a couple more for him to analyze and determine what exactly your condition is. In light of the most recent findings and what is written upon this parchment, this service will be for free, sir. Henry nodded to Ragnarok, who took it as a sign of acceptance, and practically darted out of the room. Just as Ragnarok had promised, it took him less than 2 minutes to return with a second goblin, dressed in an official suit and with a wand in his hand. Communicating in what Henry assumed was Gobblegook, the native language of goblins, Ragnarok ordered the curse breaker to perform his duty. Without saying another word, the goblin went to work with his wand, slowly moving it around his head, concentrating his power near the forehead. For a second, Henry sensed a warm feeling coming out of his right side forehead, when the goblin's wand was near it. If the curse breaker was surprised or shocked, he didn't show it in the slightest, since goblins were masters in concealing their emotions, when they wanted it. In the next minute, the curse breaker had ended his analysis and spoke to Ragnarok at length in their tongue. Henry didn't make any attempt at understanding it, but he did try to see if the expressions on goblins' faces would change. He was surprised to have noticed that nothing changed in their expressions in 10 minutes that they communicated. Once the curse breaker was done talking, he turned to Lord Potter Peverell and bowed to him in respect, before leaving them alone. Once the door closed, Ragnarok spoke up. Lord Potter Peverell, it would seem that your condition is truly one of a kind, sir. Ragnarok sounded a tiny little bit amazed. First of all, I would like to inform you, that you are positively not a Horcrux. At least, not anymore, and you haven't been one for a very long time. What does that even mean? Henry asked of his accountant, with Ragnarok not wasting time with the explanation. According to our chief curse breaker Necraker, you were made into a Horcrux by Tom Riddle, on the night of 31st of October 1981. He wasn't able to determine precise details, but according to his theory, on the night of his death, the soul of Riddle had fragmented itself into 2 parts upon the destruction of his physical form. One of the 2 fragments of his soul had tried to survive by possessing the nearest source of powerful magic, and that source were you, Lord Potter Peverell. Ragnarok explained to his client what he meant, with Henry listening to it. Under normal circumstances, a possession, even by a small fragment, like one of Riddle's, would have destroyed, or worse, absorbed your own soul into Riddle's and gave him full control of your body. However, someone has intervened and prevented a possession from taking effect on you. I believe that you can guess who it was. Henry's eyes widened slightly at the realization of what had transpired. My grandmother, she must have been able to destroy Voldemort's body, and then that fragment. Henry sat in shock, with Ragnarok nodding to him. They always said that it was my brother that destroyed Voldemort, but on that night, I remember it well still. My grandmother had put herself between me and Voldemort and somehow managed to deflect his killing curse, but after that, all I remember is waking up deep in night, when Rose, my little sister cried, with my grandmother's body near mine, and her hands on my heart and head. I have no idea how Lady Doria had managed to repel the Avada Kedavra curse, but, according to what Necraker said, she had performed an extremely powerful form of sacrificial magic. Ragnarok spoke up to Henry, getting his full attention. Your grandmother must have offered up her life and soul to magic itself, in order to save your life. I don't know the full details, but she, obviously, has managed to succeed in that task, with Riddle's soul and part of his magical power being absorbed without any harm into your being, while her life was given as a payment for this act. But as for her soul and magical power, in both my and Curse Breaker's opinions, it is a part of her protection of you, Lord Potter Peverell. A protection, which in my mind has saved your life in the bowels of Azkaban. Pardon. Henry didn't understand him. Her soul and magical power were transferred into you in the fullest, and while Riddle's soul and magical power showed themselves in your talents and raw might in magic, her gift to you shows itself in a special powerful aura that you must have felt when Curse Breaker scanned you. Ragnar stated to him, with Henry nodding, remembering the feeling and recalling that similar one he had sensed in Azkaban oftentimes, yet forgetting it as soon as sleep came. This protection had lowered the effect Dementors had on you, greatly so at that, but the sheer amount of them and their influence in their bowels still had an effect on your body. You may consider yourself very fortunate, Lord Potter Peverell, for if this protection was not with you, your time in Azkaban would have been cut very short. So, even in death, she keeps protecting me, and her love keeps me warm, Henry said in half-whisper, more to himself than Ragnar. Is there any way to communicate with her? To speak to her, or to, I don't know, even let her out of me? I am sorry, Lord Potter Peverell, but such powerful and ancient magic is something even my people are unfamiliar with, or tempt ourselves with studying it at any form or length. Ragnar said to him, I imagine that your kind has done some research and progress on this subject, however. You may best try your luck with them. But, the conclusion is, that you are neither possessed, nor a Horcrux, and that you have a very powerful and special protection cast upon you. In other words, you are perfectly sane, lucid and in control of yourself. I think I will, and thank you for explaining this to me, Ragnar. Henry said in a more determined voice, already standing up. Now, if that is all. No, it isn't, sir. Ragnar said in a forceful manner, forcing Henry to look at him with a perplexed manner. Apologies. I sometimes forget how being in emotional turmoil, humans tend to overlook and forget very important business and details. However, while the matter of your mental and spiritual health is settled, there is a matter of a far greater importance and urgency that needs to be settled at once. So, if you may, please sit down, and let me explain what your lineage has shown to you. Henry settled down and sat down in the chair again, while Ragnar summoned the table and chair to them and sat in front of his client. All right, from what I saw, I happen to be a lord of also House Gaunt, which is the same one from where Voldemort comes from, though I fail to see how that works. Henry began to talk, with Ragnar nodding to him. The fact that I am heir claimant to Gryffindor, Slytherin, Pruitt and Blacks, doesn't exactly surprise me all that much, when I think about it. My grandmothers are Pruitt and Black, respectively, with Gryffindor line rumored to be traced in many families of England, with Potters being among them. Slytherin can come from Gaunt and Stewart, but House Lefay. Correct me if I am wrong, but isn't that the house of the very same exalted and royal House Lefay, from which came Her Majesty, Queen Morgana Le Fay Pendragon, her son and rightful heir of Camelot, Prince Morgraine Uther Pendragon Le Fay, and the very line, from which most ancient and noble House Peverell originated from. Ragnar informed Henry, who looked at him with a mildly shocked expression. Your human stories tell you that Morgana Le Fay was an enemy of King Arthur Pendragon, and through their incestuous relations she had a son with him, who had destroyed Camelot. The truth of the matter is far more complicated than that, and it is not my place to give you a full history lesson, Lord Potter Peverell, but what I can tell you, is that House Lefay and its descendants are rightful heirs of House Pendragon and Camelot. Along with that, the Goblin Nation also owes an oath of eternal friendship and alliance to Queen Morgana and all her rightful descendants, for her part in establishing peace between goblins and humans. If you are proven to be worthy as her successor, you may find us to be your most trustful allies, Lord Potter Peverell. That's all well and good, but can you explain to me, just how in the blazes did I come to be an heir claimant of it? Henry asked of Ragnar, who examined the parchment one more time, before speaking up. That is easy to explain, Lord Potter Peverell. Ragnar spoke up. Houses Lefay and Slytherin were united in a marriage between Prince Morgraine and Lady Lamia Slytherin, daughter of Salazar Slytherin. Through that marriage came 4 children, 3 boys and 1 girl, with the eldest boy continuing line of House Lefay, while the middle of the 3 ended up continuing the line of Slytherin, as its closest blood relative after the male line of Slytherin had been killed during a feud with House Gryffindor. The youngest of 3 was the founder of House Peverell, and the grandfather of the infamous 3 brothers, who received the Deathly Hallows. As for their sister, she had died from human pox very young, a common and ravenous disease back in the day. The line of House Lefay, unfortunately, was destroyed by its enemies less than a century after the separation, while House Slytherin had splintered into several descendant houses after its primary line was destroyed, leaving only descendant lines of females, such as Gaunts, and was gone too. As for Peverells, you are probably aware of their fate yourself. Now, as for how you have ended up with these claims, it all comes down to your two least favored people, your former mother and Tom Riddle. Freya Lillian Potter comes from House Stewart, descendants of both Morrigan and Salazar Slytherin, with latter through House Gaunt, which has managed to maintain both powerful blood of Slytherin and their inherent magic through updating it with new powerful members, via marriages and adoptions. They are also the most numerous house with claimants on name Slytherin, and have a very large number of parselmouths, like you. Ragnarok continued. Because of that, you have managed to receive both blood and magic of Slytherin, even though Lady Fleamont was disowned from her house. As for House Gaunt and Riddle, it all comes down to Lady Doria's sacrifice and your absorption of Riddle's soul and magic. Through that, you automatically became not only his de facto heir, but upon death of his physical body, Lord of House Gaunt. Combining both Stewart and Gaunt blood and magic, and you have obtained the strongest claim to House Slytherin, and since Potters are last descendants of House Peverell, and House Peverell originated from House Lefay and House Slytherin. In me, the two lines had united once again, and I have become an heir claimant, or prince claimant, to House Lefay. Henry finished for Ragnarok, who nodded to him. Okay, I think I now understand how it came to pass. Now, Mr. Ragnarok, if I were to ask you, what you would say are the strengths of my claims and what would you advise, as my personal accountant? Your weakest claims would have to houses Pruitt and Gryffindor, as the two houses have a very great number of possible heir claimants that can put in front their rights for the lordships before you and have stronger claims. House Weasley currently has the greatest number of most favorable heir claimants to House Pruitt, with Charles Weasley being an immediate heir primus of House Pruitt. As for House Gryffindor, there isn't a definitive heir primus, so it is complicated at that. With House Black, I would say that your rights as heir claimant are stronger, but not by much. Ragnarok informed him. Your strongest claims are on Houses Slytherin and Lefay, due to reasons I have stated earlier. You can be recognized and take up the position of Lord Slytherin immediately, or at any time of your choosing, and gain access to all their assets and properties. And as for House Lefay, you are the first prince claimant to it in more than 800 years, but to be recognized not only as heir, but Prince Lefay, as it is the official title of head of House Lefay. Now, you would have to prove your worth. In what manner would I need to prove it? Henry asked of Ragnarok, who suddenly stood up and walked to the door, opening it and whispering something to a nearby goblin, which had darted off his place afterwards. After that Ragnarok returned to his place and sat in silence, with Henry deciding not to speak either, instead thinking about this entire situation. The revelation of his grandmother making such a sacrifice for him was nothing short of shocking, being far more profound than the fact of her actually defeating Voldemort. To go so far and grant him such protection, Henry had never thought about which kind of magic was the strongest, though he has heard Dumbledore and some others spew what he had at the moment believed to be utter nonsense about the power of love. Earlier, he dismissed it as rubbish, but now, an act of ultimate love and devotion, a mother's love, was what had saved him from Voldemort and Dementors of Azkaban. It would seem that there was more to what Dumbledore and even his parents spoke of, though he doubted his former parents were even capable of thinking of such sacrifice and feeling such love. James and Lily's love to William was not the same one as Charles and Doria's to him and Rose, as his grandparents gave their attention to them, loved and cared for them, guided and taught them, laughed with them and wiped their tears. Theirs was the love of true parents, whilst James and Lily's love to William is one of indulging him of everything, inflaming his ego and desires, greed and arrogance, without true guidance or even pure affection and love. No, if this was also a form of love, then Henry would much rather have hatred that he has already. He was practically certain that the Potters weren't capable of real love, nor understanding what it meant. Granted, Henry could honestly say that he himself didn't fully understand it or at times comprehend, but, if he was in his grandmother's place that night, and it was Rose that Voldemort had tried to possess, there wasn't a single doubt in his mind that he would do the same thing for her as their grandmother did for him. He would kill, maim, torture, kidnap, and die, just to see her alive and well. Perhaps this was the same way for his grandmother, to be ready to do anything for the safety of her family and loved ones. Henry honestly hoped that his willingness to go dark was a sign of him being able to love, because the thought of him being unable to feel this emotion, or at least to the same extent as his grandmother, actually frightened him to a certain degree. Henry shook his head slightly, deciding to focus up on more practical matters over the spiritual and sentimental ones. There wasn't really any question to it, but he wasn't going to press on his claim for houses Pruitt, Gryffindor and Black, as there were not only other heir claimants with a far better claim than his, but it would also create a great deal trouble in the long run. Pruitt and Gryffindor are the light houses, and he wasn't going to be going light and giving hope to people, and making himself a target by declaring himself next Godric Gryffindor. No, he wasn't a Gryffindor, not by a bloody long shot, nor would he wish to have any association with House Weasley and their broodmare of a matriarch, Molly Weasley. The woman was unbearable in her desires to control, gain greater standing and to get rich, along with being so damn profoundly devoted to Dumbledore. Needless to say, Henry didn't want any connection with her and her brood. As for the Blacks, while he already considered himself a Black, he wouldn't dare to lay a claim on the title of heir. He respected Arcturus and Regulus, and knew that even though Regulus was now head of the Blacks branch family in America, it would either be him, or one of his sons to inherit the House Black and its title of Lord. And Henry was completely fine with that, as he wouldn't dare to instigate strife in the house by foolishly pressing on his claims to lordship. In his mind, as long as House Black was in good hands and led by his and Rose's ally, along with one who cared for Andromeda and Nymphadora, he was fine and dandy, as Americans like to say it. No, if he was going to press on any claims, it would have to be his claims to houses Slytherin and LeFay, the two of the most powerful, exalted and revered dark families of all times in Great Britain. For as much as Voldemort may parade himself as the heir of Slytherin, if he were to suddenly find himself at odds with the true heir and head of House Slytherin, he wouldn't only take a great deal of damage to his reputation, but he would also lose a good deal of credibility. Not only that, but if the same Lord Slytherin also turned out to be Prince LeFay, the notion that descendant of Salazar Slytherin and Morgana Le Fay stands against Voldemort, the Dark Lord of this age, would send a powerful message to all wizards and witches. He would be painting a target upon himself, but Henry would also be able to do something that Dumbledore and his cronies have failed to do. He would openly take a stand against Voldemort, demonstrate to everyone his defiance of Dark Lord, and send an open message: he and his name are not as fearful as you may see them. Henry also understood that while it was perceived that Voldemort had enjoyed a complete obedience and support of the dark families, there is a great deal of those in the dark spectrum of magic that would rather see the bastard gone. After all, any sane and competent Slytherin graduate would understand one simple thing about Voldemort: he doesn't tolerate anything and anyone that could oppose him, and pure-blooded families were among them. While many would seek to prostrate themselves in front of him in hopes of being spared, there were many of those that would much rather destroy him before he destroyed them. And if Prince Le Fay were to unite them into one force, even Voldemort and Ministry would have to take him seriously. If he was to add up to that those of neutral, or grey, houses, then he would effectively be in the position of taking over the Great Britain, in the best-case scenarios. Henry also understood that as soon as it was known that there was a new Prince Le Fay around, with him also being Lord Slytherin, he would find himself as the prime target of the leader of Light in his Order of Phoenix. He was utterly certain that Dumbledore would stop at nothing to first try and recruit him into the Order, possibly trying to dangle in front of him a possible union through marriage with one of his supporters. And when he found his attempts to be futile, he would make it his life's work to see houses Le Fay and Slytherin removed once again, as well as going to town with his propaganda of his greater good and need to sacrifice two of the darkest families alive for the benefit of all. Henry knew that all too well, and as much as it was threatening, the advantages and power of having the names Le Fay and Slytherin were too great to pass up. Henry internally smirked and laughed at himself, as he acted like the utter Slytherin and gave into their most prime sin of all, greed for power and might. Henry's musings were cut short, when the goblin returned, carrying with him a large dark crystal ball. It reminded Henry the containers for the prophecies somewhat, only this ball, or sphere more accurately, was much bigger in size, and, at closer look, seemed to hold shifting shadows in it, encircling a golden glowing center in it. Henry looked at the object with interest, before looking up at Ragnarok, and hearing him speak. "This is the sphere of Morgana Le Fay, one of her most powerful artifacts, and one of our most prized and most important possessions. We have been its keepers ever since the last Prince Le Fay had granted it to us, with the orders to only show it to one, who would be able to claim the title of Prince of the Exalted and Royal House Le Fay." Ragnarok explained to Henry, "If you wish to be tested and find out if you are worthy, place your hand on the sphere. I will tell you this, Lord Potter Peverell, I do not know how you will be tested, for all that Prince Le Fay said to us was, their worth will be determined by the mother of our line. With that being said to him, Henry looked at the magical artifact in front of him. Knowing that doubt wouldn't do him much good and having made up his mind on the matter, he placed his right palm on top of the sphere. The moment he done it, a powerful burst of magic was sent through his arm and locking it in place. The very next moment, when Henry sensed the great magical power coursing through him, his eyes saw black. Unknown place. Henry's eyes snapped open, as he found himself standing in the middle of what he perceived to be a very large dark hall, with fog all around him. He smelled and sensed nothing, hearing not even the slightest movement of air or anything at all. He didn't know where he was, but one thing was clear, he wasn't exactly in the physical world at the moment. How very perceptive. Henry heard a melodic, yet strong female voice, seemingly commenting his thoughts. It is a rare sight, to find one who quickly understands of his surrounding and circumstances. At least you are gifted with mind in some measure, so I will grant you this. Henry looked around himself, trying to find the source of the voice. After senselessly looking around for what seemed like eternity, he stopped in his attempts, and at that moment, the darkness in front of him lifted with the fog, revealing to him the exact replica of Hogwarts, Great Hall, in the middle of which he stood now. And in front of Henry stood a young woman of near unearthly beauty. Long and wavy blonde hair, reaching to her waist and adorned by a golden tiara, encrusted with sapphires and amethysts, emphasized her sky-blue eyes adorning the face of Angel. She was dressed in the royal dress of the light bright blue and golden colors, completely covering and showing her appealing figure under fabric. Behind her was the cloak, with the symbol of a great white dragon on the blue field. The woman practically oozed power, might, dignity and magic, with Henry staring at her mesmerized. It took him a few seconds before he composed himself, and in the next second, recalling what Ragnarok had said to him, he spoke to her with a low bow. "Queen Morgana," he said in a near whisper, raising his head to look upon her again. "It is a great honor. For you, perhaps, but for me," she said with a small smirk, walking around him and eyeing him up akin to a hawk. How peculiar, I would have thought that a prince claimant would come sooner, not after 800 years since my line had nearly withered away from my descendants. However, you certainly don't disappoint, in complexity of your being, at least. Well, if you have something to say, other than flattery and begging, do tell. I am curious to see, what kind of possible prince you would make, if I were to deem you worthy. The mother of the line would determine, Henry said out loud, with Morgana stopping in her tracks and looking at him with a curious eye, waiting for him to speak. The sphere probably contains a part of your own soul, made akin to a Horcrux, but instead of preserving life and gaining immortality, you've sealed in it a small part of your being for a different purpose. Not bad for the start. Morgana praised with a small amused smile. Do go on, Henry. You've probably anticipated the possibility of your line ceasing to exist, as was all too possible in early medieval period. So, in case there was descendant of your line who would have the potential to rebirth House Le Fay, you created this artifact. Henry continued. Its purpose is for you personally to judge him and give your own blessing to the name Le Fay. And for purpose would I want to go through all this trouble, when I could have simply allowed any claimant to walk in and allow him to claim my name? Morgana asked of him with interest. Because you couldn't allow just a random someone to walk in and take the house and its name as his own. Henry continued, with Morgana listening with growing interest. You needed to be sure, that the claimant was not just able to recreate House Le Fay, but also see it prosper and gain power in the future. You didn't just want a claimant, but you wanted an assured future for your house, one with which his demise would not repeat itself. Henry ended, with Morgana looking in his gray eyes, before giving him her smile. Well done. It is relieving, to see someone who is capable of seeing past his nose. It would seem that my visions were true when it came to you. Henry blinked when she said that to him, with Morgana simply looking at him with a semi-amused smile. What, for all my dark and ominous infamy and glory that my enemies have made sure to create for me, the simple fact of me being a seer surprises you? Don't talk. I already know that it does, as well as I know what exactly you believe you know of me. Mind telling though, how do I know? If I were a Gryffindor, I would say that you already foresaw it all happening, But, my Ravenclaw and Slytherin sides tell me that the sphere also opened you access into my mind and soul for you to study. Henry told her, with Morgana nodding him. I don't know much about seers, but I wouldn't devise such an intricate way for testing my potential successors, without being able to see what they truly are about. After all, there is always the possibility that you might be tricked. Not even seers are all-seeing, that I can tell you. Morgana said to him in a sagely fashion, answering his unasked question. The answer to the question that seems to bother you for now. Had I been able to see all that were to happen, I would have remained at my beloved Arthur's side, while that whore Guinevere was rotting in a ditch with a slit throat. But instead of that, all our works in Camelot were destroyed by her spawn, my children hunted down like animals, while my husband was made into a puppet by a witch of supposedly light descent. And all because it was, in her view, for the common good. Sounds quite similar to what Dumbledore says, doesn't it? Common or greater, both are just pretexts to get power and enforce the vision of prosperity. Henry commented, with Morgana looking curiously at him. If you can see right through me, and you know what I am really about, then you must have the answer ready as well. And even if not, the fact that foresaw this happening already indicates that you have made some opinion of me, haven't you? Yes, I have. Morgana confirmed to Henry his musings. I did indeed foresee that my line would fall, only it came to me too late, when I could not save it. And right after that, I foresaw that it would once again flourish and rise, when a son, betrayed by his blood parents and saved by his true mother, would come before me, bearing on him the mark of ultimate love and with grayness of hell upon him. And in him will shine the mind and clarity of Ravenclaw, his soul will be as true as Hufflepuff's, his heart will be strong like Gryffindor, and guided he shall be by wisdom and cunning of Slytherin. That was the first prophecy I had of you, Henry James Potter. There were others. Henry asked of her. One more, one that depends on either me deeming you worthy, or casting you away from here. Morgana said to him with a serious voice. I may've foreseen you come here, but I couldn't just give you away what is mine to give. Just knowing future doesn't determine that it would be a good choice, so I needed to know for sure. And hence this sphere. Henry nodded to her. Well, as much as I may enjoy this philosophical and educational discussion of ours, I would like to know the verdict. Morgana saw the determined gaze in Henry's eyes, and after a minute of thinking, she spoke. For the most part, I would be quite content to grant you the honor of bearing my house's name. Morgana spoke up to him. But, while your qualities and persona are those that I would want to see in my heir, your priorities are not the ones I desire to have in one who would rekindle my house into life. What is wrong with my priorities? Henry asked of her in a low voice. Wouldn't you, after going through what I have gone through, want justice, revenge? What is wrong with me wanting to put an end to both of those bastards and their megalomaniac plans? Isn't the same thing you'd want, if you had the chance to change what happened to you? All true, I won't deny you that. Morgana admitted without any delay to him. Your desires for revenge and justice I understand, and even support. No Lefay must let their enemies get away with what they have done, even if they are connected by blood. However, while your desires and set tasks sit well with me, it's how you perceive my house that isn't well with me. House Lefay must be the beacon of hope to our allies, and harbinger of death and destruction to our foes. It is an embodiment of power, might and dignity, not just a banner under which to gather allies, nor just an instrument of achieving one's goals. I would not have my house made into a means of achieving your immediate desires. Then what would you have me do then, your majesty? Henry asked of her in an irritated voice. Would you have me act like all those so-called pureblood lords that serve Voldemort? Who always prance about their traditions, legacy, history, and shove them to everyone who wants it and not. I would want you to be a true lord, not just act like one. Morgana stated to him with power, with Henry blinking at what she said. Being a lord is not about appearing like one, but doing the duty towards its house, preserving and safeguarding its traditions and past, not flaunting it around. House Lefay's legacy and history are a power of their own, and they deserve to be preserved, but only by one who would know his duty. You already know what a true lord of the house is, as you have always tried to live up to your grandfather's expectations. I would have you live the life of Prince Lefay, not Lord Potter. Then it came to Henry, what exactly she wanted of him. You want me to denounce my past, the past of a Potter and take up the Lefay instead. Henry asked of her, with Morgana looking at him with a calculating gaze, before he continued to speak with passion. You speak of preserving the honor and glory of your house, but it would seem that you've missed a small detail with me. I am the last true Potter, the last true Peverell, and now the last true Slytherin. You want me to the Prince Le Fay and take it as my own name, and I would, but if you order me to forsake those names, then you clearly don't understand me. You think I don't care about the traditions and legacy of the houses. Quite the opposite, because I know what it means to be the Lord, as I've seen my grandfather be one when his sons died and the last one betrayed him, yet he didn't let go of the names of Potter and Peverell. No, instead of that, he made his damn bloody best that I understood that after he was gone, it would fall to me to lead it, to preserve and expand upon his foundations and successes. As much as I may want to be Prince Le Fay, I wouldn't dare to spew in his face by letting go of what I already have. Morgana listened to what Henry had to say to her, before blinking a couple of times, and letting out a small chuckle. Well, you certainly have the will and nerve to be Lord, which I will grant you. Morgana said to him, before continuing. And I wouldn't ever dare to make you my heir, if in your readiness to gain power you would sacrifice what you had already so easily. Wait, were you? Of course I was testing you, silly. Morgana chuckled at that one. Now, I don't need you to forsake your bloodlines, quite the opposite actually. I would have them preserved and rebuild, but only under the wing and blood of Prince Le Fay. In name, magic and blood. Now Henry understood completely what Morgana wanted of him. You'd not have me renounce my past lordships, but would have me made Prince Le Fay as my prime title and House Le Fay as my main house. Morgana nodded to him. Even though my birth parents have been disowned due to code, I still carry their blood, as much as I may loathe it. Name and magic is one thing, but blood, that is not easily discarded, especially if it means losing the blood of those that have cared and loved me. I would not have you discard Charles and Doria, nor blood and magic of all houses that connected in you, only have your blood purified of those that have betrayed you. Their love has saved your life, and I would not dare to destroy their legacy in you. Their blood, their love and their legacy I would only wish of you to honor, and I would preserve it. Morgana extended her hand to him. But if I am to have you as Prince Le Fay, you would have to discard the blood of traitors, and accept the blood of one who founded the line. My blood and my name, as my son, though not birthed by me, but made in one with adoption. Henry looked at her for a second, thinking over all that she had said to him. As much as his skeptical side was telling him to not go along with her, his instinct and gut was telling him that she was truthful. And while losing the names Potters and Peverells as his major ones was somewhat stinging, he wouldn't be discarding them, and would ensure their preservation. And as for blood of James and Lily, he wasn't losing anything of value. Without hesitation, he took her hand into his, and felt a surge of magic go right through his entire body, burning his blood and skin, yet giving him no pain. In a few minutes of the sensation, it was over, and Morgana let go of him. It is done, she simply said to him, with Henry looking at her with a perplexed look. My blood is now yours, as is my magic and legacy. Now, you have earned my blessing and permission, my son and prince. You may leave now, but before that know this. And with that, Morgana's eyes closed for a second, before opening up again, letting Henry see that she was in a state of trance. In the last years of millennia, Light Lord and Dark Lord will clash. Neither serving the good or evil, but to their own ambitions, their war will leave the magical realm bloodied. Lines shall be drawn, sides shall be taken, and hundreds will die for nothing, if left unstopped. But in the middle of that chaos, the Dark Prince shall rise, brought in by blood of serpent and dragon, betrayed by those that gave him life, and hated for his mere existence by them. Feared by both the light and the dark, in his hands is their demise and the future of Albion. Morgana ended her prophecy to Henry, before smiling to him. Use it well, my son. Now go. And with that, Henry's eyes saw dark again. Gringotts Bank. Henry's eyes snapped open again, and he took his hand off the sphere, which now looked like a simple black spherical stone. He glanced at it for a second, sensing that the magic in it was gone, and along with that, Henry felt himself better, like he had been fully healed from his stay in Azkaban. Taking off his glamour ring, he saw that his hands and body were fully filled out by the mass of muscles and meat, returning his near-athletic physique back to him. It would seem Her Majesty has declared you her heir and prince. Ragnarok snapped Henry from his observations of himself, drawing the attention of Wizard back to Goblin, who held a mirror in his hand now. "You'd best take a look at your new self, Your Highness." Ragnak gave Henry the mirror. When he looked into it, he was nearly shocked to see the face of the man that looked back at him. If before he had a more round and pronounced face, like one of James Potter and, especially, Charles Potter, then now his face was more akin to that of a black, with high cheekbones, a narrowed chin and cheeks. His skin was no longer as pale as dead man's, returning to his original tone, while his eyes were once again of a warm green color that he once had, with a slightly brighter color than before. His hair too had changed slightly, with his gray mane of hair now becoming one in line of clear white and silvery color. Incredible. Henry noticed that his voice, which had changed in Azkaban, due to the effect of Dementors, was the same as before. "I look so different." "Yes, though the similarities from your past appearance remain, but not the ones that connect you to Lord and Lady Fleemont." Ragnak noted to his client, with Henry putting away the mirror, and taking up the parchment. "The results of the parchment have also been modified, as it is connected to your magical energy, Your Highness. I believe it is now confirmed, that you are the new Prince Le Fay." Henry looked at the parchment, and read it once more. Name: Henry Arthur Le Fay. Date of birth: July 31, 1975, 11:59 p.m. Parents: Arthur Michael Pendragon, father, adopted in Magic and Blood Morgana Maria Le Fay, mother, adopted in Magic and Blood James Charles Potter, birth parent, disowned via breaking the code Freya Lillian Potter, birth parent, disowned via breaking the code. Siblings: William James Potter, birth brother, disowned via breaking the code Rose Doria Potter, birth sister. Titles and claims: Prince of the Exalted and Royal House Le Fay, inherited through unification of lines Peverell and Slytherin, recognized by Morgana Le Fay. Lord of the Most Ancient and Noble House Potter, inherited from Charles Henry Potter. Lord of the Most Ancient and Noble House Peverell, inherited from Charles Henry Potter. Lord of the Most Ancient and Noble House Gaunt, inherited through the magical adoption by Tom Marvolo Riddle. Lord of the Exalted and Most Noble House Slytherin, inherited through the unification of lines of Stuart and Gaunt. Heir claimant of the Ancient and Noble House Pruitt, inherited from Freya Lillian Potter. Heir claimant of the Exalted and Most Noble House Gryffindor, inherited from Freya Lillian Potter and Charles Henry Potter. Heir claimant of the Most Ancient and Noble House Black, inherited from Doria Persephone Potter. Magical anomalies present in the body. Magically altered physique and blood, bearing traits of houses Pendragon and Le Fay. Absorbed fragment of soul, belonging Tom Marvolo Riddle. Absorbed magical power, belonging to Tom Marvolo Riddle and Doria Persephone Potter. Soul of Doria Persephone Potter, sealed in the forehead. Henry chuckled a little when he read it all, before turning to Ragnak and speaking to him again. "So, I am now officially the son of the very King Arthur Pendragon and Morgana Le Fay. Not that I am complaining, but if that is the case, then why I am not Prince Claimant or heir to House Pendragon, if you don't mind me asking?" Henry asked of Ragnak, who answered immediately to that one. The Exalted and Royal House Pendragon, much to the grief and sorrow of many, had effectively ceased its existence soon after Queen Morgana had cursed the entire line of Arthur Pendragon and Guinevere Gryffindor, to have the magic and blood of Pendragon in all of their descendants completely extinguished. Since King Arthur Pendragon had disowned in blood and magic all of his children from Queen Morgana prior to the curse, this has left House Pendragon effectively without any heirs and heiresses, ending it with King Arthur Pendragon. Ragnak informed Henry. Though, it would seem that Queen Morgana had managed to preserve some of magical essence of her husband, hence why you are now son of King Arthur and Queen Morgana. Though the blood and magic of Pendragon family are effectively gone, their material possessions, along with all the possession of houses Le Fay, Slytherin, Gaunt, Potter and Peverell, are yours. And that includes all of the vaults, properties, artifacts, books, scrolls and many more things, including the official oath of friendship and assistance from Goblin Nation to house Le Fay, if you will have it. And I shall, Mr. Ragnak. Ragnak bowed respectfully to the newest Prince Le Fay. Just how much in terms of monetary possessions and valuables, do I now own, if I may ask? To learn the exact numbers, we would require some time to perform an audit of your possessions and money. Henry nodded to Ragnak, silently giving his approval to that. You will have the list made in shortest notice, Your Highness. But, In rough and without precise calculations, you may already claim the status as the richest wizard in the world, as houses Lefay and Slytherin were among the richest houses at time, especially the former, having gained all of monetary assets of Camelot. House Lefay holds 5 vaults in here, Gringotts, with 1st through 5th respectively, while Slytherin have 3 vaults, Peverell's and Potter's 2 each, and Gaunt's only 1, which is almost completely empty as at this very moment, Your Highness, while the other 10 are brimming with gold, jewels and more. That is good to know. Henry rubbed his chin, before putting on his glamour ring. Mr. Ragnarok, am I to understand that Lord and Lady Fleamont have had absolutely no access to the exact and precise information regarding houses Potter and Peverell's vaults, including the fact of there being several vaults for each house? No, and they most certainly could not have had any access to it, as Griphook hadn't informed them of it, Your Highness. Ragnarok told Henry, who nodded to him. The only one with the access to this kind of restricted information is Lord of the House, like yourself, who themselves aren't allowed to tell such information even to their closest relatives, even sons and daughters. Only Lord of the House may hold such knowledge. Good, because I wish to modify my earlier deal. Ragnarok was interested to hear what his client had to say. Grant those 2 and their spawn access to only 2 vaults, 1 for Potter's and 1 for Peverell's, and keep any and all information about the other 2 as secret as possible. I imagine that the money in just 2 of those vaults would be more than enough for them to spend without care. As for the loaning details, they remain the same, considering that House Fleamont, before your grandfather's death, only had access to vault, with its monetary assets being only 76.9% of one of the Potter's vaults. They will most certainly be elated. Ragnarok told Henry such sensitive information, making him cock his brow upwards. Considering the deception you've been put through by them, it is only fitting, in the eyes of my bank, that you have the information about your future assets given to you. How considerate of you. One more thing, before we finish our dealings for today. Henry drew Ragnarok's attention to himself. It is my understanding that William Arthur Weasley is employed by Gringotts Bank, if my memory serves me correctly. He is, Your Highness. Ragnarok confirmed. He was employed by our Egyptian branch in Cairo as a junior curse breaker, having served there quite well. He has recently been promoted to the rank of senior curse breaker and transferred into our branch of Gringotts Bank. Given your situation and new status, am I to understand that you would wish him removed from here? I can have him fired without any consequences to us and you within 5 minutes from now, if you wish, Your Highness. Tempting, but out of all the Weasley I had the displeasure of meeting, he is actually not half bad. Henry mused to himself, thinking about the possible way of removing a potential member of Order of the Phoenix. Would it be possible to have him transferred somewhere, where he would be able to retain his current position, or get a higher one, but would be of no use to Dumbledore and his family, save for monetary assistance? Henry asked of Ragnarok, who thought about for a second. Yes, there is one such posting. The post of Deputy Chief of Public Relations Department in Quebec's branch of Gringotts has recently been left vacant. A position, which requires complete attention of holder and doesn't allow much opportunity for travels, along with being paid quite well, especially in comparison to his previous occupation. Ragnarok told Henry. Normally, we wouldn't consider such a request, but given your status and our alliance, Your Highness, my father, King Ragnarok of Goblin Nation, would heed your request. I can have the transfer papers ready in short order, and by the end of the month, William Arthur Weasley will move to Quebec, or lose his job and any future employment opportunities. Given the post's prestige, high payment and a provided place to live, he will accept it eagerly. And, given our evaluation of his character and performance in our employment, he would do well in this position. Excellent, that sounds just about what Bill deserves, away from Dumbledore and family, and a relatively bright future. Henry smiled a little, having neutralized one of the members of Order of Phoenix. Now, about the papers, and just as he said it, several documents appeared on the table. Allow me a few seconds to modify our original deal, Your Highness, as per your new requirements. Within said seconds, Ragnarok was done and handed the quill to his client. Now, please sign these papers, and you will officially be recognized by Ministry's system of noble houses and lordships, as Prince Lefay and Lord Slytherin. You can be assured that there will be none that will question your status, and as for your lordships of Potter and Peverell, when you wish to reveal those to the world too, then you will have all the rights and recognition in the eyes of ministry." Henry nodded to him, signing all of the papers, before they disappeared. "Pleasure doing business with you, Mr. Ragnarok." Henry gave him a curt bow, with Ragnarok responding in kind. "The pleasure all is mine, your highness, and you may address me simply as Ragnarok." Ragnarok gave him a toothy smile. "The Gringotts Bank and Goblin Nation are honored to do business with Prince LeFay. Whenever you may require our services, we will happily provide you with them. And as for the audit of your assets and belongings, you will receive the full review via an all-mail before this month ends. I will certainly do business with you at later date. And until then, may your gold flow, Ragnarok. And may your enemies taste your blade, your highness." And with that being said, Henry left the room, heading back into the foyer, where Regulus and Faye were already waiting for him. "There you are, we were starting to get a little worried for you." Faye spoke up to him, with Henry nodding to them both. "So, is it safe to assume that you've done what you came here for?" "Yeah, that and much more," Henry said to them both. "This is not the discussion to be held in public. Best we talk about with everyone back in the mansion." "Agreed, but while we are here, Faye and I would like to do a bit of shopping for our kids that will be attending Hogwarts." Regulus took out of his pocket a silver coin and gave it to Henry. "Password is Hades, you can use it in one of the empty booths right over there, if you would like to go back and rest up bit. We'll be with you in Arcturus in a few hours." "Will do, and thank you for coming along on this one." Henry thanked them, with both Regulus and Faye smiling him and nodding, before he left them alone, while the couple moved out of Gringotts and back to the street. "So, since there is now a free spot, Dad is hoping to get that post in Ilvermorny." Nymphadora entered the house, talking with Kingsley who followed her just a step behind. "Mom even told me that Dad's even thinking about selling the house here and move on permanent basis to Salem, if he gets the post. Well, considering that he is one of the top veteran hit wizards in the department, with a couple of decorations, Ted shouldn't have any trouble getting the job," Kingsley said to Nymphadora, who nodded to him, as they moved to the place of orders meeting. "And are you okay with your parents moving to Salem? It is on the other side of the Atlantic. To be honest, Shax, I was actually mighty relieved when Mom told me about it," Nymphadora admitted to him. "What with Voldemort back and soon out for blood, and Mr. All for the greater good using every dirty trick in the book, I'll honestly feel a lot better, knowing that my folks are good 3,000 miles away from it all. Plus, it's not like I won't be able to visit them when I want to, nobody had cancelled portkeys. And, if we are being honest," Nim took a quick glance, making sure that only she and Kingsley were around and not heard. "I believe that Harry had actually asked Regulus to help Dad with the post, tough neither will admit it to me or Dad." Kingsley nodded to Nymphadora, understanding and believing that it could be true, seeing how he knew by now how close former Henry Potter, now Henry LeFay, was with Tonks' family. And it didn't surprise him in the slightest that Tonks' parents would be moving out of England and that she was glad that it was happening. He himself had sent his wife and their kids to the continent just a week ago, to live on Sardinia, in his family's summer mansion, well away from England and Death Eaters. Such practice wasn't anything new, as during the First Wizarding War, wizards and witches in great numbers had left the Great Britain in hopes of getting away from the chaos and being caught in the middle of a war they didn't sign up for. The majority of the immigrants were half-bloods and Muggleborns, the very prime targets for Voldemort's rage and fury. Kingsley suspected that in the coming months, there will be the next great exodus of wizards and witches. Especially once everyone will realize that the old terror that was Voldemort is back. But for now, the Ministry has been doing their best suppressing any and all rumors about the return of the Dark Lord, with Fudge and his cronies using daily profit, their authority and every trick in the book to keep up the appearance of stability and calmness. Most of the attempts made by Dumbledore to reveal the truth about Voldemort have done nothing, and only served to backfire at him, painting him as an old and even deluded wizard, who tries to garner more and more popularity and power for himself. He and the Order had to change tactics, when it was discovered that Dumbledore and many of the Order's members were in risk of losing their posts in the Ministry if they had continued with their propaganda. So for now, Order had mainly focused on tracking Voldemort and his Death Eaters, as well as gathering information, along with defending the Department of Mysteries, for whatever reason. At the same time as Fudge and his party were digging their own future graves, and Dumbledore continued to play the chess master, Amelia Bones had carefully and cautiously weeding out all the potential spies, turncoats, traitors and corrupt Aurors and hit wizards in her own department. Knowing full well about the powers and influences of Dumbledore and Voldemort, head of the DMLE was making sure that the Ministry's primary fighting force was ready and able to take them both down. And while she couldn't fire the Marauders, for now, she could, however, make sure that Potter, Black and Lupin had any access or source to sensitive information. Along with that, she had employed Alistair Moody, now their firm and loyal supporter, back into instructing role, preparing Aurors for the fight to come. The old scarred Auror was all too happy to oblige, especially since he learned about the plan that Bones and Blacks had hatched together, being more than a little motivated to help them. Plus, knowing that Charles and Doria's grandkids were safe and sound did well for his mind and determination. Old Auror may have lost quite a bit of his youthful reflexes and grace, but he had more knowledge than anyone on taking down Death Eaters, and now he putting it all into the minds and bodies of Aurors. Nymphadora and Kingsley moved through the hall and walked into the meeting room, where the discussions were being held in full. There was everybody, minus Minerva and Alistair, who had been here when Nym informed them all about Henry's death. And since then there were no talks or suspicion about the current status of Henry, especially with Potter's getting their access to vaults. But right now the discussion wasn't about the Potters, but rather about the Weasleys. Absolutely not. I forbid you to take that post, Bill, and that is final. Molly Weasley put everyone's eardrums to the test, as she screamed at her eldest son. Don't you understand that you simply can't take that job? Not when you the Order, Dumbledore and your family need you right here. No, it is decided, you aren't going to take that post. That is my word. Mother, maybe you didn't hear me when I said first. If I don't take that post, then Gringotts will fire me, as in kick me out of my job for good. Bill Weasley argued to his mom and family, while Nymphadora and Kingsley quietly moved past them. And once I'm out of job, I won't be able to find any other work, as it is general policy to check potential employees' working history, and Gringotts makes sure to discredit those that they fire. I'm not left with much of a choice here, and frankly, this post is too good to pass up. Hestia, what's up with our residential banshee and her brood this time? Nym whispered to her friend, who answered to her. Bill here. Just told us that Gringotts Bank in Quebec has offered him a post of Deputy Chief of Public Relations Department. Apparently, the post comes packing with the living place, really good payment and opportunities for future, and since goblins never like taking no for an answer, Bill decided to agree to take it. Hestia explained to Nymphadora, who nodded to her. He decided to inform his family here and right now, and Hestia motioned to the near-hysterical Molly Weasley. Bill, sweetie, if this is about a job then I'm sure that you could get a good job at Hogwarts, with Professor Dumbledore here. Or better yet, why not go and work in the Ministry, like your father here? Molly suggested to him, not being able to bear with the thought of one of her sons moving away from her control. Surely working there would be much better than in some Quebec, and especially for those thieving and scheming goblins, not to mention that you'd be close by to us and be able to help the Order. Mom, this is my life, not yours, not Dad's, and certainly not Dumbledore's and Order's. Bill said in a cold and serious tone. I know how much this Order means for you all, but I have got my own life to build and this promotion would ensure that I don't have anything to worry about. I've already said yes to Ragnarok, and I'll be leaving for Quebec in 3 days. Bill told them all, with Molly's face contorting in rage at what she just heard. William Arthur Weasley, you will stay in England and do as I tell you to do. I am your mother, and don't you dare to abandon your family like Percy did, not when there is a war coming and when your family needs you the most. Molly shrieked at him, breathing heavily at what she just said. Bill, I get it that it all sounds nice and cozy for you there in Canada, but Mom does have a point. Charlie supported their mother, getting glared at by his older brother. The Order and us need all the help we can get, and you moving to the other side of the Atlantic will not help the matters. Frankly, it sounds to me like you are chickening out on us, being a coward. Please, I know you better than that. You are a Gryffindor, and Gryffindors never back down from a fight, right? Yeah, Bill, it's like you don't even wanna give a damn about our family, just like Percy. Ron decided to add his bit to it all, finally seeing a chance to shine on his own. No real Gryffindor would ever run away with his tail between his legs, but I guess that Sorting Hat had made a mistake with you, because you sound like a slimy Slytherin to me. No real Weasley would ever run away when his family needs him. Bill, don't be silly. You know that Will here is the boy who lived, and he'll need all the help we can get him, if he is to defeat you-know-who. Ginny chimed in, with William Potter nodding to her. How will you be able to help us all if you are half a world away from us? Charlie and Ron are right. You are acting like a cowardly snake of Slytherin, not like a brave lion of Gryffindor. I'd even say that you are starting to go dark on us all, just like those Death Eaters. Bill, my boy, I know that you think that what you are doing is for the best, but please listen to your family here. Dumbledore, with his usual twinkle in the eyes, suggested to his former student. I fear that without their support and love, you may stray away from the good and right path in these turbulent times. Now, I am sure that I would able to accommodate you and offer you a teaching post in Hogwarts. The post of history professor, perhaps. I'm sure that such a good and honored post would be more than enough for you, especially since Binns is long overdue for his retirement and final rest. Wouldn't you want to succeed our good friend Binns in his post, making his passing a peaceful one at thought of his work being continued by a capable and good-natured man? See, Bill, it's settled then, you are staying in England and will go on to teach there, and no more that foolish talk about moving away or Gringotts or anything like that. Molly was practically celebrating her victory, but it was far too early for that, as Bill spoke up. So, that's how you see it, huh? He said in a bitter voice, getting everyone's attention. Being like Percy, not enough Gryffindor for you, and all because of what? Because I want to make my own life and live it as I want. Have it ever occurred to you that Percy might have the right idea in mind? Not one with trusting the ministry, but one with trying to make a better living for himself, to get away from your damn domineering and choking control. Bill said in a bitter and angry voice. William, I do not like what you are saying to me. Apologize to me now and, Molly said dangerously to him, but was interrupted by Bill. And what? Take up the post at Hogwarts, go on and help your boy Wonder here, and hope that I don't get killed off in an ambush like Uncles Fabian and Gideon. And all because I got caught up in a war one want nothing to do with me. Bill practically shouted at his mother, who looked appalled, while he directed his anger at his brothers and sister. Chickening out on you, Charlie. You'd know all about it, wouldn't you, little brother? You may've fooled everyone here with that love of dragons, but I know better, and I know exactly why you'd turned down that invitation to play for the national Quidditch team. Bill looked with a serious eye at his younger brother, with Charlie's eyes widening when he understood what Bill had meant. Bill, please, you've promised, Charlie practically pleaded him, with everyone's attention turning to him. I was wrong when I said, and please don't tell them. They don't need to know it, not like this. Know what? Charlie, son, is there something that we should know? Arthur Weasley spoke up in a worried voice, for the first time since the meeting started. Son, you know that you can tell us all, right? That is what family is for. Oh, he knows, Dad. Bill said in a sarcastic tone of voice. But he also knows what you, or rather Mom, think about us doing something foolish, so to speak. And Charlie here has done one big dumb mistake, as he had told me back in 1991. Bill, please, I beg you, not like this. Charlie was near begging point at this one. Hey Nim, do you remember Cornelia Lestrange, from your year, but in Slytherin? Bill turned his attention to the Auror, who blinked a couple of times, first a shock of being noticed, and then at remembering the girl. Yeah, I remember her. She was my partner on Ancient Runes since the 3rd year. Nim spoke up. She was a bit shy and a little uptight, but when compared to the rest of them pure-blooded idiots and Slytherin slime balls, she was the nicest thing to come out of Lestrange's. One of my besties, actually, which is actually really nice, considering our relation. What relation do you mean? Sirius asked of her, before it suddenly dawned on him. Wait, Lestrange, is she? Yeah, she's my cousin on Mom's side, being the daughter of Aunt Bellatrix and her uncle Rodolphus, although she was raised by her grandparents. Nim told everyone, shocking most of the room. She didn't exactly go around and tell us who her parents were, but she told me and I promised to keep a secret for her while we are in Hogwarts. She was really afraid that for what her parents did, she'd be a target of their victims' families. All was good, but then she suddenly disappeared in our last year during spring's vacation, and I haven't heard from her since. All I could think was that she ran off with that lover she was telling me about. That was until I've found out that she was dead a year later, with her grandparents having buried her. Don't know about her beau, though. Oh, she ran off, but not with the lover, but the lover's kid. Bill said, folding his arms and looking at his younger brother, who looked down in shame, with everyone looking at Charlie with shock. Poor girl was head over heels in love with you, Charlie, but when she found out that she was with your child, you, as you've put it so nicely, chickened out and ran off to your dear Romania and to your beloved dragons, telling no one a thing and dumping her off without even goodbyes. And no, this can't be true. It's all just lies. No son of mine would ever even look at a daughter of those monsters, much less love her. Molly refused to believe it. Charlie, come now, tell us that Bill is wrong. He is wrong and is just trying to lie, right? Charlie, is this true? Arthur looked shocked and appalled at his second eldest son. Why you are ran away from, and with Lestrange's daughter, how could you do such a low thing? I was bloody scared, all right. Charlie shouted in rage, unable to cope with it any longer. Yes, I was dating Cornelia, and I was bloody happy about it too, and I damn well knew how you would react if you found about us, so I never told anyone about it. I knew for a fact that you'd rather kill me than have me dating and betting daughter of Voldemort's prime lieutenants. Yeah, you were happy. Until she told you that she was with your child and wanted to make your relations official. Bill continued, with Charlie looking miserably at him. And, instead of doing the good and honorable right thing, like you all are telling me right now here, Charlie here decided to bail out. After all, he never wanted to be a father at 18, much less a husband to Lestrange's daughter, and if Quidditch was out of question for him, there were always his beloved dragons. And as to ensure that she'd never talk about them, he made her take the unbreakable vow, practically forcing the poor girl never to tell anyone about who was the man that robbed her of her honor. And she agreed, taking that secret with her into the grave, when she died of miscarriage. Miscarriage. Nim's mouth hung open, before her freckles disappeared, face took angular features and hair became blood red from anger, when she turned to face Charlie. You son of ch. You best run back to your Romania right now, because when I get my hands on you, I'll rip your balls off and feed them to you. Corny was the nicest and most loyal friend I had, and you went on to knock her up and abandon her. Nymphadora was ready to move and literally kill him, if she wasn't stopped by paralyzing charms sent by Snape. So much for one of Gryffindor's golden boys, he sneered with his scarred and disfigured face. Though not much a loss, really. The girl lacked any sort of commitment and determination towards achieving one's goals. Her demise is nothing surprising for me, and I doubt her parents would be all that surprised when they hear of it. Snape, that's enough. Kingsley stopped him. I'd hold your tongue, if I were you, because Tonks here can hear you all, and I'm not in the mood of stopping her from doing something stupid. I might consider even helping her in this one, honestly. Charlie, my boy, I don't even know what to say, I can't tell you how disappointed I am with you. Arthur said in a hollowed voice to his son. Good riddance. Molly said sharply, shocking her husband, the twins and many others. I can't say that I am proud of your, as I am very much disappointed with you, Charlie, but at least that girl is dead and her spawn as well. Obviously, you simply fell for that dark witch's wiles and she wanted to get her hands on you to lead you astray. Wish you had come to me and I'd have helped you with her, but at least now no one will know of this shame and we can move on. Mom, are you bloody mental? Fred said in a shocked voice. That girl was one of the nicest ladies in Hogwarts, and she died 'cause Charlie bailed out of his duties as a man. George continued for his brother, equally disturbed. And all you can say is, Fred continued. Good riddance. Both twins said in unison, before they exchanged glances and speaking up. We are sorry, but we need to go and get some fresh air. And Bill, we are with you and go for it. And as for you, Charlie, we thought better of you. Twins said in unison, before getting out of house as fast as they could. Now, where were we? Ah yes, running away with tail between his legs, right, Ron? William spoke up to him, with a good deal of deathly glare being involved in it. Also something you know all about, considering that you and your friend here tended to do that a lot, especially in your first year. I've never ran away from anything, and you've got nothing on me, you damn Slytherin coward. Ron shouted at Bill. Funny you should mention Slytherin, because I met an interesting young girl a few years ago, back in Egypt, who told me about one very brave Slytherin that had saved her. Bill fixed his eyes on Ron, who still looked confused at what was happening. She was actually once your housemate and was in the same year as you. Maybe you remember her name, Hermione Granger. Ron and Will instantly paled at the mention of her. That bushy-haired know-it-all, with that insufferable attitude, what about her? Snape remembered the girl, with Bill speaking up. Well, she had quite the tale to tell me, about that whole troll incident on Halloween of, 91. 3 years ago. Hogwarts. Girls' bathroom. Hermione Granger had always prided herself as an intellectual, knowledgeable and bright person, one who believed that having knowledge is the ultimate form of power and wealth. And when she found out that she was gifted with magic and that magic could be learnt in spells, she immediately understood that with her attributes, she would excel at it, just as she had excelled in her studies of normal mundane subjects. Sure, she knew she could be a bit a know-it-all and she always prided herself as having a greater deal of knowledge than the others, but she was sure that she would be able to get friends in Hogwarts, the very best magical school, where only the best could go to, like her. She was so full of hopes, which had ultimately come crushing down. Though she had been sorted into Gryffindor, the very best house in her opinion, she quickly found out that no one in her house and even year group had liked her. She was constantly ridiculed and mocked for her hair, her teeth, or worse, her thirst for knowledge and accumulated information. Hermione had thought it was bad when she was in mundane school, but in Hogwarts, it gotten really bad, and the majority of those that had ridiculed her were her own housemates, especially that idiotic Ron Weasley and the brat who lived, as she called him, William Potter. Not a day went by when she wasn't called names, had to clean up herself after a bad prank, or closed up in a broom closet. She had tried to talk to Professor McGonagall, but she refused to even listen to her, not wanting to hear that her very own lions were acting like bullies. Today, however, was the worst, as Potter and Weasley, along with most of her year students had been particularly in their name-calling, pranks and bullying. That, coupled with months of constant bullying, welled up feelings and absolute lack of teachers' attention towards the situation, had caused Hermione to break down in one of the girls' bathrooms, letting out in tears and cries all that had boiled up in her. She has had it with them all, that was for certain, and if nobody was really even caring about her well-being here, then she shouldn't even stay here, especially knowing that maybe her parents would be able to take her back home, and she'd go back to normal school. Those were her thoughts, until she had exited the booth, and screamed in horror and terror at the sight of a giant mountain troll standing right inside, roaring and swinging his club right at her. By some miracle, she had managed to duck for cover and moved back into the booth, but it proved to be a bad idea, as Troll swung his club right there, crashing all booths and nearly killing Hermione. She had been quick to duck down, but unfortunately for her, her left arm ended up being pierced by a large piece of wood, causing her to scream in pain. For a moment as she rose up with tears of pain, she noticed both Potter and Weasley looking at her with terrifying looks, before running away with screams of terror, distracting the troll enough for Hermione to get out. Unfortunately, the horror, pain and increasing blood loss had forced her to fall down on the floor, right in front of Troll, who was all too glad at the opportunity to crush his dinner. Hermione had closed her eyes, with the entire her life passing right in front of her eyes, preparing to lose her life. Accio Hermione Granger. Suddenly, Hermione's body had practically flown out of her place and she suddenly ended up being held by a strong hand, pushing her right behind. She took a glancing look at who was it, and noticed that it was tall, strong-looking young student, one of the upper students, possibly from the last year. He was dressed in the Slytherin's green and silver colors, looking well with short black hair and soft green looks. She recognized the student the next second that she looked at him. It was none other than Henry James Potter, older brother to the hooligan that has been terrorizing him, and one of the most hated students in Hogwarts, all because of him being the first Potter sorted into Slytherin. She had heard he was practically the second coming of he who must not be named, yet here he was, saving her life. Henry looked at Hermione, accessing her and what was done to her, before nodding her and motioning her to stay behind, which the girl did. After that he turned to face the advancing troll, raising his wand and speaking once more. Immobilis. One charm and Troll's movements were immobilized. Don't know how you got in, Troll, nor does it matter that much to me. All you need to know is that I really hate it when big boys like you pick on little people like her, and especially when they hurt them just to get their jollies out of the act. Now, I'll make this quick, beast. Avada Kedavra. The green magical beam struck the troll, and in the next second, its dead body had hit the floor, breathless and lifeless. Hermione was in shock at not just seeing one of the 3 unforgivable curses was being used, but also at the fact that it was just used to save her life. She looked, with her wincing look up at the young man, who looked back at her and knelt down before her, looking at her injury, examining it carefully, before he carefully put his hand on the wood. I won't lie. I'm going to pull that thing out of your arm, and it will hurt, a lot, so I'll put a numbing spell on your arm, so you won't feel much pain from it. And before you say anything, without pulling it out of your arm, I won't be able to stop the bleeding and heal your arm. Ready? Hermione nodded to him, and the very next second, Henry quickly put his spell on her arm and pulled out of her the piece of wood. Meanwhile, Henry wasn't wasting any precious moments, as he waved his wand around Hermione's wound, forcing any remaining splinters to leave her blood and body, before stopping the bleeding completely. Next after that, while the numbing charm didn't dissipate, he began to reverse blood back into her wound, before healing it. Despite Henry having learned the healing spells and practiced them since he was in his 2nd year, he wasn't a professional healer, and because of that, he had left Hermione with a scarred flesh where the wound was. Putting his wand away, he stood up, while Hermione looked up to him and spoke up. Why did you help me? She asked him with a shaky and weak voice, with Henry actually looking amused at her. Well, I could say that I was feeling heroic and wanted to go and find me a damsel to save, but that would be utter rubbish with me. Henry simply chuckled to her, with Hermione giving him a weak smile. If you want an honest answer, then I was just on my way back to dorm, when I saw the 2 Gryffindor prime parasites running out here, and heard a troll in here. After that, I decided to do the decent thing and save you, and also let off some steam on the beast here. Now, I could ask you what you were doing here, Miss Granger, but seeing how you've become this year's prime target for bullying and harassment, I think I can make the honest assumption of you letting out what has been welled up in you. Why, you were right, she nodded to him, before she lunged herself at Henry, wrapping her arms around him, crying her eyes out. Thank you, she kept repeating, with Henry not pulling back and simply embracing her softly and carefully, caressing her mane of hair. It's all right now, he softly whispered to her, putting his experience of caring for younger children, like his Rose, to use. Come now, let's have you looked at by Poppy. Unlike the rest of the staff here, she actually cares for the children here. Don't worry, I'll walk you there. Hermione nodded to him and the pair had left the bathroom, only to run into Minerva McGonagall and Severus Snape, with Potter and Weasley following closely behind them and looking scared. Mr. Potter, Ms. Granger, explain yourselves, what you were 2 doing in that bathroom, at once. Professor McGonagall commanded, with Hermione already wanting to cover for her savior, only for Henry reply to her head of the house in an angry and sharp manner. Ms. Granger was trying to stay alive there, while you and the rest of your cavalcade of prideful baboons were stuffing your mouths, celebrating the idiot's job well done over Voldemort. Never had Hermione heard or saw someone talk in such a manner to one of professors, much less Professor McGonagall. Now, as for how she ended up there, maybe you should finally stand up from your cushy pedestal and look at what your golden boys have been doing for the last 6 years. Mr. Potter, 20 points off Slytherin for your utter disrespect and Snape sneered in glee at the opportunity to put his enemy's son down in his place, only to be shut by Henry. Oh, shut your trap, Snape. Go back in your dungeon and jack off of my whore of a mother. Henry shut Snape, whose face contorted in one of utter rage and fury, with Henry turning back to the appalled McGonagall. You were asking what I was doing there, Professor. I was doing your bloody damn job of saving a student in urgent need of being saved, that's what. One would think that it was part of your job, but seeing as you not only ignore every and all acts of harassment, bullying and insulting that take place in here, especially by your very own House of Gryffindor, I have started to think that you, much like the rest of the staff here, don't give a flying about the fate of students under your care. Mr. Potter, I will not take such language and slander from you. 50 points off Slytherin and detention with Filch for McGonagall had composed herself enough to speak up again, only to be interrupted again by Henry. "Go ahead and take 500 off my ass if you want, never cared about this moronic system of yours," Henry replied to her, causing McGonagall to go stiff with anger. "Now, if you and the Ghost of Canterbury are done, I will go and take this student to hospital to have her checked and hospitalized if needed. And after, you can go ahead and expel me out of here for telling you, Professor McGonagall, what really is really going on and how you bloody well allow your own house go around and terrorize everyone they want, including your very own lions that you prance about being so noble and brave." Henry and Hermione moved past the two shell-shocked professors, before Henry stopped right near the pair of Gryffindors. "You two are lucky that she is alive, but mark my word, you do what you did to her to anyone else, and you will wish that you had to face a troll," Henry warned in cold and furious voice the pair, who nearly wet their pants, with Henry moving with Hermione towards the hospital. "Thank you, I can't believe that she didn't do anything," Hermione said, not letting go of Henry. She told us that our house will be our family, but they." "I know," Henry softly said to her, holding her carefully. "You are not first student to suffer for being different from everyone else, nor are you the first student to find her pleas lost on deaf ears of those professors. The students here, especially those of Slytherin and Gryffindor, take it for an unspoken rule to harass and terrorize those that don't fit in for one reason or another, no matter how utterly stupid or senseless that reason is. You being born from non-magical parents and being the brightest witch of this year are enough reasons for those jackals to start their hunt. I thought it would be different here, different from my previous school, but this so much worse." Hermione held back her tears, with Henry gently rubbing her shoulder. She told us that I would be able to become a great witch, and that Hogwarts was the very best school in the magical world. She tells that to every family that she goes to visit, believe me," Henry told her. "Maybe in the past Hogwarts was something great, but now, I have a little sister, Rose, and she'll be starting the next year. I'd much rather see her go to any other magical school, even Durmstrang, but not this damn place. But, being born a Potter and to this particular cursed generation, I'm forced to witness as that brat and his arselicker make my sister's life here miserable. You know, I'm actually envious of you in this department. Why you don't like your parents and brother?" she asked of him. "No, I hate them, not just because of the fame and glory, but mostly because they don't give a damn about me and my little sister, especially her," Henry truthfully answered her. "I know it's a dumb question, but do your parents love and care for you?" "Why yes, they always loved and cared for me. Mom didn't even want to let me go here, because she didn't trust that it would be as Professor H had said," Hermione told him. "Then you are a very lucky girl, Hermione Granger." Henry chuckled dryly to her, but with no ill intent. "I don't know your parents, but I believe that the moment they found out about what is really happening here, they would move the mountains and skies, just to make sure you are safe. I don't think that you have been writing them about what was going on here, haven't you?" Hermione shook her head at this one, before she spoke up. "No, but I think I will, when I have the chance," she said to him. Do you know of any other magical schools, by any chance? If I had my way, I and my sister would have gone to Ilvermorny, in the US. I hear that's the very thing that Hogwarts should be. Present time. She and her parents were on vacation in Cairo, and we ran into each other in the magical district. She told me everything that had happened, including what you two have been up to." Bill looked with a heated glare at his younger brother. "So don't preach to me about snakes and tails, Ronald. If there was a Gryffindor in that story, then it was Henry Potter." Potters and Weasleys looked repulsed at what Bill had said. "You'd believe in the word of some damn bookworm of a mudblood over headmaster here." Molly screeched at Bill, who looked near murderous at her. "She was obviously lying to you, trying to mix Willie's good name and deed with mud like her blood is. Come now Bill, you don't really believe that, now do you?" "I don't bloody care at this point what to believe, Mom, especially after that last comment of yours," Bill said with cold rage. "And as for you, Ginny, the world doesn't revolve around your golden prince, and honestly, if trying to live my own life without you turning it upside down means going dark, then I think I'll be dark in your eyes. At least the one person that truly cares about me will know that I'm doing the right decision. Consider this my resignation, and good luck in your crusade." Bill grabbed his jacket and was moved towards the exit. The one who truly, William Weasley, you will stop right there, or you can forget the road back to our house and that your name is Weasley, do you hear me? That didn't stop Bill, with his mother continuing to scream at him. Bill, I am warning you, one step through that door, and I'll disown you as my son. You'll be just like that mudblood wench you told us about, so. Bill. That was the voice of Arthur Weasley that had forced his son to stop and look back, along with Molly to shut up. For whatever it's worth now, after all that was said, good luck to you, and I am proud of you, son. Bill looked nearly shocked when he heard his father speak, while everyone else was utterly baffled when they heard Arthur. Thank you, Dad, Bill said to him, before opening the door and stepping out of the Blacks' family home and out of the Order for good. Arthur, how could you allow him to leave? And what is this about being proud of him? He just betrayed our family and, Molly continued to screech, before Arthur slammed his fist into the table shutting her up. My son has just made a monumental decision and decided to do what was right for him, Molly, and I am proud of him for that. I've always wanted to see all of my children be able to grow up into fine young men and be able to build their lives as they want it, and Bill is just that, and because of that I am proud of him. Arthur answered to her and everyone. And I will not force any of my children to fight in this war, especially if there is a way for them to avoid being engulfed into it. Call me a coward, but I am here because of my choice and because I decided to come here. And as for Bill, anyone among you here that decides to call my son a coward will have to consider themselves as enemies of House Weasley for insulting its heir primus. As for what was revealed to us today, we will talk about this at length after the meeting. And Molly, threaten my son or anyone with my status as head of the house, and I'll personally disown you out of the house, got that? Arthur had sent a heated glare towards her, making her squirm and nod in response. Well, this sure has been one eventful meeting so far, Nymphadora commented offhandedly, before asking something she wanted to know. Where's Professor McGonagall? Shouldn't she also be here? Not that I'd want to face her if she heard what was said here. I've sent Minerva to Ilvermorny, to collect the records about 4 transfer students from there, who will be studying this year in Hogwarts, as part of exchange program between MACUSA and our ministry. Dumbledore answered, getting everyone's attention. Along with the students, we will also be hosting one of their teachers, who will take up the post of professor for Dada for this year. And this is actually the reason why I've called this meeting today, since this man could very well be of much use to our cause. Really? And who is he then? Some American high-ranking Auror in retirement? Sirius asked of Professor Dumbledore, who shook his head, who produced magical photographs on the table. Not quite, Sirius. Dumbledore spoke up, with photos moving to everyone at the table. Although, he has served in MACUSA as an Auror for 10 years, the last 6 years, he has spent as a teacher of Dada in Ilvermorny. However, while his experience as Auror and teacher are certainly valuable, it is his past before that truly makes him valuable to our cause. Now, Sirius, tell us, does the person on the photo look familiar to you? Now that you mention it. Sirius looked carefully at the photo, before his eyes slowly widened when he recognized the man on it. Bloody Merlin's ass, is that him? Sirius, do you recognize this man here? James asked of him, also looking at it. I'll say that he looks kinda familiar and there is even some resemblance to you, but. Indeed there is resemblance, Potter, given the fact that this is Mutt's own little brother shown here, if I am not mistaken. Snape said, shocking everyone, while he turned to smiling Dumbledore. Would you have managed to track down the ghost of Regulus Arcturus Black of all people, and drag him into the light, Professor? Yes, you could say that, Severus. Dumbledore chuckled. Indeed, the man on the photo is our dear Sirius' younger brother Regulus, who had managed to disappear near 16 years ago without a trance. According to my friends in America and their government, he had received a full pardon for his association with the Dark Lord and Death Eaters, after a public trial before ICW. After that, he has gone on to become an Auror for MACUSA and very good one at that, if my sources are correct, before going on to teach at Ilvermorny Academy. During his time in America, Regulus had made himself a name as a very reliable and powerful wizard, one of their top-tier Aurors, as I am told. He has even received the Order of Merlin, 3rd class, in recognition of his service and protection of people, especially a year and a half ago, when a group of American students was accidentally attacked by Dementors, who were looking for Peter Pettigrew. I bet that coward had bought his freedom and status, just like the rest of his friends did. James sneered at Regulus' photo. Headmaster, why would you even employ him? Reggie has always been a coward, and I bet that he ran away from the Dark Lord without lasting a week. For all we know, the moment he sets his foot in Hogwarts, he'll probably find some way for Death Eaters to get inside the castle and hurt everyone. Severus here will probably even help him at that. I'll have to agree with James on this one, Professor. Remus supported his friend on this one. If you want to simply neutralize a potential threat, then why not simply let us capture him and throw him into Azkaban for his crimes? I am afraid that the Court of International Confederacy had found him not guilty of any crime, save for association with Dark Lord and his cohorts. For that he had managed to earn his pardon before the court in some way, and because of that he is now a free and innocent man in the eyes of the law. Dumbledore informed them all. However, while Regulus' will and convictions may not be as strong as that of his dear brother Sirius here, he could still be very much valuable to us, and I am sure that the young man would wish to truly earn his forgiveness for his past sins. PFT, valuable, Sirius snorted at that one. Professor, Regulus has always been a whipping boy for our parents, always wanting them to be proud of him. He is a spineless coward, much like Wormtail, if not worse. What's so valuable about him? As much as I detest the notion, I am afraid that they are correct in their assessment, Headmaster. Severus spoke up again. Regulus never had the stomach for any kind of violence, nor did he last long in Death Eaters, having apparently run off at the first opportunity he had gotten. And as for his combat magic, he is as useless at it as Pettigrew. Is that so, Severus? Suddenly, a new voice spoke up, drawing the attention to the doorway. I thought we were friends, but I guess I've overestimated your capacity for feeling any sort of attachment and friendship. Stepping into the room and moving past Weasleys, Potters, Lupin and Black, was Regulus Arcturus Black, dressed in black jacket with white shirt underneath a black vest, coupled with black pants and shoes. He looked every bit as dignified and powerful as a true black wizard would, showing not even a single hint of emotion or even his power out in the open. He took the place at the opposite head of the table, right across Dumbledore and Severus Snape, both eyeing the man with shocked and curious eyes, while Regulus simply looked at Nymphadora and spoke up. Nym, good to see you, girl. My missus and kids asked me to say hello and ask if you wouldn't mind visiting Salem this weekend. We'll be having a barbecue on Sunday, and you and with Andromeda and Ted are welcome to come by. Regulus smiled to his niece. Sure thing, Reg, I'll let my folks know and I think they'll love it. Though, we'd best arrive in a couple of days beforehand, to acclimate to the time zone and all that. Nym responded, ignoring the shocked looks that most people sent her across the room. Even better, we've got plenty of spare rooms in our house. Plus, we'll have far more time to catch up. Just give me the call when you, Ted and Andy have decided everything. Regulus smiled to her, before turning to everyone and losing his smile. I must say, I was expecting something interesting to come out of my trip here, but to find the majority of the order in here, that certainly is something I did not expect. Well, and we didn't expect you to be alive, dear brother. Sirius practically spat those words out, speaking up to Regulus. I thought you had died all those years ago, but no, you are alive and well, with a family of your own as well. So, mind explaining why no one, aside from Nymphadora and her folks, had known that you were actually alive and kicking, Because they, along with grandfather, are among the only people that I wanted to know about me, Sirius. Regulus simply answered to him, not missing the scowl from him. And to be quite honest with you, I wasn't even planning on returning back to Britain, ever. However, as it would happen, your dear old headmaster and leader of light here has a different opinion, seeing as he had managed to blackmail the president of Makusa and headmaster of Ilvermorny to send not just me, but also my own children and wife here with me. You just can't let people live their lives in peace and quiet, can you, Dumbledore? Regulus asked with sarcasm of Dumbledore. Now, Regulus, my boy, this is no way to treat your dear old headmaster. Dumbledore had his usual twinkle in his eyes, as he spoke to his former student. Now, I assure you, that I had no ulterior motive, other than allowing you and your family the opportunity to reconnect with their historical homeland, and for you to seek a possible forgiveness for the missteps you've made in the past. Reconnect with the historical homeland, right when Voldemort decides to return back to life and is gathering his cohorts. Regulus said to Dumbledore and everyone, surprising them. How very Slytherin of you, Professor, which is something, considering you being a Gryffindor and leader of light. One would think that putting the lives of innocents into danger is something opposite to the light. So don't try and bullshit me, Dumbledore, I know your game and what you are at. And that is exactly why I am here, to give you all a warning, stay the away from my kids and Fae. Regulus told them all, with Lily's eyes widening when she heard that name. Fae, you and Fae have married? She asked in a shocked tone, with Regulus turning to face her. So, you are now the husband of the head of House Stewart, are you not? Tell me, how is that little Miss Perfect doing, Does she remember her dear betrayed older sister? Oh, she does, Freya. Regulus saw how Lily's face contorted at the mention of her birth name. She remembers all too well how you've sickened your boyfriend and his friends on her, once you learned of being excluded from the house. And no, she has passed her rights and status as head of House Stewart onto Samuel Stewart, her uncle, and unlike you, she didn't make any scandal or dishonored her family in any form or fashion, hence why she and our kids are always welcomed by Stewarts. Wait, what is he talking about, Mom? William asked of her, confused, with Regulus deciding to lift up the shroud of mystery for him. Long story short, kid, your mother is a pureblood and was an heiress of a noble house, like your father here, but after she showed her true colors to her little sister and regent of the house, along with getting knocked up when she was in her 6th year, she was excluded from the house and forbidden of ever using the name Freya Lillian Stewart. Regulus told him, before turning his head towards Dumbledore. I know your game, Dumbledore, and I am warning you for the first and last time to keep your hands away from them, or I will make you pay for hurting them in any way. The same goes for your second master too, Severus. Regulus looked at his former friend. Yeah, I know that the half-blooded snake is back and that you are still on his payroll, so I want you to give him this message. If you try and come after my children or any true member of House Black, you and your minions will regret that decision dearly. Those are some very bold words, for someone who had run away so cowardly in the past. Severus sneered at Regulus, who wasn't even fazed by that. Do you really think that the Dark Lord, or we for that matter, will take that warning seriously, Regulus? All of us here know for sure, that you are a coward and a weakling, as you've always been, and the only reason why you even got accepted into Death Eaters was because Bellatrix claimed that you had a very great potential in you. For all her flaws, my cousin Bella was quite right about that one, Severus. Regulus assured him. You can doubt me all you like, but if you think that I am as weak as you believe me to be, then you are in for a nasty surprise. Oh really? James laughed at him openly, as he stepped forward towards Regulus, standing right next to him now. Did little Reggie here finally grow a pair of balls? We all know that you only ever acted tough just so you could get into that by Chiz beep, but she ain't here, so you don't get to act all tough and mighty. You are just one proud ponce that thinks he is hot stuff, but in reality nothing more than a spineless, miserable little boy, whose only girlfriend took pity on him after we made you our bye, ch and pissed on you. He laughed in the open with Sirius and chuckling Remus and Lily at that what he said. It was true, as back then, Regulus wasn't strong enough to fully defend Faye from those 4 freaks, and they had put him in a hospital for a month, but not before beating him to a bloody pulp and even pissing on him. True, back then, he was, thereby, ch. But that was over 20 years, and Regulus has spent those years well enough. In quick motion, his arms unfolded, and his right fist lunged itself into James's gut, beating the air out of his lungs as he laughed. Capitalizing on the shock factor, Regulus moved to James's right, grabbing his right arm, before giving him a knee-breaking kick on his right leg, forcing the Potter to scream in pain and fall in his knees. In next second, Regulus grabbed his head by the hair, and slammed it against the table, breaking his nose and driving shattered glass into his face, whilst still holding James's right arm. While everyone was too shocked with what they were seeing, Regulus bent close to James and whispered to him. Call my wife a bi, ch, or anything like that, and I'll make you into a literal bi, ch. He warned him, before twisting James's arm and breaking it, forcing the grown man to cry out in more pain. Regulus again grabbed James's head by his hair and pushed him away from the table, forcing him to fall down onto the floor. His glasses were shattered, with its remains wedged deep into his bleeding cuts, which were luckily enough not in his eyes, while his nose looked like it had been pressed deep into his skull, bleeding profoundly. His knee and arm weren't moving at all and looked out of place, making the whole scene for everyone very shocking, with Regulus knowing that it had gotten the message across the room. "Anyone still doubting my capabilities?" He asked no one in particular. "Good, because like with your dear James here, I am not here to play games with you. And I won't be anyone's not Voldemort's, and not yours, Dumbledore. If you decide to dig your scrawny old hands into my children, I'll kill you. If because of your damn schemes and games they get hurt or somehow involved in this whole mess, I'll kill you. And if you, Lily, or any of your Potter idiots tries anything funny with them while I am teaching in Hogwarts this year, I'll personally eradicate House Potter and everyone with that last surname that has your blood in it. That goes for everyone here. Hurt my family, and I will kill each and every one of you here, got that? Oh, you've done it now, Reggie." Sirius, along with Remus, whipped out his wand and pointed at Regulus. Only to be plastered against the wall with his friend and fall off unconscious after a double stupefy, while Regulus put away his wand. He turned his attention to Dumbledore, who was weighing his options. So far, Regulus has proven that he really wasn't someone to be messed with, and he wasn't even able to get inside his head like with the others, meaning that his occlumency shields were on the same level as that of Voldemort. Not only that, but he had just defeated the Marauders without any trouble, literally breaking James in the process. And from the way he spoke and manner of his posture, it was clear that he meant every word he said. No, he was far too dangerous and powerful to be manipulated. But his children weren't. Very well, Regulus, you've made your point. I promise you, that for as long as your children and you are here in Britain, you will not be an involuntary part of any of our plans. Dumbledore carefully spoke to him, with Regulus smirking at him, as if he won. Don't think that I don't know your game, Dumbledore. You and Voldemort are the same in your manners of ruling your little armies, and I know what you've just thought about. Regulus narrowed his eyes on him. This is your only warning, stay the hell away from them, Dumbledore. Voluntary or not, we are not a part of your little war, period. And now, if all of you have gotten that message through your skulls, I'll be taking my leave. Feel free to have this place and don't worry, I won't tell anyone about it. It's not like Voldemort doesn't already know where all you meet. Right, Severus. Regulus smirked at his former friend, before apparating out of the house. House Black's mansion. Regulus reappeared the next second in the study of his grandfather Arcturus, alongside Cassiopeia and Rose, who already waiting for him. Did they get the message? He simply asked of him, with Regulus nodding to him. Good, it's long due that our enemies understood that crossing House of Black is a suicidal notion. Can we trust Severus to get the message to his another master? The Scarface didn't even notice me using legilimency on his mind while Dumbledore was announcing me as the next Dada professor, not like I even needed to probe too far into his mind. Regulus told them. Snape is good though, really good with occlumency, but only when he expects the attack on his mind. But, no one's perfect, and Snape has more than enough flaws, with conflicting morals and loyalties being among them. Henry's analysis of his was on spot. He really does play for both sides, with Dumbledore not even realizing it. Old Coot must be thinking that he has Severus on a short leash, but in reality, the more there is division among our enemies, the better for us it will be in the future. Arcturus noted out, before turning their attention to the map behind him, showing the lands and the owners of the magical Britain. Now, our next order of business is to wait for Harry to call us to LeFay's castle. He should have reached it by now, even on foot. Still, I don't really understand why would Harry need to go there so soon. I mean, he may have fully recovered and is back to top shape, but still. Rose said in a bit of a saddened tone. Don't worry, dear, we all know how you worry about your big stupid oaf of a brother. Cassie made Rose chuckle with that comment. But this is something that needs to be done, especially if we intend to fight both the Death Eaters and the Order, and in the worst case scenario, the very Ministry itself. Back when House LeFay had existed, they controlled most Wales, Western and Central England, and commanded the loyalty of all magical creatures and wizards that resided there. Those borders and lands are still there, and magic itself knows to whom those lands belong to. If Harry manages to reignite the magic of Lefay lands from his castle, we will have ourselves a potentially massive army of magical creatures and races that reside there, not to mention many wizarding families that will feel the magic of the land and its effect on it. Yes, but only if the castle's guardian recognizes him as Prince Lefay. Arcturus said, getting everyone's attention. What's that supposed to mean, old man? Regulus asked of him. Had it ever occurred to any of you that throughout centuries, Lefay Castle has never been looted out and that any that ventured there for that purpose were never seen again? Arcturus asked of them, before producing a book with the crest of House Black. This is the journal of Perseus Black, our founder and one of the last students of Morgana Le Fay. Within it lies the answer to that very question. Regulus and Cassiopeia took the book and quickly looked through it, before their eyes widened at what they read in the chapter about Le Fay's castle. Merlin's beard. I knew that Morgana was powerful, but to take a hold of that, and manage to make it submit, you realize, that if it doesn't recognize Henry as Prince Le Fay, he is dead, right? Regulus asked of Arcturus, who simply nodded to him. Indeed I do, and so does Henry, but this is something he must face on his own. Arcturus simply explained to him. Prince Le Fay can only claim that place on his own, no other way around it. What are you two talking about? Did Morgana leave someone to guard that place? Rose asked of them, with Cassiopeia nodding to her. Yes, something not of this world. She showed her apprentice the book. Morgana Le Fay had been an equal to Merlin in every field, but in one magical area, she had surpassed even him. Demonology. Rose read, before her own eyes had widened. Isn't that the dark art of magic that is used to summon, banish, destroy and even subjugate the denizens of the underworld, the only dark art of magic that even Voldemort hadn't delved into? Regulus spoke up, taking a sip of whiskey that stood near. This field of magic is so taboo and secret, that it makes the unforgivable curses look like child's play. Even Horcruxes are considered a lesser form of dark magic in most magical communities. A friend of mine from the American Department of Mysteries even told me once, that demonology is one field of study they avoid exploring, and those are the same guys doing the study all magical arts that shouldn't be explored by others. Yes, Regulus, we get it, thank you. Cassiopeia said in an irritated voice, reading the book. If only I could show it to Doria in person. We were quite fascinated with Morgana in our youths, but to find out that she had bound one of the higher demons to the will of her house, incredible. Northwest England. Henry walked through the field, slowly growing into a small hill, on top of which he was currently moving. While most of the wizards and witches had preferred to simply apparate to the castle, or use a broom, or any other alternative means to get there, other than walking, Henry actually rather enjoyed himself at the moment. Almost every wizard and witch, with a few exceptions, that Henry knew had detested the very notion of on-foot walking through the countryside, which current Prince Le Fay found to be quite nice and endearing. Fresh air, sun shining above, smell of fresh grass and far-off fields of wild flowers, not to mention the air of sea coming from the west after weeks of being cooped up in a mansion without much of an access out, and being a prisoner in Azkaban's bowels, Henry rather rejoiced from the change of scenery. He had always found countryside and walks around it nice and helpful, possibly having been taught of their value and beauty by the fact of how his and Rose's house always seemed ugly, cold, unwelcoming and horrible, though the exterior and interior were quite lovely. Unfortunately, their parents had completely destroyed the positive points of their house for the two of them. Needless to say, both siblings had found the hills and valleys of southern Wales far more appealing, amplified by the fact that no Potter had wanted to venture any more further than Quidditch's field outside of the mansion. Rose and Henry never found any appeal to that sport, which only further served to amplify James Potter's belief that his eldest and youngest children weren't even his own, as no true child of his would ever deny the greatness and pleasure of Quidditch. Henry and Rose had wished many times that it was the actual, but alas. As Henry moved towards the top of the hill, or a ridge, his mind had wandered back to the events that had taken place right after his return from Gringotts. To say that his sister and black relatives were shocked to find out that he was now Prince Le Fay, but also a vessel for Doria's soul and Lord Slytherin, would be an understatement of the decade. Rose and Fay both were utterly shocked and couldn't completely comprehend what they had heard just then, but once they did, Rose simply stated that to her Henry was still her older brother and nothing was still changing that, not even his new looks and blood. Faye, still very new to her nephew, simply accepted it, but decided to maintain some distance between them, considering their relation in the first impressions. Nymphadora was completely floored when she learned the news from Henry himself. For a moment there, it seemed like she had forgotten how to blink or even breath, until she rebooted back into her usual mode with a storm of questions and demands. Fortunately, Henry had been able to answer them all, even some of the stranger ones, like that one about their blood relation. After having her curiosity satisfied, Nymphadora had decided to leave, but not before making a comment about Henry now looking like, in her own words, a smocking devil. Cassiopeia wasn't as shocked by the status of her great-nephew, as she was utterly shocked and flabbergasted to find out that Henry was once a Horcrux for Voldemort and that Doria's soul was still locked in him. Henry knew that the two sisters had been the closest, out of all their siblings in Black family, and that Cassiopeia had still mourned on some level the passing of her sister. Being a researcher of dark arts, as well as many secret and even forbidden ones, like necromancy and alchemy, Cassiopeia had immediately jumped at Henry, examining him on every level she could, finding out that goblins were correct. After that, she informed them that she was now working on some new project. Something that Henry suspected had to do with his grandmother's soul. Arcturus and Regulus had taken the news with a grain of salt, but after examining everything, had both come to the same conclusion as Henry. This was very good news for them, excellent even, as now their positions could have been strengthened to the extremes, as House Lefay was the royal house. Unlike most noble houses, who had acres of land, House Lefay was actually effectively in control of country-sized land, but also could command the loyalty of all that had resided upon it: wizards, witches, magical creatures and beings, and everything in between. Not even ministry had the power to change that, as the very magic prevented that. And considering that House Lefay controlled all of northern England, northern and western Midlands and northern half of Wales, Henry could call upon a great many subjects, and could count on quite a number of noble houses to pledge their allegiance to him. That is, if he could demonstrate them that he really was worthy of name Lefay. And with that in mind, Henry had spent the last 2.5 weeks, retraining his body and mind, along with learning new tricks, spells and ways to fight. He was very fortunate that Morgana had finalized the healing process on his body and magic, as it allowed Regulus to fully focus on teaching Henry what he knew. While in spells, curses and charms, Henry was roughly in the same league as Regulus, so they skipped that. After accessing Henry's reaction and instincts is sufficient enough, he found himself utterly hating the latter, when he decided to teach him the ways of non-magical combat, namely hand-to-hand and gunfire. Turns out, Aurors in the US actively trained in those areas, furthering their expertise and giving them advantages in combat over wizards and witches. And Regulus had showed Henry the advantages of those, when he repeatedly had broken his arms and legs in the spars, as well as showing what guns could do to a body. Initially, Henry had dismissed those things as unnecessary, but after the first session, having been humiliated and utterly defeated, Henry took to those two subjects like fish to the water. Thanks to unregistered time turner of House Black, in 2 months' worth time, Henry had learned from Regulus the basics and several forms for Aikido, Krav Maga and Wing Chun, as well as many things about human anatomy and how to properly hold, shot and utilize guns, from simple pistols to sniper rifles. And when it came to the firearms, Henry found himself becoming quite the fan of those, almost to the same level as James Potter with Quidditch. He was even thinking about starting up a collection of those, as a hobby, plus to stockpile on ammunition and weaponry. Whoever had said that Muggles were like helpless babies before wizards and witches, clearly hasn't seen what a well-placed shot from FN Foul with a .7.62 caliber round could do to a person's head. And when Henry recalled those nuclear missiles, he was honestly really glad that the Cold War, as Regulus called the period after the World War II, never got hot. After Regulus and Alistair had examined Henry thoroughly, they gave the green light for the newest Prince Lefay to go to the castle and claim the seat there. The decision had long been reached with the others on that matter, but only yesterday did Arcturus tell him why he wanted Henry as ready as he could be for this move. He informed him of the location of Lefay Castle, which, though hidden, could be found, if one looked carefully enough. But along with the location, he also told him about Castle Lefay's guardian, a higher demon, bound to house Lefay by Morgana herself. Though Henry was no expert of demonology or even magical beings and creatures, He, along with the majority of wizards and witches, knew full well that denizens of the underworld, a parallel dimension that exists in quite close proximity to their own dimension, were extremely powerful beings capable of living for thousands of years. They were always considered to be a threat of the highest caliber, as higher demons, or devils as more commonly known, especially those of the high position, were not only as intelligent as humans, but were far more cunning, ruthless, and had unmatched powers and control over magic. One devil, even a weak one, could take on an entire platoon of warriors and come out unscathed, as they possessed a limited immunity to the human charms and even curses, and if the devil was one with rank, then it could considered to be a disaster. There was a common classification of demons on low and high. Low demons were creatures and beasts, much like those in common magical world, but far more volatile, dangerous and quite intelligent. Creatures like imps, scamps, boggarts and even dementors are considered to be low demons. High demons, or devils, were the magical beings, like vilas and nymphs, being considered arguably even more intelligent than men and far more dangerous. Devils, according to Merlin, the lead demonologist of mankind, had a ranking system, which determined the devil's power, might and status within their society, starting with the lowest baron, and ending with the great king and Satan. Henry's devil had the rank of duke, the fourth highest rank among devils, yet enough for Henry to consider it to be deadly and most dangerous, as there were evidences in history of devil dukes destroying near entire armies of wizards and witches without much trouble. It was most fortunate for the humanity and wizard kind that devils and low demons very rarely left their underworld, as them being in this world for any elongated periods of time was impossible, due to the negative effects it could take on them. Unfortunately for Henry, his devil seemed to be immune to any and all negative effects of the human world, as it was bound to this world. He knew that in direct combat with it, he was a goner, no doubt about, but he didn't need to fight it. If the devil was really bound to the House Le Fay, then it should have felt that he had taken the role as the head of the House Le Fay, and therefore, it would be bound to serve him. In theory, it was all fairly simple and easy, but in practice, Henry really hoped that the theory would work in practice. Finally reaching the top of the hill, Henry looked from the top of it forward, and had nearly widened his eyes at the sight before him. Over 2 miles away from him, settled at the edge of the cliff, stood a mighty citadel, surrounded from the west by sea and cliffs, and 2 rows of walls from the east. Outer and inner walls were separated into 3 sections, separated by large round cone towers, giving the impression of a halved hexagon. It was truly a mighty citadel, built to project power and might, as well as to withstand the siege, with towers on the 2 walls, visible intersection walls connecting the inner and outer battlements, 3 gates on eastern, southern and northern parts of the walls, elevation of the inner wall and castle itself. The castle seemed similar to that of Hogwarts, but instead of simple stone, seemed like it was made of white stone marble, with 5 large cone towers made into a formed pentagram around the structure, with the roof being made of the blue material. Overall, the Le Fay castle looked almost as big as Hogwarts, without its ground, with a great deal of the territory used for the battlements. The citadel looked like it was freshly built, quite possibly kept that way by the magic of House Le Fay. After looking at the construction for quite a while, Henry made his way down the hill, and after an hour of walking, he reached the open gates of the citadel. He had clearly underestimated the size of the place, as he seemed almost dwarfed by it. Stepping through the opened gates, he looked around himself, seeing that intersection between the walls was also segmented by walls with smaller gates that connected outer and inner walls. The place before him was completely desolate, but not even grass grew through the stone floor. Stepping through the second gates, Henry admired the beauty and power of the castle before him, and saw that it was actually surrounded by a third, smaller wall, connected to the 5 towers, and not connected to other walls. A true place for the final stand, as he saw it in his mind. Stepping through the gates into a courtyard before the gates of the castle proper, he saw a woman standing right in the middle of courtyard. She was dressed in a black robe and dress underneath, which did nothing to hide her more than beautiful and voluptuous figure, with a witch's hat on top of her head and a forked wooden staff in her right hand. Her hair was red, very long and luscious, made into thick braids on the sides of her stunning beautiful face, whose dark golden eyes looked directly at him. However, while the beauty of the woman was more than enough to stop any man in the tracks, it wasn't what had stopped Henry. Instead, it was the immense pressure from sheer might and power coming towards him from her. He had felt the power of Dumbledore before and had found it terrifying enough for himself, but this woman. Her power made Dumbledore look like a squib. There was no doubt in Henry's mind, this was the devil guarding the place. Another craven, who has decided to come and defile this place, seeking treasures and secrets of House Lefay. She stated as a matter of a fact, with Henry gulping at the cold and near emotionless tone of voice. Your kind doesn't seem to learn from their past mistakes. I should simply burn you alive, but I am in the merciful mood today, so I give you 1 minute to remove yourself from this place and never to return. Fail to comply, mortal, and I will gladly let you join your dead compatriots, once I am done with you. I am neither a craven nor a looter. Henry stated to her with a voice as firm and strong as he could muster, which didn't impress the redhead in the slightest. And I am not here to take what is already mine, devil. I am this castle's master and lord, for I am Henry Arthur Lefay, Prince Lefay, chosen and blessed by Queen Morgana Lefay herself. For a second there, Henry could have swore that he saw an eye twitch on that devil from what he had said. However, before he could fully determine why it twitched, she tapped her staff onto the floor, and steel chains erupted right out of the ground, binding Henry by his arms and forcing him onto his knees. The chains held very tightly, moving his arms to the sides and outstretching them, nearly breaking them and pulling them apart from his body. The second he had tried to apparate from them, the chains suddenly burned his arms, as if they were made of magma. His screams could be heard through the miles away from here, while the crimson-haired woman slowly walked to Henry. Once she was in front of his kneeling and half-conscious form, she returned the chains into the normal state, leaving Henry with both his arms burnt to the crisp and cloth on them utterly burned away. She looked at him with a curious eye, before speaking up. You may bear resemblance to the late majesties, and your magic is connected to House Lefay, but your mortal kind has your own ways of deception, much like I have my ways of revealing them. She put her hand onto his head, and Henry hissed as he felt her reading through his very mind and memories at an incredible speed. Someone is trying to deny me entry into your mind, someone surprisingly powerful. Tell her that she put a commendable, but devils aren't as easily denied of what they want. And with that, she increased her efforts many times over, forcing Henry to scream in pain. His head felt like it was melting, as thousands of memories flashed before his eyes, from his earliest ones to the latest. All of that came through his mind within mere seconds, as the devil read through it all. After she was done, she pulled her hand away, blinking a couple of times as if processing it all herself, before her face had softened somewhat, as she looked at Henry again. The very next second, she dispelled the chains, and put her free hand onto his shoulder, sending healing magic into his body, returning Henry's limbs back into their top conditions. She was done in almost no time, before she removed her hand and allowed the rejuvenated Prince Lefay rise from his knees. Once he did so, she gave him a small bow, before speaking up. My apologies, Your Highness. Her voice was now a respectable one. I was under the impression that another false claimant has arrived here, as had happened several times before in the past. I am certain you can understand the hostility, my lord. Naturally. Henry agreed, fixing his coat's arms with his wand, before looking at the woman. Although, this quite the turn of an attitude. Are you really that ready to serve the new Prince Lefay, considering that you've just met him? An interesting question, my lord, but you have nothing to worry about, Your Highness. She gave him a small smile. My loyalty to House Lefay is my life, in quite literal sense, and even if I were to dislike my master, I wouldn't be able to betray him or her in any way or capacity, direct or indirect. Your new mother had made quite a thorough job of making sure that I only turn my ire and powers against the enemies of your choosing. And aside from that, I have read your entire life, and I must say that out of most humans, you are at least worthy of some respect from me. You make it sound like I am still beneath you. Henry stated to her, with devil chuckling to that one. Shouldn't you be flattering, obedient and soft-spoken, like all servants are? If you would prefer me as weak-willed, completely obedient and ready to service you with my body at any moment in time, then I am glad to disappoint you, my lord. She said with a bit of amusement in her voice. I am quite a different kind of servant, Prince Lefay. If you want yourself what I described, then feel free to summon a succubus, as they would most surely satisfy you in those parameters and more. I, unlike those low sows and skanks, pride myself as more than just a pleasure tool. In me, you will find your most loyal confidant, wisest advisor, most knowledgeable and intelligent scholar and most vicious warrior. And if you desire for a friend or even a lover in me, well, you have ways to go before I let you in my bed. She chuckled to him, with Henry shaking his head at that one. I'm not looking for a bed warmer or even a wife right now, but what you already offer sounds just about what I was looking for. Henry said to her, with her looking curiously at him. That is actually a shame, my lord. I would recommend you find yourself someone to share your bed, if at least to get familiar with the process of copulation. She said in a fairly serious tone of voice, with Henry looking surprised at that one. Why look so surprised, my lord? You are the Prince Le Fay, Lord Slytherin, Potter and Peverell, and your foremost duty is the insurance of those houses' safe and prosperous continuation. And that is achieved through only one way, unless, of course, you decide to achieve immortality or create heirs through alternative means, though I'd highly recommend you stick with the prime way. Are you supposed to be my advisor, or my mother? Because I get the feeling that you are trying to be the latter, and I have a pretty bad experience with that one. Henry said to her, with Devil looking not one bit admonished. Also, before I forgot to ask, what is your name? I assume that you have a name, even though you are. Obviously I do, since that's the easiest way to differentiate one another. You humans aren't the only ones to come up with this, she said in a lightly sarcastic tone. My demonic name is Belsarion, but my given name is Irene. You may refer to me as Irene Belsarion, if you want my full name, but Irene will suffice. A given name. Is it some part of your bounding contract, which binds you to House Le Fay, similar to House Elves and Cloves? Henry asked of her, with now named Irene nodding to him. Nice to see that you catch on quickly, my lord. Keep up the intelligent attitude, and you may just impress me. She said to him in a light manner, before explaining to him. You are correct, your highness. My birth name is Belsarion, but after Queen Morgana had defeated me in battle and put me on the verge of death, she offered me to serve House Le Fay. A part of the binding contract is for the master or mistress to give a name, which will become the part of the devil from that part. And as much as I find it insulting that you compare me to House Elves, your assessment is quite on the spot. Well, compared to them, you do look far more beautiful and intelligent in my eyes. Henry offered her the compliment, with Irene chuckling a little at this one. Plus the fact that you nearly turned me into a smoldering heap of ashes also adds up to your overall appeal in my eyes. Always like a woman that knows how to defend herself. A man after my heart, aren't you, my lord? Like I said, you still have ways to go, but you may be on the right track. She said to him in a bit of a sultry way. A word of advice for the future. Never tell a bound devil that she is like a house elf, or she may find that demeaning of her. Males can be told, as being bound breaks their characters in most cases, but women, we comply, but never break, do remember that. I will. Henry nodded to Irene, with her offering him to go inside. Now, since all the confusion is put behind us, I assume that I have something important to do. Aside for siring a few heirs, it would be prudent that you fully reactivate the magic of House Le Fay and its lands. Irene told him, with Henry giving her a bit of an eye. Don't look so scandalized, my lord. Part of my service includes ensuring the survival of House Le Fay, and right now, that survival requires you putting your charisma, man's charm and capabilities of your loins to good use. If that is the case, and if I were to fail in finding me a suitable partner for that job, would you take up that duty to the needed level? Henry asked of her in amused and somewhat flirting manner. Because from practical views, you, Irene, seem to be the best choice. Stunningly beautiful, intelligent, loyal to the fault, immensely powerful. Devils can mate with humans, no. And if so, wouldn't it make the most logical choice for you to do the duty, so to speak? He had a bit of sly smirk on his lips, expecting an answer from Irene, who had only an amused smile herself. You are quite correct in this regard, my lord. And yes, I am most perfectly capable of bearing you children, if you are wondering. Irene didn't hesitate with that answer. But, as much as I may wish to ensure that strength of House Le Fay is increased through my blood, it would be a poor choice, given that you would do well to forge political alliances with other houses. And marriages are among the best tools for that, my lord, so as much as I may appeal to you, you'd be most wise to find a strong witch from a powerful family and do your duty. But, if you manage to impress me enough though, I may find myself interested in being your mistress, if your wives allow it. Wives? Henry asked of her, with Irene looking with an amused look at him. As in plural, not singular. Care to explain? Oh dear, I did forget to mention it, didn't I? Irene made a fake troubled face, clearly enjoying herself. Considering that you are the head of several houses, by magical law, you are entitled to several wives, each of which will be a lady of one house and bear heirs and heiresses to that particular house. While House Gaunt can be integrated into the House Slytherin, seeing as it was the side branch of the latter, you are still left with 4 houses to populate, my lord, so you are entitled to 4 wives, and I would advise you to exercise this particular right instead of limiting yourself to one particular lady. Do I even want to know why I should heed your advice, Irene? Henry asked of her. If you are unable to reach the conclusions about it on your own, my lord, then feel free to ask at any moment. She said to him, as they walked through the gates of castle and into the Great Hall. The Great Hall looked very similar to that of Hogwarts, save for the predominantly white, blue and golden colors, as well as the banners of House Lefay hung all around. There were 2 large tables with seats for several hundred people, as well as an elevated part with a white marble throne, with a dragon folding his wings above the seat. There were doors leading to other parts of the castle, but for now, Henry and Irene were focusing on the throne, to which they came. As they stood near it, Irene spoke up. As Prince Lefay, only you hold the right to sit on this throne, as this is the center of Lefay land's magic. Irene spoke up, with Henry listening. You must take your seat, and proclaim from it through magic, that House Lefay lives once more and that there is Prince Lefay at last. This will reactivate the magic of your house in your controlled lands to their fullest, letting wizards, witches, creatures, beings and other races to know that the land they occupy once more has its master. And what will happen after that? Henry asked of her. Races of magic will be the first to react, and will come here in less than 3 days' time to witness you and access you, my lord. Irene spoke. Elementals, night and high elves, vampires, werewolves and centaurs, even the communities of Velas and Jotans, that have sprung up in the period of House Lefay's absence, all will come here to either reaffirm, or pledge, their oaths of loyalty, or, as I believe first will happen, to see if you can truly live up to your title before doing what they see as the right thing, my lord. I can assure you, that you will need to prove to them that you can govern them wisely and protect them from harm and enemies. They all have been oppressed, humiliated and disgraced for centuries by the Ministry of Magic, and while you may be above it when governing them, they won't stand a prince that doesn't care for them. Find a way to show them that you intend to care for them wisely and demonstrate your power to both protect your subjects and destroy your opponents, and they will follow you. Become the man that does things, and not speaks of them, and they will be on my side. Irene agreed with that summarization with a nod. And what of the wizarding kind on my land and ministry? Their reaction will come later to you, but I suspect that ministry will try to reach out to you as fast as possible. Albus Dumbledore and Cornelius Fudge will both try get you on their side and also to limit your influence and power as much as they can, by laws, corruption and other methods. As a prince and head of royal house, you have certain special privileges and rights, affording you a measure of autonomy and independence in governance and actions from ministry. She informed him. This is what makes you a danger for them, my lord, your level of independence, and the fact that once you are in power, the ministry will lose any and all grip on magical races and creatures on your lands, as they will serve you. And if the wizards and witches, both of magical and non-magical descent, decide to pledge their allegiance to you, they will effectively leave the ministry's control and become your vassals instead, same with noble houses. In essence, you will still be a subject to ministry, but you will still have independence in actions and policies in your lands. You could compare it to the relations between United Kingdom and its dominions, like Canada, during the war with Grindelwald. No offense, but where did you acquire all this knowledge? He asked of Irene, who looked amusingly at him. My lord, I was to simply stand in the courtyard like a statue for another idiot of a wizard to come and robe this castle, I would have gone made in a matter of days. She simply replied to him. Naturally, I have outfitted this place with warning charms and spells to inform me about intruders, in case I was away from here. And seeing how House Lefay has been extinct with now true claimants to come for centuries, I've used my free time to see this world and learn of it, not to mention to simply relieve my boredom with the occasional endeavor or two of certain kind. She gave him a sultry smile, with Henry looking amused. Care to elaborate on your conquests, Irene? He folded his arms on his chest, waiting for an answer. One would think that you would be chaste in your duties in life. Chastity is a sin for a devil, my lord. Do please stop making such poor jokes with me around. It does you no honor to make yourself a fool in front of others and me. Irene told him in a bit of amused tone. I am both a devil and a woman, and hundreds of years of waiting around and doing nothing can leave one with my combination thoroughly famished for pleasures of flesh. In my case, a night of beep with no obligations is like a holiday for a hard-working man, a necessity to relieve me of stress. And if it bothers you, I assure you, that there are no attachments involved whatsoever. I merely enjoy myself, with my partners forgetting all about me next thing in the morning, while I leave satisfied and refreshed. But, if you see this as a way to get me in your bed, my lord, let me warn you, that I am quite picky with my partners, be they men and women. Especially if it's a prolonged arrangement and attachments involved. I'll keep that in mind, Henry said to her in an equally amused tone, to which Irene simply chuckled. Well, seeing as we've covered everything, let's get this done, since my sister must be worried sick by now about me. Henry said to Irene, taking a seat upon the throne of Lefay. I believe you know the words, my lord. She asked of him, with Henry nodding to him. To magic I call, to powers that are in this land I command, to ancestors of my blood I invoke, the exalted and royal house Lefay lives in flesh and blood once more. Friends rejoice, enemies beware, all others know, for we walk upon the lands of our forefathers and foremothers once again. With the right of magic and blood, with the blessing of Morgana, the mother of Lefay, I, Henry Arthur Lefay, call upon the ancient and dormant powers of my lands to reawaken. Long was your slumber, and now it's over, as is over the era of waiting for those loyal to my blood and name. In the name of magic and Morgana, we live. And as Henry had said those words, the dormant and ancient magic of Lefay reawakened to this world once more. The citadel shook, as it unleashed the pulse of raw magic into the world, signaling all that House Lefay was once more. And soon enough, all of Wizarding World knew of it. Wiltshire. Malfoy Manor. Lord Voldemort was seated at the head of the table in his servant's house, planning his moves and biding his time. His fiasco at killing William Potter on the day of his resurrection was still fresh in his mind, and while it may have been something of a humiliation in his mind, it was also a good way to cool his temper and resort to his Slytherin side. He knew that now the boy was secured by the Order of Phoenix, making him near untouchable with his current resources, meaning that he would need to strengthen his ranks before he would wage war on Ministry and Dumbledore once again. That would require of him to use diplomacy, to reaffirm the previous loyalties, as well as fear, to coerce some into his ranks. He would also need to release his most loyal and powerful followers from Azkaban, and he would certainly do so. His only regret was the fact that Henry Potter was no longer among the living, as he would have been delighted to have such a promising and powerful wizard among his Death Eaters. As much as he may have hated to admit his defeats, he always did acknowledge a skillful and powerful wizard when he met one. And Henry Potter was certainly one of the most powerful wizards of this generation, a true inheritor of might of Charles and Doria Potter. The fact of him discovering him and his servant Quirrell, along with their plans before Christmas, as well as killing his servant in such an easy manner, had made quite an impression on Voldemort. Add to that what Lucius had told him about his loss of his diary, something for which Malfoy will pay dearly once his usefulness expired, only reinforced Voldemort's belief in eldest Potter's abilities and potential. The boy could have easily surpassed him and Dumbledore in power and magical prowess, and was already able to defeat his younger self, from what he had learnt from Severus. Such potential, such power, with such qualities, it was no wonder that Voldemort had considered him to be his main threat from the prophecy and tried to kill. If only Doria Potter hadn't overpowered him with her Expecto Patronus, the threat to him would have been removed back then. But, even though he had failed back then, he should be thankful to Dumbledore and the boy's idiots of the parents for sending him to Azkaban. If only those fools had loved and cared for him, they could have had the most powerful wizard since Grindelwald on the side of light. But, as Voldemort knew all too well, to Dumbledore it was unacceptable to be more powerful than him. In his mind, only he was entitled to being the most powerful wizard on the face of the planet, and anyone who could challenge him were to be eliminated as the followers of Dark. He did the very thing with Harry Potter, when he could have molded him, instead of that brat William, into a perfect weapon. Dark Lord was still puzzled with why Dumbledore had believed William to be his bane, instead of already proven efficient Harry. While the boy who lived certainly held enough power and skills to be considered above average, compared to his brother, he was like a mortal against a demigod. Normally, Voldemort would have considered this attention of Dumbledore to William Potter as a ploy to focus Dark Lord's attention on the wrong Potter, while Harry would have more breathing space to develop and grow stronger. But this plan was scrapped the very moment he learnt of Henry's death, which was confirmed by Andromeda Tonks, an avid opposing witch to both him and Dumbledore. Voldemort never liked it when his predictions were wrong, and now he was contemplating what made William Potter, in the eyes of Dumbledore and everyone else, so special and the only to be able to kill him. Because if he found out the reason for that, he could use it, exploit to his benefit, and find a way circumvent it. And as he was contemplating his plans, Voldemort, along with the rest of his Death Eaters seated at the table, whom he ignored so far, sensed by their very being something. It took him less than a second to realize that it was an echo of an extremely powerful magical surge. Voldemort could see that his servants had shaken at the feeling of it, with some even having their arms trembling. Hell, even his own left hand tingled from that feeling, the feeling of a magical energy being released. "Milord, did you feel that?" Lucius asked the Dark Lord, breaking his thought process. "I did, Lucius, I certainly did." Voldemort nearly hissed at him for interrupting his thought process. It would seem that an extremely powerful magic was released from its slumber. It was an echo of a roar, the roar of a very ancient and very powerful magic, awakening in England. Could it be that Dumbledore and his cronies have found some kind of weapon against us? Asked Adrian Knott, with some of the other Death Eaters murmuring about it amongst themselves. "No, Adrian, I doubt it." Voldemort mused to himself. "But it is worth checking out. Severus will soon report to us about the today's meeting of the Order and we will have the answer." At the same time, Lucius. "Why yes, my lord." Lucius nearly jumped when his lord addressed him again, with Draco and Narcissa stiffening near him. "If you wish to earn my forgiveness for your blunder, you will do as I say, understood?" Voldemort saw his former second-in-command nodding his head. "Good. You will go to the Ministry and find out everything about this from them. Such a powerful surge would not escape the Department of Mystery and Minister himself, so use your dear old friend Cornelius and learn of what Ministry know." "I will do so. You have my word, my lord." Lucius bowed his head. "Yes you will. And in the meantime, Narcissa." He turned his attention to another squirming blonde, who listened to him with a stilled breath. "You are a witch of black family descent. It would be beneficial to rekindle your relations with Arcturus Black. As much as he may disagree and even despise us, he could still be beneficial to us. You and young Draco are to meet with him, impress him and charm him, make him trust you. Through that, we may learn far more about Dumbledore, his pawns, as well as find out about this surge. But, be very careful not to drive him away, or the consequences for the mistake will be severe." "We will, my lord." Narcissa bowed her head to him. "My lord, is it wise to trust Severus?" Evan Rosier asked of his lord, drawing the attention towards himself. "I merely wish to point out that he has been working for Dumbledore since our last war, feeding us false information among the truthful one. He was the one who misinformed you about who was with Potter children back then, something that even Pettigrew didn't know about. And that's not to mention his involvement in death of my sister Isabel and her children at the orders of Dumbledore. Evan, I understand that you have your reservations about Severus, and I agree with some of them." Voldemort spoke up, interrupting his servant. "Death of your sister and her children is truly a tragedy, even if she was Michael Potter's wife. A tragedy, for which Severus has paid in full to me, as he has disobeyed my own orders. And as for trusting him, there are always more ways than one through which I may learn from my spies. Ways, of which Severus has no knowledge about, so rest assured that I always get truth out of him. Now, you all have your orders. Leave." With that said, Voldemort was left alone to his own musings and thoughts. The balance of magic and power has certainly shifted in England, but it was unclear to which side. Could it be that Dumbledore has gained a new friend in some way, or did magic bless him with an ally to finally stomp his enemies? Or, something that he wished was not true, was this something disastrous for both of them? A new enemy, one powerful enough to end them both. Voldemort knew that his power was immense and great, but there was one truth that he could never deny himself. Something that Grindelwald's defeat had taught him. No matter how strong and powerful you may be, there will always come someone even stronger. London. Ministry of Magic. Minister's Cabinet. Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, was restraining herself from rolling her eyes and cursing the two idiots before herself. Usually, she would have done so without any trouble, but the fact that the idiots in question before her were the Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge and his Undersecretary Dolores Umbridge, put a stop to her desires, again. Oh, how she wished she could have put those through all circles of hell for their corruption, utter incompetency in allowing the ministry to becoming riddled with corruption and utter fools, like body with tumors. But, unfortunately for her, she couldn't do so. Yet, at least, despite two very thick files for each of them she has been putting together about their crimes and transgressions. She had to wait until she could get a good chance, a suitable pretense to remove them from power, and she hoped that her scheme with Harry Potter would provide her with one. Even though it had been some time since she had let him out of Azkaban and he was yet to provide results, she had hope and faith in him being able to deal with Horcruxes, Voldemort and Dumbledore. The fact that House Black and Regulus Black himself were helping him strengthened her faith in their success. She had known about Regulus Black for over 6 years now, ever since she and her American counterpart had organized an operation on liquidation of Dark Coven. British contingent was led by Kingsley and herself personally, while American orders were commanded by her counterpart, Geoffrey Longstreet, and Regulus Black himself. Even though she and Kingsley had their reservations about Regulus Black, the fact that Jeff Longstreet, one of the most respected by ICW orders, trusted Regulus with his life, assured her enough to work together. The operation was a complete success, with Regulus having even saved her life in the thick of the fighting from a stray curse. After that, she stayed in contact with Regulus on a certain basis, so when Voldemort returned, she decided to enlist his help in her scheme, after learning about him and his family being transferred to England against their will. He had agreed, even getting eager after Arcturus Black agreed with her too. As much as she had wished to directly support them, she had to reserve herself with passing them information and getting her own department ready for the upcoming scuffle. Now, Amelia, I believe there is a certain matter that needs to be discussed. Cornelius spoke up to her, with Dolores listening with her sickening smile. My undersecretary here has informed me that there has been some unusual activity in your department. Troubling activity, even. What kind of trouble do you refer to, Minister? Amelia asked of him without any emotions, with Dolores answering for Minister. You have been conducting illegal investigations into the personal lives and matters of Ministry's workers, most prominently into those of your own department. Dolores said in a sickeningly sweet voice, smiling like a toad before catching her dinner. The number of arrests has already reached the number of 17, if I am not mistaken. Now, Ms. Bones, would care to explain your reasoning and actions, as well as your failure of informing the office of the minister about your activity. Bones simply blinked at her, before turning to Cornelius and speaking in a neutral tone. Minister, is there something you would like to ask me, sir? She asked, silently reveling in the outrage that Undersecretary was feeling. Because if this is all, I would like to return to my duties. Yes, I would like to know what Ms. Umbridge just asked of you, Amelia. He composed himself somewhat, with Amelia nodding to him. Very well, sir. She maintained her composure. Am I correct to understand that everything said here will not leave this room? Oh, absolutely. Only the three of us here will know, I assure you. Cornelius told her, with Amelia nodding to him again. Thank you, sir. As Ms. Undersecretary has pointed out earlier, I have begun investigations and checking of workers of ministry, or more specifically, my own department, without the knowledge of you in your office, sir. Amelia admitted, with Dolores beginning to feel elation from being right. My reasoning for my actions and not informing you was my belief that there were elements in ministry that could hamper, or even jeopardize, proper functions of our current government, due to their associations with the elements that opposed current government and society. What elements do you mean, Amelia? Cornelius asked of her. Surely, you don't believe in Dumbledore's nonsense about you-know-who being back and all that, right? Sir, with all due respect, my department and I personally operate with facts and evidences, not with rumors and nonsensical tales. Amelia retorted, with Cornelius nodding to her. There were no evidences or any other signs of Voldemort being back, and as such, no reason for me and my department to begin investigation on this case. However, after a long review of the previous actions of Aurors and Hit Wizards, I have discovered a very long streak of irregularities, so-called mistakes and more, known criminals allowed to go free, ignored orders of detention, sudden gifts for their service, etc. This, along with the alarming number of compromised personnel, has forced me to take immediate actions. Yes, that does sound like nothing good for us, but surely you could have informed me about this sudden inspection, right? Cornelius asked of him. Or perhaps, you are secretly dismantling the ministry of its loyal defenders, in favor of possibly promoting your own interest, Dolores asked of her, giving her signature smile, with Amelia not even batting an eye again, before she produced a thick file and handed it to the minister. This is just part of my investigation, sir, and as you can see for yourself, people listed in this file have close contact with other branches of the ministry. And at least 4 of the suspects are known acquaintances of the highest members of your ministry, sir. One such member is your undersecretary here, sir. Amelia informed them, with Dolores looking scandalized. Should the information about the inspection been leaked to anyone, suspects could have covered their tracks, redirected their blames against others, like you personally, sir, and caused havoc to our government. The decision to not inform anyone about my investigations and inspection was made from the intentions of safety and security, sir. Ah, yes, I can see that. Cornelius flipped through the pages, looking curiously at the arrested, before closing the file. And, if I may ask, what did the investigations have revealed so far? Anyone cooperating with those elements? Like with, perhaps, Dumbledore. Amelia again nearly rolled her eyes at how obsessed the man was with Dumbledore. Currently, it was established that half of the arrested Aurors and Hit Wizards have been taking regular bribes from known criminal bosses and smugglers in Knockturn Alley. They, along with the rest, have also been found in abuse of their power, extortion of protection money and other crimes. Amelia informed Cornelius, who nodded to her eagerly. And as for the connections to Dumbledore, there are 3 well-known Aurors whom I am confident have been feeding some sort of information about ministry: James Potter, Sirius Black and Remus Lupin. They should be arrested immediately and tried for treason, with the werewolf being exterminated on the spot. Dolores spat out without any thinking, with Amelia turning her attention to her. It is your fault that he has been allowed to work in the ministry, is it not? Ms. Undersecretary, Auror Lupin has been admitted into my department by the late Crouch Sr., my predecessor, with current government's permission might I add. Amelia reminded Dolores, shutting her. As for their arrests, these 3 have a great number of supporters in the society, seen as heroes of war with Voldemort. To arrest them, I need to show very solid evidences of their crimes against the ministry. Until then, I have taken precautions, making sure to limit their access to sensitive information and have been closely monitoring their activities. Should they make a mistake, I will exploit it to the fullest, sir. Until then, it would be most beneficial if I were to continue my investigations uninterrupted. I will keep you updated and informed of the progress, if you wish. Oh, certainly, Amelia. And yes, you have the green light to continue your. In that very moment, everyone in the room felt what the rest of the Wizarding Britain had felt. What was that? Was that some kind of spell? Was this Dumbledore's doing? Amelia, what are you not telling me? Cornelius was practically having a panic attack. Minister, I swear upon my magic that I am as confused as you are about what was that, and that I have no idea what caused it. Magic illuminated from Amelia, confirming that she was telling the truth. From what I understand, it was a magical echo, caused by the surge of a released magical energy. I am no unspeakable, but from the feeling of it, I can theorize that whatever this was, it was something tremendously powerful, sir. I will dispatch the Aurors to investigate immediately. Yes, investigate it, immediately. Cornelius ordered her, when the door into his office bursted in and an unspeakable barged in. What is the meaning of this? How dare you to barge in unannounced? My apologies, Minister, Ms. Undersecretary, Ms. Head of the DMLE. The unspeakable spoke. Head of the Department of Mysteries Croker has asks of you to come to the room of magical geography and ancient houses at once. It is concerning the magical surge that had just been detected. Well, let's head out and find out what was that. Cornelius, along with others, immediately apparated to the needed place. Once there, Amelia immediately saw that quite a number of the unspeakables were present and that they were all looking at the map of magical Britain. This special map was created to show the territories of the ancient houses of Britain, areas where their magic was the dominant ones. Showed in the lines with glowing colors, like with usual maps, it was easy to settle any possible disputes with houses concerning the lands. And right now, Amelia's eyes widened as she saw an area, encompassing all of northern England, northern and western British Midlands and all of northern Wales, along with a dozen islands in the Irish Sea. That area was being surrounded by the light blue glowing line, encompassing many ancient houses and known enclaves of magical beings and creatures. And where the northwest England was, there now glowed a bright sigil of a white dragon on the blue shield, sigil of a noble house. Whose sigil is that? What damned house is that? Cornelius demanded to know. Was it their fault that this surge had come and gone? Yes, sir, it was. Croker stepped forward and spoke, looking at the map himself. The surge came from Albion's Hearth, an ancient and supposedly cursed castle in the northwest England. The castle has been abandoned for near 900 years, with its magic being put into a slumber. However, that magic has been reawakened, and it has once again filled the territories of that house, informing all inhabitants there that the lord of their land has returned. But there is no house with sheer might like that, none that had ever existed. Dolores exclaimed, This must be a ploy by someone to fool the ministry. I assure you, this is no ploy, and there was one house with such kind of power and authority. Croker answered her, the only exalted and royal house in England that had commanded this land and forces upon it. That sigil, isn't that the same sigil as houses? Amelia looked at it. Yes, this is the white dragon Albion, symbol of the exalted and royal house Le Fay. Croker saw how everyone's faces turned to look at him in shock. The house that had been believed and thought to have been destroyed by combined forces of 10 ancient founding houses of Britain has returned, with the new Prince Le Fay taking the white throne of Albion for his own. Prince Le Fay. What does this for me, F for the ministry? Cornelius asked anybody. It means that you've just lost near over a quarter of the bloody country to the heir of Morgana Le Fay, that's what, you idiot. And if my gut is telling me right, I have a feeling that Potter is involved in this. Time to get in contact with him. Amelia thought to herself, already drawing up plans in her head. Her job has just become much more interesting. Albion's Hearth. Throne room. The surge of magic traveled through all of United Kingdom, announcing to all the return of House Le Fay. Henry opened his eyes after sensing out the magic of his house, to be greeted with the bowing Irene, as she spoke to him. Albion's Hearth welcomes and greets you, Prince Henry of House Le Fay, heir of Queen Morgana, ruler and Lord Protector of Northern Britannia and all its races. She officially greeted him, before raising her head back. What is your bidding, Prince Le Fay? Henry smiled a little when he heard those words. All was going just as he hoped it was, all according to the plan. In the past Henry had spent a great amount of time in the libraries, be that in the Fleeman's mansion, where James and Lily had raised William, along with him and Rose, or in Hogwarts, where he could stay away from the unjust prejudice because of where he was sorted. His grandmother had taught him how to read, and had taught him to love books, as they were not just a source of knowledge and information, but also, gateways to new worlds and adventures. Those were her words when on his 4th birthday, she gifted him a complete book trilogy of J.R. Tolkien's Lord of the Rings, fantasy story that had become Henry's favorite. He had read to Rose when she was just 2 and they had been left to their own devices by Potters. He still wished that William hadn't found those books during the summer between his 1st and 2nd years and used them as a target practice for Confringo charm, destroying them in front of Henry and Rose. The resulting beating that Henry gave to William had cost him 3 weeks of being locked up in the cellar, with 1 meal for an entire day, no voice due to a curse that his mother put him under, so that he couldn't call any of the house elves. Not that they ever listened to him or Rose, given their somewhat of a rotten nature, reflective of their masters. But the image of that pompous idiot brat's broken face and sullied pants still brings the smile on his face, just as it did right now. Henry flipped the page of the Two Towers, before observing the vast and near-endless rows of high bookshelves, filled with books, scrolls, scriptures and manuscripts from nearly every era in human history. If he had thought Hogwarts' library to be massive, then Le Fay's library was near colossal in size and in amount of knowledge it held and gathered over the time. According to Irene, one of her duties that Morgana had employed her for in here was the protection and expansion of the knowledge and magical information held in this library, a job that Irene has been doing without stop. Henry had suspected that the place was magically enlarged to fit the constantly expanded library, which held every type of literature and knowledge one could ask for in many examples. From old and ancient papyrus's written manuscripts of Imhotep to the modern literature books, all that and more could be found here, if one wanted to, as Henry had found out. And the library itself, much like the rest of the citadel and its grounds, were in pristine shape. Without any sign of degradation, deterioration and more. All of that was achieved not just by 70 house elves that Albion's hearth supported on its own, but also thanks to Morgana's own magic still active after over 900 years, that kept the elves in Albion's hearth in a similar to frozen in time state, until the new Prince Le Fay could appear and claim the title and rights. And now that Henry was that prince, the castle and its magic once again lived, awakened from its slumber. After the ritual was completed, Henry had contacted his family, granting them passage onto the castle's grounds. Arcturus and Regulus were glad and pleased that everything went smoothly, while Cassiopeia looked far more preoccupied with examining Irene, with Rose being openly glad that he was all right. After a quick tour of the castle and its grounds by Irene, they held council on their next moves, determining that now Henry needed to secure allegiances of magical beings on his lands. He had better do it before the July 31st, when a monthly gathering of Wizengamot was held, where he would have to make an appearance and show to the world the new Prince Le Fay. Henry had a week to accomplish it, and he wasn't going to waste it. After that, Arcturus and Regulus decided to return to their own devices, with Regulus believing that he may have had the lead to one of Voldemort's Horcruxes, while Arcturus had to make preparations for a meeting with Narcissa and Draco Malfoy, who all of a sudden decided to meet him tomorrow. Cassiopeia and Rose decided to remain with Henry, with Cassiopeia jumping at the opportunity to have full access to the Le Fay library. Rose, in the meantime, decided to take to the outside and bask in light and fresh air, along with the beauty of the Albion's hearth gardens. Ever since Cassiopeia had saved her from Pettigrew and death by infections, she had laid low, fearing even to appear on the public in the other country under a polyjuice potion. Rose didn't like to tell her older brother how she was handling herself or how she felt in these past several years, simply stating that she was now better than ever. As much as Harry wanted to press her on more detail, Henry decided against it, knowing that Rose will tell him something when she feels like it. He would simply make sure that she is safe, sound and happy until she decides to talk. But that didn't mean that Henry could stop worrying for her. In fact, he was worried for Rose, with the cause of his worry being her left arm, the subject of James's sadistic usage of caro mortui. Before Rose had told him of the curse, he only knew of it in the passing, but after spending a healthy amount of time in Black Family's library, he learned of it in far more detail. Detail that had made Henry's worries worse, as the spell caused the flesh of the victim to develop gangrene, an infectious necrosis state of flesh that destroyed the immune system of the man and could very much lead to death in the matter of hours, for a normal human. Those of magical descent possessed an immune system that was reported of being at least 3 to 4 times stronger than that of non-magical people, meaning that they could even cancerous tumors and most infections that could be deadly. Rose's immune system, according to Cassiopeia, was one of the strongest even among the wizards and witches, capable of withstanding continued exposure to caro mortui and inflectional necrosis of flesh. In other words, when Cassiopeia had gotten to her, it was a miracle that Rose was still alive. With knowing that gangrene was and how it affected people, Henry couldn't help but ask himself a question: why didn't Cassiopeia simply remove that rotten piece of infection off of Rose? Of course, it meant that Rose would lose her left arm completely, but that would have been far more preferable than living with a rotten piece of dead flesh attached to her. Instead, Cassiopeia used some kind of complex reanimation rune to let Rose use it, for some reason. Henry, putting down the book after thinking about it all for a few seconds, decided that he would have to talk with Cassiopeia about it all. There was something off about this entire situation and he would need to find out what. Taking the advantage of your library, my lord. Irene soundlessly appeared before Henry. I was expecting you to be exploring the dungeons, laboratories, your bedroom, but to find you reading a fantasy novel, it's almost surprising. This is my favorite book, but I'm sure you are already aware of it, aren't you? Irene simply chuckled at that one. I believe gratitude is in order, seeing this marvelous place so full of books. Thank you for taking care of it all, Irene. My pleasure, honestly. I myself do like to come here and indulge myself on some light reading. Irene confessed. And the gratitude and thank you are very much welcome, my lord. It is pleasing to know that all your hard work, effort and centuries worth of service are noticed. If you are expecting some kind of raise in payment, need I remind you that you've effectively been on an 800-year-long vacation? Henry playfully asked of her. You'd first need to start paying me, before I would want a raise, my lord. Irene retorted. Just making an observation, nothing more, for now. And I am here to inform you that the guests that we have been expecting are here, waiting in the throne room. Guests. Henry quirked the brow up at that one. Wait, you mean the magical beings? I thought that they would arrive tomorrow or day after tomorrow, but not in just under 5 hours. And are they here en masse? Apparently, you've underestimated their eagerness to meet you and curiosity for your persona. Irene simply stated. They didn't arrive here en masse, as that would be something of a social disaster. Instead of that, the leaders of their respective races and communes have arrived here, accompanied by their 2 strongest warriors, while elementals have opted to send envoys to you, one from each of them. Best if we not make them wait, or there could be some cleaning up to do afterwards. Irene led the way for Henry, who followed her. Can you give me a quick heads up on who the leaders are, what should expect from them and what are their relations between each other? Henry asked of her. Certainly, I was starting to think that you wouldn't ask. Irene told him with a hint of sarcasm. I will start with the werewolves and vampires, the prime troublemakers on your land. Lands of House LeFay house the majority of UK's werewolves and vampires, and the 2 races, as you already know, have no great love for one another and things often get violent between them. The leader of the werewolves, Gregory Crawley, is the selected leader of the werewolves and has been keeping them away from going rampant throughout the country for their mistreatment, but along with that, he has been fiercely advocating for the rights for his kind with Ministry. While he doesn't hold any love for the Ministry, he has even less sympathy for Voldemort and Fenrir Greyback, believing those to be only trouble for his kind. He is, however, more lenient towards Dumbledore and his faction. How close are those leniencies? Henry asked of Irene. He had arrived with Remus Lupin in tow, acting as an advisor to Gregory. Irene informed Henry, who silently cursed after hearing of it. Lupin will not recognize you. Of that I can assure you, and as for Gregory, not all is lost with him. He wants werewolves to be treated well and with respect, and not prosecuted for just existing, so give him that and some more, and he'll turn towards you. He and his kind are also very closely tied with night elves, with 2 races coexisting in the same forests and with latter supplying werewolves with needed medications, food and even teaching them their own magic. In exchange, werewolves protect night elves' territories from any possible attackers. Impress the one, and the second will be far more inclined for the fealty. Irene advised him. Got that, what about vampires? Henry asked of her. They are also divided into clans, who rule their own stretch of land in your domain and each is led by a count or a countess. However, each of those clans answers to the Blood King or Queen of England, and the current Blood King is Alucard, son of Dracula and Wilhelmina Harker. He is a Dampier, with his mother still being human when he was conceived and born, but in terms of strength, magical prowess and respect, he is unmatched. Irene spoke up. Alucard has been keeping vampires of Britain from entry into Wizarding World's squabbles, and has a far more positive look on humans, due to his own origin. Other Blood Kings and Queens see him weak and too human-loving, but vampires of Britain prefer his way of ruling, though there are some dissident elements. He is a neutral person, neither for Ministry, Dumbledore or Voldemort, but he stands firm against any prosecutions of his kind and has a great hatred towards Ministry for making hunting vampires into a sport, and Dampiers into third-rate citizens. I think that is something I can work with, and I already have few ideas in mind. Henry nodded to her. What can you tell me about elementals? I understand that there are 3 elemental races that reside in my lands. Yes, there are nymphs, who govern the rivers, sea and lakes, dryads, mistresses of forests, fields and nature, and of course sylphs, rulers of the winds and air. Irene named the elementals. They are peaceful and somewhat secluded, each of the races coexisting with each other as is in the balance of the nature. Nymphs are the most peaceful and even somewhat pacifistic of the races, taking care of the waters in your lands. They are represented by a nymph named Aeolint. Getting their fealty is the matter of diplomacy, as well as dealing with the pollution of their waters. Dryads are the most reclusive of the 3, but also the most aggressive of the elementals, protecting the forests fiercely. They coexist in symbiosis with night and high elves, taking care of their lands together, while also being close to werewolves and centaurs, so getting their approval would ease the diplomacy. Promise of protecting their forests from invading and destructions, as well from wizards' constant incursions for their resources, and you can get their approval and loyalty. Their representative Neriata will expect that from you. Reasonable, and I'll have to think of the way to get it. And what about the sylphs? I understand that air pollution from factories and all that non-magical industry is the major issue with them. Henry asked of Irene, who nodded to him. Correct, but they are somewhat unpredictable to deal with. Much like wind itself, they do as they please and are just as diverse as the air movement itself, but generally, they never caused any trouble in your lands and, despite their somewhat mischievous behavior, prefer to coexist in peace with others. Irene reported to him, they should be easy to gain as allies, especially if you manage to stop ministries hunt for them. Their hair is a very potent and strong material, quite valuable for potions, and sylphs really hate it when they are hunted down. Protect them, as you should with nymphs and dryads, as they too are sought for their own materials, as you may imagine. They are represented by a sylph named Wendy, and do not be surprised by her size and looks. Got it. What about our elven races? I've read about them and their cultures, so I believe I know what they are about, but what about the leaders and current state of affairs? Henry continued on with Irene. Yes, both high and night elves are very secluded and do not communicate even with wizarding world on a regular basis, so they are considered by most to now be mythical. Irene confirmed. Night elves are mostly nocturnal creatures, praying to Greek goddesses of moon, night, wildlife, hunt, nature and fertility, Hecate, Artemis and Demeter, and are the best practitioners of druidism and healing magic. Their leader, Queen Eluna, stands for her people and their allies, and will want guarantees about their safety, rights and more. She is a strong and powerful leader, so be sure to put up a strong show in front of her and others. And what about the high elves? Henry asked away. They are the opposites of their nocturnal counterparts, pray to Helios, Apollo, Hestia and Hephaestus, along with Demeter, prefer craftsmanship, transfiguration and charms to druidism and connection to nature. Proud, somewhat arrogant and fierce, their king, Herandel, prefers for his people to stand alone and away from the business of others, especially those of wizarding world. Getting his approval might prove to be difficult. Irene informed Henry. This leaves the Velas, the Centaurs and the Jotans, or Jotans, whichever way you prefer. The Velas are the beings that are most closely communicating with humans, as they build families together, so be sure to protect them, both magical and non-magical men, along with making sure that Velas aren't prosecuted as supposedly dark creatures. Their leader is Victoria Delacour, sister-in-law to French Minister of Magic and an aunt to his quarter Vela daughters, Fleur and Gabrielle, who had suffered a terrible trauma during the Tri-Wizard tournament. Victoria loves her nieces like her own daughters, and has a great deal of hatred towards Dumbledore for what happened to Gabrielle. Your general knowledge of the Centaurs is quite correct and enough to navigate your talks with them. The leader you are meeting is also the chosen leader of Centaurs in England, named Chiron. Should his stars tell him to trust you, then you will have his allegiance and the loyalty of the other Centaurs. Irene informed him. Now, as for Jotans, they may not be native of England, but have lived here since 17th century. They also live close to human population and intermarry with them, with many Jotans having human spouses. Like with Velas, the children of Jotan and non-magical human are born Jotan, while half-bloods come from union of a Jotan and magical person. The Jotans are very closely linked with humans, but in moments of strong emotion may reveal their second look, which reflects their powers of magic. All of the Jotans are led by their queen. Jotans are led by Skadi, a warrior woman, proud and strong, with a thirst for seeking strong opponents. Their kind is somewhat isolated from others, as they are reclusive to share their powers and knowledge, but they are very powerful sorcerers and warriors. And along with that, I believe that Skadi is a quite beautiful young woman, in the prime age for marriage, and were she made a wife for one like you, my lord, you could be assured of children with great magical prowess. Irene added with a bit of a sultry look, with Henry giving her a small glare. You would, however, need to prove yourself worthy of her hand, and that might be problematic. She has a bit of a feisty persona, and before romancing someone, prefers to measure their prowess in battle, so you have been warned. I suspect that she might want to confirm your power through the same process. The pair reached the door that led towards the throne room. Well, let's get this show on the road, as Yankees like to say. Henry simply said, pushing the door open and stepping inside. Henry stepped inside the great hall, with Irene following him behind, while all the assembled leaders and their escorts turned their eyes towards Prince Le Fay, eyeing him with curiosity. Henry quickly accessed with his gaze everyone and nearly scowled at the sight of Remus Lupin, one of Dumbledore's prime lackeys and his father's closest friends, who just loved to play his favorite song of the prosecuted and misunderstood werewolf. His spiteful form stood near an imposing and gruff-looking tall man, with reddish long shaggy hair, lush mustache and blind one eye, with scars running near and across it. Gregory Crawley certainly looked like a werewolf who had been through a lot, and it also showed in his strong posture. Closest to Gregory stood the centaurs, with two of them having spears, along with bows and arrows. The one who came without them was an older-looking centaur, with long beard and hair and black eyes, with gray already setting in the hair. He looked at the Prince Le Fay, with his eyes looking at Henry with not just curiosity, but with wisdom and even clear knowledge seen clearly in them. Henry summarized that the one looking at him like that was Chiron. Next to him, Henry saw three completely different-looking women, looking quite drastically from one another. The closest to him looked like a 12-year-old girl, dressed in a green and yellow dress, with dark eyes, long straight dark blue hair. She looked like she wasn't belonging in here and wanted to be anywhere but here. Next to her stood a tall, pale young-looking woman, roughly about his age, dressed in a blue and white, with wavy long blue-like sea hair and same-colored yes. She looked at him with something of an interest and measurement. And finally, next to her stood a woman with long dark green hair, braided on her back, with a slightly greenish tint of skin and golden-colored eyes. She was dressed in what seemed like a dress made of leaves, with vines circling around her body. She had a bit of a hostile look directed towards Henry, though she kept back her animosity. After them, Henry's attention went towards the elven visitors, immediately finding them. Queen Aluna, a silver-eyed woman with purple skin and green hair, looked every bit as beautiful and regal as a night elf could be. She was dressed in silver dress and robes, covering her skin completely, but not denying the pleasure of seeing her perfect figure. Her gaze on Henry was one of interest and curiosity. Her counterpart, Herandel, was a tall slightly pale high elf, with near glowing blue eyes and platinum blonde long hair, made into a mane and a ponytail behind him. He was dressed in red and golden robes, with a cloak above them. His look was calculating and one with interest. Closest to him stood a tall, handsome young man with long raven black hair, red blood eyes with a slightly pale skin, dressed in black coat with some red mixed in for features. It didn't take long for Henry to find the Blood King of England, Alucard, the Dampier son of Dracula. His looks were not as vampire-pronounced as one would think, but the paleness of skin and color of eyes still gave away his heritage. He looked with curiosity and interest at Henry, with his red eyes almost unsettling Prince Le Fay. Following her, Henry's eyes fixated themselves on a very beautiful platinum blonde woman with sky blue eyes and an enticing aura surrounding her. Having encountered Velas before, Henry was able to shake off the powerful allure that he felt towards Victoria Delacour, who accompanied by who looked like husband and another, younger and just as beautiful Vela. Noticing that her target had shaken off her allure, Victoria's eyes widened slightly at that one, while her Vela companion's eyes eyed Henry now with a far more pronounced interest. Henry reached the center of the room, drawing the eyes of everyone towards himself, before Irene spoke up. "You stand in the presence of Prince Henry Le Fay, ruler and protector of Northern Britannia, Lord of Albion's Hearth, head of the houses Le Fay and Slytherin." Irene announced him, with Lupin's and others' eyes widening at that last part. His Highness is ready to hear your oaths of loyalty and your requests to him. There won't be any oaths coming from me, not now at least. Gregory was the first one to speak in the gruff voice, looking at Henry. I've heard stories about House Lefay governing these lands, but I sure as hell wasn't expecting to find heir of Morgana to also be the heir of Slytherin. The last person to claim to be Lord Slytherin was Voldemort. Remus Lupin spoke up, with Henry looking at him with a bit of an irritation. You wouldn't happen to be connected, or worse, related in any capacity to such a monster, now would you? Gregory Crawley, I understand your need for being here, as the need for all of you, and I am very thankful to all of you for coming in such a short notice. Henry spoke up to them all. However, what I do not understand is the need for one such as Remus Lupin to be here. I am aware that he is a werewolf, true, but he is not of these lands, as well as being an Auror for the Ministry. And on top it all off, I have heard certain rumors, which paint him as nothing more than a lackey to Albus Dumbledore and a member of his semi-secret cabal of supporters. Henry could see how Victoria Delacour, along with Skadi and Alucard, looked at him with distrust. Do you have some kind of problem with Headmaster Dumbledore, Prince? Remus asked of Henry with narrowed eyes. I do, as I have problems with everyone who has a tendency to put the dark label on everyone who disagrees with their views. Henry answered to Remus, who pursed his lips together. Mr. Crawley, is it possible for you to remove your advisor from here? I believe that the preceding meeting and all that happens here should be confidential. Presence of Mr. Lupin here is certain to destroy any sense of it, as I expect him to report his findings to Dumbledore. Agreed. That old coot has no business whatsoever here. Victoria spoke up with fire, with Remus glaring at her. And you definitely got nothing to do here as well, Lupin. I was asked here by Gregory as an advisor on such a peculiar matter. Remus defended his presence here, before turning to Henry. I assure you, Prince Lefay, that Headmaster Dumbledore isn't like what you make him to be, and that he only wants to make sure that what your precious headmaster wants has nothing to do with our matters here, Mutt. Skadi interrupted Lupin, who cast his glare on her. Crawley, we all know that this mutt has been licking your bottom for ages now, but this is a matter for our people. Outsiders got nothing to do with our matters, especially those that don't even give a damn about us and our rights, not to mention hurt our kind. Dumbledore has done nothing wrong for your kind, nor did he. Remus continued on with his posturing, until he was interrupted by Gregory. Enough. Crawley practically growled at Remus. Remus, keep your mouth shut and get out of here. It was clearly a mistake to bring you here. Remus looked somewhat betrayed at his friend, before leaving them through the front gates. I give you my word, Prince Lefay, that everything that transpires will not leave those that are present here, and sorry about Remus. I thought it would be wise to hear his advice on this matter, though I had no idea you weren't of positive view of Dumbledore. I don't have any illusions about him, nor am I much of a supporter of the Ministry, or what it has degraded into. Henry could see that those present here approved of it too. My advisor, Irene, has made it clear to me that I shouldn't expect you all to swear me fealty right after you see me. I understand that and even approve of that. Loyalties are not given, but earned, as I once heard. Whoever said those words captured the reason for our presence here, Your Highness. Aluna spoke up. Our races and people had once swore fealty to your house, but only because Morgana and her successors have earned our respect and loyalty, not because we blindly have given it away to them. The lands upon which our realms reside may be yours in magic and it does compel us to unite, but we need to be assured that the principles of House Lefay have not changed with new era and new leader. What she is trying to say, we need to know if you'll be looking after our interests, or are you going to be another one of those ministry's hyenas and try to rob us of our rights, possessions, even our homes. Herandel spoke up. Your kind hasn't been very kind to my people in last centuries, especially those that worked for your government. They may claim to look after for us and our interests, but do nothing when we are in trouble. Even now, as our forests and homes are invaded by the results of their negligence, they just sit back and do nothing. Invaded by the results of their negligence. Henry asked again, would you mind clarifying that a bit, because I feel like this is something I might want to know about. Herandel's poetic description can be seen as cryptic, Your Highness. Chiron spoke in a peaceful and respectful way. But it is true in its own way. The Ministry of Magic has not only neglected, but near openly prosecuted our peoples, and this has been going on for near century now. However, the situation that Herandel has talked about is also one that can be blamed on the ministry for not taking care of it. For the past 30 or so years, the forests under my people's care have become the prime target for a new menace, aside from your wizards and the non-magical marauders. Nereida, the Dryad envoy, spat out. From the north, out of land you call Scotland, comes new threat giant 8-legged web weavers that spread like a plague through our forests, with their webs covering our trees and everything that comes into contact with it. Even some of my sisters have fallen prey to those beasts, becoming food for them. Their new colonies spring up near as soon as we destroy the old ones, and they come in tens, if not in hundreds. And it's not just the forests that are attacked by those creatures, Prince Lefay. Alucard spoke up now. Several clans that have resided close those areas were forced to abandon their homes. Villages and small towns, places that have been located away from the main civilization, have become the main feeding grounds for those monsters. 6 such towns and villages already have become desolated, covered in web, ghost towns, crawling with those creatures. And if you are wondering, the count of victims is near 1,000, Prince Lefay. Giant carnivorous web weavers, you're talking about acromantulas. Henry asked of Nereida and others. That's what you wizards call them. We just call them 8-legged freaks. Crawley growled. Those damned creatures have even started to attack our young, just for food, and it is always assured that nearly everyone who is captured by them is dead already. We've found their remains all the time, covered in webs and drenched in their poison. And your goddamned ministry doesn't do jack about it, since they don't see it as their problem. When it clearly is one and that problem is already getting out of hand. Victoria chimed in, getting the attention of Henry. Several months ago, one of those acromantulas had attacked a car driving near the forests, killing the family of 4 that were there. It happened just 5 miles away from Liverpool, and they've been creeping up closer and closer ever since. I've already commanded my Velas and our families to stay away from the forests and hills at night, but I fear that it will only get worse. And since I am sure you are familiar with the Statute of Secrecy, Prince Lefay, once those spiders start attacking people of a heavily populated city, it won't be long before our little world that ministry is supposed to protect gets exposed with all its dirty little secrets. Well, at least Dumbledore does listen to us. Gregory spoke up again, drawing everyone's attention. Remus says that he is willing to help me and my people, if we make sure to be on his side if things get hairy between him and ministry, or whoever who tries to do wrong. Oh, so he's willing to help you out now, Gregory. Herandel glared at the werewolf Alpha. Please tell me that you aren't so stupid as to believe in him. We all know that there is something really bad afoot in the wizarding world, not to mention those rumors about Voldemort's return. Face it, Crawley, he doesn't give a damn about your people, nor about our peoples, he simply wants to keep the werewolves away from joining any dark forces. After all, everyone knows about your kind's tendency to stir up trouble with ministry as at its weakest. You don't know that, Herandel. Gregory glared back at the High Elves. King. I know that my kind often have been manipulated with false promises, but this time, I'm confident that Dumbledore will help me in werewolves. Remus swore that he would do so, and he is. Oh, will you ever shut up about your little domesticated mutt, Gregory? Skadi called him out with a challenging look. Crawley, do you really think that Lupin's true loyalties are to you and your people? Of course it is not, it's always been to one person only, Dumbledore, and why wouldn't he be loyal to him first of all? That man led him, a werewolf, to study at Hogwarts, then set him up to be an Auror and a member of the Ministry's DMLE, basically sparing him the life that the rest of your people led. Face it, Crawley, Remus is just a spokesperson for Dumbledore, who sees himself not even as a werewolf but a man with a bad disease. Hell, I'll bet my money on the fact that he secretly despises being among you all the time. Unkempt, illiterate, filthy, mingy wolves that live a life of misery and depravity. You keep your mouth shut, you frost-blooded. Crawley was ready to tear Skadi a new one, before Henry spoke up. Enough. Henry drew the attention to himself, with Skadi giving him a curious look, while Gregory Crawley was ready to kill someone. Gregory, I believe that Lady Skadi's words reflect what she believes are Remus Lupin's thoughts on your people, not her own. Am I correct, Lady Skadi? Henry gave her a stern, near-glaring look, which the Jotan woman took with a sultry smile on her face. Yes, that's what I think about your little puppy, Gregory. I personally have always admired your people, honestly. After all, they do make very fine and fierce warriors, especially during the full moon. Skadi chuckled to herself, while licking her upper lip, before turning to Henry LeFay with a challenging and even inviting look. Gregory, my apologies, but I too believe that Skadi is correct in her words. Queen Aluna spoke up in a placating manner to her old friend. Remus may appear as a friend, but he is from the entirely different world than you and your people. And this offer, if Dumbledore, being the leader of light that he claims to be, was able to help you all this time, decided to this only now. And why not help us all at once? I am sorry, Gregory, but I believe that it would be better to try our chances with the ruler of these lands than the chief warlock of the ministry. I do hope that you plan of ruling and governing your realm, do you not, Prince LeFay? She shot him a strong look. I wouldn't have wanted to meet you all if I wanted to do otherwise. Henry said, before taking in a breath and speaking up. I know that all of you are here because you've felt my house's magic being reawakened, the magic that has governed in these lands and strengthened it and its inhabitants. In the past, House LeFay have been your sovereigns and has earned your loyalties, not through fear, deception or any other underhanded means, but through doing what was right for you. I intend to do to the very same thing, and to those that have come here after my house has fallen, I tell you, that I will treat you and your people equal to those that have lived here centuries prior. On July 31st, I will make my public appearance and proclaim my rights and power as Prince LeFay to all of Wizarding World, and I will make it absolutely clear, that in my realm, magical beings, non-magical humans and wizards and witches will all be treated as equals, with no exceptions. On these lands, I intend to have it be so, no other way. This sounds all nice and good, Your Highness. Eolint spoke up finally. However, you must realize that the ministry will never consider your declarations and will not stand for it. They'll simply enforce their own laws on us. They may try, and they will fail at that, because of their own laws that they have made. Henry informed them all. Ever since I've reactivated my house's magic, all that is within the borders of my house has effectively seceded from the ministry's direct control, becoming largely autonomous, or in other words, mine. These lands are now mine, and while I may adhere to ministry and its rules, I am, now in their eyes, a ruler of a dominion that is nominally under their control. And in this dominion, this kingdom, there will be our laws, our justice and there won't be any of the ministry's machinations, none of their oppression and subjugation. It is true that we will be a tributary state to magical Britain, yes, but we will not be their servants and beeps. Instead of the Wizengamot and the corrupt minister, I would have a council made, one that will look for interests of all of you. What manner of a council would that be, A puppet show, like that Department of Care for Magical Beings and Creatures? Neriata asked of Henry. No, an actual council, consisting of the representatives of all magical beings and races in these lands, your people's representatives. Henry said to Neriata, I may be effectively the ruler of this land, but I know not of your people, your customs, problems and more. I wish not the tyranny and oppression, but a guided and wise rule, and that is impossible if I do not know your people. And who are better at helping them than they are? Choose your spokesmen, give them the authority to speak on your behalf, bring your trouble to the table and we will deal with them, together and peacefully. I will say that I will see to it that there is no form of oppression towards any magical being or humans in my land, magical and non-magical. They are equals, all of them. Sounds quite reasonable and progressive, when compared to what ministry has in place, Alucard said in a slightly impressed voice. However, if all are equal, there comes the problem for my people blood. I, along with many other Dampiers in England, can survive on normal food for some time, but even we and all the other vampires need blood, and the surest way to get it is from drinking it from the source. If non-magical humans are equal to us, which is not as foreign to my vampires as you may think, how are we to hunt them for sustenance, Prince LeFay? There will be, of course, special cases like this one, Blood King. Cases that which we will address once the council in place, but if you are asking me about how I see this problem being corrected, then here is how. Your clans and vampires all have specified areas for hunting and limitations to how much and for how many you hunt down, am I correct? Henry asked of him. Yes, there are rules and laws in place, keeping my people at bay and preventing our exposure to the rest of the world. Should such laws be broken by anyone, punishment is death. Alucard spoke up. We are not as feral as the ministry would have you believe. We hunt and drink blood only to sustain ourselves, not to overindulge ourselves in carnal pleasures, and we very rarely kill our victims, especially the innocents, nor do we attack children. Killing during feeding is considered animalistic and barbaric by us, and only is allowed with criminals that we capture, and we only turn into our kind those that have given their agreement to it, usually the spouses, lovers, closest friends and adoptive families. Many of my vampires in this day and age like to take themselves a human spouse, not only to sustain themselves but also to create a family with. My father's example has set quite the standard for the children of the night in here, even if we are spurned by all other clans and kings around the world. If there is an effective system that ensures your people's being fed and well as prevents unnecessary human casualties and deaths, then why change it? Henry asked of him, with Alucard blinking at him for a few seconds, until Henry turned to Skadi and Victoria, addressing them. I understand that your people live close to general populations. Do vampires and their hunts cause you any unrest and trouble? Aside from the local tales of spooky monsters in the night, there isn't much of unrest, really. Victoria spoke up, with Skadi nodding to that one. My people even cooperate with others here, including vampires. I know a couple of Velas, who are bonded with vampires, and they led a pretty happy life, and vampires do not hunt for most other magical creatures, especially those around here. Something about blood not being very tasty or something. More like in the line of an unspoken rule, shared between vampires, about leaving other magical creatures out of our menu. Alucard explained. We can drink blood of other races, true, like of Velas and centaurs, but we do not hunt for them purposefully. Humans are easier to come by and hunt, no offense, and it is also more nutritious for us. Though I know of those vampires you spoke of, and I've heard from them that their Vela wives allow them to drink their blood instead of the victims. Something to do with Velas considering it is an act of loyalty to them and marking their own territory, if I am not mistaken. We are quite a jealous race, and we'd only have our husbands chaos dry than the others. Victoria laughed at that one, with some chuckling to her, while her husband and other Vela blushed deep red. But overall, there aren't much trouble, really. Same with my people, though we Jotuns don't mingle with blood curs here. Skadi spoke up. Though they do make some competition, she said more to herself than the others. And if there are any problems of such sort, or like one that you face with acromantulas, it will be discussed by the council and dealt with, either together, or by me personally. Henry said with strength, getting their attention again. I don't have any illusions, and I understand that all I've said are only words to you now. However, I am ready and willing to prove those words and my intentions by actions. Nereida, you say that acromantulas come from North Scotland. Yes, they do, and my queen believes that she knows the place of origin of those beasts. Nereida spoke up. Near the wizarding school of Hogwarts, there is an ancient and massive forest, one that she had helped to grow and flourish. For hundreds of years, my people have called that place home and lived there peacefully, until we were exiled out of there 200 years ago. Since then, the forest has become a shadow of its former self, dark, twisted, filled with every manner of danger to itself and others. My queen believes that the spiders have made a nest there and it has become too big. One of the tribes of centaurs also lives in that forest, and they have talked about those spiders being there, and that it had been there for over 40 years now, having started by 2 spiders. Chiron mused, before turning to Nereida, who looked at him. I am sorry, Nereida, but they were prohibited to kill them by Dumbledore. The Forbidden Forest is sacred to my people as much as it is to yours, and he holds the power to exile them out there as a headmaster, should we overstep ourselves. He says that, it is not our place to destroy innocent creatures and beasts that merely try to survive in our harsh world, just like your people do. Chiron quoted Dumbledore to everyone. That man has the gall to compare us to those filthy creatures. Nereida hissed at what Chiron said. My queen will hear of it, Chiron, and she won't be very happy with it. She has lost 3 daughters to them already, and she wants to avenge them, as do all of my sisters and our daughters. Dumbledore doesn't care about saving some endangered species, trust me on that one. Henry spoke up. The reason why he keeps those spiders there so that he can have an endless supply of Acromantula's venom, web and other ingredients that come from them. The venom of Acromantula costs 100 galleons for a pint among the merchants and potions masters, if the rumors are to be believed. Henry knew of that all too well as about the colony of Acromantulas in the Forbidden Forest. He had learned of it directly from Hagrid, the gatekeeper of Hogwarts. In his first year he had wanted to learn about the forest. Needless to say that after he had read about the Acromantula and what they really were, Harry was somewhat distraught about such creatures being so close to Hogwarts. But that was only until Harry had learned from Andromeda Tonks just how much Acromantula's venom costs in Diagon Alley. That's when his Slytherin side had awakened, and he saw in those spiders not a threat, but something far more interesting, a way to earn money. Ever since he entered his third year, Henry had started making regular visits into the Forbidden Forest, finding Acromantulas, killing them, extracting venom and stacking it up to later sell it in the Nocturne Alley. Though a couple of first visits there were frightening and even too dangerous for his liking, after he had learned from his mistakes, Henry began to make quite the headway with it. By the time the year was over, he would leave Hogwarts with at least 2 to 5 liters of Acromantula's venom, fresh and deadly. Aunt Cassie, though a bit shocked at her great-nephew's activity, was always happy to sell the poison for him, as it would be less conspicuous, in return for a liter of fresh Acromantula poison. The number of killed Acromantulas was up to a few hundred spiders, but they were almost nothing in light of the massive colony that was there, where each month bore more and more of the crawling creatures. Plus, it also allowed Henry to let out steam in a relatively safe for others way. Not to mention that he had learned why Dumbledore was keeping those beasts so close to school, having spotted the old man and Snape on multiple times going towards Colony for the same reason as Henry. Apparently he wasn't the only one who had thought about such way of earning money, plus it also explained just how Dumbledore could afford those expensive ridiculous robes, or how Snape could get his hands on the rarest sets of potion making, with the school budget never being large enough to allow buying highest quality things. Hear that, Crawley? Did your dear little puppy omit to mention that? Skadi chuckled when she heard the werewolf growl. Open your eyes, Wolfie. Dumbledore won't do jack about those spiders, because he must be earning tens of thousands of galleons off those beasts. And if there is one thing that men don't like, then it's losing a source of easy money. Grr, fine, you all win. Crawley nearly howled, before turning towards Henry. Maybe Dumbledore has been trying to get me and my people as his attack boys, but what about you, huh? What's going to stop you from making all of us here into your personal ball lickers, especially with your little devil just standing there and waiting for your command? You want to prove that mean real business, then how about you deal with those freaks up in Scotland, all on your own and without the cheerleader there to help you? Mr. Crawley, you do remember that as a devil I could vaporize you all in a second, just for that little comment, Irene asked of him, and you do not get to make demands of such kind of Prince Lefayne. Irene, he has a point. Henry simply stopped her, with Crawley smirking to that one. I agree, Crawley. However, if you are making a dare, then how about after I exterminate them, you seize contact with Remus Lupin and Dumbledore? Not going to ask for the immediate oath, huh? Gregory asked of him. Fine by me, but I want proof that you won't use your walking nuclear warhead here to do your dirty work. I, Henry Lefay, swear upon my magic to exterminate the Acromantula colony, without relying on any form of direct and indirect help from Irene. The magical oath has been accepted by magic. Does that suffice? Quite. Crawley chuckled to that one, while some gave him a glare for his gamble. Now, if anyone has any questions then, Henry was ready to continue, when he had suddenly heard right up in his mind the voice of his sister. Harry, help me. Remus, he found me. I am found. He is trying to take me back to Potter's. Help. Rose screamed in his mind, and in the next second, without even considering anything, he apparated out of the hall. Earlier, Rose walked around the many beautiful flowers, taking in the smell of nature, enjoying the warm sun and light breeze. It had been ages since she had been outdoors, and it had been even longer since she had been in a garden. She may have spent long hours on the backyard of Black Family's mansion, or in Aunt Cassiopeia's greenhouse, but outside of it all and in such beautiful place, Rose has missed it all very much, almost as much as she had missed her big brother. At the thought of the reason why she had been so reclusive, she turned her face towards the rotten piece of flesh that once was her left arm. The mere look at it had caused Rose to wince at the memories of pain, suffering, and the sickening looks of her parents. She could still clearly remember how satisfied with himself looked James Potter, while Rose writhed in agony from his curse, while Lily Potter held her via a spell. They had wanted her to marry Ronald Weasley, a poor excuse of a human being, and to betray her own brother. She had always knew that those two had hated her and Harry, just because they had existed, and wanted to get rid of us. With Harry in Azkaban, they found a particularly sick way to get rid of her, marry her off to Ron Weasley, sixth son of Weasley family and a well-known idiot and fool. From the outside, it may seem that House Potter wanted to strengthen ties with their closest allies, but in the reality, the main reason why House Potter even had connections with House Weasley was because Dumbledore had made sure to keep the two of his most loyal houses connected to each other. It was because of him that William Potter was to marry Ginevra Weasley, having given advice to a political imbecile that was James Potter, while marrying off Rose was the idea of Lily Potter, who had always thought of Weasleys as lowest sorts of society whose only way to get well in Wizarding World was through connection to her family. Rose's defiance had cost her arm, weeks of diseases, illnesses and worse, with Potters refusing to treat her or call for doctor until she agreed with them and made a magical vow. In hindsight, even though she had refused to do so, Rose knew that Potters would never call for doctor to treat what they had done her. It would, after all, expose who they truly were and just how rotten to the core they were. She had even suspected that they had wanted her to simply die, especially when they heard of Pettigrew escaping from Azkaban. They would be rid of an evidence of their true nature, and would even make her into martyr, adding up to their PR. They nearly had their wish, when Pettigrew had tried to kill her on her way to train, when she was practically a walking dead. Had it not been for Aunt Cassiopeia getting worried about her and rushing there to her, she would be dead for real, if not from Pettigrew, then from the gangrene that day. Whatever miracle Cassiopeia had used, it had saved Rose's life, but at a great cost. She wasn't allowed to use her magic. Cassiopeia wasn't able to get rid of her rotten arm, so instead of just leaving it be, she put it into some strange state of being, in which Rose could still use it, but it was also dead at the same time. She had explained to Rose that the runes used on her arm could be destroyed easily, simply through the smallest usage of her magic. A great cost, but Rose had accepted it and learned to live with it. Shaking off her head from the bad thoughts, Rose calmed herself, reminding herself that she was safe and sound, that she never again will be in the reach of Potters, Dumbledore and their friends. Rosé. Little Rosie. Rose's eyes widened when she heard the familiar voice, forcing her to turn around and look in horror at the sight of Remus Lupin standing just a few meters away from her. By Merlin, it is you, Rose. What are you doing in here, girl? We all thought you were dead, but, wait, is that Le Fay Prince holding you hostage, isn't he? Remus stepped closer to her, with Rose practically jumping away from him. Stay away from me, she shouted, her right hand already going into her pocket to grab a small pocket watch, charmed by her brother to always be in contact with him. He is keeping me safe from you and Potters. Go away, now. Remus saw the shocked state of Rose, and knowing of what Potters have done with her, decided to play her in her vulnerable state. Rose, what are you talking about, dear? You must delirious. Your parents were beside themselves when they heard about Pettigrew and you. Remus tried to convince her. Getting closer and closer to her, secretly going for his wand, with Rose trying to stay away. Weasleys were horrified as well, especially your intended. Come now, we are going home, you'll be safe there. Come on, grab onto me, you girl, now. Remus went on to grab Rose's right arm, squeezing it painfully. It was at that moment that Rose had sent out her mental message to her brother, and when her magic reacted to being caught. According to her great-grandfather and great-aunt, she had about as much magical power as her grandmother Doria, and she had quite a great deal of it. Her mind was in shock, memories of the past flooded her mind, and when Remus grabbed onto her with his wand pointed right at her, Rose screamed on top of her lungs, unleashing an extremely powerful surge of magic. She sent Remus flying back, landing on his belly, while she fell onto the ground. Remus, having felt extreme pain from it all, especially from magic of Rose, stood up and began to walk towards her. Oh, you little impulsive wench, I'll make sure that your parents teach you respect, Rose. He growled out, as he was ready to curse her. Stay away from her. Remus, ears heard an earth-shuddering near-demonic scream, before he was yanked off the ground, slammed right into the wall, breaking several of his ribs. He looked down from his elevated position, seeing Prince Le Fay, holding him in the air through his sheer magical power, with his left hand lifted up. The look on his face, it was one of utter murder, sheer rage and fury displayed on it, as Henry's face morphed into one that a Greek fury would gain. He walked towards Remus, still holding him wandlessly up in the air and not even allowing him to move a muscle, before he spoke in a low and threatening voice. You've overstayed your welcome, Lupin. Le Fay said to him, effortlessly holding him in the air. Just who the hell do you think you are to snoop around my castle? That girl, she is a Potter, Rose Potter. Remus hissed at Prince Le Fay, who took a glance at the immobile form of laying girl, before turning his murderous gaze back at him. Everyone will soon know, you kidnapped the daughter of a noble house and use her as a beep, or worse. With every word, Remus watched as the fire in the eyes of Le Fay lit up even more. Use her, Le Fay said, before shifting up his magical grip on Remus, focusing it up on Remus' throat. In the next second, Remus felt that his limbs were once again to move, and in the next second he clutched at his throat, feeling how it was being squeezed with unimaginable force. Werewolf was no stranger to great physical force and pain, but this, he couldn't even do a thing against it, as Le Fay literally was squashing his throat, choking the life out of him. After a few seconds, Henry spoke up again. Listen to me, Remus Lupin, and listen well. I know everything that you and your friends Potters have done, both to Rose and her older brother. Remus' eyes widened when he heard it come from Prince Le Fay, while he still continued to clutch on for air. I know about neglect, how you treated them as trash, and how you with your friends and Dumbledore's pet Death Eater have sent an innocent man into Azkaban to die. And I know all about Rose and what James and Lily Potters have done to their own daughter, how they've condemned her to death with Caro Mortui. Le Fay spat out the name of the spell, as he continued to choke on, nearly. Prince Le Fay, let him go. Sounded the gruff voice of Gregory Crawley, who had followed after their host with the others, looking at him with shock. Stop that, you maniac, or you'll drop dead, you idiotic mutt. Nereida shouted at him, standing between him and Prince Le Fay. Your pet there had tried to take that girl there. I've sensed a magical transmission from her to Prince being delivered, he's defending her. Stand back, for your own sake. Shish, she is right, I've sensed that transmission too. He was after the girl. Wendy spoke up in a meek voice. Still, my lord, it won't do you good to kill him. Even if he had trespassed and attacked your vassal, you can't simply kill him like that. Irene spoke up in a strong manner, getting through to her prince. You can punish him, severely even, but if you kill him, you'll just give the Ministry and Dumbledore the needed pretense to dispose of you through legal means in Wizengamot. Your Highness. Prince Le Fay looked at his advisor, before letting go of Remus Lupin, who immediately started to cough for air. Henry took a glance back at the gathered crowd, through which moved Cassiopeia with a worried look. When her eyes had shifted to the laying form of Rose, she dashed right towards her, a look of utter worry and horror written all over her face. Catching on to that look, Prince Le Fay grabbed Remus' collar roughly and shoved him into the wall, speaking to him, with his wand already pointed at the werewolf. I may not be able to kill, yet, but let me this clear, stay bloody away from Rose Potter. If I learn that you, or any other member of the Order, or worse, Potters are anywhere within a mile's radius of her, I will kill every single one of you, starting with skinning you alive. Henry threatened to Remus. Dumbledore won't allow you to do it, you punk. Remus growled out, before the pressure on his chest increased. The Wizengamot will sue you, for kidnapping a noble witch, and James will shut his damn mouth, or he and his wife will be spending the rest of their lives in Tartarus, wishing for Azkaban. Henry hissed at him, lowering his wand slightly. I've got enough evidence to destroy House Potter where it stands, and even if the Wizengamot will not move to incarcerate them, thanks to your great leader of light and minister, the ICW's court will be more than happy to deal with them, as well as you entire damn cabal. So you do well to inform your friend Potter and Dumbledore about it and tell them to stay away from me and Rose. She is not my beep, nor a lover or even a wife, but she is my most trusted friend and the heiress of House Le Fay. And I intend to make the people that hurt her suffer, just like she did. Caro Mortui. Henry spoke the name of the dead flesh curse, pointing his wand on Remus' right arm. The screams of the werewolf could be heard throughout the miles away, as he felt his flesh and bones rot and blacken. Henry didn't mince his words and power, sending a great deal of the latter into his curse that was eating away Remus' right hand. In the matter of seconds, Remus's right arm below the elbow looked just like the overgrown piece of rotten flesh. Henry released his hold on the curse and let Remus fall onto the ground clutching his ruined hand. "Tell anyone in Ministry about it and what you found, mutton I'll make you wish that Voldemort had gotten you before me. Now get the hell out of here and remember to tell you friends what I told them." Henry jerked his head to the exit, signaling Remus to get out of her, and so he did through apparition. "Crawley, next time he comes here, with or without you, he is dead. Am I understood?" Henry turned his murderous gaze towards the werewolf, who understood that Remus had screwed up big time, nodded to him. "Prince Le Fay," Cassiopeia called him out, with the fog of rage lifting off of Henry, as he dashed to her. "What is wrong with her, Cassiopeia?" He nearly shouted at her, looking at his unconscious sister, before putting a hand onto her head. "She is burning up inside. Did he curse her?" "No, it is much worse." Cassiopeia spoke up, waving her wand trying to stabilize Rose. "It's her damned arm. The rune array was destroyed and the infections with gangrene are back in full effect. Harry, she is dying. It has been near 4 hours since the incident in the gardens, and ever since then, Henry hasn't left his spot from outside of one of the bedrooms in the castle." He, along with Irene, was now joined by Arcturus, Regulus and Nymphadora, all of them waiting for Cassiopeia to come out of the room and tell them that Rose was going to be okay. Or at least they had hoped she would tell them that, as even with the wishful thinking, it was clear that young girls' chances on surviving were at an all-time low, as the gangrene and necrosis of living tissue has caused far too much damage to be simply repaired. Henry paced around the door, trying to keep himself from busting through that door, as it would do no good to anyone. While his face is a stone-cold mask of indifference, one that he had perfected over the course of his time in Hogwarts, inside he was raging and burning like firestorm. How could Cassiopeia and Arcturus not have told him about how dire was Rose's situation? And even more importantly, why the hell didn't Rose herself tell him about the damage that their parents have done? Why haven't Cassiopeia done anything to help her? Those were the main questions that have plagued his mind now, as he frantically tried to come with the answers to them. But then his more logical, practical side had stopped him in his mental tracks, redirecting his efforts to the more pressing and important matter: what could he do to save Rose? And the short answer to that was none too endearing, as it was practically nothing. While Henry had more than enough knowledge and experience with dark arts, curses and also had some knowledge with medical charms and spell breaking, he was nowhere near good enough for Rose at the moment. What she most definitely needed right now was the master in medical field, alchemist and possibly even a transfiguration master, and with only the last could Henry qualify as one. And Cassiopeia was already a master in all of those spheres, possibly the only hope for Rose. Or not. Henry's eyes widened, as a memory had flashed right up in his mind. He was almost ready to kick his own bottom for forgetting something that important, but he was mentally thanking the heavens for allowing him to remember it. If he was correct in his mind, then what he had just remembered could very well save Rose. He just needed to get it, which wouldn't be too much of a trouble for him, and then he would need to give it to Cassiopeia so that she would be able to use it to save Rose. And speak of the devil, Cassiopeia opened up the door and stepped out of it, closing it behind. She looked tired and exhausted, as everyone looked at her with hope. One look in her own eyes spoke volumes about the situation, even before she opened her mouth. "I've managed to stabilize Rose, but only through putting her into a magical stasis, which will keep her in a state of suspended animation until we find a way to help her. I've removed the rotten arm entirely, but as I've feared it was far too late for that." Cassiopeia gave them all the uneasy news. "The tissue necrosis has reached too close to Rose's heart, and I couldn't operate near it, or I would be risking her life too much. The infections have nearly collapsed her immune system, so the gangrene spread throughout left side of the body in a rapid speed, with Rose's own magic having boosted it up. I don't even know how. I have no idea how to help her now, safe for keep her in that stasis. Harry, why the hell didn't you tell me about it in first place, Cassiopeia?" Henry nearly roared at her. "Why didn't You even tell me a goddamn word about how serious this all was. Rose is my bloody sister, my own blood, and you didn't even have a damn idea to tell me about her being nearly half corpse. Yes, I didn't tell you, and I am sorry, but only did it because Rose herself didn't want to disturb you with it. Cassiopeia spoke up in a stern tone of voice. She knows how important our job is and she knows what our priorities are and what they should be. Rose is my first goddamn priority, and she was always the top priority, and you bloody well know about it. Henry hissed at his great aunt. If you've told me from the get-go, I would have figured out the way to help her. Harry, I know how much Rose means to you, and she means the world to us all, but, Nim trailed off, when she caught a scary glare from Henry. If Cassiopeia Black, the renowned alchemist and expert in medical arts, wasn't able to help Rose recover from what she had been suffering from, what could you do? Irene spoke up, not fazed by the heated glare sent her way by Henry. For all your magical prowess and accumulated knowledge, even you have to understand that there wasn't much that you could do to help her. I may've removed most of your memories out of my mind, but I do remember the extent of your skills, knowledge and powers. We all have respected Rose's wish, boy, and we haven't stopped looking for the ways to help her. Arcturus spoke up. We have tried all that we could reach for, advanced medical charms, tears of phoenix, dark rituals, and more. And none had produced the needed results. All that could be done was what Cassiopeia had done to Rose's arm and that damned gangrene. But with Rose using her magic like that and with Lupin find out about her, you should have killed him when you had the chance, not let him go like that. Dumbledore and Potters will use the knowledge of you having Rose against us, and that is the last thing we need. Need I remind you that killing Lupin would have landed us all into far worse trouble than that? Irene spoke up in a bit irate tone of voice. As much I myself support the idea of that mutt dying, it wouldn't win us any favors with the races on these lands, especially with the werewolves and their allies. By letting him go, but still being punished, Prince LeFay showed steel in front of his potential subjects in how he will deal with those that try to trample on his land, along with being excused in the eyes of the ministry. Like it or not, but that display has actually won you more than a few points in the eyes of the representatives, which I suspect will make them more agreeable to dealings with us. Yeah, I get it, but wouldn't that make Henry and House Black the prime targets for Potters, Dumbledore and the Order, now that they know about Rose being alive and all that? Nim asked of them all. We all knew that we would be in their sights the moment Henry made his public appearance in Wizengamot. Regulus spoke up in a composed and calm manner. As for the situation with Rose, we'll deal with it and alter our plans however we need to. After all, that is what we Slytherins have always done, adapted to the new situations. However, before we start drawing up the new plans, we should focus on the matter at hand. Auntie, you've said that the rot had set in Rose's body firmly, right? Is there any way to use transfiguration on it? While was in America, I've heard from one of the American unspeakables about the possible application of transfiguration in medical field. Regulus, that was the very first thing that I had tried with Rose, but it proved too dangerous and impossible for me to help her. Cassiopeia let out a frustrated sigh. By the time I had gotten to her 2 years ago, she was already too far gone, and I've tried to transfigure the damaged tissue, vessels and muscles near her heart to save her. The problem was transfiguration of a dead flesh into living one is near impossible, and changing that rotten flesh into other materials is out of question as it would damage the body too much. The only circumstance under which it would be possible to save Rose's flesh from gangrene would be to use the Philosopher's Stone. Wait, isn't that the same thing that had kept Nicholas Flamel with his wife alive all these years? How does it work anyway, that it had allowed them to live past 700 years? Nim asked of them. He and his wife had used the stone to alter the laws of life and death, allowing them to circumvent them. Nicholas had developed an elixir of life, which had granted him immortality, as well as complete immunity from any form of infection, disease and likewise. Cassiopeia spoke up. I was one of his last students, and while he himself had never revealed to me the secret of elixir's making, I've figured it on my own through what I learned from him. If I've had the stone on hand, I could have used it to either safely transfigure Rose's damaged tissue and flesh into healthy ones, or concocted the elixir and used it to save Rose, as Flamel had told me that it could even reverse the effects of necrosis and gangrene. Then all we need to do is to go to Nicholas Flamel, ask for that stone and Regulus trailed off, when he saw the looks on Harry's and Cassiopeia's faces. From the looks on your faces, that isn't an option, right? No, because Nicholas Flamel and his wife have been dead for years now and the stone is in the possession of Flamel's star student and his favorite pupil of all time, Dumbledore. Cassiopeia spoke up, with Regulus and Arcturus scowling at the mention of it. He has had it for years now, and I highly doubt that he would ever even admit to having it, much less give it to us, not without paying a price too much. Dumbledore doesn't have the stone. Henry suddenly spoke up, drawing all the attention in the corridor to him. He did once have it, back in 1991, when had used it to draw the Wraith of Voldemort, which he did. However, he had lost it just before the Christmas, and hasn't found it since. How would you know of that, Harry? Cassiopeia asked of him, before her eyes widened when she realized it. Morgana, why you? Back when I figured out what Voldemort was after and after I've dealt with him, I've decided not leave the stone lying around in the Hogwarts, so I took it. Henry informed them all, stunning them all into silence. I will admit that my initial thought was actually to return the stone back to Flamel's, but when I've found out where they lived and arrived there, I've found both of them dead. And I don't mean from old age, as their house was thoroughly trashed, with any and all writings of Flamel on stone and other research missing completely, and the pair was dead for months after I've arrived there. All of that had led me to believe that your old teacher wasn't as willing to part with the Philosopher's Stone as Dumbledore would have everyone believe. Wouldn't put it past Dumbledore to do something like that, and it has always seemed very strange to me that Nicholas Flamel would give away the Philosopher's Stone after having it for centuries. Arcturus spoke up, before turning to face Henry. Now about the stone, when were you going to tell us about it, boy? Only after Hogwarts, when I knew that I was a good safe distance away from Dumbledore and any of his cronies. Henry answered. However, since we all know how that one turned out, I'd say that now is the best time to get it, and I intend to get it. Cassiopeia, you've said that you'd be able to cure Rose. Are you absolutely sure of that? Absolutely, just get me that damn stone, and I'll show what I can really do with it. Cassiopeia said to him, with Henry nodding to her. Good, because I'll be heading out for it right now and none of you here can come with me on this one. Henry said to them, as he already headed towards the balcony. What, trying to protect your secrets from us, Harry? Nim asked of him half amused, before he turned around and spoke in a serious tone. No, just trying to protect you from the untimely death. I've hid the stone in one place that not even Dumbledore or Voldemort would be able to get in, and I'm about the only person that can get in there without dying. Henry said to them, before going to the balcony and using apparition to get to the needed place. Less than a minute later, Norfolk County. Henry's form reappeared in the world again, as he looked around himself, noticing that he was completely alone in the forest, lighted by the moon and stars. Dusting himself off, Henry walked towards his intended target, carefully hidden away from prying eyes, especially those of non-magical descent. It has been over 3.5 years, but Henry still remembers the road, as well as remembering how he first had come to find this place. After half an hour of walking and passing through a set of powerful wards, created to protect this place, Henry stood in front of the dome-shaped hill, housing underneath the ground and dirt the family crypts of House Potter. Like many powerful and great families of the wizarding world, House Potter was no exception to having its own crypt for their ancestors. Such places were a hallowed ground for the house's members, and it was a long-standing tradition to protect and keep them hidden away from everyone outside of the family. Henry himself had found the place by a complete accident, back when he was a little kid and when Doria and Charles Potter were still alive. Henry was about 4 when he had ran off to the forest that was near the main Potter mansion. He could hardly remember why he had ran off like that, but what he did remember with vivid detail is when he had suddenly plummeted through the ground and fell down into a dark and scary place. Harry didn't know it at the time, but he had accidentally found himself in the House Potter's crypts, where he would stay for the better part of the day, until he would be found. Harry didn't move away from the spot on which he had landed, as it was the only place illuminated by light, and by the time the sun had started to set, his grandparents, along with uncles Michael and Gabriel, had found him. Doria didn't let go of him for the rest of the day, well after they've left the place behind, and on the next day Doria and Charles had given him an earful and made him promise to never go down there. This was one of the promises that he had to break. Stepping closer to the metal gates of the crypts, covered in ancient and powerful runes, Henry put up his hands in the middle, letting the magic of the place to identify him. As this place was specifically designed for members of House of Potter, the magic would only allow those that were members of the said house to pass, and anyone else would be killed on the spot. And although Doria was of House Black, she was married into the House Potter and allowed entry. But that was in the past, and now only Henry and Rose had access to the place, and any reason for visiting. Henry knew full well that James didn't care for the crypts, nor did he care for the traditions of House Potter, or otherwise he would have buried Charles and Doria Potter in here, instead of a small graveyard near Godric's Hollow. Another of the crimes that Henry will get his payment for from James, but it did ensure the fact that the place would be left undisturbed. Just what he had been looking for in the place to house one of the most sought-out magical artifacts in the wizarding world. As the magic recognized Henry as head of House Potter, the gates opened up, allowing him passage inside. Casting Lumos to light up his path, Henry moved quickly and carefully through the hall, surrounded by the tombstones and statues of members of House Potter. Dozens of members, husbands, wives, sons and daughters, all of them buried here as was the tradition for hundreds of years. A tradition broke by ignorance and arrogance of a lesser man that had despised his parents so much, that he had denied them the right to lay in peace in here. After traveling for a few minutes into the bowels of the crypts, Henry came in front of the most recent sarcophagus, with a statue of a young man standing over it. On the tombstone, it could be read that this was the final resting place of Gabriel Potter, the last Potter to be buried here. Henry looked up at the stone face of the man, before speaking up. "Thanks for looking after the stone, Uncle Gabriel, and sorry it took me a while to get it back," Henry said, before waving his hand before the statue. The statue of a man shook a little, before its right arm moved, straightening in front of Henry. Its palm opened up, revealing what it was holding on it, a dimly glowing crimson-like blood stone, akin to a giant ruby. Henry picked it up, with the statue returning back into its original state, while Henry felt the warm feeling coursing from the stone and into his hand. He almost wanted to bask in it, before remembering the reason he came here and why he needed the stone. Putting the stone into one of his coat's inner pockets, Henry nodded to the statue, before taking his leave from this place. After a few minutes of walking back, he exited the crypts and was once again on the fresh air. With one wave of the hand, the doors closed up behind him, magical sealing once more activated. After checking that the seal held firm and strong, Henry was ready to head towards the edge of the wards, when he heard the familiar voice. Keeping the Philosopher's Stone in the family crypts, one of the most secure and safest places one could think of, yet also one of the last that would come to mind. Now that's probably what they call a stroke of genius. Henry turned around, to see the familiar pink mop of hair of Nymphadora Tonks, standing right behind him, dressed in her coat. "Took me some thinking about it, but then I've recalled that story you told me, and then what my mom had taught me about the family mausoleums of Wizarding Family. Needless to say, I'd put the two and two together and wouldn't you know it, I was right. How did you get past the wards guarding this place?" Henry asked of Nym. "They are specifically tailored to the members of House Potter, blood, adopted, or married. The only exception is for a Potter to come along with the guest, but you didn't come with any other Potters. I simply walked past them, no biggie." Nym shrugged. "Remember when you told me and my folks about me and my dad's Potter heritage? Well, I figured that it would be plenty enough to go past the ward, and it turned out it was. Looks like my great-grandma was still a Potter when she died, so, you get the point." "I do, but what I don't get is why you are here, Nym," Henry said in a stern voice, with Nymphadora's face also turning serious. "If Rose's condition hasn't changed, and there wasn't any call from your job, why have you decided to track me down?" "Because I felt like doing so," she honestly answered him. "Because I felt like it was time that you and I had a little bit of talk about you and your attitude. We'll have plenty of time to talk after. I've delivered the stone, so until then." Henry stepped forward, only for Nym take a stand right in front of him. "Nym, this is really not the time," he said with a bit of anger dripping out with his voice. "Nah, that's precisely the time for us to talk, Harry. And don't try to use Rose, because her condition is stable right now, we both know of that, and once you get the stone to Aunt Cassie, she'll fix Rose up in a jiffy," Nym told him with a serious tone of voice. Like it or not, Harry, but we are having this talk right now, because it is high time that you've changed this damn attitude of yours. My attitude needs no adjustment, Nim. Harry protested to her. You know what my priorities are, and you've always agreed with them, and that is true. So, are trying to tell me to become the bootlicker like I was supposed to be in Hogwarts. Is that it? No, I'm not talking about that, Harry. I'm talking about that hero complex that you've seemed to have developed. Nim told him, with Harry quirking up his brow. Hero complex. You've got me confused with William and Dumbledore, along with Potters and their friends. Harry retorted to her. I've got no heroic tendencies in me like those morons. Is that so? Well then, how about I give you a couple of examples? Nim spoke up. Your 6th year in Hogwarts, when you found out about that stone and who was after it, what did you do? Don't answer, I already know it. You went on ahead to confront the bad guy and kicked his bottom, all alone. And, is that supposed to mean something? Henry asked of her. You could have informed the DMLE about the situation and Bones would have handled the situation on her own terms, or you could have told Moody, my folks, blacks, hell even me for that matter, but you didn't. Nim listed to him the possible variants. Instead, you headed out yourself, to confront one of the most powerful dark wizards of all time, the man, who even in his wraith form, could have killed you with ease. But he didn't, and he was too severely weakened as a wraith possessing the body, so I had the advantage. Harry countered. You couldn't have known about that back then, and no one could. Nim argued back. Voldemort had killed hundreds of wizards and witches, dozens of who had been Aurors and powerful ones at that. Your very own grandparents had died because of him. You shouldn't have gone after him alone like that, Harry. But I did, and it worked out in the end well enough, didn't it? Harry said in an irate tone of voice. Back then, yeah, it did. Nim agreed with him. The next time, however. Before you start digging through that one, Nim, let me remind you that Rose was kidnapped by that Weasley girl, so I couldn't waste time. Harry reminded her. Yeah, I remember that, but also remember full well that even before she got kidnapped, you've had the whole case figured out, with solid evidence to back up your findings. You could have easily let Moody or me know about it all, and after that, the DMLE would have moved in to take care of that whole damn thing. But no, you didn't inform anyone of anything, and where did it lead you to, Nim narrowed her eyes on him, her hair turning a darker shade of purple, before becoming almost completely dark black. You were sent to Azkaban, and Rose was left in the care of Potters. Had I known that it would turn out that way, do you think I would not have done something about it? Harry asked of her in an irritated and aggravated voice. And don't forget, Nim, the entire damn court was a sham, orchestrated to send me to Azkaban, and if I had talked against the judges, Rose would have been in that same damn dungeon as I was all those 2 years. So don't you peg it against me, Nim. I've done what was right at the moment. What was right? Harry, that is exactly what I am talking about. Nim told him. You may be one of the smartest people in this world, but you has got a one-track mind going for you. It makes you even predictable at times to figure out, just like this time. Do you want to know the first thing I thought about before coming here? And what that thing was, exactly? Harry asked of her. Where would I hide the stone, so that only I alone and no one else would have access to? Nim told him. Emphasize on, alone, and, no one else, Harry. That is what I am talking about. You rely far too much on just yourself and don't let others in to help you. Perhaps in some cases, I do so, but not in, Harry tried to argue. Yes, in almost every goddamn situation, you do things your own damn way without anyone else there to help you. Nim screamed at him, with tears visible near her eyes. Harry, I know why you do it all that way, and I understand, but you also have to understand something. Even if you alone get hurt, then all those that are close to you will also be hurt, and if you die. That's why I don't want to die and plan in the case of possible death. Harry argued with Nim. And besides that, if I alone have to get hurt and spare Rose and others the pain and death, then that's a fair deal in my eyes. Harry said in a strong voice to Nim, who looked at him with wide eyes. Before her right palm collided with a loud smack with his left cheek, as she practically roared out at him. Henry didn't expect such a reaction from Nymphadora, nor did he expect the strength of her slap to be enough to force him to take a few steps back to compose himself. But before he could fully do that, Nim went on ahead and grabbed him by his coat and brought him close to her face. A fair deal. A fair deal. Nymphadora roared at him. Do you even hear what you are saying, you self-centered egotistical bastard? Nym slapped him one more time, only with more force, but still keeping him close to her. Do you even bloody know how bad it was for us to bear, to have you sent to die in Azkaban? Nym screamed at him. Mom cried for weeks after she heard the verdict, and Dad couldn't do jack shit about it, because he was literally shaking with anger and grief, because their son in all but blood was sent to Azkaban for doing the right thing. Auntie Cassie almost had a damn heart attack when she heard about you, and don't you even get me started on Rose, you moron. You think that what James Potter did had almost killed her? No. What you did had nearly put her into grave, because she lost the only real family she had since she could remember herself, and now she was left with the people that despised her very existence. She slapped him again, not letting him go yet, with her tears falling down freely. And do you even know what it did to me, you damn egoist? Nym half screamed half wailed, crying openly now, with Harry looking at her with a mild surprise. My best friend, my closest person, the only damn sibling after Corny I had left, and I've lost you. Do you know just how bad I felt when I realized that person I had come to love had gone off to Azkaban for doing something he didn't do? I felt life drained out of me and my heart being ripped out and crushed before my eyes. You think have the right to talk about dying, you bastard. No, you don't, not when all of us, when I still damn well care about you and want you alive and happy. She released him, before starting to beat him in the chest, with tears still falling down. Henry simply stood there, not even attempting to speak up in argument, letting Nymphadora let out all of her anger, frustration and more. Her punches were painful as she put all she had welled up in her into it, but he took it, patiently, waiting for them to slow down and weaken. When it happened, when Nym was finally spent of energy and emotions, she simply slammed into his chest, crying on it. Henry wrapped his arms around her gently, allowing her to let it all out. He knew that for all the snark, slyness and humor that Nymphadora liked to put up, there was a vulnerable and precious side to her, one that she rarely let out. And as she cried on his chest and Harry held her close, he thought about what she had told him. As much as he had hated to admit it, but Nym was right about him, he really did have a one-track mind. He had always calculated and prepared for the events, thinking in such a way that he alone would have to be enough to deal with whatever came after him. His self-reliance had long been instilled in him, brought up through years of living with Potters and taking care of Rose, realizing that he was alone in that house that took care of her and himself. It was much later that he had realized and came in terms that there were others that cared about him, and those were the same people that he cared for. And because he had cared for them, seeing them as his family, Harry had become accustomed to thinking about of never endangering them, the people that took care of him and Rose. In his mind, doing something like that would be unbecoming of him, utterly degrading the gratitude he held for them, nor could he bear in mind to put his precious ones in danger because of his problem. Nor did he trust others, those that he didn't know, to help him with something serious, like with ministry, teachers in Hogwarts and etc. He knew, or believed at least, that everyone there was corrupt or too indifferent towards his and Rose's plight and wouldn't help him out. So he took to dealing with trouble on his own, without others, and while it may have worked out with Quirrell, it backfired when he went on to deal with Riddle. And backfire it did spectacularly. He had honestly never did think what his incarceration would do to others, not in a deep manner. All he had thought about was trying to keep Rose safe, but in the end he probably did even worse than if he had used the magical oaths. Even if everyone was out to get him then, even if Dumbledore had set his mind to see him imprisoned, maybe it could have gone better. He didn't know, nor would he learn about it later on. All he did know now was that his decision had seen his closest people being hurt worse than he had wanted them. And Nymphadora. Harry had small suspicions that Nym had some feelings towards him that were beyond the lines of brother and sister. He could attest to the fact that he had not much actual experience in that field, even though he had dated a girl from Slytherin back when he was in school, but it didn't go too well with them back then. He had always seen Nym as the dear and close friend, another sister, one that he would do anything for, but as someone other than that, someone to love. She was one wonderful young woman, not only because of her looks and metamorphing abilities, but as a person she was loyal, serious and fun at the same time, as well as loving and caring. He had always enjoyed her company, and their joking flirting with each other, though now he didn't see it that way anymore. She knew who he was and what he was about, as did he with her, and yet she said that she loved him. Harry held Nim close to himself, hugging her and letting her calm down. Gently rubbing her back, Harry let Nim take her time, as she recomposed herself. Once she stopped crying, she looked up at him with her red eyes, looking in Harry's soft green ones, to hear him speak to her. "I'm sorry, Nymphadora," he simply said to her, holding her to himself, with Nim hugging him back, resting her head on his chest. Listening to his heartbeat. "Promise me," she spoke up, in a quiet voice. "Promise me, that no matter what you are dealing with, whatever the hell you are facing, promise me that if something happens, you call us to help you." "Nim, Harry wanted to speak up, but he was interrupted by her. "Promise me," she said with more strength, before sobbing a little more. "I can't stand it, Harry. Not being able to be there for you, help you, don't do this to me, to all of us, to Rose. Promise me that you won't be like that anymore." The tone of her voice meant that she was serious about what she had said. "I promise, Nim," Harry said to her softly, with Nim looking up to him. "I won't leave you out, and I won't push you away. Not anymore." "Good." She nodded to him gently, before putting her hand behind his head. "Thank you," she said to him, before leaning in to capture his lips with hers, while gently pushing him towards herself. Harry knew that Nim could be an unpredictable person at times, but he didn't expect to find himself dotting her, ever. Yet, this it felt not just natural or nice, but it felt right. The two had closed their eyes and enjoyed the moment, with Nim's grip tightening a little bit, not letting Harry to even dare to pull away. Not that he had wanted to do so, as he himself held the beautiful daughter of Andromeda Tonks close to him. Her was sweet and soft, with a tint of salt from tears mixed in, showing her true emotions, and he practically relished in it. And standing right next to her, holding her and dotting her like this, it all felt so right and perfect that he wouldn't trade this feeling for anything else. Nymphadora's logical side told her that what she was doing wasn't right, yet, but her heart and soul relished the chance to let out what was welled up inside of her for years, not to mention to experience what she had wanted for years, to be able to the man she fell for. Of course she had known of their relation to each other in blood department, as well as about the mental and spiritual connections and borders that they've built with each other. For a long time, it was enough for Nim, but then in one moment, when she was by herself and after yet another failed attempt at getting herself a proper person to date, she realized that she didn't want someone for whom she'd have to adjust. No, she needed someone that would see her as she was, the real her, and would love her for it. She had always been adjusting up to someone's standards, be that for work, or in Hogwarts to be like others, and she had honestly gotten so damn irritated by it, that she simply couldn't take it. But with Harry, she never had to morph up into anything or anybody for him to like her. She simply had to be herself, and that was more than enough for him. She was at ease with him, having the warm feeling of acceptance and the freeing sense of not putting up a mask, because she knew she didn't have to. With him, Nymphadora didn't hate it when she was called by her full name, one that had so abused by students in Hogwarts as an object of joking, that she stopped even using it. But when Harry spoke that name to her, he made it sound like it was a beautiful and nice thing, and he later said that it was very beautiful name, no matter what others said. He made Nim feel beautiful, pretty and all around attractive, not because of her metamorphing abilities, but because she had all those qualities without the changeling abilities. Even though he had made her feel that way only as a friend at time, she began to want him to appreciate her this way as someone who would be more than a friend. She had even wanted to make the first step after he had graduated Hogwarts, but she was too late then. Now, however, after finally getting him back and telling what she just told him, she wouldn't dare to let him go, nor would she allow him to act as he did before. No, Nymphadora Tonks was of House Black, and black women never let go of those they love without a fight to the death. And Harry was her love, and screw those that would tell her otherwise. They may have had some blood relation in them, but nothing like many other wizarding families, so she knew that they were safe in the children's department. Unlike with non-magicals, wizards and witches only had to watch out, in terms of coupling and child conception, for the direct siblings, first and second cousins, and even then there were far less of a chance of deformities than with non-magical people, thanks to magic. Sure, the chance of squibs being born was higher than with other cases, but it was still otherwise small in relativity. And even then, Nymphadora knew now that Harry was of LeFay blood now, so everything was safe with them. Although she knew that she would have to make room for 3 more possible wives, she was somewhat okay with that. She would, of course, make sure that any damn selfish, self-centered hussy that tries to put her claws on him knows that she's messing with the wrong prince, but if those girls or women that do end up as her sister wives care for Harry as much as she does, and keep him safe, she might be okay with them. One thing was for certain to Nymphadora and Harry neither had wanted to let go of one another, nor would they. Several hours later, Albion's hearth. After spending an untold amount of time together, Harry and Nymphadora had parted from each other. Although they barely said each other a word, they both knew that things between them wouldn't be the same and they didn't want them to return to what they were before. Holding each other close, they exited the territory and apparated back to Albion's hearth together. Harry handed down the stone to astonished Cassiopeia, asking her to make best use of it, to which she replied that she would milk that stone dry if need be. It took the experienced alchemist several tries to get the formula right for the elixir of life, but she had managed to produce it in the right consistency and strength, just as Nicholas Flamel had made it. When Cassiopeia had said that she had figured out the way to create the elixir, she only meant the basics of it, not the finer details, as those were kept secret by Flamel. However, Cassiopeia Black wouldn't be herself if she hadn't cracked the formula quickly, and that she did after hours of trial and failure. Once the elixir was ready and tested, she headed towards Rose to use it on her. And so, with Nymphadora at his side, Harry sat and waited for the positive response, while Irene, Regulus and Arcturus stood aside in their own thoughts. Nym spoke up softly, holding Harry's hand in her own. "She'll be all right," she said to him in a quiet voice. "Auntie Cassie is a black witch, and we ain't the type to give up on what we set out to accomplish." "I know," Harry said to her, giving Nym a small smile. "Just as I know that I'm now stuck with you for keeps." "Like that is a bad thing, love." She chuckled a little to him, leaning against his shoulder. "I've waited 2 years for this, so you damn well know I'm not letting you go, ever. Even if I'll be having competition pretty soon, I bet. I wouldn't want you or anyone else to make it into a competition of any kind and sort." Harry admitted to her. "Just a form of phrasing. Plus, I might even be interested in this shared marriage thingy, especially if you get some spicy ladies on board." She half-jokingly said to him, with Harry looking at her with a mild surprise. "What? I know the rules and needs of your lordships, Harry, so I know that I have to make do with them. And if I'm to make do, who says I can't also get the goods out of it like you do? But don't you worry, darling," she leaned in closer to his ear to whisper. "I'm saving up myself only for you, so when it is time, you'll be the first to take me." She gave him a key on his cheek, before Cassiopeia opened up the door and stepped out, wiping out her sweat. It worked. Everyone in the room let out a massive sigh of relief at hearing it. The elixir had completely repaired her damaged flesh and skin, with gangrene being terminated and replaced by the fresh muscles and tissues. Her immune system is recovering at a rapid pace, so it's burning up quite a bit of energy, which is why I had to put her under high nutrition potions through a needle and tube, like with you, Harry. But overall, aside from her left arm being lost, Rose will make full recovery in 2 days, tops, and as for her lost arm, Irene and I have an idea about that, which we'll want to discuss with you later, Harry. But overall, Rose is safe and nothing's threatening her life anymore, right?" Regulus asked of Cassiopeia, who nodded to him. "Good, that means we can focus up our attention on the matters at hand. Like I've told you earlier, I've had a hunch about one of the Horcruxes, and I think we might be able to get one, but it would be good if you, Harry, could check with Gringotts regarding the properties of Gaunt family. You suspect that Voldy might have hid one where that family lived?" Nym asked of him, with Regulus nodding to him. "Might be worth a shot, but if he did so, I'd bet every galleon I earn on my job, that he had warded and protected the place with every dark curse and spell he could think of. Best not to go there alone, or in pair." She looked with narrowed eyes at Harry. "And we won't," Harry said to her and everyone. "You do still have the Acromantula problem to deal with, my lord, and do remember that you've made an oath to Crawley about not employing me in any manner." Irene reminded them all. "And if I'm not mistaken, there will be thousands of giant, fairly intelligent and cunning spiders, with one of the most deadly poisons at their disposal and an advantage of home territory. Oh, And I've almost forgotten that the envoy from Dryads had made it clear that the forest itself better not be harmed in any way possible. I believe that abiding by this condition may earn you the respect, if not loyalty, of the Dryads, as well as their allies. He may have made the vow, but was there a word about me, Red? Nim asked with a sly smile, with Irene giving away a small smile of her own. Don't worry, Red, our Prince Le Fay is in good hands, and he's got plenty of people to call upon for help in this matter. Don't you, love? That I do. Harry agreed, with Nim letting her hand go of him, as he stood up and came close to Cassiopeia. How is she right now, Auntie? Stable and conscious, Harry, and I think she might want to talk to you. Take your time, she said to him with a smile, letting him go to Rose while she went with Irene to discuss their idea. Harry glanced back to Nymphadora, who simply smiled to him and nodded him to go, while she still sat there. Harry smiled to her back and nodded, before heading to his sister. Stepping into the spacious and richly decorated room, Harry made his way to Rose, who laid on the bed, with her right arm being connected to the potion through a tube, while her left arm was completely missing, without even a stump on its place. She was awake, as Cassiopeia had told him, as she looked up with a healthy and avid look at her brother, with Henry smiling to her and speaking up. Hey, Harry spoke up, coming to her right side. How are you feeling? Hey yourself, I deserve at least hello. She replied in a joking manner, with him and Rose chuckling a little. I feel fine, better than fine, really. Although, she took a glance at where her left arm once was, before replying. I know that it was killing me and it had to remove, but still, it feels weird, not having an arm, yet also feeling it like it's still here. Phantom pains, your nerves are just adjusting to your changed constitution. You'll not even notice when they go away. Harry said to her in a reassuring manner, gently taking her hand into his. The important thing is that you are safe and okay now, sis. And as for your arm, Aunt Cassie already has ideas in mind, especially with the Philosopher's Stone that she now has. You owe me a big one for not telling me about it. Rose replied to him with a chuckle, before turning serious. Harry, if Lupin saw me, then the Potters and the Order already know about me. And if they do, they won't let it slide. They'll try and come after me, and you. They can try all they want. Harry replied to her. The only things they'll get from it are their own limbs, removed from them. Besides, as much as I hate to admit it, I had suspected that sooner or later they would catch the whiff of you. Which is why I wanted to ask you, if you'd consider being adopted into the House Le Fay, as my sister and heiress, until I acquire the latter, that is. And the lipstick on your upper lip tells me that you are well on your way with that acquirement. Rose shot her brother a sly look, almost laughing when he put a hand to his lip. Dummy, Nim doesn't use any lipstick. Can't believe you fell for that one. How did you? Harry was almost at a loss of words. I'm your sister, Harry, so it's my job to know everything about you, and to take care about your sorry butt. Rose chuckled again, with Harry doing the same. I've seen the looks she's been sending you, and I know Nim well enough to understand what she wants, or whom. I'm just happy that she took the step in the right direction, finally. So, she's got your seal of approval then? Harry jokingly asked of her. Tell her that if she was looking for one, I can literally put it on her butt. Rose laughed at that one. I was starting to get tired about you two joking and flirting all like that, and not getting into any real action. Now at least I know that you are in good and capable hands. That's not exactly what a soon-to-be 15-year-old should think about. Maybe you've been spending too much time with Aunt Cassiopeia. Harry noted out, with Rose rolling her eyes. Like you know what girls my age think about, Mr. Magnet for trouble. Rose retorted. I might, considering what Tracy has been telling me back in Hogwarts. Harry responded back with a smile, while Rose shook her head. Free word of advice, brother, don't mention your past escapades to Nymphadora, especially if she doesn't know about them. Rose said in a serious manner. Black family witches and mentioning of your past exes mixes up like gunpowder and dragon fire. She knows, but I'll keep it in mind, oh great master of love. Harry jokingly bowed before her, with Rose simply shaking her head. Now, aside from my personal life, the proposal I just made. Hey, if it allows me to keep you on a tight leash and away from doing your stupid heroic stunts, I'm all in. Rose said to him. You too, huh? Nymphadora just gave me a dressing down about my supposed heroic complex, not you two," Harry informed Rose. "And with that in mind, I'm sorry, Rose, about how I've hurt you with my decision. I should have fought harder and not listened to James, and then—" "Harry, it's all right," Rose said to him softly. "The bastard has always known how to push all our buttons. I'm just glad that you are out Azkaban and that we are together as a family, just like we've always been." "Yeah, just like we've always been," Harry agreed with her, smiling to her. "Hogwarts. Same time." Remus Lupin hissed from pain, as the nurse applied the painkilling charm on his stump of the right arm. The werewolf had always believed that he had a touch skin, one that had nulled the senses of pain, one of the few gifts from his curse. That had always been the case in the past, which had allowed him to simply tank the small curses and spells like nothing, but what Prince Le Fay did to him, he had always believed that there were only two true monsters of magic, so to speak. And those two in his mind were Dumbledore, the leader of light, and Voldemort, the Dark Lord. Now, however, Lupin had to add to those two another one, Henry Arthur Le Fay, Prince Le Fay and Lord Slytherin. An absolute unknown, somebody who had just up and appeared out of the blue, and has already shaken the entire wizarding world, literally and figuratively. He, as well as the rest of the Order, was still at Grimmauld Place when they've felt that magical echo, coming from the activation of Le Fayland's magic. Dumbledore was quick to deduce what had really happened, and was all prepared to dispatch every able member to investigate it, when an owl from Crawley came, offering some answers. When it became clear that the Le Fay family magic was reactivated again, it meant that a new member of House Le Fay had appeared, and was now in the crucial position for all sides position. He had heard tales about the might and power of House Le Fay, as well as the fact of them commanding the loyalty and armies of all magical races on their lands. Had Prince Le Fay wanted to, he could turn that great force against the forces of light and crush them with ministry, or he could aid them in destruction of Voldemort, helping Will Potter fulfill his destiny. Because of that all, Dumbledore had immediately dispatched Remus to Crawley, as the latter had asked of him to come and join him for his visit. Headmaster needed to know everything about this new player on the chess board that he and Voldemort were playing. Remus had wanted to get close and diplomatic with Prince Le Fay, but was met with literal animosity from Prince and other envoys, who had distrusted both him and Dumbledore. How could those morons not understand that without Dumbledore in the Order, they would have been long servants to the Dark Lord, was beyond him, but the fact remained the fact, and he was kicked out of the meeting, only for him to pick up with his wolf-like senses a familiar scent. The scent that belonged to Rose Potter, thought to be dead daughter of James and Lily. Realizing the golden opportunity at the fact that she was here and could possibly know a lot about Prince Le Fay, he had tried to capture her, through his act of being concerned for her. In all honesty, he had known about what James and Lily had done to her, but he didn't bring himself to pity her, nor did he hold any sympathy for her, especially since she was so close to Harry. Remus himself had suspected the girl to have long turned dark, like her brother, and after having seen firsthand what Death Eaters have done with innocents, he had developed a policy of dealing with those of dark, dispatching of them quickly and mercilessly. In the eyes of unwilling werewolf, anyone who was dark and considered dark, for good reason in his eyes, was already marked for extermination. Yet his efforts were thwarted by Prince Le Fay, and he had bestowed upon him the same punishment as James did on his daughter, along with passing the message of him knowing everything that the Potters have done to her. If Le Fay was truthful, something that Remus had no doubts, then he could easily destroy not just the Order, but also him, his friends and Potters, which couldn't be allowed. Speaking of his friends, Remus saw how the doors of hospital opened up, with the rest of Marauders, Lily, Snape and Dumbledore entering in. Poppy Pomfrey decided to withdraw for the time, knowing when it wasn't her time to listen. Almost all those that arrived looked shocked at the werewolf, with Dumbledore speaking in usual, calming manner. "Remus, my boy, what has happened to you?" Headmaster had asked of him. "Did the Death Eaters use that meeting as set up to lure us into a trap? Or was it the Prince Le Fay's doing?" "The latter, Headmaster." Remus hissed out of pain, coming from his severed arm. "Bloody hell, that bastard's not only a prince, but a damn powerful one at that. He managed to lift me off the ground and pin against the wall without breaking a sweat, and that's without the usage of wand. And when he whipped that out, he used the dead flesh curse on me, Headmaster, as a sort of punishment for snooping around. Well, you should have been far more discreet, Lupin, otherwise you wouldn't have lost your arm. Snape dryly admitted, getting glared by Sirius and James. Also, snooping around in the other's courtyard. How canine of you, our dear unwilling victim of lycanthropy. One would think that being in civilized society would have curbed down your more primal instincts, but alas. Severus, this is not the time for your poor jabs. Dumbledore admonishingly told him, before turning to Remus. While I can't say that I'm proud of your action, my boy, it was for the greater good, and that is all that matters. Now, what else can tell us about the Prince Le Fay? Is he somehow connected to Death Eaters and Voldemort? No, I don't know, but he is powerful, like really powerful. I've nearly shuddered from his power alone. Remus responded. He is young, but educated and knows diplomacy with politics, since he had managed to turn all of those envoys and even that damn fool Crawley against me on a whiff. Quite tall and well built, with silver hair that reaches to his shoulders, and green, like grass, eyes. He looks a lot like Arthur Pendragon from those history books you have in library, but that's not even the worst of it, sir. He also claims to be the current Lord Slytherin. Everyone widened their eyes after hearing that. That's bull. That arrogant snotshot was probably pulling your leg there, Moony. James spoke up in disbelief, still reeling after the beatdown that Regulus had given him. Everyone knows that the last one to claim that title was and is you-know-who, and from you told us, he doesn't look the part. It could have been a ploy by him. Lily spoke up. Think about it, if he truly is Lord Slytherin, and we know who the only one who has those connections is, then they would have to be one and the same. And from what I have read about the past and extinct houses, House Le Fay had actually continued House Slytherin when the male line of the latter went extinct. That would mean that you-know-who could have been an heir claimant to House Le Fay, and Maeve even claimed it. Yeah, she's got the point there. Sirius agreed with her, after a little bit of thinking. With the lordship of Le Fay safe in his hands, he'd have the ability to muster up the biggest army the Wizarding Britain had seen since the times of Merlin and Morgana. We could have the war on our hands that would the previous one look like squabble between two bands of hooligans. And look what he has done to Moony. No, it must be him, no other. A fine idea, Lily, but there is some flaw in your reasoning about it. Snape spoke up, drawing the attention back to him. First of all, to claim both of the lordships, the Dark Lord would have to have made his way to Gringotts Bank to conform it all, and the goblins hold the Dark Lord in great deal of contempt, so he wouldn't have been allowed passage. Secondly, he has a meeting with his inner circle today and as we speak, so I doubt he could have been able to be in literally two places at once, even with his capabilities. Thirdly, the Dark Lord has hardly ever even made a mention of House Le Fay or of its power, as I recall, and he has never been shy from reminding us all of his powers and heritage. Fourthly, yes, Severus, thank you for pointing it out. Dumbledore interrupted him. Your reasoning is sound, Severus, but our Lily dear also has made valid point, in my eyes. Tom has always been one to not show all of his abilities out in the open and always have more than one secret from everyone, even from his closest advisors. He has delved into the darkest arts imaginable, and who knows, he may very well have found the way to be in two places at once and is now making strides to claim an army capable of destroying the forces of good. Headmaster, you don't actually think that? James spoke up in disbelief, as even he had hard time believing Lily's proposition. Or, this Prince Le Fay may very well be one of the descendants of Salazar and Morgana from other lines. He could very well be a distant cousin of our dear Lily here, from House Stuart, as they have confirmed to be descendants of House Slytherin, and from it, House Le Fay, as we all have established that Slytherin's male line had ended. Dumbledore spoke up again, giving another theory to their new mystery. Or, it could be a descendant of the Squib line of House Gaunt, as the Squibs born in House Gaunt were either murdered or exiled and erased from their archives. Or, perhaps, it may very well be even a son, or a grandson, of Tom Riddle, who had claimed his inheritance from his father. Or, it may be someone else entirely. Unfortunately, there are far too many unknown things to make any sound conclusions for now. We will have to wait until he makes his public appearance and then draw out conclusions, and I am certain that he will appear on the upcoming session of Wizengamot on our dear William's birthday. Only after that will we be able to understand whether he is Voldemort's ally, or he could be the force for the greater good. Professor, you can't be serious. He had taken out Moony's right arm, for crying out. He is definitely evil. James cried out. What has happened with Mr. Lupin here is tragic, but we must make sure to look past petty squabbles and misdeeds and make room for forgiveness, James, my boy. Dumbledore spoke in his grandfatherly way to him. Remus has made a mistake, and may've caused Prince Le Fay to act against his better judgment. If we extend an olive branch to him, we may yet find ourselves someone who could help William fulfill his destiny. Otherwise, we may not be able to handle two Dark Lords at the same time, but if they were to fight against each other, they would definitely exhaust themselves. Snape finished for Dumbledore, with the latter nodding to him. They very well may do so. All this bears good food for thinking. Severus, please return to Voldemort and learn what you can about Prince Le Fay. Tell him that we know nothing of him, but are aware of him. Dumbledore ordered him, with Severus leaving the hospital behind. I shall be in my office and try to solve this mystery with our additional friends and helps. Please get well soon, Remus, my boy. Dumbledore bid his farewell and left the hospital too, with Marauders and Lily being the only ones there now. James, Lily, Sirius, there is something you guys should know about. Remus spoke up, once he knew that they were all safe. Back, when I was kicked out of the meeting, I was on my way out of the castle's grounds, when I've picked up on something. A scent of someone I knew. Someone's scent. Sirius asked of his friend again. Did Prince Le Fay have a guest that we know of? And why didn't you tell Dumbledore about it? Because Dumbledore must not know about it, Padfoot, and you'll know once you hear of whom I'm talking about. Remus almost barked at his friend, still reeling with pain. It was the scent of rose. Rosé. As in, James and Lily both exchanged looks, as they paled at the thought. Yes, Rose, as in your daughter, Remus hissed from pain as it shot through his body from his stump. Damn it. Hurts like hell, it's because of her, Prince Le Fay did this to me, when I tried to get her, but she had knocked me off herself. And the next thing I know, Prince Le Fay is pinning me against the wall, all ready to kill me, and only the presence of envoys stopped him. Rose is alive, Lily asked in a shocked voice. How could that damned girl have survived? She was on death's doorsteps, and we know that Peter had gotten to her. How could she be even alive after what had happened to her, and who could have even helped her? The Blacks. Sirius interrupted her, drawing the attention to him. The only ones who would ever even think about helping that little dark wench is my cursed family. I'll bet that it was probably Aunt Cassiopeia that had helped her. She's the only one with both knowledge and resources to fix her up in any way. She, just like my mother, had always had the soft spot for her and Harry, just like all dark wizards do for each other. James spat out, before paling a little bit more. Wait, if she was with Prince Le Fay, then wouldn't that mean that he and House Black are allies? And worse that, James, he asked, Le Fay asked me to give you a message, Remus hissed out of him. He said that he knows everything that had happened to Rose, and, he's making her his heiress and sister, another Le Fay. He what? Lily practically screamed out. That damned girl has the gall to fraternize with House Potter's enemies like that. Of course she is evil and she had deserved what she had gotten, especially after we've gave her such a good opportunity to help Will and she blew it. Remus, just how much does that Le Fay person know? Lily, the curse he used, it was the same one, Remus panted out of him, with James and Lily paling when they heard it. Caro mortui, and he wanted you to know, that everyone that had hurt her, will suffer, like Rose had suffered. He's after you, James, Lily, and he knows the truth. If this was true, then the man now known as Prince Le Fay very well held in his possession enough evidence to destroy them all. This was the thought of all four of them in the hospital. Even though it was summer and it was a sunny day, strong winds reminded Henry, Regulus, Cassiopeia and Nereida about the fact that they were in Scottish Highlands, standing literally 20 meters away from the Forbidden Forest. The trio was dressed in relatively warm clothing, with Henry now settling in a black coat with blue embroidery on it, while Regulus and Cassiopeia opted for the black coats as well. Nereida was dressed in what could only be described as Dryad's combat armor, made of furs and even plant life, as she gazed at the forest. They've arrived on the place of meeting and now waited for the others to arrive, and to begin the job they've agreed to do. For the last 4 days since Rose had been cured and now was back on her feet, looking healthier and even happier than ever, Harry hasn't been sitting doing nothing. He had taken the full advantage of Le Fay's library and searched through It all for an effective way to get rid of the acromantula. Since his days in Hogwarts, when he had actually hunted those spiders for their poison, Harry knew full well that those creatures were not just nasty, but also really hard to deal with. A single acromantula was not so much a threat to a trained and strong wizard or witch, easily killed with an Avada Kedavra or any other possible spell. The problem was the fact that acromantula never attacked alone, always hunting in packs of dozens creatures of varying sizes, all of which are used for a purpose, like the bees in the hive. Smallest spiders, those that just hatched out, were used for recon and finding a prey, which would allow their older siblings to strike out and grab it. After that, they would be dragged back to the main lair, to be presented to the females, so that they could devour it for nourishment and the future litters of spiders. The acromantulas were predominantly ruled by their females, the strongest and biggest arachnids, as well as possibly the smartest. They were far fewer than their male counterparts, usually on one female there were up to 50 male acromantulas, and with the colony in Forbidden Forest reaching upwards of thousands, if not tens of thousands of spiders, this meant that there were many females. And all of them were also siblings with each other, as from what Henry knew from Hagrid, those damn spiders appeared there only from two acromantulas, the giant's friend Aragog and his mate. A surprising trait that those creatures had was the fact that inbreeding was nothing new or bad for them. Hell, it had allowed those damned creatures to multiply faster than Catholic rabbits. This factor, the numbers and rate of growth of the colony, was the most crucial to consider in Henry's plan to deal with acromantula. He knew that the traditional methods of dealing with dangerous creatures would be ineffective against them, so he had to think outside the box to find a way to eradicate those beasts in one fell swoop. Fortunately for Harry, his sister had given him just the right idea on how to deal with them. After doing some researching and consulting with Nereida, who had wanted to come along with them, Henry determined the best way of dealing with the acromantula problem. Harry had told about his decision to Nim, who had decided that it would be best if this time Harry had as much support as he could muster, and so she left to get that support. And so the group stood here and waited for Nim to come to their position. Wish Nymphadora would hurry already. Cassiopeia spoke up, kicking out of her way a small rock. The longer we stay, the better are the chances that Dumbledore may pick up on us through the Hogwarts wards. We are a good mile away from the wards, and I've taken precautions and set up a small glamour and anti-detection ward. Henry spoke back to Cassiopeia. Dumbledore won't find out about us, and the wards don't work properly on a full area of the forest, otherwise there wouldn't have been so many missing students, if the wards could pinpoint their location to the headmaster. No, the forest itself is magical, and is somehow capable of disrupting any other magic working near or within it. At least, that's what I think. Your theory is not too far off, Prince Lefay. Nereida broke her silence, but not her gaze over the forest. My mother had told me about the ancient and powerful magic that resides in there, one that had helped shape and birth it, as well as strengthen my people. My people had lived in a symbiosis with this land, as we tended to it, helped it grow strong and healthy, as well as defended it, while the forest protected us and helped my people through its magic, ensuring that our mothers, sisters and daughters would be born strong, healthy, and in greater number to take care of it. When we were exiled, many of mother's sisters and their daughters have perished because of the link to the forest being severed too violently, and only those in the forests of House Lefay had saved my kin, as we have settled here many ages before. Your mother was born in that forest. No offense, but she must be quite ancient, considering that you were exiled a long time ago. Regulus noted out, with Nereida turning to him with an impassive look. I did not mean any offense, just. No, I understand, and you are correct, my mother was born in this forest, but left when House Lefay was still strong and alive. Nereida spoke in a calm and reserved manner, before turning her gaze to Prince Lefay. She had played a crucial part in ensuring that dryads would have a place in your forests, ensuring the loyalty of her kin to House Lefay, and of House Lefay to dryads. As a queen, it was the duty that she had performed, and soon after, I came to life in the forests of House Lefay, though my mother was the Dryad of Hogwarts. I was the first Dryad born in the lands of Lefay, a symbol of my kin's new beginning. But, that would mean that you are at least 700 years old, Harry spoke up in disbelief. I heard that there are magical beings with a great lifespan, but you look like you are in your mid-20s, by human standards. Prince Lefay, the standards of humans don't apply well with my kin, but I think I'll take that as a compliment. Neriata gave away the smallest of smirks to Prince Lefay. My people can live as long as the forests themselves, the process of aging is different for us from yours. My mother was over 1,000 years old when she gave birth to me, and before me, she had 7 more daughters, my older sisters that have come with her to my lands. I am her last and youngest child, and now, I am her only child left, and soon, I may be a daughter that mourns the passing of her mother. Neriata said in a sad and sorrowful way, turning back to the forest. I am very sorry to hear that, Neriata. Harry said to her sincerely. If there is any way we can help her. You can help her, me and my kin by finally putting those damn beasts to death. Neriata said with anger in her voice. My people, my kin have lost many daughters, mothers and sisters to those creatures, but not all were gutted by their stingers and eaten away. My people are strongly connected in magic with nature, but also to our family, to our mothers, sisters, aunts, daughters and granddaughters. We can feel when one of our family dies, the backlash and pain, it can be unbearable to withstand, and 4 out of 7 of my sisters have withered away when they felt their daughters and granddaughters dying. Withered away? Regulus asked of Neriata, but it was Cassiopeia that had answered. Like our naturalistic companion had stated earlier, dryads don't exactly age as we humans do. I've heard about dryads as old as 3,000 years, and still alive and fertile. Cassiopeia spoke up. However, they can die of a natural cause, which is called withering. Like an old tree, a dryad can wither away at her own volition, or from the lack of sustenance. Yes, and my sisters, those that had felt the deaths of their family, they chose to wither away before it was their time. Neriata said in low and saddened tone. Their deaths had all been felt by me as well, and our mother, our queen. She is not long for this world and she is already withering away, as she wasn't capable of living on without them, without her daughters and granddaughters. The only reason I have not yielded to the withering, is because I swore on the blood of my sisters and my nieces, that I'll make those creatures pay for every death they had made me live through. Neriata's anger showed through, as the trio of magical users felt the ground shake up a little. Wow, and I thought that you didn't have it in you, Neri. The entire group turned their gaze towards the new voice, which belonged to Skadi, Queen of the Jotans, who now made her way to them, dressed in what could only be described as a female military uniform. I was all sure that Morena had plucked away all your thorns, but I guess I was wrong. Nice to know that you still have it in you. Skadi, Neriata narrowed her eyes slightly at the grinning Jotan. Nothing ever escapes the Queen of Winter, especially when it concerns a long, bloody and brutal battle, right? Indeed, and I am honestly hurt that you haven't even given me a heads up, Prince Lefay. Skadi turned to Henry with a bit of a sultry smile. Deciding to invite little Neri here, but not me. I might take that as an insult, Your Highness. I am sure you are aware that I am a very proficient warrior, and I would have been of much assistance, if you've asked me nicely. Apologies for not considering that, Lady Skadi. Harry spoke up. Neriata had offered to come along after I've consulted her on the matter. I wasn't sure if you would agree, though. And even if she did, she has a tendency to cause far more trouble and damage than doing her job well. The woman's only interests are battles and rush of adrenaline through her veins. Neriata said dryly, with Skadi simply sending her one of her own smirks. And what's wrong with that, Neri? I've never hid it away that I liked a good battle, and this one looks up to be the better one than all the others I had in the past few years or so. Skadi said, before letting out a theatrical sigh. But, if it will ease your mind, I give you my word to be mindful of the trees around, but I give no promises about the grass and bushes though. Is that enough to ease your mind, Neri? Sufficient enough, considering that it's the most one can ask from someone like you, Skadi. Neriata said to her, before turning to Henry, who looked back at her. Do remember that my kin wishes the forest to remain intact. As ill and unwell as it is still a sacred ground for us, a place of my kin's birth on this island. I remember that, Neriata. The dryad nodded to him, before turning back to the forest, while Harry looked at Skadi. You didn't look too interested in venturing out here when Crawley made me swear a vow. And how did you find me, while we are on the topic? I know how to keep my more pronounced instincts from showing, but I was interested from the second I heard about it. As for that little vow, you may've said it, but the vow only meant your pretty red-headed devil, but said nothing about the others. And your sweet little sister knows it. Skadi said, as she moved closer to Henry, accessing him with blue eyes, before a smile crept up on her lips. You are in quite a good shape for a wizard, and the amount of power coming from you. No wonder that little Vila girl that came with Victoria had left your mansion all hot and bothered after that small display of power with that mutt. I would enjoy through a few rounds with you, after this little show is over. Skadi licked her upper lip in anticipation. You make it hard to distinguish, if you are flirting with me, or simply want to fight me. Harry admitted to Skadi, who let out a small chuckle. Usually, it's just the latter, but with someone like you. Skadi gave him one more look, before moving a little closer, and whispering to him. I might mean both, but if you impress me today, I may simply skip those two and get to more interesting and primal activities. Skadi pulled away from him with a wink, with Henry deciding to stretch his legs a little bit, before coming close to Neryata. Skadi has taken a great deal of interest in you, Prince Lefay, and not just as a suitable sparring partner. Neryata told him of her observations, with Henry looking at her with an interest. Not surprising, considering that it is prime time she had settled down and that you happen to answer most of her demands for a man, not to mention being quite gifted in magical powers. Pardon? Harry asked her, with Neryata deciding to elaborate. From what I've learned, Jotan's complete maturity comes when they find a mate and settle down with him. She is currently in her latest stages of youth, when she is the brashest, headstrong and so on, as you can see. When the time comes, Jotans start to look for a partner, and I believe that she has already picked you as her mate. Neryata simply stated to him, with Henry glancing at Skadi, who simply observed him with a small predatory smile. Jotans lay only with their chosen mates, no one else, though each Jotan chooses their mate based on their own criteria. Some prefer magicals, others don't, some like timid, others like bold and so on. Skadi seems to have set her eye on you for good. As in, an already determined mate. Henry asked of Neryata, who nodded to him. Doesn't it bother her that this is only the second time we've met? No, nor would it bother any other Jotans, if they've had set their eyes on you. Neryata answered to him. Once they find their mate, they become attracted to them on both physical and spiritual level, from what I understand. It has something to do with their magic, but I can't be too sure. In that regard, they are similar to my people. Similar to your people. Dryads are all women, no. And to procreate, we need a partner, and we mate with humans, either non-magicals or wizards. Neryata calmly stated, with Henry quirking up a brow. All children born from dryads are always dryads, as with sylphs and nymphs. Aside from a few special cases, dryads do not form any bonds with the fathers of their daughters. We simply lay with them, erase their memory, and carry the children. And what are these special cases? Henry was curious, with Neryata looking at him with an interest. This is a very rare practice, but there are times when a dryad remains connected with the father of her child. Even though a dryad's loyalty first to her people and daughter she carries, she remains loyal to her chosen partner, and will even be with him to a certain extent, even allow him to see their child, but not influence her upbringing in a wrong way. Neryata explained to Henry, who nodded to her. Your people would call such connection a marriage, but it happens very rarely and most of dryads do not engage in such connection, due to the fact that the dryad also becomes attached to her mate, in much the same way as with the rest of her family. And since dryads live far longer than men, be they wizards or not, once their partner passes away, the dryad feels how her love leaves her. Very few of my kin had remained strong enough not to wither away after feeling such a loss. I see. Harry nodded to her, until he heard a distinct sound of apparition happening close to them, causing him to turn his head towards the source of it. Just a few meters away from them, Harry saw how his now lover Nymphadora appeared, followed closely by her former mentor, now turned trainer of the Aurors, Alistair Moody, and behind him were following Andromeda and Edward, Ted, Tonks. Harry smiled to them, and went on ahead to them, closely followed by Regulus and Cassiopeia. Once he came up close, Nym came to him and hugged him, before pulling back and speaking up. Sorry if we are a little late. Old Grumpy here had to change oil in his leg. Nym smirked as Alistair grumbled about ungrateful students, though Nym continued. Also, I've had a word with Bonesy about this whole operation, and we've got a green light from her. So if anyone, named Dumbles, starts asking questions about the sudden disappearance of his favorite poisonous pets, he'll have his answer of that being the result of a combined effort of War Department and the newly instated Prince Le Fay. And I should also point out that she'll want to have a word with you after the meeting on 31st. Thanks, Nim. Harry smiled to her, before turning to look at Moody, who was giving him an evaluating look. What's the latest score between Chelsea and Manchester United? Harry suddenly asked out in random. Same as always, Arsenal wins the season. Alistair replied with a bit of a smile. Looking a lot better now, kid. No visible bones or anything like that, at least. Yeah, and sleeping in a warm comfy bed with sheets and mattress does wonders to regain health. Harry replied to him, You sure you are up for this, Moody? As much as you may deny it, old man, but you are by far no spry chicken, and this isn't going to be a walk in the park either. I know that, kid. Moody said to him in his gruff voice. Like it or not, but I'm already here, and I've a feeling that you've come with a good plan to take those spiders down, because even an idiot knows that doing what we are about to do the old-fashioned way is as good as letting them chew us up for dinner, like a pork with an apple in his mouth. There is the plan, and it will work. Moody nodded to him, wobbling to Regulus, while Harry turned his attention to Andromeda and Ted. I'm sorry that I've dragged you into this one, but I am short on manpower and… Son, no need to explain it to us. You've called, you needed help, and that is what we are here for, to help you. Ted said to him, stepping closer to look at his surrogate son with a smile. That's what family is for, Harry. And it's also high time that you've realized it, son, because me and Andromeda wouldn't want our future son-in-law to end up dead because he decided to play Superman. Dad, Nim blushed up, as her hair turned crimson, while Ted and Andromeda chuckled a little. No need to feel embarrassed, Dora, dear. We are just happy that you two are finally on the right track, and we are even happier that you've straightened your boyfriend's head. Andromeda said to her daughter, before turning to Regulus. Regulus, is that invitation to a picnic still in effect? Because Ted and I thought that we may head out after all this is done, if you do not mind. Not at all, and Faye will be happy to see you. Regulus stated to her, before turning to Harry. Looks like the gang are all here and ready. Time that you've revealed your master plan, kid. Right. The group came close together, with Henry speaking up as they've listened. First of all, thank you for coming, this means a lot to me. Now, as you all are aware, we are heading into the Forbidden Forest to deal with the Acromantula threat, and when I say we deal with it, I mean, once and for all. I know that those creatures have nests all over Scotland, northern and even central England, but this here is where it all started, and this is where it will all end. Won't we be detected by Dumbledore in Hogwarts when we enter into the forest? Andromeda asked the same question that Cassiopeia mused with a couple of minutes ago. And once we enter, how are we going to effectively genocide those creatures? From what I understand, simple Avada Kedavra on them all is like stomping on one ant with a boot, while leaving a million around. No, the wards don't work properly in the forest, hence the number of students that have gone missing in it. I believe Neriata here can explain it the best. Henry pointed to her. The forest existed here long before your school was even in the making, and its magic distorts the wards and whatever other defenses that Hogwarts employs in the forest. Neriata spoke up. As Prince Le Fay had stated earlier, none will notice us breaching the grounds of your school from Forbidden Forest. None but Hagrid, if the big guy happens to get sentimental today and visit his old pal Aragog. Ted noted out, with Andromeda and Nim giving him something of a curious eye. If you think he is bad at keeping secrets, try listening to him after he had a shot of Finnish vodka that I shared with him once. Boy, for a half-giant, that dude can't hold his liquor. That he doesn't. Harry agreed, with Regulus nodding his head to that. And as for how we are going to deal with spiders, Cassiopeia and I have come up with a way to do it. Like Andromeda and Alistair have stated, taking on Acromantulas like normal magical creatures is both suicidal and impossible, given their numbers and the fact that they've got nests all over the northern country. Cassiopeia spoke up after Henry. That makes the traditional approach pretty much useless to us. However, there is one factor that we've found out about Acromantulas that is going to a fatal one for them. Their colonies and numbers have all started out from two specific Acromantulas, Aragog and his mate. They are going to be our main targets. Now, for those of you who are unaware, House Pendragon had been destroyed due to a powerful curse that my now mother, Morgana Le Fay, had placed on the members of said house that came from bloodline of Guinevere Gryffindor. Henry spoke up. Cassiopeia and I have found out about that curse and how Morgana had done it. Morgana had first used a modified parent linking charm that connects the parents and their offsprings through magic, before sending an infertility curse. The modified charm that she used had managed to link up all children of Guinevere, and their descendants that came from them, in one link. Cassiopeia stated to them all, "I've learned the charm, as did Harry here, and we can cast it, but we need to cast it on either the male or female progenitors of those creatures, for it to take full effect on all of their offsprings and descendants. Once the link has been established, we cast a single killing curse on the casted spider, and the infestation problem is gone." Sounds pretty simple enough, but I do have a few questions, though. Ted spoke up. Why not utilize a blood-linking charm and use it with the first acromantula that we get in contact with? Use the charm, blasted it bits and boom, all is done. Ted, darling, do you really think that I, a world-renowned researcher and expert in all things dark and charming, wouldn't have tested the very thing you've just said? Cassiopeia spoke to him with a voice dripping with sarcasm. Do be a dear and leave the complex magical thinking to Andromeda. You are far better at thinking in Muggle way and just standing around looking handsome. You make it sound like I'm just an accessory to my wife here. Ted folded his arms at the thought, with Andromeda stifling her giggle. What? Don't tell me that you think the same way, you minx. Of course not, dear. You have quite a number of qualities that have drawn me to you, and the handsome part is just the icing on the very delicious cake. Andromeda calmed her husband, before turning to her aunt. Cassiopeia, while I can see the reason behind using that linking charm you spoke of, I have to ask, how do you plan to get to their main nest, and do you know where is it located even? I do, and the nest is about quarter a mile away from our position to the southwest. Henry spoke up. And we will be going there the good old-fashioned way, no way around it, I am afraid. Using brooms won't do us good due to the density of the forest, not to mention the spider webs. Apparition doesn't work correctly in the forest, and I've already tested it out, as with the portkeys. Same reason why the wards aren't working on the forest, so that leaves us with one option, really. So we'll have to fight our way through to get to those two acromantulas. Sounds like this is going to be fun. Skadi chuckled darkly, as the grass near her feet turned to ice. Sounds like suicide to me, instead of fun. Alistair spoke up, before turning his attention to Harry. Those bastards are a tough damn bunch, believe me. And with the numbers on their side, best we just burn our way through to them with fiendfire. Try that, and you will lose not just your other eye, but your life as well. Nereida spoke to Alistair in a dangerous tone of voice. My people will take the destruction of the forest nothing short than an act of war, Prince Le Fay. And my people are very well versed in the art of war. I know, Harry stated to her, before turning to everyone else. Because of this, we can't simply burn our way through to them, so we'll have to fight to get to them. Seeing as, aside from me, Lady Skadi, Nereida and Alistair, most of you have much of an experience when it comes to dealing with the crawling bastards. So you'd better remember the two spells that I've actually created to deal with the critters, Arachnia Exterminatus, and Protega Arachnia. The first is a spider-killing curse, which works on a small area towards which you point and kills them, much like with Avada Kedavra. As for Protega Arachnia, it is defensive and repelling charm that repels the acromantulas around you better than a shark repellent with Batman. Ted, Nim and, surprisingly, Regulus snickered at what Harry just said, before he showed them the correct wand movements for the spells. Alright, sounds like everything is set up well enough. Alistair grumbled up. We go in together, no straying away from the group. I go up front, clear up the way, while Ted and Regulus take up the flanks. Cassiopeia and Harry stay in the middle of the group, as they need the best protection. Andromeda and Nymphadora, you cover our rear and all you, watch out above for those bastards. As for you two, I'll take the place up front too, bound to be where all those creatures will like to come at. Skadi spoke up. I'll move along with Prince Le Fay. Nereida spoke up, with Alistair nodding to her. Alright, while we clear the way, one or two of you keep up the Protega Arachnia to repel the bastards, and if you see the critters flanking us around, you kill them with Exterminatus. Once we get to the lair and the targets, Cassiopeia and Harry quickly cast up the charm and kill the target with their brood, along with the surviving mate. If we get to see Hagrid, stun and obliviate him, we can't have Dumbledore finding out about us here. If the plan fails, we retreat in orderly and calm fashion, and if one gets injured, we cover for them and get out. Alistair explained his formulated plan, with everyone nodding. With the plan formulated, the group took up the formation and moved into the forest, keeping up a distance from each other in a few paces, to give room for maneuver for everyone. Moving in something that could only be described as a pentagram formation, with Henry, Cassiopeia and Nereida within it, they threaded the through forest carefully, with Alistair silently grumbling to everyone about the constant vigilance. Soon enough, the massive trees with their leaves and branches began to blacken the skies and sun away, with the group warily stepping forward. All the while, Nereida looked around herself with somewhat wide eyes and didn't even notice at first when Henry called her out when he noticed her being somewhat lightheaded in his eyes. I was listening to the forest and taking in its magic and senses. Nereida explained herself. It struggles under the fact of Acromantulas being here, and it wants to be rid of them, to start healing itself from them. And you were right, their lair is close enough. How did you know about it? When I attended Hogwarts, I've made it my pastime to hunt for these critters and salvage up their poison. Made a good deal of galleons off selling it. Harry admitted to Nereida. I've walked practically through most of the place, so I know where their hunting grounds are, as well as where the nest is. We've just crossed the border between a proverbial no man's land and the Acromantula's hunting grounds, so everyone get ready, look out. Harry called out, before he casted his Arachnia Exterminatus above their heads. A pale white array of translucent lightning shot out of his wand into the upcoming Acromantulas. Within the next second, 6 spiders got shot by the invented spell and all fell down onto the ground, completely dead and limp, without moving even a muscle. The group took a second to look at the effect of the curse, while Harry already casted up Protega Arachnia, knowing full well what was to come and making sure to create a repelling field. Ted spoke up, after looking at the nearest corpse of the spider. Don't these creatures usually do that thing when they roll up on their back and fold those legs of theirs when they die? Ted asked out of the blue, as the group reassembled together. Just out curiosity. Like I said, my curse does the same thing as Avada on everyone, only with spiders and on large area. Harry reminded to Ted, who understood what he meant and nodded to him. They must have expanded their grounds, because they don't usually have the hangers attack close to the edge of their territories. And if the hangers have struck, then that means, and at that moment, the entire group began to hear the hustling of the leaves, grass and more, along with the sounds of the spiders coming right up towards them. Bollocks, everyone, ya know what to do, so get to it. Alistair commanded, as he and the rest of the wizards drew out their wands and prepared to meet the waves of spiders. And just as they did so, they realized they've been already surrounded, as the spiders started to pour in from all sides. Wasting no time whatsoever, the group formed up, with Alistair opening up with Henry's curse at the spiders, downing at least 3 dozens of the crawling creatures. The rest of wizards and witches opened up with their exterminatus, while Henry and Cassiopeia decided to focus up on keeping the spiders away from them via specialized Protega. The repelling defensive charm worked, as the spiders couldn't come in any closer, were dying by the numbers, all the while moving forward towards their intended target. Nereida and Skadi weren't wasting breath either, deciding to take their share of crawling creatures. The Dryad's powers came from her connection with the forest and nature, commanding the very soil, earth and plants around her, including trees. At her command, branches of the trees extended and grabbed a hold of the hanging Acromantulas, before squishing and crushing them into nothing. Roots of the same trees rose up from under the ground and crushed the nearby spiders, while those spiders that still climbed their trunks were pierced on suddenly sprung out sharp branches. The ground itself has also started to fight against the spiders, as it became muddier and softer, sinking the creatures into itself and not allowing them to come any closer. Those that have fallen prey to such fate were dispatched by either nature, magic or Skadi. The Jotan Queen didn't waste her breath either, and used her powers to quite a delightful effect. Jotans were one of the most powerful magical races, most closely linked with magic and capable of most freely using it their advantage. Skadi's magical prowess stemmed from her control of cold and ice, manipulating the very air and water to freeze and take whatever shape she commanded. As her eyes glowed up and a predatory smile crossed her beautiful face, she began to form up spikes, blades and stars made of ice from the thin air, before launching them at spiders, piercing their carcasses and ripping them to shreds. Placing her hands on the ground, and all around the ground ice spikes protruded and pierced acromantulas. She sent frozen shards and spikes at them, used her powers to the fullest when she conjured her walls of ice around the group to protect them. The Jotan Queen was in a battle rash, having forgotten the tactic and even the fact of her being a part of the group. This was a bad mistake, as after half an hour of non-stop battle and spell casting, the group has reached the proverbial doors of the lair, indicated by the webs and more ferocious spiders, along with their nimbers. And it was at that moment, when Skadi had strayed away from the group a little, that the largest yet spider jumped down on her, forcing her to the ground. If the previous acromantulas that had attacked varied from the sizes of large housecats like Maine Coon to the size of Newfoundland dog, then this particular spider was the size of a literal car, up to 10 meters in length and with a very wide spread of his legs. The creature was met by the Arachnia exterminatus, but to the shock of Regulus that had sent it, the curse was utterly ineffective. Skadi, after having been practically fully crushed by the large spider, just barely managed to maneuver away from its stinger and mandibles. It was at moment when the spider was going for its third strike, when she heard Henry's voice. Fulgur. A bolt of lightning struck out from his wand and in an instant reached the giant spider. The conjured lightning sent the 8-legged creature back from Skadi, before being burned to a crisp and succumbing to death, leaving after itself only the disgusting husk and a smell of roasted spider. The group maneuvered to Skadi, with Henry helping her to get up, as she composed herself back, before speaking up. "Thank you." She sounded sincere. "That thing, it had a jump on me and—" "Don't excuse yourself, everyone can be taken by surprise. Happens to the best of us, I know from personal experience." Harry simply stated to Skadi, while the group had enjoyed a small window of calm before the storm. "Why didn't that thing get roasted by the exterminatus like its lesser siblings?" Regulus asked out loud of Henry. "Is that a mutant or something?" "No, it looks a lot more like one of the leaders of the colonies that I and my sisters have destroyed." Nereata spoke up. "They have a hardened skin and are resilient against the magic, but not all magic, it would seem. That's what the fully grown acromantula looks like, when it reaches its complete and full maturity. If before we've handled their kids, teens and young adults, these are the middle-aged bastards, speaking in human terms." Harry explained, as the group observed how about a couple of dozen of the same-sized spiders began to surround them. "Well, I'd say this is actually good news for us, because they stick only to their lair, which means we are in it, given their presence and the amount of web around here. Hate to break to you, love, but how do we kill those freaks before they kill us?" Nim was practically panicking at the sight of those creatures coming towards them. "You don't, I do." Cassiopeia shouted out to her nieces, as she raised her wand up in the air, before speaking the name of the spell. Fulgur Catina Arachnia. The bright flash of light erupted from Cassiopeia's wand, as the cracking sound of lightning sounded in the forest. With the second, a single lightning bolt shot out and traveled around the surrounded group, disintegrating and roasting the giant spiders that had surrounded them. Within 10 seconds, Cassiopeia ceased her spell work, before nearly slumping down, only to be caught by Andromeda and helped her onto her feet. Cassiopeia spoke up in a tired tone of voice. "Hope Doria hears it, because I could key her for teaching me how to modulate the spells, as she called it." Cassie said to Harry with a knowing smile. "Still, that spell took quite a bit of me to pull off. Harry, I do sincerely hope that you remember the charm, right?" Harry nodded to her. "Good, because I'm in no condition to cast it now, and since we are in their lair's territory, I'd suggest we watch our spells." "Right. Andromeda, help your aunt here. Everyone else, use the repelling charm, and let's get a move. And no straying away now." Alistair said the last part to Skadi, who simply nodded to him. The group went down a small slope, before coming down a clearing, surrounded by the old and mangled trees, linked with thick webs. As they've all stepped onto the clearing, observing the many exits from the clearing and noticing multiple holes in between the grounds and roots of the trees. In the center, there was the largest hole, with the biggest spider the group had seen so far seen perched from out of it. It was double the size of the fully mature acromantula, and it looked straight at the group. It was clear that this is one of the targets that they've been looking for, but that wasn't what had drawn their attention alone. There, right in front of them and with his back to the giant spider, stood none other than the keeper of gates and keys of Hogwarts, the massive form of Hagrid, who practically took a protective form between the invaders and the spider. Ted was the first one to break the silence. "Oh, bollocks, Hagrid, mate," Ted tried to address his old friend, before the giant boomed on them. "Wah, the bloody hell all think ya doin', ya heartless bastards." Hagrid shouted at them. "Don't, chaw, now what ya doin'? Ya bloody murderin' them all. By the hundreds and thousands now. And all for what? Some damn poison from M. This is not about the poison, Hagrid, mate, but you really need to step aside from it." Nim asked of him, as she and her dad pointed their wands at Hagrid. "Hagrid, please don't me and the others do what we'll later regret." "Nim, ya, shouta, understand how I feel about 'em, and ya know that they ain't no danger to anybody. Yet ya go and slaughter them all with your posy here." Hagrid screamed at her, with Andromeda and Harry taking a stance in front of Nim with their wands out. "Ted, Dromeda, what the bloody hell all doin'? I thought we were friends, but why?" "Hagrid, mate, we are friends, and I mean it, damn it." Ted shouted at him. "But, as much as you may be my friend, that doesn't excuse the fact that your so-called harmless misunderstood cuties have been spreading through the country like a bloody plague. They are already all over Scottish hills and plains with forests, and they are also down south, in northern and central England. Towns and villages have been literally eaten by these wall-crawling freaks." "Towns and villages, Hagrid. Yah, speak bollocks, Ted. I'd know if something like that were happenin', and if not me, then Dumbledore for sure. And how can there be towns and villages eaten, if there's only one colony and only here?" Hagrid called out on them. "And how the hell do ya know of that, you big-headed monster-loving buffoon?" Alistair shouted out to him. "Ya thinkin' that the Aurors know nothin' about all those damn beasts and monsters ya have been smuggling in here? Well, guess again, 'cause Amelia Bones has got one big fat file with your name all over it, detailin' every single bloody deal, smuggle, every itty-bitty bug ya brought to Hogwarts, all 'cause ya decided to make yourself a private zoo. We've been stayin' away only 'cause Dumbledore told us that he holds those beasts on tight leash, but looks like that's one big fat lie. Your eight-legged friend there and his mate have made so many of those freaks that they are now crawling all over the country, and since people are now dead and eaten 'cause of them, with numbers going up in hundreds, this is the matter that we ain't ignorant anymore. So step aside, Hagrid, or I'll personally bring you to Bones as for impeding the work of the Aurors and bloody well assisting in spreading of those freaks. The only Aurors I see are ya, Lastor and Nim, but the rest ain't no Auror, so it's no ministry work here. And who the hell is the silver-haired ponce who's been glaring daggers at me?" Hagrid asked of them. "The man, whose lands your so-called friends have been plundering." Henry calmly stepped forward with his wand on the ready. "I am Henry Arthur Lefay, Prince Lefay, ruler and protector of the northern Britannia, which are currently crawling with hundreds of your friends' inbred offsprings, killing and eating those that live on my lands. I give you one last chance, half-giant, step away from that beast, or I'll deliver you to Bones personally and make sure you sit in Azkaban for association with those beasts' murderous sprees." Hagrid looked at him with a heated glare, before shouting at him. "To hell with ya and innocence, ya monster. I'll rip ya head off myself." Hagrid practically launched himself towards Henry with murderous rage, with Andromeda and Ted both sending stupefy, but to no avail. However, before he could even reach past Alistair, roots and branches of the surrounding trees spread out and taken hold of Hagrid's limbs and torso, holding him firmly place. Usually, the half-giant would have been able to easily break free, but the magic of entire forest seemed to be focused up in those binds. They were led and empowered by the wrath and rage of a grieving dryad, who stepped forward, holding Hagrid with her magic. Nymphadora and Ted had wanted to step forward and stop her, but Cassiopeia and Andromeda stopped them with them shaking their heads, indicating that it would be best not to come any closer. Neriata looked at Hagrid, who still tried to get out of binds, as she spoke up. It is because of you that my sisters have withered away." She spoke in cold and near impassive way, as the binds strengthened even more. "Those monsters, they've spread their webs around my forests, tangled them around my sisters and their daughters, before they've feasted on them. Dozens of my people have withered away because they've felt every second of their torment and anguish, crying out for Gia to stop it, and getting nothing. All of them, all of my sisters, nieces, friends and even my mother, all because you've decided to take these monsters for pets. The branch of tree found its way around Hagrid's neck, coiling around it strongly, nearly suffocating the half-giant. And then, the forest filled with the breaking and tearing noise, as Nymphadora and Andromeda turned away in shock, while Ted, Regulus and Harry looked away, at what Nereida had done. In a single second, the powerful and vengeful Dryad had unleashed her wrath in one single move, as she tore apart Hagrid with all of her power. The separated parts of his body fell down onto the ground, spilling blood out of them. Nereida gave one last look at the severed-up corpse of the half-giant, before she looked at the progenitor of the monsters that took so much from her and her people. He didn't mean any harm to you or any of your people. Why did you? Nym looked at him in shock. Because of all the blood that have been spilled because of him. Nereida shouted at her, as she looked at Nymphadora with rage. What would you do, if your sisters have died because of his actions, even if he meant none of it? What if your dear mother had been forced to death from all the losses she had to feel and witness? Would you just sit on your bottom and let it happen, or would you make sure to make those responsible for it suffer? But Hagrid, Nymphadora tried to speak up, with Alistair interrupting her. Tonks, as much as I may hate the fact of what she had done, Hagrid was a goner the moment he stood in our way. Alistair admitted to her. The DMLE has been itching to get their hands on the man, and the only thing that had stopped us was Dumbledore's word. There's more charges and evidence on that buffoon than on most Death Eaters of sent to Azkaban. Even if they are just smuggling and illegal breeding, their number is enough to warrant the key of Dementor. And after what has been happening in the country, I would have brought that guy in, Dumbledore or not. Poor Hagrid. Suddenly all of them heard the deep voice, coming from Aragog, making them turn their head to him. He could never tell whom he should trust and not. Though I am thankful to him for protecting my children and me, because only thanks to him we may now freely take what is ours. You don't sound all too sorrowful for your friend here, and your kind's time on this island is over. Harry said to Aragog, as he stepped forward, while Nereida had summoned Roots to hold Aragog in place. You and your mate have made a big mistake sending out your bastards out of here. Haha, do you really think that just killing me and Mosig will change the fate of your peoples on this island? Aragog laughed at him. Our children are many, and their offsprings have already spread all throughout these lands, and our colonies outside prosper. Soon enough, there shall be more of us than you could ever possibly handle. And we will all feast on your flesh and bones. Humans, centaurs, dryads and all of them will be our meals. You may kill me and my wife, but in our will come 10,000 of our descendants. You have all lost, and all thanks to Hagrid. The flash of green light lighted up the area behind them, as the gigantic body of a black spider hit the ground behind them all. The giant body of Mosig burned to the crisp, as Regulus lowered his wand from her and turned to Harry. You said we needed one of them, right? And that thing was trying to get a drop on us. Regulus simply stated to him with Harry nodding to him. Just get this over with, Harry. Asked of him in a tired tone of voice. Harry turned himself to the bound giant spider, who stared down at the silver-haired wizard. Without wasting another breath, Harry raised his wand towards Aragog and began to speak incantations in an ancient archaic form of Norse language. While most known to Europe spells could be spoken in the Latin, there were far more spells that were spelled out in different languages, all of which held power in them. And the linking charm that Henry was casting on Aragog was one of the most powerful of such kinds of spells, as it created a direct magical link between the progenitor of the line and everyone coming from that line. Everyone thought that it was the curse that Morgana had sent on Guinevere that was the symbol of her power, but in reality, it was the charm that she had casted. After a long and powerful chant, the white wisp of light had exited Harry's wand and gone to Aragog, merging with it. Letting out a sigh of relief at seeing that the link had taken effect and root in the beast, he pointed his wand once more at the beast before speaking the words. Avada Kedavra. The green flash of light went directly to the spider and hit him, as his body fell down limp. The very next moment, the group heard a great many of thumping noises, as the many dead husks of spiders have hit the ground. Everyone looked around and then at each other, before Nereida spoke up. The forest sees no living spiders, none of them, Neryata spoke in somewhat of a shock, as she took in the breath of air. Only their dead husks and nothing more, and I can already sense the forest beginning to heal from their blight, and I can sense that forests in my lands are also starting to heal. Sisters, mother, they may now rest with Gia in peace. And people speak of me being prone to overkill, Skadi spoke up in awe, as she looked at Henry with a smile. Congratulations, Prince Lefay. You have held your word to Crawley and to us all, and you've shown to be a no-pushover or a pansy. She stepped closer to Henry, before taking his arm in her own up to the elbow. I, Skadi, Queen of Jotans of Britannia, pledge the absolute and complete allegiance of my people to House Lefay, ruler and protector of my people. I and my people shall stand with you till the end of days. I, Henry Arthur Lefay, do solemnly accept your pledge and swear upon the name and magic of my house to uphold it and for my descendants to uphold our word and oath made to you. The hands of Skadi and Henry glowed in golden, as the pact was sealed and moot, with Skadi smiling to him, as did Harry to her. Thank you. No, thank you, my lord. Skadi spoken to him, before distancing herself from him. I will put my efforts to make sure that the others know what you have done, my prince. And I'll make sure that Crawley knows of it first. Oh, and wouldn't it be just nice if our resident vengeful princess of Woods had upheld her word, now that Prince had upheld his. She said the last part to Neryata, who turned to them. The loyalty of my people may only be pledged by our queen. Neryata simply stated to them, but she still stepped closer to Harry. She is not long due for this world before joining Ingia with her daughters and sisters, but she will know of your act. When the new queen comes to her rights, she shall come to Albion's hearth to see you, Prince Lefay. Any more I may not say, but from myself, thank you, my lord. She bowed to him with respect. The forest also thanks us, and has granted you and us all a passage out of her in magic. You may now come and go in here freely at your volition. Neryata stated to him and the others, before she turned her head towards the corpse of Hagrid. I will not apologize for him, nor will the queen, even if he was your friend. But at the very least, I can give him this. With a wave of her hand, the land taken the dismembered body of half-giant and taken it into itself. Let's just go home already. Nymphadora spoke up tiredly, with her parents and the others agreeing with her, and in the next second, the group apparated out of the place. Evening. Albion's hearth. Harry's personal study. You mean, she just up and tore him apart like a ragdoll. Rose, who is now dressed in the robes of Lefay house colors, said in shock as she listened to Harry tell her of Hagrid's fate. Poor Hagrid, why didn't you stop her? You could have easily have done so, and you knew that Hagrid's only sin is that he liked dangerous beasts a little too much. I know that, sis. Harry simply stated to her, as he took a sip of whiskey, being seated at the fireplace near his sister. And I know I could have done so, but, there was something in her eyes, something that I've seen in my own a few times, when you were hurt. And when I saw it and I imagined being in her place, she may be a dryad and different from us humans, but be I in her place and if you had suffered from those freaks, I'd have done the very same thing with Hagrid as Neryata. And let's not forget that your scarred charming friend have already told us that Hagrid would have had to face a Dementor for the amount of his crimes, not to mention being indirectly responsible for deaths of 4.267 humans over the past 30 years. Irene spoke up, as she read a book from her own chair, without even looking up. I've also had swept up the areas where the colonies have been spotted and located. Only dead spiders of all sizes and ages in thousands. All collected and delivered to goblins, as you have ordered, my lord, along with those that were still collectible in the Forbidden Forest. However, I do wish to note that utilizing my talents in such way is a one particular way of demeaning me, in my personal humble opinion. Considering that I was unable to use you to wipe them out, I wasn't able to see the extent of your powers. You may see this as a way to showcase your immense and great power, Irene, and as a way to impress me. Harry simply stated to her, looking at the fire. If being a heavy lifter and running a delivery service to goblins is all that it takes to impress you, my lord, then I am very much worried for your house, and my future employers. Irene dryly stated. Hopefully, Lady Tonks will be able to sort out and pick up truly impressive witches, and those that are loyal to you and not their family's greedy interests. Irene, do not fret. If you are looking for a way to prove your power, or simply to flaunt it around, then there is something that you may do. Harry stated to her, with Irene now looking up to him. Regulus' hunch about the Gounts properties was the right one. They've lost practically everything in land department, save for a small half-ruined shack deep in the woods. I've taken a trip there yesterday to access if there was anything unusual. The place, along with the woods around it, are warded better on a level of a magical fortress, and there are quite a number of powerful and dangerous curses placed there. In other words, Voldemort had made that place a literal magical death trap for any wizard to thread through. Why someone would ever place the wards and curses on such a level around an abandoned shack, if not to keep people away from something that is inside? Rose asked a rhetorical question. He would have warded it up so that not even Dumbledore was able to get inside. But where the world's allegedly strongest wizard fails to walk, a devil will come through without as much as broken nail. Irene smirked slightly, as she flipped the page. Very well, my lord. I'll make sure to visit the place and destroy any Horcrux that I may come upon. This should prove to be entertaining. Be sure to enjoy yourself, Irene, but do not destroy the Horcrux. Harry suddenly spoke up, with Rose and Irene looking at him with surprise. Morgana's linking charm had sparked up an idea in my mind. We may be aware about that one Horcrux, but not if there are others, how many there are, and most importantly, where those Horcruxes are located. And the Horcrux houses a part of Voldemort's soul, so they are all connected through being parts of one soul. Rose simply stated, utilizing the greatest weapon of your enemy to destroy him, and my friends had wondered why you were placed in Slytherin instead of Gryffindor. The hat did consider putting me there, to be fair with you, but I refused and went to Slytherin. Harry chuckled, as he sipped whiskey. Had I known back then that my head of the house would be such an arsehole, and all because of served to steal the object of his masturbation, I would have gone to Hufflepuff instead. Professor Pomona's always been the nicest person in that place, plus I always did like a late-night snack. Harry chuckled some more, as he drank his whiskey. Speaking of the late-night snacks, you mind telling me where did you get that little bottle of whiskey, if I know for certain that there are only wines in this castle? Rose pointed at the bottle standing near Harry. And speaking of the said bottle, since when did you get to drinking, Ted's early present on my birthday, so to speak. Harry answered. Said that since I don't celebrate it anyway, he might as well give it to me early. Also, what's with the sudden questioning, sis? You are not our mother. Harry chuckled. And thank Morgana for that, or I would have slit my own throat if I were. Rose shook her head. I am, however, your sister, and since our mother is a as you've stated numerous times, it automatically becomes my responsibility to look after your bottom. And considering your track record of getting into trouble, I'd say that is a must. I second that notion. Irene approved. And I believe Lady Nymphadora would support as well. Do I smell treason, Irene? Harry narrowed his eyes. Planning on having my beloved little sister usurp my position? Of course, my lord. Irene admitted without missing a beat. In my experience, House Lefay had always prospered when it was run by women. Men, save for a few, have been surprisingly disappointing in their duties, both as princes and husbands. Well, here is to me not falling in the eyes of public and our residential devilish jury. Harry chuckled, before taking another sip of whiskey, enjoying his evening and life at the moment. The flow place lit up, as from it exited 3 figures from it, 1 male and 2 females. Harry fixed up his black and blue coat, while Cassiopeia had dusted her black and golden robes off, with Rose pulling her hood over the face, as she fixed it with her now 2 healthy strong hands. It had been about 2 days since Rose has been enjoying the feeling of her new and fully functional left arm, courtesy of Cassiopeia, Irene and the Philosopher's Stone. It was near a miracle for her, but one miracle that she was all too eager to get accustomed, and she had made the most of it, with Rose already being more than accustomed to her new limb, even being able to cast magic with it. And once that was proven, Rose had decided that she too wanted to come along with her big brother on this gathering. Naturally, Harry, along with Cassiopeia and Irene, were opposed to Rose showing her face anywhere near that place. However, the young girl wasn't a Potter and Black descendant for nothing, especially having inherited, according to Cassiopeia and Arcturus, Doria Potter's legendary determination and stubbornness. After a few hours of arguing, Harry had given up and allowed his sister to come along, but only if she followed his lead, to which Rose agreed without putting up any fight. Rose initially didn't want to come to Wizengamot and see for sure Weasleys, Dumbledore, Sirius and Remus, and most importantly, the Potters, her and Harry's parents. She already knew that they all were aware about her existence and that Harry had probably already thought up a plan or two to keep her safe. However, after regaining her arm, and with it, some of her past courage and inner strength, Rose decided not to wait until her demons came for her, but go and confront them herself, on her own terms. The longer she and Harry withheld that moment, the worse things would be for her and him, so there was little point in waiting. Along with that thought, Rose had wanted to prove that she could not only confront those that had hurt her, but that she could very much scare them. That, and she also had wanted to help her brother prove a point to the Wizengamot, one that stated that House LeFay was back, and it was back in force. Making a show of all members of House LeFay, of which she was as of yesterday an official member and an heiress, would send a powerful message to all potential allies and enemies alike. Not to mention that Rose and Harry, in the wake of her decision to come along, have decided to use this opportunity to strike the first blow against the Order of the Phoenix and Dumbledore's positions. They weren't going to reveal everything that has happened to Rose, not yet, but even a tiny bit of truth seated in the minds of all others could grow into a catastrophe for Dumbledore, Potters and all their friends and allies. Along with that, Harry needed to make it clear that as Prince LeFay and ruler of Northern Britannia, he wasn't going to put up with any bullshit from anyone, Order, Ministry, Death Eaters, purebloods, or any other idiot that would think to challenge him, would have to deal with a mighty and powerful royal and exalted House LeFay. And the house was already in a position of power thanks to its vassals who have sworn in or have reaffirmed their oaths to House LeFay. Skadi and Neriata have kept their word and made sure that everyone knew who have dealt with Acromantulas and kept his word to Crawley and the Dryads. The very next day, following Skadi's example, centaurs, Velas and even elven races, all led by their respective leaders, have shown themselves in his castle, swearing allegiance to House LeFay, with Herandel and Aluna having stated to him that while the Dryads haven't yet swore to him, he could already count them as good friends. As for Crawley, he was still in debates with not just himself, but also many other packs of werewolves, but, as Aluna had made it clear, he was no longer on track of becoming a Dumbledore's puppet, so that was the start. Alucard and vampire clans have sent their own envoy, stating that House LeFay has demonstrated its power, and that clans recognize it, but still debate on whether or not to join him as his subjects. As Harry saw it, they needed further proof and evidence that he meant what he said, and it was fine by him. The trio had arrived some time before the meeting, as there was someone that Harry had wanted to meet up with prior to the meeting. As they moved through the buzzing swarm of wizards that was the atrium of the ministry, Harry took a second to look at the golden statue and the fountain in the atrium, before shaking his head. Had any of the magical beings saw this monstrosity of an art, they'd most likely find the idiot who had ordered it and had him castrated. Harry noted out, with Rose simply nodding him from under her blue and golden robes of House LeFay. This fountain was commissioned by the Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge, to commemorate the cooperation of wizards and magical creatures and beings. An overly sweet, unpleasant voice came from Harry's left, forcing him and his companions to turn. Your comment does not do you any honor, and shows an utter disrespect towards the ministry and the office of the minister. Before Harry and his companions stood the poorly transfigured toad that was Dolores Umbridge, in her hideous pink clothes and atrocious bow. Near her stood John Dawlish, one of the Aurors of the DMLE, and one of the sleazy ones, according to Nymphadora Tonks. Harry turned to face the woman and her bodyguard without any haste, calmly looking down at her. Now, identify yourself, and turn yourself in for your crime against the ministry. Dolores demanded in her shrill voice, almost not hiding the glee at abusing her power. A crime against the ministry. If there are any crimes I see, then it would be that atrocity of a fountain, and then the one standing right in front of me, wearing what I can only describe as designer's nightmare. Harry replied, internally smirking at the reddening face of Dolores and glaring John Dawlish. Also, crime against the ministry for speaking out my mind about a very poor design choice. Madam, this the 20th century, not the 10th, so do please tone down your witch hunting. You, who in the name of the ministry are you to speak to me in such a manner? Dolores practically shrieked at him, with the rest of the atrium already being drawn to the fight. I am Dolores Umbridge, Undersecretary of the Minister of Magic, and I will not let some ruffian speak to me in such way. Undersecretary of the Minister. And here I thought the position of a simple secretary is already lewd enough, but who would have thought that the minister would take it to such a level? Harry let out a comment, with some of the ministry's workers and bystanders snickering, while Dolores was reaching her limit. Although, something tells me that you gained this position through neither your talents, nor your looks. If the former can be confirmed by your lack of dress code and your inability to even look the part, then the latter is confirmed by a single glance at you, which is already a more scarring experience than all witch hunts in England combined. Enough. Dawlish, arrest this man and his companions, I'll have you sent to Azkaban for these words. Dolores broke out into a sickening smile, as Dawlish began to move to Harry, before he was stopped by the authoritative voice of his direct boss. Dawlish, stand down and belay that order. Amelia Bones, accompanied by Kingsley Shacklebolt and Nymphadora Tonks, stepped forward to Harry and Dolores, who looked positively outraged. Miss Umbridge, as the Undersecretary of Minister, you should be familiar with the term, abuse of position and power. Would you like to be taken into my department for it? Amelia asked of her without any sense of humor. Miss Bones, this mudblood of a buffoon and his companions here have been effectively spreading an anti-ministry propaganda, undermining the very office of the minister. Dolores defended herself. I was merely doing my duty as the ministry's worker. Had you been doing your work properly and also studied our laws, you would have known that there are no laws that prohibit freedom of speech, Madam Undersecretary. Amelia simply replied, before turning to Harry. Prince Le Fay, I did not expect you to arrive this early. I've cleared my schedule for today, madam. Harry bowed to her, with Dolores, and many others, looking at Harry with wide and shocked eyes. Madam Bones, I believe we have some business to conclude. Let's take this to your office, before more onlookers come to gawk at a toad making a fool out of herself. My thoughts exactly. Bones agreed with Henry, before turning to Umbridge and Dawlish. One more stunt like that, Miss Umbridge, and the disciplinary hearing will be the last thing you will be getting. As for you Dawlish, you are on probation from now. Prince Le Fay, if we may. Certainly, after you, madam. Amelia and the rest of them made their way towards the elevators, and as they were out of the earshot of everyone, Harry spoke up. Sorry for the spectacle. Couldn't help myself. Forget it, not like your companions could have stopped you anyway. Amelia saw that neither Rose nor Cassiopeia did anything to dissuade the notion. Dolores has been the major pain in everyone's bottom for nearly a decade now, ever since she had been promoted to her position. She makes it a habit of hers to flaunt it at every opportune moment, as if to demonstrate to everyone and herself that she is the main power in the ministry. Abuse of position and power doesn't even begin to describe her. Then what's stopping you from arresting her? Don't you have, like, an internal investigations department, which makes sure that there is no corruption and stuff in ministry? Rose asked of Amelia, with Kingsley and her chuckling at Rose. Okay. Something tells me that you are about to tell that this thing already exists, but it doesn't do jack. Almost, darling. Amelia chuckled, as they've stepped into the elevator and went to DMLE. Kingsley here has been the head of the Department of the Internal Security and Investigations 5 years ago, which did exactly what you said, Rose. Care to take a guess what had happened with it? Budget cuts. Rose offered her option. Minister's dirty underwear came up and he put a lid on it. Cassiopeia spoke up. Dumbledore and his greater good shtick. Harry simply stated, all of the above. Had my department been running the way it used to be before it was disbanded, you'd have never ended up in Azkaban, Henry. Kingsley simply stated to him. By the way, Dumbledore and the Order are all aware about you, but there was no word about Rose around. Something tells me that Lupin didn't disclose the part about finding Rose in your gardens, and about her condition. So, James and his posy haven't spread about what they've done to Rose, Cassiopeia mused. It would seem that those Potters have some measure of a brain in their skulls, and they've used it to conceal what they've done to Rose from even Dumbledore. The news like this is certain to bring down the Potters and their friends, but something tells me that you aren't going to use just yet, Harry. Not until we can be certain that there is a new chief warlock sitting in Wizengamot, and that the noble houses are firmly either impartial, or antagonistic, to Potters to begin with, and given the status of William, fame of James and marauders, including Lily, not to mention backing of Dumbledore, first we need to erode it all away from them before dealing the deadly strike. Harry simply stated to them. And that starts to today. Is it safe to say that this is going to be one session that they'll remember for long? Nim asked of her lover, who nodded to him. Good, 'Cause I'm looking forward to it and, hold on a sec there, love. Nim asked of Harry, before quickly grabbing with her fingers something small off of his left shoulder. What is it, Tonks? Amelia asked her aura. Just a water bug, boss, nothing major. Without further explanation, Nim let go of the bug, before squashing it with her boot. Where did it even come from? Not like we've got any ponds or rivers around. Probably stuck on one of the arriving wizards or witches that had worked near water. Harry hypothesized, before turning to look at Nim. You were saying something. Yeah, that I'm looking forward to the session and, she leaned into his ear and whispered sensually. Hope you've got the evening and night clear, because I've taken a week off and, I wouldn't mind spending it together. Sounds lovely. Harry smiled to her, before Nim winked to him, as they've arrived to the needed level and stepped out. Tonks, do please behave yourself, you aren't on your honeymoon yet and until the day's over, you are still a working Auror. Amelia lightly reprimanded Nim, who simply shrugged at that one, before they've stepped into her office, where they saw Hestia Jones, looking around Amelia's documents. Auror Jones, what are you doing? Ma'am, I was just sorting the documents out and, Jones spoke up in a worried tone, before Bones put her hand up stopping her. Out, now. She simply ordered her, with Jones jolting out of the office, nearly crushing through Bones' guests, before Shacklebolt closed the door and charmed it from being opened forcefully and safe from anyone listening in. The girl has no damn idea about how to safely go through someone's documentation. Did Dumbledore put her up for it? Yup, he gave away a couple of his usual hints about how it would be useful if there was something that the Order could gain on Prince Le Fay. Tonks answered, as they've all been seated. Want me to get her arrested, boss? I'll have someone else detain her, with the headway I've been making in cleaning up the department. There shouldn't be any fuss about Jones getting detained. You two already know what to tell to Dumbledore and the others when they ask. Bones simply told them, before letting out a sigh and looking at Harry. You know, Henry, I'm starting to ask myself if you were really James's son or not, because even that idiot didn't make that kind of a noise even in his heyday. I've wondered the very same thing for most of my life, hoping even, but alas, Harry simply stated to her with a dramatic sigh. And do take this as no offense, but I did always hope that Uncle Gabriel was my real dad. He was always the greatest in my eyes when it came to pranks and jokes, but also. I know. Amelia sighed, nodding to Harry. I don't know what our Edward would have turned out, but thinking that he would have been like you, it warms my heart a bit. You wouldn't want him to turn out like me, Amelia, trust me. And Rose. Rose nodded to what her brother said, pulling down her hood. Speaking of whom, it is good to see you as well, Rose. Amelia smiled to her, with Rose responding to her. I see that your handicap has been resolved. Should I tell Susan that she can expect to see you in Hogwarts? Over my dead body, Cassiopeia and Harry said at the same time in a dead serious tone. Talk about overprotective, but in case of Hogwarts, Tonks simply noted out to Kingsley. Sorry, Ms. Bones, but as you can see, my nannies aren't all too keen to let me go. Rose jokingly stated, and after all that has been happening, wouldn't it make more sense to pull Susan out of there and send her somewhere safer? I hear France's magical academy is nice. Wish I could, but. Amelia let out a defeated sigh, gaining the interest from her guests. I'm afraid that now that Rose gets to reveal herself, Henry, she'll have to attend Hogwarts whether she likes it or not. A year and a half ago, Dumbledore and his supporters managed to push through the Wizengamot a special edict that forbade transfer or expulsion from Hogwarts without the approval of the Board of Government and Headmaster. In other words, the Ministry will have to enforce it, and when Rose goes to Hogwarts, Dumbledore will have leverage on me. Harry nearly growled out. Son of a, he effectively make it clear to every noble family that if they decide to play for the dark side, he's got their most precious possessions under his direct control, their children. I'll go if I have to. Rose suddenly spoke up, surprising everyone at how firm her voice was. If Dumbledore and our parents try to use me as leverage, they'll be in a world of trouble, and that's not just from you, big brother. And if I'm going to Hogwarts, then I'll be going there not as meek and nice Rose Doria Potter, but as Rose Morgana Le Fay, heiress to House Le Fay and daughter of Morgana Le Fay herself. Plus, it will be fun putting those idiots that laughed at me in their place. Rose chuckled darkly, with Amelia looked at Cassiopeia with a curious eye. Isn't she just an exemplary black witch? I never get tired of being proud of her in my work. Cassiopeia stated with a smile, while Amelia turned her head to Harry. Rose Morgana Le Fay, I take it you've adopted her as your sister, or daughter in adopting sense. Amelia asked of Harry. Neither, Morgana herself did, as she did with me when she took me into House Le Fay. Harry stated to her. Long story short, she left with goblins a piece of soul and magic, similar to Horcrux, through which she measured me and Rose up, before adopting as her own children in magic and blood. Hence, now we are literally members of House Le Fay. Now, I take it you'd like to know about our progress on our Horcrux hunt, right? That would be lovely, since this is exactly why I pulled you out of Azkaban. Amelia reminded him. I understand that Voldemort is no idiot and would have hid his trinkets better than goblins hide their payment from wives. Don't let any goblins to hear you say that, they might get insulted. Harry advised. Whatever. However, I'd like to know if you and Regulus have been able to make any headway with your work. Tonks has mentioned that he had a hunch leading to House Gaunt's properties, but nothing beyond that. Bones spoke up, with Harry glancing at Tonks, before turning back to Amelia. The hunch was the correct one, and as of 2.5 days, we've already gained one of Voldemort's Horcruxes from the former Shack of Gaunt's. Harry simply stated to Amelia, who along with Kingsley looked at him with shocked eyes. You didn't think that we would be sitting around and doing nothing, now did you? Wait, you've already gained one of Horcruxes. How? And why haven't you destroyed it? Kingsley asked of Harry, who answered to him. I've scouted the place where the Horcrux was, but found it to be warded and cursed better than Dumbledore protects his drops. In other words, it was a literal death trap for any wizard or witch that wasn't in same league as Dumbledore and Voldemort, so I've decided not to test my luck. Instead, I've had Irene handle the part about grabbing the Horcrux. Harry stated to them. According to her, she's had fun dismantling wards, curses and so forth, though she didn't seem even sweating, but she is a devil, so. You've sent your pet devil to get it for you, while you were literally doing nothing. Amelia asked of him. Not exactly nothing, more like, I was preoccupied by someone. At that, Tonks blushed crimson with her hair turning red as well. But, that's mine and Nim's business, the important thing is that we've got the Horcrux. Turns out that it is one of Peverell's artifacts, namely a ring with the resurrection stone on it, one of 3 deathly hollows if you know the tale. The one that can resurrect your loved ones, Amelia said in a bit of quiet tone of voice. You are trying to find a way to dispose of it without destroying the stone. That, and Cassiopeia and I have an idea on how to use the Horcrux to help us. Harry said to Amelia. I am certain that our dear Nymphadora have already told you all about how we've dealt with Acromantulas. Amelia nodded to Cassiopeia. Now I am trying to apply the same linking charm to Horcrux to locate all the other pieces of Riddle's soul. In theory, if Harry and I manage to modify the linking charm created by Morgana to work on soul instead of blood, we will be able to establish where all the others are, along with where Voldemort himself. And then you can simply use a powerful curse and destroy them all with one spell. Nice plan, Kingsley said, sounding very impressed. Oh, I wish it was that simple. Harry groaned out. Horcruxes may be linked up through holding the pieces of the same soul, but, unlike with our experience with Acromantulas, they have certain level of defense from the phenomena that is known as linked death. In basic terms, the Horcruxes can't be destroyed through utilizing the same method as we did with Acromantula, but they can be traced through one of them. We just need to alter the charm Morgana had created, which is going to take quite a bit of time, since it was made in an archaic Scandinavian lingua. I'm sure I don't have to tell you how hard it is to modify an already a complex spell, especially when it is written in a language that is older than England itself. I get it, and I believe that you will manage just fine. Amelia stated to him with confidence. Now, as for the gathering of Wizengamot today, you can be damn sure that you will be the prime target of the discussions, and Minister with Dumbledore will try to enforce their will upon you. They can try and fail. I've studied the entire subject from start to finish, and I know that the Ministry's rule over me is largely formal. Harry simply stated to Amelia. And I don't plan to play on Ministry's or Dumbledore's tune. And I can assure you, Amelia, that the magical beings in my lands aren't all too keen to have Ministry running their lives with their despotic laws, especially when the alternative is far sweeter, and has proven to be able to protect their lives. We already have the loyalty of Velas, Jotuns, Centaurs, High and Night Elves. Rose spoke up. Werewolves and vampires are still in thoughts about us, but we already have good graces with them, while elementals are probably waiting up on dryads to decide. As for them, they are in a complex stage of transition of power, so to speak, but their loyalty is assured already. And as for the noble houses, House of Black is already on their side as you can see, and there are 39 houses that live on LeFay family's lands, one of which is your house, Lady Regent. Cassiopeia hinted out to Amelia, who turned to look at Harry. I can't simply offer up my oath of vassalage to you, even though I already know the benefits, and from what I know, I'd gladly do so if it were to empower my own house. Amelia stated to him, before sighing. That being said, while I can't give it to you, Susan, as the heiress, can offer it, without compromising my position in the ministry. I'm sure that Rose and I will be able to convince her. Harry nodded to her. Besides House Bones, there are quite a few of other houses that we would be wise to get an oath from. Longbottom, McLagan, Rosier, along with several others. Aren't you afraid to get the houses that support Voldemort as vassals? They'll turn against you when they sense blood. Amelia warned him. Not if I can prove to them that I'm a far more dangerous beast than Voldemort. In speaking of his supporters, I have a favor to ask of you, Amelia. Amelia quirked up her brow in surprise, but listened to him. One of the houses that hold land in my domain is Lestrange, but there appears to be no trace of them, from what Irene and Skadi have told me. Do you mind checking out where they are, because from aside the two psychos in Azkaban, I can't get a hold of the other Lestrange walking, according to what my family's magic have been telling me. Harry, there are no other Lestranges left, aside from Rodolphus and Rabaston, along with Bellatrix. Nymphadora spoke up in a saddened voice. The last one was Cornelia, and you remember what had happened to her, right? Harry thought about it for a second, before turning to Cassiopeia. She is Bellatrix's daughter, and even she's no official Black, she still has a place on the family tree line, right? Cassiopeia nodded to him, while Harry turned to Nym. Nym, the thing is that, as a ruler Lestrange's lands, I can identify how many there are members of the family by blood, and from what I've gathered, there are 3 of them. And since elder Lestranges died, with their sons in prison and Bellatrix had married into the family, that leaves out one other possibility, if, of course, one of the brothers didn't sire a bastard. I'll check afterwards with Arcturus and find out about it, and Lestranges are the last wizards to sire bastards, that I can definitely tell. Cassiopeia stated to Harry, who nodded to her, while Nym looked at her lover with hope. You think that Corny can be alive? Nym asked of him, but if she is, then why didn't she come to me or any others for help? Who knows, love? Harry simply stated rhetorically to her, as they've settled in for the time being into a discussion of mundane things. Half an hour later, Wizengamot Chambers. Harry, along with Rose still with her hood on, sat in the chambers, being situated at the edge of the room, sitting near Arcturus Black, who joined his grandson, creating an illusion of Henry and Rose being just his guests here. They were situated on quite a distance away from most of the so-called light families, while most of the dark ones and neutrals were at a closer proximity, with most prominent houses of Greengrass, Malfoy, Rosier, and Flint sitting in very close proximity to them, with Lucius taking this chance to situate himself at Arcturus' left and try to goad the man into a talk with him. Today's gathering had allowed the heirs and heiresses of the noble families to also come, so as to get them acquainted with the proceedings of the ministry, and so all families have brought their heirs and even friends to this place, including Potters with William, Remus Lupin and Sirius Black. Much like the old man, Harry ignored Malfoy in his attempts at talk, as well as the proceedings regarding the talks about new and old laws. His gaze was focused up on a young woman situated just a few seats away to his right, the one that he hasn't seen in over 2 years now. The young woman was like an exotic flower among them all, with her dark-skinned beauty, a trait she inherited from her African mother and English father. Long, luscious wavy dark hair framed her face, adorned by amber eyes, plump lips and beautiful nose. She was dressed in amber robes, hugging her voluptuous figure tightly and showing her beauty without revealing anything. Even though in Hogwarts she was mocked and looked down due to her being a half-blood and of mixed race, no one could deny that Patricia Isis Davis, or as she likes to be called Tracy Davis, was one of the most beautiful girls in the entire school, and that was before her and Harry's 5th year, when they dated. If back then she looked like an exotic beauty already, then now she looked like a goddess of beauty, one that nearly demanded attention. Tracy noticed that she was looked at, and as she turned her head to see who it was, she saw a young man with silver-gray hair, dressed in black and blue robes. He was definitely one handsome wizard that she could tell, but that wasn't what had stopped her eyes upon him. No, it was his gaze that she felt upon herself, warm green eyes looking at her with not a carnal interest like others, but with tender feeling of warmth and care, one that she was once familiar to. Dark-skinned, which could tell that he was taking into his memory her image, but she didn't mind. Instead she welcomed it, oddly enough, because when he looked at her she felt an old feeling of warmth and care going through her body. It was the feeling that she hasn't felt since she was close to someone very special, before losing him. Harry noticed how Tracy was studying him, and, as a gesture of politeness, bowed to her, with Tracy responding in kind, before they broke away their contact. And it was at that moment, when Dumbledore has decided to address the one matter they've all have come here to discuss. And now, as you all here are probably aware, there has been a strange phenomenon that has taken place not too long ago. Dumbledore began in his usual way. A magical surge has been released and went through the country in wave form. Now, we have determined it had no immediate negative effect on the wizarding world, as only those of magical descent could have felt it, but there were some other much unexpected consequences. Mr. Croaker, would you care to explain to us what those consequences are? The head of the Unspeakables rose up and went to the center of the room, magically unfolding a map of magical Great Britain and Ireland, with all houses and families with their possessions shown, with territories of House Lefay being framed by glowing blue border lines. This is the map of all holdings of magical Britain and Ireland, with all houses, lands and properties shown here. And these, he pointed with his wand at the glowing patch of Britain, before pointing at the Albion's hearth with his wand, are the lands, which have in ancient times belonged to one of two royal and exalted houses of Great Britain. The lands that exude their own powerful magic across the entirety of the territories and mark them as the domain of that said house. For over 700 years that magic has been dormant, until it was reactivated from its central point. Which house are you referring to, Unspeakable? Frank Longbottom, seated with his wife and son in the first row, asked of the wizard. My house's lands, as well as many other houses' lands, are within that domain, and if what you are saying is true, then the said house would be fully in the right to demand our allegiance, since we literally are living within their domain. The house I am referring to, Lord Longbottom, is the house of Morgana Le Fay. Many wizards and witches let out dramatic sighs and exclamations at hearing it. It is confirmed information, exalted and royal House Le Fay has returned. That is preposterous and utter rubbish. Nathan Jones, head of House Jones, which was also situated in Le Fay's lands, exclaimed, nearly scaring his daughter and sons. House Le Fay has been extinct for centuries, without any descendants or even hints on those. How can this house be back? Did they rise from the grave? We do not know for certain, but we believe that an heir claimant had appeared and was able to obtain the title of Prince Le Fay, before confirming it via activation of Le Fay family's magic. Croaker speculated. Despite how or when Prince Le Fay had appeared, there is one undeniable fact, and that is the fact of House Le Fay, being a royal house, being able to command the loyalties of all magical beings in the region they control, if they become his vassals, as well as all the noble houses of lower rank than his, which includes all 39 noble houses that live there. PFT, why would anyone decide to ever even ally themselves with some upstart with no name and probably false claim? William Potter spoke up arrogantly, with Dumbledore looking at him with a small glare. What is the point for any wizard or witch to do so? I mean, maybe those beasts and half-breeds may be dumb enough to fall for him, but proper wizards and witches. William was to continue his tirade, before Henry decided to finally shut him up with a cough, getting the attention of everyone. Young man, perhaps your parents or you teachers haven't explained it to you, or you've perhaps simply skipped class on this lesson, but there is a very viable and good reason to do so. William glared at Harry, as did Lily, James and their friends, not even recognizing him, while Remus, eyes widened, as his newly grown arm ached from pain. The magic of Le Fay family empowers the very ground and air in their domain, and said magic can also serve to empower individual races, houses, families, even singular wizards and witches. Those that make the pledge to be a vassal to House Le Fay, will in turn for their loyalty and a determined measure of profits in whatever form, will be able to enjoy the fact of being empowered by magical energy of House Lefay, which strengthens the wizard or witch, as well as races. Along with that, they can always be certain that their interests are protected and that they can always count on House Lefay to help them out in hard times. Magical races, of which the correct term is beings, not beasts or half-breeds, also enjoy said benefit, and along with magical people, are governed not by the laws of ministry, which can be overwhelmingly xenophobic and unjust, but by more equal and justifiable laws of House Lefay. Henry ended his tale, with William glaring at him. Just who the hell do you think you are to interrupt me? He rose up shouting at Harry, who didn't even bat an eye. Don't you know who I am? I am William Potter, the boy who lived in. Mr. Potter, please calm down and be seated. Dumbledore spoke up, forcing William to look at him with anger, yet comply, before he turned his gaze at the man in question. Now, young man, I am sure you've meant no ill by your statements, but you did interrupt Mr. William Potter without any courtesy. Oh, I do apologize then, but I've gotten the feeling that people in this chamber would rather hear mature speech, instead of ranting of an arrogant child who is too focused on what people claim him to be, instead of what he really is. Harry looked at a seething with venom William, while James rose up, while many of the dark and some neutral families chuckled. You dare to insult my son, the boy who lived in my heir, in such a manner. James nearly shouted at Harry, who simply chuckled at him. I will not have some nobody street urchin speaking of anyone in my family in such manner. Apologize now, or I will make you sorry you were born. If there is anyone I am insulting, then it would be actually you, Lord Potter. Harry stated without missing a beat. Clearly, the child like that, who has no knowledge of finer laws of magic or even understanding of them, as well as who rants out like a toddler, is a result of poor and abysmal upbringing by his parents. You, sir, and your lady wife, have done an excellent job raising, in my personal opinion, an utter disgrace of a noble wizard. Also, you duel me just because I say what I can assure you is in minds of most of the room here. And without even asking for my name, Fine, who the hell are you? James shouted at him, with Harry raising up, fixing up his coat, before answering. I am Prince Henry Arthur Lefay, head of Exalted and Royal House Lefay and Lord of Exalted and Noble House of Slytherin, ruler and protector of Northern Britannia, and the topic of your most current discussion. The entire room fell silent, as they've taken a look at the man, as he descended down to the podium. Henry didn't have any haste in his movements, practically basking in the way of how everyone looked at him as he walked down the steps. He took in their shock and awe, with light families fidgeting in fright at the fact of literal Prince Lefay and Lord Slytherin appearing here, while neutral and dark families studied him with interest and some small fright, but not all were like one. Tracy looked with wide eyes at the man that made her heart warm and flutter, as she studied him in his movements and body language. The more she looked on at him, the more vivid the picture came to her mind, until the curiosity outweighed her fright and she attempted to probe ever so slightly into his mind with her ligaments. An act that didn't escape Henry, as he smirked a little, before letting Tracy into a very specific corner of his mind, showing her something that only he and her knew of. He knew that friend of House Greengrass and his former lover was a brilliant witch, smarter and wiser than most, and equal in mind to him. She could easily tell the signs and compile them, find patterns and more, just like she had helped him when he dealt with Voldemort and Basilisk in their 6th and 7th years. He was almost sure that she had already had suspicions of who he was from the way he looked at her and even his own eyes, and so he decided to simply give her the answer. Harry knew that she would not share it with anyone, not even with her family, especially given their blood oath to each other, never to hold secrets from each other, but to safeguard our secrets from all others. Tracy's mind entered, and in a flash her eyes widened, as in her mind was displayed the picture of her and Harry Potter, embracing each other and keying in their beloved spot, underneath the tree and shade. It was their most tender and sacred moment, one in which Tracy had given herself to someone she loved and never looked back, and none had known of it, only her, and Harry. She looked at him with widened eyes and saw how he looked back at her for a second, before sending her with his ligaments a single thought. You are even more beautiful than I remember you in my dreams, my Isis. Tracy's eyes welled up with tears, which she quickly hid away from her friend Daphne, while Harry reached the podium. He saw the fright of House Potter, which had silenced them at last, causing him to internally smirk, as he held their fate in his very hands. The looks of fear on the faces of James, Lily, Sirius, Remus and even William, he was almost giddy himself. At the same time, Dumbledore was trying to subtly probe his mind, but to no avail, being met by a powerful barrier, thanks to a small LeFay family's pin that prevented any intrusion into his mind. Minister, unsupported by his undersecretary, was practically sweating in the presence of Prince LeFay, unable to find the right words at the moment. Arcturus, Cassiopeia and Rose all smirked at the sight of what was happening, while Lucius Malfoy was aghast and with no words of his own, much like his wife and son. They have tried relentlessly to gain the information about what had happened, as well as to get the audience with Arcturus Black, but they were unsuccessful on all fronts. The Dark Lord wanted results and they needed to deliver, but this was something they couldn't have expected. Prince LeFay and Lord Slytherin at the same time, not to mention appearing like this and even challenging the might of Potters in such a brazen and bold action. This man has effectively captivated the entirety of wizarding nobility and the ministry, but has also challenged the Dark Lord's power and position. Such a variable wasn't something that Lucius Malfoy could have prepared for to deal with, and once every one of his comrades in Inner Circle tells Dark Lord of this, he could only pray to Morgana that he would be merciful. Dumbledore coughed a little, gaining the attention of Henry LeFay, speaking up. "I am sorry, my lord, but we may have misheard you." Dumbledore spoke up. "You have stated that you are also a Lord Slytherin, if I am not mistaken. Chief Warlock, would you please drop this act? It is almost agonizing to look at it. Start acting like a grown man you are." Harry shut Dumbledore up in a polite and quiet manner, making sure that only Dumbledore, Amelia Bones and Minister heard it all, before turning his attention to everyone. "Yes, Chief Warlock, I am Prince LeFay and the Lord Slytherin, direct descendant of Queen Morgana LeFay and Salazar Slytherin. In blood runs the magic and might of them both, might and magic that have reawakened the power of House LeFay. Those are some very bold words, which are not quite founded on any facts." Evan Rosier spoke up, but with no insult in his words, drawing the attention of his Death Eater's colleagues. "Would you care to provide us with solid proof of your lineage, because so far, while your words are many and loud, there is little evidence to believe in any of them. I, Henry Arthur LeFay, swear upon my magic, that I am the true son of Morgana LeFay and her heir, and that I am of blood of Salazar Slytherin and the true Lord Slytherin, having claimed my titles and by right taken them." Golden glow from Henry confirmed his words, as he raised his left hand, and snapped his fingers, lighting them on fire, before letting out the fire. "I believe the very magic has proven my words to be true, Lord Rosier. I can understand the confusion, given the fact that in the past, one individual known as Voldemort had claimed to be an heir of Slytherin. I can assure you all that where he was merely a pretender, I am the true Lord Slytherin, and I am in mood to relinquish my titles and blood. You speak his name so boldly, my lord. Many here would think to be brave, but many more would claim you to be a fool." Theodore Knott Sr., head of House Knott, spoke up in a near-sneering manner, with Harry turning his head to him and looking at him calmly. "You may be wise to speak more carefully, good Lord LeFay. You never know when your words may get wrongly interpreted. Lord Knott, titles and names are only as powerful and intimidating as you make them be. I call things as they are, and calling that fan of French poetics as he who must not be named just does unearned honor and dignity." Harry simply stated him, such as with his possible slayer, so called the boy who lived. Harry turned his head towards Potters, with James and William seething from anger, but it was Sirius who spoke up. "You doubt that my godson is the one responsible for defeat of Voldemort. Everyone knows that William has slain him with his magic." Sirius sneered at him. "You yourself are but hot air and bark with no bite. Am I? Mr. Black, do please tell me, where is the solid proof of that statement?" Harry asked of him and everyone else. "My son was the only one left alive there, with Dark Lord gone. Headmaster Dumbledore himself have proclaimed him as the one to vanquish Voldemort." Lily spoke up, but in a more reserved manner than her husband and friend. "Prince LeFay, what is the point of your words, when everyone knows the truth?" "Did they, Lady Potter?" Harry asked in an amused tone, before turning to Professor Dumbledore. "And how exactly were you able to determine the so-called divinity of a toddler and that it was he that ended Voldemort? If my memory serves me correctly, I seem to recall that he wasn't actually alone there. There were actually 3 children there, not to mention two excellent and immensely powerful persons, Charles Potter and Doria Potter Black. Excuse me all, but I'd rather believe that the two of them have been too much to handle for Voldemort, rather than that a year-old toddler had peed on him dissolved him. Actual laughter was heard throughout the hall, with James and William near the breaking point of patience, but they were stopped when Professor Dumbledore spoke up. Prince Le Fay, let us not stray away from the matter at hand. Dumbledore spoke up, with Harry simply shrugging at that. If you wish to spare yourself the embarrassment of being proven wrong, be my guest. Harry allowed Dumbledore, but instead of turning to him, he turned to the Minister of Magic. Minister Fudge, I presume. You have awfully quiet this entire time, sir. One would think that you were made mute by the overwhelming presence of so many titular persons, the boy who lived, the leader of light, the abysmal parents and so on. Ah, and no. Fudge shook himself off out of shock, as he straightened up, before speaking up, as head of the noble houses snickered at his expense. Prince Le Fay, while we all enjoy a little bit of humor every now and then, do please behave yourself, like a true member of the Wizarding Society you are supposed to be. Fudge seemingly reprimanded Henry Le Fay, who simply nodded to him. Of course, I was going out of line there for a bit. Thank you for reprimanding me. Harry shot him a small smile, before turning to everyone. Now, since I believe I have your absolute and undivided attention, I shall cut to chase, as non-magicals like to say it. I am here to inform you all that I am here, and I do intend to restore my house's power and prosperity, but you have nothing to fear of me. I understand that my house has quite a fearsome reputation, and I can assure you, that I have no interest in making unwanted enemies. However, should anyone try to cross me in any way, I will respond swiftly and without any mercy. I will not permit any threat upon my lands, my subjects and all those that live in my domain, be they self-proclaimed and self-titled light wizards, or those that have chosen to side with the dark, and anyone in between. Prince Le Fay, your words, I can't help but see them as a threat to everyone here. Minister spoke up. You can't just act in such a way. You are a member of Magical Britain and therefore you must follow the laws that Ministry has approved, the Ministry to which you are a subject. Minister, I fear that you may need to consult a specialist on such matters, because while I may be technically a subject of Ministry, but in reality it is a fair bit more complicated than that. Harry stated to him, the only person to whom I am full subject, is the current ruling King of Queen of Britain. And as for my status with the Ministry, as well as the status of my lands, I may adhere to more critical laws of Ministry, those that touch upon statute of secrecy and matters of equal importance, but in the other matters, I hold the full power and autonomy when it comes to executing my power within my domain. However, I am quite to a certain level of cooperation with Ministry and your office, Minister. And, I believe, Lady Bones, as head of DMLE, will be happy to report that I may be a very powerful ally to you, especially when our interests align. Amelia, what does this all mean? Minister Fudge asked of her, with many asking the same thing in their minds. Prince Le Fay has offered his help to the Department of Ors in exterminating a serious threat of Acromantula infestation. Amelia spoke up, with Dumbledore's eyes widening a little, as he looked at Amelia, and then at Henry. For the last 40 or so years, Acromantulas have been multiplying and spreading throughout northern part of our island without any check or control. They have spread as far as northern and central England, Wales and Scotland, with a number of small towns and villages falling victim to them. The number of victims reached over 4,000 non-magicals. The risk of our world's exposure has reached critical levels without our knowledge. Only thanks to Prince Le Fay were we able to prevent the catastrophe and exterminate the threat in an effective and conclusive manner, having tracked its origin point to the Forbidden Forest and destroyed the main colony of Acromantulas, along with every spider on an island. Forbidden Forest. Why, you mean to tell us that there was a giant colony of man-eating giant spiders, right in Hogwarts' backyard? Minister, along with many, looked shocked and outraged, with Harry taking his turn to speak up. Oh yes, it has been there for quite some time if, what I have heard is to be believed. Although, I can't help but wonder, how come nobody seemed to be aware of it, nor did anyone do anything for that matter? Harry asked seemingly nobody, before turning to Dumbledore. Chief Warlock, are you not the current headmaster of Hogwarts? I believe I speak for everyone when asking you, how did such thing escape your notice? Prince Le Fay, I do not believe that it is your right to ask such questions of me. Dumbledore said with steel. But it is my right and duty to ask such questions. Amelia Bones spoke up, drawing the attention. And I will be asking them of you, Headmaster, because those creatures have come far too close to exposing our world, and have become a cause of death of thousands. Your gatekeeper Hagrid, the man responsible for their appearance and multiplication, as well as confirmed smuggler of illegal and dangerous magical creatures, has already paid for his crimes when he resisted the execution of the operation, going as far as to try and attack the Aurors. Should I find out that you have in any way, willingly or not, with or without your knowledge, have assisted him, I will make sure to make you answer for every crime committed because of that. Dumbledore looked in shock at the fact that Hagrid was actually dead, as did many of his supporters. Well, I believe that today was quite an eventful gathering of the Wizengamot, and as the minister, I declare to be over. Minister proclaimed in a shocked and astonished manner, before he turned to Prince Le Fay. Prince Le Fay, this entire matter is quite complex, and I do hope that we will be able to discuss it in a more private and informal manner, so as to smooth the rough edges. I do believe that it would be prudent and quite possible, Minister. Harry stated. But before everyone leaves, I do have 2 announcements to make, if I may. Oh, of course. Minister aloud. Thank you. Henry bowed to him. First of all, as a sign of goodwill and intention to build strong ties with you all, I announce a ball, which shall be held in honor of anniversary of establishment of Ministry of Magic, on August 21st. All those that are present here and all your friends and family are most welcome to come and taste the hospitality of House Le Fay and its home, Albion's Hearth. I welcome each and every one of you, with Minister himself most profoundly, to come and see for yourself the true face of House Le Fay. A most generous offer, Prince Le Fay, and I do believe that I shall be taking you up on that. Minister of Magic smiled to him. And what is your second announcement, if I may ask? Is there a Lady Le Fay already that you wish to introduce us to? Cornelius asked in a joking manner. Not quite, Minister. Harry said to him, while he motioned for Rose to come down. It is a customary tradition to announce one's heir or heiress before all of Wizengamot, to ensure that in case of an unwarranted tragedy, the house and title were left in capable hands. And while I do not see myself succumbing to any ill fate anytime soon, I do wish to make it clear to everyone that House Le Fay has a rightful heiress. Rose came up to her brother, still hooded, with Harry winking to her, as she put her hands upon the hood. Lords and ladies, may I present to you all the heiress of House Le Fay, my blood and sister, daughter to Queen Morgana Le Fay, Rose Morgana Le Fay, formerly of House Potter. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the video.